Chapter 103, Untitled. My dear, if they wish to go, then let them accompany us. What harm could it do? At that moment, Lu Chen's figure suddenly appeared before the group of ladies. The young master has returned. Upon seeing Lu Chen finally back, Ling Si Xiannu, Ling Dai Xianzi, and Ling Long Xianzi all rushed forward, each displaying their enchanting beauty as they bowed to him. The fragrant breeze wafted through the air, and the sight of the captivating nine heavens, Xiannu instantly left Lu Chen entranced. Young master, are you truly willing to take us along? How delightful! Upon hearing that, Lu Chen agreed to bring them to the realm of the gods. Lingxi Xiannu's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and she happily danced about. Of course, but Xiao Yaoqin, cease your playing, let me see if you've gained weight recently. Lu Chen strolled towards Yaoqin Xianzi, gently wrapping his hands around her slender waist. Young master, embraced in his arms, Yaoqin Xianzi shyly lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate wings, her eyes misty, and her lips slightly pursed. Young master, allow Qing Shuang to massage your shoulders. A cool breeze emanated from behind, where Qing Shuang Xiannu approached with graceful strides, her delicate, icy hands ready to knead Lu Chen's shoulders. Qing Shuang remains as cool and composed as ever. Lu Chen gently grasped Qing Shuang Xiannu's soft hand, feeling its smooth chill. Hee, young master, let Ling Dai help you with your legs. Ling Dai Xianzi chimed in with a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, Ling Long Xianzi, Huafeng Xianzi, and others hastily brought forth Spirit Peach TMM. Delightful. Lu Chen closed his eyes in bliss, surrendering once more to the exquisite warmth surrounding him. With a thought, he adjusted the cultivation panels of the nine heavens Xiannu. The cultivation levels of Ling Long Xianzi and Bai Hua Xianzi soared dramatically, causing them to gaze at Lu Chen with astonished joy, their eyes shimmering like misty autumn pools. Filled with affection, Sai, that husband of mine, upon returning, only knows how to indulge. Luo Qing Xian, soaking in the celestial pool, pouted her lips and murmured. After a while, success in modification. Luo Qing Xian modifiable, cultivation, divine king modifiable. Dao marks, 10 million cause Dao marks, 10 million reincarnation Dao marks, 10 million chaos Dao marks. After enjoying tender moments with the nine heavens Xiannu, Lu Chen returned to Xingyuan Peak to visit the graceful Mu Wanqing. Lu Qin'er, that little girl, had also blossomed in recent years, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, a true beauty. With Lu Chen's influence, the mother and daughter lived well in the Tianyan sacred land, with no one daring to provoke them. However, Mu Wanqing preferred solitude and did not wish to accompany them. After completing everything, Lu Chen summoned Bingfeng Mu Bingyun and took Luo Qing Xian's soft hand. Declare, my dear, let us seek justice together. Luo Qing Xian rested her head on Lu Chen's shoulder, a warm current flowing through her heart, feeling immensely secure with him by her side. Ling Long Xianzi, Yulu Xianzi, Huafeng Xianzi, and the other nine heavens Xiannu gazed at the divine couple with envy. With a cry, the ice phoenix soared into the sky. In mere moments, they crossed the boundary of the Tianyan realm, entering the vast cosmos. Wow! Ling Long Xianzi and Yaoqin Xianzi looked around curiously. It was their first time stepping beyond the Tianyan realm. Onward, to the Confronting the Canglan realm. The Tianyan realm is located in the eastern divine domain of the realm of the gods. The eastern divine domain is home to three transcendent powers, the Qijie Shengfu, the Confronting the Canglan realm, and the Wuding Shanhai. Among them, the Qijie Shengfu boasts the strongest power, with three divine emperors stationed as its might, recognized as the foremost force in the eastern divine domain. The Confronting the Canglan realm and the Wuding Shanhai follow closely behind. The Wuding Shanhai is not a singular sect, but rather an alliance composed of numerous mid-tier forces, like the Luo Tian divine kingdom, each possessing at least one true god. The scene shifts to an endless sea located in the southern part of the eastern divine domain, where the spiritual energy and the laws of nature are exceedingly rich. Luo Tian Divine Kingdom. Luo Tian Shanzhu stood with the ministers of the divine kingdom in the void, gazing ahead with anticipation. Upon learning that Hua Qingying had survived the great battle in the Tianyan realm, Luo Tian Shanzhu awaited her return each day. Father God, a melodious voice rang out, and Hua Qingying, surrounded by the divine army led by Ling Tong, floated gracefully towards him. Your return is. Seeing Hua Qingying bouncing back, Luo Tianxinju was about to step forward to greet her when he was suddenly overwhelmed by her divine, king-level aura. He nearly faltered and fell from the sky. Your Highness, the ministers behind him felt similarly. Cough, cough, forgive me, Father God. Returning to her homeland, Hua Qingying, overwhelmed with joy, unintentionally released her aura, casting an apologetic glance at Luo Tian, Shunju, and the others. Ing, your cultivation? Luo Tian Shunju was deeply astonished by Hua Qingying's cultivation. Such an overwhelming and terrifying pressure was almost unbearable, even for him, the ruler of a divine kingdom. Are you still Inger? Luo Tian Shunju scrutinized the elegant young woman before him, beginning to doubt if she was truly his beloved daughter. Goodness, could it be that during the battle, she was possessed by some ancient divine king? Although Hua Qingying possessed a first-rate divine vein, it was impossible for her to ascend to divine king in such a short time. The only explanation would be that she had been possessed. With this thought, Luo Tian Shunju's heart stirred. Old fool, what are you thinking? It's only been a short while, and you no longer recognize your beautiful eldest daughter? Seeing Luo Tian Shunju's unusual expression, Hua Qingying could easily discern his thoughts and playfully tugged at his beard. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Tian Shunju finally believed that the person before him was indeed Hua Qingying. Reporting to the Divine Lord, at that time, the evil spirit realm was invaded by the evil god, led by Moro. I arrived just in time to witness Her Highness engaged in combat with Moro. Her Highness's cultivation was extraordinary, and she swiftly defeated Moro within a few hundred exchanges. I was unable to reach her in time, and I humbly request the Divine Lord's punishment. At this moment, Ling Tong stepped forward and knelt on one knee, reporting to Luo Tian Shunju and voluntarily accepting blame. Chapter 104. The Supreme Sun God King, the Indeterminate God Emperor, and the Marriage Proposal from the God Emperor. Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd was left utterly astonished, unable to believe their ears. The notorious Mo Luo Xiazun, a formidable God King and elder of the Mo Luo clan from the evil spirit realm, was slain by Hua Qingying. This was nothing short of fantastical. Father, I shall explain all that has transpired later. Let us return to the palace first, Hua Qingying stated, without denying the claim. As she linked arms with the Lord of Luo Tian, the Lord of Luo Tian nodded in agreement and turned to Ling Tong, saying, Indeed, the invasion of the evil god was quite unexpected. Given your strength, it is understandable, so let the matter rest. Now that the princess has returned, everyone should disperse. After the Lord of Luo Tian made this solemn announcement, the father and daughter swiftly returned to the palace. Speak, my daughter. What exactly transpired in the 3,000 Dao provinces? Also, where did your current cultivation come from? You must elucidate everything to me from beginning to end. Once they arrived at the palace, the Lord of Luo Tian eagerly interrogated Hua Qingying. The evil god has retreated, and the Xuanlan God Emperor has suffered a setback. Even the Pan-Yuan ancient god, one of the 12 celestial gods of the heavenly court, returned empty-handed. This sequence of extraordinary news spread rapidly throughout the realm of the gods. Any discerning individual could see the peculiarities involved, yet what unfolded next was even more outrageous. His precious daughter had returned from her journey as a god king. Father, all of this began with my friendship with a remarkable individual named Yun Ro. Hua Qingying began to recount everything that had transpired in the Tianyan realm. So, your cultivation and Dao traces originate from that young man named Lu Chen? The Lord of Luo Tian was taken aback upon learning the truth. The ability to forcibly elevate another's cultivation to the God-King realm in an instant was unheard of. And astonishingly, it came with no side effects. A true god could establish their own dominion, while a god-king was an unparalleled entity, ruling over thousands of divine kingdoms. How could a young man named Lu Chen possess such extraordinary powers? He indeed. Isn't he impressive, my husband? Hua Qingying beamed with pride as she flaunted her beloved father. Upon hearing her refer to him as her husband, the Lord of Luo Tian's expression shifted dramatically, and his heart sank. My dear daughter, you don't mean to say that your first-grade divine vein has been... Blushing, Hua Qingying understood her father's concern and gently nodded, yes. But I have already become a god king. This first-grade divine vein is of little consequence now. However, the Lord of Luo Tian was not worried about that. He sighed bitterly and explained, Alas, my daughter, You are unaware that during your years away from the Divine Kingdom, news of your first-grade divine vein has spread throughout the indeterminate sea. Upon learning of this, the Supreme Sun God King personally came to propose marriage, wishing for you to wed his son. A first-grade divine vein is exceedingly rare. Once awakened, it signifies the potential of a future God King. In the entire indeterminate sea, there are hardly a handful of God Kings. Consequently, various forces have sought to curry favor with the Luo Tian Divine Kingdom over the years. Furthermore, the Supreme Sun God King somehow persuaded the indeterminate God Emperor, who issued a divine edict to arrange your betrothal to his son. The Lord of Luo Tian closed his eyes in anguish and slowly spoke, under the pressure from the indeterminate God Emperor and the Supreme Sun God King. I had no choice but to consent to this marriage. Little did I expect you would. Now that I learn Hua Qingying has already found her heart's desire, and the matter is already settled, it is too late for regrets. What troubled the Lord of Luo Tian the most was that this marriage was personally arranged by the indeterminate God Emperor. To back out now would be akin to slapping the God Emperor's face. If this news were to spread, it would surely incite the wrath of the indeterminate God Emperor upon the Luo Tian Divine Kingdom. The indeterminate God Emperor held dominion over the indeterminate sea, and his power was absolute. The destruction of the Luo Tian Divine Kingdom was merely a matter of his command. Hua Qingying was momentarily taken aback, then she smiled gently, unperturbed by the situation. Father, you need not worry. I will simply annul the betrothal. That Supreme Sun God King cannot harm me in the slightest, let alone his ineffectual son. As for the indeterminate God Emperor, there will be others to handle that. With billions of Dao traces, Hua Qingying was a dominating force among her peers, truly the finest beneath the God Emperor. Although she could not contend with the indeterminate God Emperor, her husband was a creator god. A mere God Emperor was but a larger ant in comparison. Well, it has come to this. There is no turning back. I can only hope the indeterminate God Emperor will let this matter slide, given your status as a God King, the Lord of Luo Tian lamented, his expression filled with worry. By the way, my dear daughter, when will your husband come to meet me? The Lord of Luo Tian pondered that Lu Chen could instantaneously elevate others to the God King realm, implying that his own cultivation was at least that of a God Emperor. With this thought, the Lord of Luo Tian felt a slight comfort. After the father and daughter conversed for a while longer, Hua Qingying prepared to head to the Supreme Sun Temple to annul the marriage. Meanwhile, in the indeterminate sea, at the Supreme Sun Temple, the Supreme Sun God King was seated upon his throne, and one of his subordinates was reporting news from below. Reporting to the God King. We have just received word from the Luo Tian Divine Kingdom that the eldest princess, Hua Qingying, who possesses a first-grade divine vein, has just returned. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Sun God King immediately broke into a hearty laugh. Ha! Excellent. Luo Tian's precious daughter has finally returned. I am very eager to meet this prospective daughter-in-law. In the hall below, a young man with a gentle demeanor, exuding an air of elegance, appeared equally delighted and promptly stepped forward to request permission. Father, I wish to personally visit the Luo Tian Divine Kingdom with generous gifts. This handsome young man was none other than the son of the Supreme Sun God King, the heir to the Supreme Sun Temple, Nangong Feng. Ha ha ha, eager little rascal, are you so impatient to meet your future wife? The Supreme Sun God King laughed and teased him. The other deities in the Supreme Sun Temple joined in hearty laughter. Nangong Feng wore a faint smile. It was said that Hua Qingying was the most beautiful woman in the indeterminate sea, and with the God Emperor's blessing for their union, he was naturally filled with pride. Chapter 105, A Forceful Annulment, Shockwaves. Reporting to the God King. According to the news from the Luo Tian Divine Kingdom, it seems Hua Qingying has returned from the 3,000 Dao provinces, the reporting subordinate added. As soon as this was said, the Supreme Sun Temple fell into an eerie silence. The Supreme Sun God King's smile faded slightly, and Nangong Feng's expression turned perplexed. 3,000 Dao provinces. Recently, rumors regarding the 3,000 Dao provinces had stirred commotion throughout the realm of the gods. Countless deities had participated in that great battle, which even attracted the attention of the God Emperors from the Celestial Realm and the Xuanlan Realm. She survived that battle in the 3,000 Dao provinces. The Supreme Sun God King felt an unease settle within him. As a top-tier figure in the indeterminate sea, he had access to certain insider information. The 3,000 Dao provinces were deeply entangled with a forbidden existence capable of making the Celestial Realm concede. Considering this, the Supreme Sun God King found himself conflicted, deliberating whether to report this matter to the indeterminate God Emperor. Father, it is possible that Qingying merely happened to pass by to witness the spectacle. Nangong Feng offered a strained smile. Just as the Supreme Sun God King was mired in hesitation and turmoil, an outer voice suddenly reported again. Your Majesty, the eldest princess of the Luo Tian Divine Kingdom, Hua Qingying, requests an audience. The moment these words were spoken, the father and son within the grand hall exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished and perplexed by Hua Qingying's unexpected visit. After a prolonged pause, the Zhiyang Divine King finally proclaimed, "Please." No sooner had he spoken than a melodious and enchanting voice resonated from beyond the hall. "I, Hua Qingying, pay my respects to Senior Zhiyang." As the ethereal mist within the hall parted like flowing sand, a graceful figure clad in a gown of azure phoenix jade glided forth, treading upon the void with elegance. Her delicate feet, barely visible beneath the flowing hem, stirred gentle ripples in the air. The newcomer possessed an unparalleled beauty, her celestial visage adorned with a jade hairpin, and her cheeks blushing like wisps of rosy clouds. A jade belt cinched her slender waist, perfectly accentuating her exquisite silhouette. Such was her enchanting presence that Nan Gongfeng could find only one phrase to describe her: a goddess from a painting, unmatched in this world. Once Hua Qingying's captivating form graced the hall, Nan Gongfeng's eyes remained transfixed upon her, his mouth nearly watering in admiration. "Ah, truly, the daughter of my esteemed brother Luo Tian has become even more breathtaking." Even the Zhiyang Divine King, upon witnessing Hua Qingying, was profoundly struck by her beauty, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. "Senior Zhiyang, your praise is undeserved," Hua Qingying replied, her gaze lowered slightly, her red lips parting gently. The Zhiyang Divine King swiftly commanded his attendants, "Fetch seating at once." However, Hua Qingying raised her hand to halt him, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Senior, upon my recent return to the Wuding Divine Sea, I learned from my father about the engagement with Zhiyang Divine Hall. I have come to address this matter, as I was unaware of the arrangement when my father hastily agreed. Therefore, I kindly request that the Divine King annul this marriage contract." She spoke directly, without any circumlocution. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongfeng suddenly emerged from his daze, his face a mask of shock, unable to believe his ears. Meanwhile, the smile on the Zhiyang Divine King's face froze, replaced by a chill that radiated an air of severity. As a formidable Divine King and a powerful entity of the Wuding Divine Sea, being confronted with a marriage annulment request from the woman herself was undoubtedly a slap to his dignity. "Do you realize what you were saying?" The Zhiyang Divine King struggled to suppress his seething anger, leaping to his feet, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Hua Qingying. Simultaneously, a formidable divine pressure erupted from his being, enveloping the area in an instant, the fiery aura bearing down upon all. Yet, in the face of the Zhiyang Divine King's imposing presence, Hua Qingying exhibited no sign of fear, meeting his gaze steadfastly as she countered. "This matter is indeed a fault of the Luo Tian Divine Kingdom. However, I must reiterate that I was unaware of the engagement when it was established. If you consent to annul the marriage, I would be willing to offer substantial compensation to Zhiyang Divine Hall as a gesture of goodwill." With that, Hua Qingying too emanated a hint of divine pressure, standing her ground against the Zhiyang Divine King. The sight of Hua Qingying's own divine might left the Zhiyang Divine King astounded, his voice filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Impossible. How can your cultivation level?" Before him stood Hua Qingying, a divine king as well. "As you can see, I have recently managed to break through to the realm of divine kings," she replied, her expression calm and composed. "A divine king with less than a decade of age?" The Zhiyang Divine King could hardly believe his eyes. Their divine pressures clashed, and astonishingly, he found himself at a disadvantage. Within the hall, Nan Gongfeng and the attending servants were pinned to the ground, their blood seemingly frozen, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. "How is this possible? She can actually withstand my father's pressure. Could she truly be a divine king?" Nan Gongfeng's face turned pale as he beheld the surreal scene. After an intense standoff, the Zhiyang Divine King finally accepted reality. Though still bearing a look of disbelief, he sighed and gradually withdrew his pressure. "Ah, truly, the younger generation is formidable. To achieve the status of Divine King at such a young age is an unprecedented gift. It would be hard to find another like you in the realm of the gods." "Very well, it seems that Fenger is indeed not worthy of you," he continued. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingying's face brightened, and she promptly clasped her hands in gratitude towards the Zhiyang Divine King. "Thank you for your understanding, Senior. Should Zhiyang Divine Hall require any form of compensation, please do not hesitate to inform me." However, the Zhiyang Divine King waved his hand, replying, "Do not rejoice too soon. I believe you are aware of who established this marriage contract. While I am willing to agree to the annulment, I cannot speak for the Wuding Divine Emperor. Once word of this reaches him, even with your exceptional talents, how can you stand against a Divine Emperor?" To this, Hua Qingying remained unfazed. "As for the Wuding Divine Emperor, I have my own methods to handle that matter, so you need not concern yourself," she stated resolutely. "As for the compensation to the Divine Hall, I will personally deliver it." With her objectives accomplished, Hua Qingying turned and departed from the Zhiyang Divine Hall. Shortly after her departure, an extended silence enveloped the hall. Nan Gongfeng, unable to accept the humiliation of the annulment, glared at the Zhiyang Divine King with bloodshot eyes. Father, are we simply allowing her to walk away unchallenged? If word of this spreads, our Zhiyang Divine Hall will lose face and become the target of ridicule. A topic of gossip for all, and how shall we maintain our standing in the Wuding Divine Sea? Chapter 106, Wuding Divine Emperor, utterly absurd. Filled with righteous indignation, Nan Gongfeng voiced his grievances passionately. Recalling Hua Qingying's breathtaking beauty, a fierce possessiveness surged within him. Such a beauty should have been his cherished wife. Yet now the prize had flown away. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen from the heights of ecstasy to the depths of despair. A jarring contrast that would leave anyone incensed. The Zhiyang Divine King understood all too well what Nan Gongfeng was expressing, and his myriad emotions culminated in a heavy sigh. Ah, do you think I desired this outcome? Hua Qingying's strength is such that even I find myself outmatched. During our confrontation, I was at a disadvantage. Let alone whether you are worthy of such an extraordinary talent. It is sheer folly to attempt to coerce a divine king. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongfeng's face turned a shade of pallor, resembling someone who had swallowed a fly. His expression darkened. He found himself utterly bereft of counterarguments to the Zhiyang Divine King's words. Even his father was merely a divine king, while the other party had attained the same level of cultivation at less than a decade of age. How could he ever compare? In terms of both strength and status, they were entirely mismatched. But to let her go so easily? He protested. It was our Luo Tian Divine Kingdom that broke the engagement, and our dignity is at stake. Fuming with discontent, Nan Gongfeng raged. We cannot let this happen. The Zhiyang Divine King managed a bitter smile. What else can be done? For now, all we can do is await the Wuding Divine Emperor's response. As time passed, another day slipped by. The recent conflict in the 3,000 Dao states had scarcely concluded when another piece of news detonated like a bomb throughout the Wuding Divine Sea. The first act of the recently returned eldest princess of the Luo Tian Divine Kingdom was to visit Zhiyang Divine Hall to annul the engagement. What was initially believed to be a match made in heaven had taken an unexpected turn. Yet, that was not the most shocking revelation. The true uproar stemmed from the fact that Hua Qingying, at less than a decade of age, had actually broken through to the realm of divine kings. In an instant, exclamations echoed throughout the Wuding Divine Sea, and an undercurrent of speculation surged. Some scoffed at the notion, deeming the news utterly absurd. The act of breaking off an engagement is already quite absurd, but the existence of a divine king under a century is truly preposterous. The scene shifts to the Wuding Divine Palace, where a towering figure sits at the apex of the palace. This individual possesses a handsome visage and an imposing aura, each breath resonating with the pulsation of divine laws. He is none other than Wuding Shindi, the sovereign of the Wuding Divine Sea. Zhiyang Shenwang. Are you certain you are not jesting with this emperor? Wuding Shindi slowly opens his half-closed eyes, casting his gaze upon Zhiyang Shenwang. As his words fall, an oppressive force, seemingly too immense for the heavens and earth to bear, swirls above Zhiyang Shenwang's head. Struck as if by lightning, Zhiyang Shenwang is overwhelmed by a tremendous sense of pressure, causing his bones to tremble, and he collapses to his knees. A mere glance from a Shindi-level powerhouse is beyond what a Shenwang can withstand. Thus, it is evident that in the presence of a Shindi, even a Shenwang is but a slightly larger insect. On either side of the palace, other Shenwang powerhouses under the Wuding Divine Sea stand by. Among them, Long Yu Shenwang speaks up to alleviate Zhiyang Shenwang's predicament, saying, Zhiyang Shenwang, have you been cursed? How can you speak such nonsense? Saint Spring Shenwang hastily concurs. Indeed, this is utterly ludicrous. A divine king of less than a century? How is that possible? If this were true, would we not have all cultivated to the point of absurdity after so many years? Throughout history, the youngest divine kings have all been at least 1,000,000 years old. The divine kings present have cultivated for tens of millions of years to achieve their status. A divine king under a century is nothing short of a farce, something no one would dare dream of. Saint Spring Shenwang's remarks significantly eased the atmosphere, and laughter erupted among the other divine kings. However, Zhiyang Shenwang gritted his teeth and responded with difficulty, reporting to the emperor, every word I previously spoke bears no falsehood. I personally witnessed Hua Qingying attain the realm of the divine king. There is no possibility of misperception to conceal from the Shenwang's divine sense. That individual must at least be a divine king. Upon hearing this, Wuding Shindi slightly restrained his imposing aura and, with a look of restrained fury, declared, a divine king under a century, huh? This emperor has lived long enough to witness such talents. I wish to see this prodigy for myself. All deities, follow this emperor to Luo Tian Shengua. The audacity of Luo Tianxingua to openly rescind an engagement is evidently a provocation of Wuding Shindi's authority. As his words concluded, the deities below promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the national protective formation of Luo Tianxingua was activated, sealing every corner tightly. Outside the protective formation, a throng of onlookers had already gathered, eagerly awaiting Wuding Shindi's next move. Inger, do you think this is too reckless? The Lord of Luo Tian gazed at Hua Qingying with deep concern, fearing that Wuding Shindi might arrive at any moment. In the presence of Wuding Shindi, their small protective formation was no different from paper. Father, do not worry, Hua Qingying replied confidently. I have already informed my husband. He is bringing Luo Qingxian, that vixen, to the Confronting the Canglan realm, and will conveniently pass through the Wuding Divine Sea. With my husband's powers, he will likely arrive in an instant. Hua Qingying's face bore no fear as she spoke, her crimson lips parting. Just then, a terrifying pressure descended upon Luo Tianxingua from the distance. Following that, an ancient voice, laden with the wrath of the Shindi, echoed from the boundless void. This emperor has arrived. Why does Luo Tianxingua not kneel to receive the emperor? Wuding Shindi, accompanied by a host of divine kings, traversed the void. An army of divine beings looming behind, prepared to seek retribution from Luo Tianxingua. Wherever the divine sound traveled, the space collapsed into terrifying black holes, and the protective formation of Luo Tianxingua shattered into countless fragments. Moreover, upon the Shindi's utterance, the heavens trembled, dark clouds gathered above, and divine punishment manifested as countless bolts of lightning, descending upon Luo Tianxingua. Such a grand spectacle astounded all present. This is bad. The Lord of Luo Tian exclaimed in shock, but suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh, Wuding Shindi? Such great majesty. In an instant, the divine punishment was arrested in midair, and the black holes ceased their rampage, restoring stability to the chaotic void. Chapter 107, Eye of Death. The Shindi's oppressive force was unexpectedly blocked. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Wuding Shindi's expression grew grave, an ominous premonition rising within him. The very next moment, a resounding phoenix cry reverberated through the heavens and earth as Lu Chen, accompanied by Luo Qingxian and the nine heavens Xiannu, arrived at Luo Tianxingua. My husband. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Hua Qingying's face lit up with joy, disregarding the gazes of those present as she leaped into his embrace. Lu Chen wrapped his arm around her delicate waist, the scent of her hair wafting towards him. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxian, who arrived alongside him, appeared flushed, beads of fragrant sweat glistening on her fair skin, as if she had endured countless bumps along the way to finally arrive at the Wuding Divine Sea. In stark contrast, the Linglong Xianxi and the others, including the nine heavens Xiannu, displayed sly expressions. The nine heavens Xiannu, once the closest companion of Luo Qingxian, had now become an accomplice to Lu Chen's mischief. Humph, you foul husband, you certainly seem to have enjoyed the journey. Hua Qingying glanced back at Luo Qingxian and the nine heavens Xiannu, pouting her lips in dissatisfaction. In response, Lu Chen found himself momentarily speechless, scratching his head as he was about to argue, but the distant Wuding Shindi, brow furrowed, was the first to speak. This friend appears unfamiliar. You must be a powerhouse from the abyss of darkness. Regardless of your identity, this matter pertains to the Wuding Divine Sea. So I kindly ask you to refrain from acting recklessly. To withstand his divine pressure, the newcomer must at least be a Shindi-level powerhouse. Yet, Lu Chen seized the opportunity to vent his frustration, raising his gaze to glare. A terrifying surge of divine soul power swept forth like a tidal wave, unleashing a tempest of energy. The next moment, Wuding Shindi was struck as if by lightning, his eyes vacant as he spat blood, his form hurtling backward. Those who accompanied him, including Saint Spring Shenwang, Zhiyang Shenwang, and Longyu Shenwang, were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Fortunately, divine kings possessed the ability to reconstitute their bodies with a thought, but the true divine beings behind them were not so fortunate. The divine army cried out in agony as their bodies and souls perished on the spot. The onlookers, too, suffered the consequences, many falling victim to the aftermath and meeting their doom. I was conversing with my wife. What gives you the right to interrupt? Lu Chen shot a cold glance at Wuding Shindi. Wuding Shindi, modifiable. Gender, male, modifiable. Identity, sovereign of the Wuding Divine Sea, modifiable. Cultivation, Shindi Taichu Eugene, modifiable. Witnessing this scene, the Lord of Luo Tian stood by the riverbank, gazing up at the heavens, stunned by the sight of countless divine beings falling. What had he just witnessed? The absolute sovereign of the Wuding Divine Sea, Wuding Shindi, could not even withstand a single glance from Lu Chen. In the realm of deities, Shindi-level powerhouses are considered the pinnacle of combat strength. A single Shindi represents a universe. Yet, such a being appeared as insignificant as an insect before Lu Chen. With a spurt of blood, Wuding Shindi was once more wounded, realizing that Lu Chen's gaze had severely harmed his divine soul. Who are you? Just a single glance has inflicted such damage. Your strength must be at least that of a Qian Kuan Wu Liang level Shindi. However, in the entire realm of deities, those possessing such strength would undoubtedly number fewer than 10. It matters not who I am. I simply wish to ask you, was that marriage contract established by your own hand? Lu Chen's fingers curled, instantly binding the figure of Wuding Shindi in midair, controlling him to fly before him. Not only that, the distant Jiang Shenwang was also brought to Lu Chen's presence. Predecessor, spare my life. I had no knowledge that Hua Qingying is your Dao companion. Otherwise, I would not have dared to propose this marriage even at the cost of my life. Jiang Shenwang, driven by a strong desire for survival, saw that Wuding Shindi could hardly bear a glance from Lu Chen and hastily pleaded for mercy, glancing at Hua Qingying. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen disdainfully regarded Jiang Shenwang and scoffed, with a spineless son like yours. Do you even dare to covet my divine consort? The slick Jiang Shenwang quickly agreed with Lu Chen, saying, what you say is true, predecessor. My son is like mud, while Hua Qingying is like the bright moon in the sky. It is merely my son's foolish infatuation. I implore you to spare my life. At this moment, Hua Qingying stepped forward to plead for Jiang Shenwang, saying, husband, Jiang predecessor truly did not know, and he has already agreed to annul the engagement. Seeing Hua Qingying interceding for Jiang Shenwang, Lu Chen waved his hand, discarding him as if he were refuse. Very well, since my wife has spoken for you, I shall spare your worthless life. Should you dare mention this matter in the future, do not blame me for annihilating your Zhiyang divine palace. His tone was filled with supreme authority. Yes, yes, this matter I shall bury deep within, Jiang Shenwang said, visibly relieved, and quickly fled the scene, fearing that Lu Chen might change his mind and eliminate him with a mere finger. After releasing Jiang Shenwang, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards Wuding Shindi. This fellow had previously come with great hostility, intending to annihilate the entire Luo Tian divine kingdom. Lu Chen would never let him off easily. Thus, Lu Chen, with a mocking expression, addressed Wuding Shindi. I present you with two choices. 1. Acknowledge my divine consort as your master, and serve as a slave in the Luo Tian divine kingdom for 100,000 years, after which you may leave. 2. Die here. As soon as he finished speaking, an aura of creation emanated from Lu Chen, the terrifying power causing the heavens to tremble. It seemed as though the world could not contain this force, and annihilation loomed on the horizon. Faced with Lu Chen's two choices, Wuding Shindi's face turned green with rage. How could a dignified divine emperor, renowned in the eastern divine domain, lower himself to become a mere slave in the Luo Tian divine kingdom? With a cold snort, Wuding Shindi retorted, Umph. A warrior may be killed but not humiliated. I would rather die unyielding. But do not forget, this is the realm of the gods. If I am slain, the heavenly court will not spare you. No matter how strong you are, can you single-handedly battle the 12 heavens? Can you overpower the supreme heavenly sovereign? Although the heavenly court seemed to be in decline, it remained the ostensible ruler of the realm of gods. Wuding Shindi was certain that Lu Chen would not dare provoke the heavenly court, thus he feigned a stance of unyielding defiance. However, upon hearing this, Lu Chen could not help but laugh. The heavenly court? The 12 heavens? The supreme heavenly sovereign? Nonsense. Just days ago, during the battle of the 3,000 Dao states, I single-handedly slew countless deities from the heavenly court. Did not the arriving Pan Yuan Gushin dare to even make a sound before me? As for that so-called supreme heavenly sovereign, the undisputed strongest in the realm of gods, do you think he would dare face me? Ha ha. With these words, Wuding Shundi's expression turned to one of sheer terror, stuttering, why you are the sin god of the 3,000 Dao states, the Tianyan Zunshin? Wuding Shindi had garnered numerous internal messages from the heavenly court regarding the recent battle. Not only he, but after that battle, the title of Tian Yin Zunshan resonated throughout the realm of gods, with everyone now aware of it. Subsequently, the heavenly court issued a divine edict warning. Anyone who encounters Tian Yin Zunshin must not offend him. To elicit such fear from the heavenly court and issue a divine edict, throughout history, there was no one other than Lu Chen. What? He is Tian Yin Zunshin? The one who single-handedly annihilated the 5,000 true god armies of the 10 directions and sent Pan Yuan Gushan retreating with a mere word? Quickly flee. Such a taboo existence is not something we can discuss. Upon realizing that the person before them was Tian Yin Zunshan, the onlookers in the distance were all struck with amazement, hastily making their escape. After all, the fearsome reputation of Tian Yin Zunshan had long spread throughout the realm of gods, a presence even the current heavenly sovereign greatly feared. What the husband Hua Qingying spoke of is indeed the infamous Tian Yin Zunshan? Below, Upon hearing that Lu Chun was Tianyan Zunshun, Luo Tianxinju's face reflected terror no less than that of the others. A being capable of slaughtering myriad gods was, astonishingly, his son-in-law, Ling Tong, who had been hiding in the shadows, silently observed everything, trembling uncontrollably, desperately burying his feelings for Hua Qingying deep within, fearful that his affection would be exposed. Following in the footsteps of Zhi Yangshan Wang. Now you know fear? I shall give you one last opportunity to choose, Lu Chen said, a cunning expression gracing his face as he addressed Wuding Shindi. Wuding Shindi gritted his teeth, but still found it difficult to accept the notion of descending from a high and mighty divine emperor, a ruler of the universe, to become a mere servant of the Luo Tian divine kingdom. What if you are Tianyan Zunshin? I would rather die than endure such humiliation. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun, instead of being angered, chuckled. Ah, truly a hard-headed one. Indeed, you possess spirit, but before me, you have no choice. Lu Chen's tone shifted abruptly, causing Wuding Shindi to feel a twinge of unease. As expected, the next moment, he opened Wuding Shindi's identity panel and directly modified it. Beep, modification successful. Wuding Shindi, modifiable. Identity, servant of the Luo Tian divine kingdom, modifiable. The moment the modification was complete, Wuding Shindi's expression changed, and he immediately knelt before Luo Tian Shenju and Hua Qingying with utmost respect, saying, "Old servant greets the master." Witnessing this scene, Luo Tian Shenju nearly dropped his jaw in shock. A dignified divine emperor, the absolute ruler of Wuding Shanhai, now bowing in reverence? This act left the divine kings behind him, such as Sheng Quan Shinwang and Long Yu Shinwang, utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the scene before them. In no way, the divine emperor truly agreed to become a servant of the Luo Tian divine kingdom? Sheng Quan Shinwang asked in disbelief. It was simply too absurd. Long Yu Shinwang was also at a loss for words. However, before they could process the situation, Wuding Shindi turned back and scolded them. What are you waiting for? Come quickly and pay your respects to the master. Long Yu Shinwang, Sheng Quan Shinwang, and the others were left dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. Even so, the previously high and mighty Wuding Shindi had shifted his attitude so quickly, it was almost too much to bear. An apex divine emperor, standing atop the realm of gods, had now found himself in the position of a servant? Such a ridiculous event had never occurred throughout history. We pay our respects to the master. Unfortunately, due to Wuding Shindi's power and status, Long Yu Shinwang and the others had no choice but to kneel before Luo Tian Shenju with faces filled with frustration. Who could have imagined that the arrival of Lu Chun would trigger such a dramatic reversal? Husband, your methods are still as wicked as ever. Hua Qingying, accustomed to Lu Chen's bizarre tactics, displayed little surprise, instead gazing at him playfully. After completing all this, Lu Chun descended slowly with Hua Qingying, Luo Qingxian, and Jiu Tian Xiannu, standing before Luo Tian Shenju. Lu Chun, I pay my respects to you, dear father-in-law. Before the imposing figure of his father-in-law, Lu Chun felt it was necessary to maintain proper decorum. The renowned Tianyan Zunshin addressed him as father-in-law, which left Luo Tian Shenju feeling a wave of anxiety and trepidation. I am unworthy of such honor. This gesture from the revered deity is too much for me to bear. With the Wuding Shundi now subservient to the Luo Tian divine kingdom, the entire Wuding Shanhai had been irrevocably transformed into a realm under Luo Tian's dominion. Luo Tian Shenju found this reality surreal, struggling to accept its authenticity. The scene shifted to the heavenly court. Beneath the familiar pavilion, Hao Tian Shendi was meditating, while Pan Yuan Gushen sat across from him. The Wuding Shanhai had undergone a shocking upheaval. Suddenly, Hao Tian Shendi opened his eyes, speaking with a tone tinged with melancholy. Pan Yuan Gushen, visibly astonished, pressed for details. What has transpired? Is it another invasion by the evil gods? The Wuding Shanhai was under the watch of the Wuding Shindi. Could an evil emperor be involved this time? Hao Tian Shendi shook his head in response. No, it is not an evil god, but the emergence of Tianyan Zunshin. Alas, his arrival will undoubtedly stir the winds of change. Upon hearing the name of Tianyan Zunshin, Pan Yuan Gushen's gaze fixated on Hao Tian Shendi with intense curiosity. Do you know the true level of power possessed by Tianyan Zunshin? What could cause the foremost deity in the divine realm to be so apprehensive, even to the point of avoiding confrontation? However, Hao Tian Shendi could only shake his head in reply. I cannot ascertain his exact level of power, but what I do know is that should I face him, my demise would be inevitable. Moreover, throughout my cultivation, I have sensed that even the realm of chaos eternity may not represent the pinnacle of cultivation. Beyond this, there must exist even more formidable beings, and Tianyan Zunshin has likely attained that echelon. Pan Yuan Gushan gazed at Hao Tian Di in astonishment, struggling to grasp that such words came from the mouth of the foremost deity. Did this imply that there were indeed beings more powerful than the Shindi? He swallowed hard, tentatively inquiring. Hao Tian Di contemplated briefly before affirming, "Indeed, this is the outcome of my subtle insights into the laws of heaven that I cultivate. My mastery of the laws of heaven allows me to perceive the past and future. No cause and effect can escape my scrutiny. Thus, I am revered as the heavenly Dao Shindi. Yet, remarkably, Lu Chen's fate eludes my understanding. He seems to transcend the laws of heaven, existing beyond the constraints of the cosmos. Previously, I believed him to share the same realm as the Tianzun. Now, it appears he is indeed unfathomable. In your esteemed opinion, will he side with the heavenly court when the divine realm battles the realm of evil spirits? If he joins us, the realm of evil spirits may no longer pose a threat." Pan Yuan Gushan sought further clarity, but Hao Tian Di remained uncertain. "I have yet to even lay eyes upon him. How could I possibly speculate about his intentions? For now, we can only hope he stands with the heavenly court. Otherwise, should the evil gods invade once more, it would spell calamity for the divine realm. During this time, I implore the ancient gods to reiterate to the deities of the heavenly court, do not provoke Tianyan Shun." In response, Pan Yuan Gushan nodded, pondering aloud. One wonders how the Wuding Shindi has offended this harbinger of calamity. It seems the Wuding Shenhai is destined to become quite lively. Hao Tian Di added cryptically, "It may not be limited to the Wuding Shenhai. That Xuanlan Shindi will only find himself in deeper trouble. The tide of the Shifang Xuanlan realm is about to change. Yet, it may serve us well. These old-timers have grown complacent, seemingly intent on breaking free from the heavenly court's grasp. It would be fitting for Tianyan Shun to quell their arrogance. We shall merely observe the impending tempest." Pan Yuan Gushan expressed his agreement. "Indeed, your foresight is commendable, Tianzun." The scene shifted again to the eastern divine domain, within the Shifang Xuanlan realm. Inside the Supreme Sea Hall, the Xuanlan Shindi occupied the main seat, summoning a cadre of divine kings in haste. Following the devastating defeat of the two divine kings, Anger Tian and Songming, alongside the obliteration of the 5,000 true gods during the battle of the 3,000 Daozhou, a somber and fearful atmosphere enveloped the entire Shifang Xuanlan realm. "Bring the Xuanlan Shenwang to me," commanded the Xuanlan Shindi in a grave tone. Shortly thereafter, a battered figure, bound by numerous restraints, was dragged into the Supreme Sea Hall. This tormented man was none other than Xuanlan Shenwang, who had once aided Luo Qingxian in her escape. "Ha ha ha, are you here to kill me, esteemed one? Come then." Xuanlan Shenwang's gaze remained fixed defiantly upon the Xuanlan Shindi, revealing no trace of fear or the reverence expected of a divine being. "Impudent! Xuanlan, how dare you show such disrespect to the esteemed one?" The assembled divine kings glared at Xuanlan Shenwang in fury. Yet, the Xuanlan Shindi did not display anger. Instead, he raised a hand to quell the outcry and spoke slowly. "Xuanlan, you have followed me for countless years. You dared to defy me. Do you now recognize your transgressions?" In response to the Xuanlan Shundi's inquiry, Xuanlan Shenwang scoffed disdainfully. "I must have been blind for these countless years, failing to see that you are nothing more than a despicable wretch who sacrifices his wife and daughter to enhance his power. You summoned me from my prison, likely hoping to use me as a shield. Am I right? Ha ha ha. You could never have imagined that Qingxian would find a protector who instills fear in you. This is your just desserts. Do you think Tianyan Zunshin would fall for such tricks? You are deluded." During his imprisonment, Xuanlan Shenwang had learned of the battle of the 3,000 Daozhou from the guards, who in the divine realm was unaware of these events. As his words fell, a terrifying aura descended from above. Xuanlan Shenwang immediately knelt, overwhelmed by the pressure. No one in the Shifang Xuanlan realm had ever dared to confront him in such a manner. The Xuanlan Shundi's expression twitched as he struggled to suppress his furious indignation. "Very well, I shall see if that girl dares to return with an army." Just as these words left his lips, a cold and commanding voice echoed from outside the hall. "Xuanlan Shindi, come out and face me." The voice, imbued with thunderous power, stirred monstrous waves across the tranquil supreme sea. Lu Chen stood with one arm around Luo Qingxian, followed by the 9 heavens, Xian, their overwhelming presence enveloping the entire Shifang Xuanlan realm. The moment of reckoning had arrived faster than anticipated, leaving the Xuanlan Shindi feeling an intense sting of humiliation. "All deities of the Shifang Xuanlan realm, follow my lead and prepare to confront the enemy." The Xuanlan Shindi grasped Xuanlan Shenwang and in a flash appeared before Lu Chen. With a command, nearly 20 divine kings, along with an army of 30,000 true gods and 100,000 demigods, surged forth behind him. Simultaneously, countless formidable formations erupted with divine radiance, their terrifying might shaking the heavens and stirring up tempests in the boundless cosmos. Tianyan Zunshan, did you truly believe there was no one left in the Shifang Xuanlan realm? That Xuanlan Shundi's finger pointed, and innumerable divine beings gathered their powers, conjuring an energy potent enough to annihilate worlds, causing the very void to collapse. I am the one who will show you that you are mistaken. What can you possibly do to me? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, his words dripping with disdain. Ah, how arrogant. In the next moment, the enraged Xuanlan Shundi wielded the Shifang Jie Yuan sword in his left hand and the Xuanlan Mutian map in his right, unleashing a formidable force. These two divine artifacts are the true essence of the Shifang Canglan realm, rumored to have slain beings of the divine emperor level. The Canglan Muxianta surged towards Lu Chen, while the Shifang Jiyuan sword unleashed a cataclysmic sword aura, summoning countless divine beings to coalesce their tidal divine power. Husband, be cautious. Luo Qingshan was well aware of the origins of these two artifacts and immediately displayed a worried expression. The residual force unleashed by these two artifacts alone could instill terror in even the mightiest of divine kings. Yet, before Lu Chen, they appeared insignificant. He wore a serene smile, with the power of the Creator swirling at his fingertips. With a mere flick of his finger, the Creator's power transformed into a beam of light that pierced through time and space in an instant. Chapter 110. The Demon God Annihilates the World. One finger to exterminate thousands of gods. The might of the Creator far surpassed this realm. Even a divine emperor could not contend with it. The beam surged forth with unstoppable force, shattering the combined might of the Canglan divine emperor and his army of deities in the blink of an eye. The Shifang Jiyuan sword and Canglan Muxiantu in his hands were obliterated as if made of paper. Is that all? Lu Chen smirked, glancing at the Canglan divine emperor. How is this possible? The Canglan divine emperor, suffering backlash from the destruction of the artifacts, coughed up a mouthful of divine blood, staining the starry sky. Moreover, his divine army suffered catastrophic losses. Out of 30,000 true gods, fewer than 1,000 remained, while the casualties among the 100,000 demigods were severe, with even 10 divine kings falling. And this was merely a casual strike from Lu Chen. The Canglan divine emperor's heart bled at the sight. That finger of Lu Chen had entirely eradicated the foundation of the Shifang Canglan realm. The fortunate surviving divine kings were engulfed in shadows of death, their faces etched with terror. They had practiced for millions of years, yet had never witnessed such a formidable practitioner. Faced with the combined might of all the gods in the Shifang Canglan realm, Lu Chen had simply used a single finger to repel the assault and annihilate countless deities. A monster. He is simply a monster. Run, run, run. Consequently, many gods who had cultivated for over 10,000 years shattered their resolve, their minds collapsing into madness. The remaining surviving deities were devoid of combat spirit, with even the divine kings leading the retreat. Humph. Do you think this deity will let you escape? Yet, Lu Chen had no intention of sparing anyone present, his icy gaze fixed ahead. In the next moment, all the fortunate survivors, whether demigods, true gods, or divine kings, were obliterated by an invisible force, reduced to mere particles of dust. No, this is impossible. Faced with such an assault, even the Hua Qingying emperor could not have responded with such ease. Who are you? The Canglan divine emperor's eyes turned crimson, filled with terror as he looked at Lu Chen, his body trembling uncontrollably. In an instant, he had not only shattered the two divine artifacts, but also slaughtered all the divine beings behind him. The esteemed Hua Qingying divine emperor could never achieve such a feat. Meanwhile, the Hua Qingying divine emperor and the Panyuan ancient god, stationed in the heavenly court, witnessed this scene with their powerful divine senses. Gulp. The Panyuan ancient god felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Even the Hua Qingying divine emperor's fingers trembled imperceptibly. After all, the previous massacre of countless divine beings by Lu Chen was profoundly terrifying. This individual is too fearsome. Should he possess a benevolent heart, the heavens shall know peace. Yet if he harbors malice, he shall be a demon god that annihilates worlds. He must not be provoked. The Hua Qingying divine emperor spoke with a trembling voice. The two had yet to recover from their earlier fright. After a long while, the Panyuan ancient god wiped the cold sweat from his brow and remarked, "Fortunately, we did not provoke him in the 3,000 Tao states. Otherwise, my head would have long since been severed." Reflecting on the confrontation with Lu Chen a few days prior, the Panyuan ancient god felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had he shown even a hint of arrogance back then, adopting the stance of the 12 heavens, his fate would not have been better than that of the gods of the Shifang Canglan realm. It was then that they realized the Tianyan Zunshan was an even more terrifying taboo existence than the evil gods. The scene returned to the Shifang Canglan realm. The Xuanlan divine king, held captive by the Canglan Divine Emperor, was deeply shaken by the unfolding events, pondering, where did Qin Shan find such a remarkable husband? His demeanor is impressive, and his strength is astonishing. Accompanying Lu Chun were the likes of Linglong Xianzi, Yaoqin Xiannu, Qin Shuang Xiannu, and Hua Xinying, all equally astonished, their mouths agape as if they could fit an entire egg inside. Although the Jiutian Xiannu had some understanding of Lu Chen's strength, she had never anticipated it to be so terrifying. With a single thought, he could annihilate myriad deities without so much as moving from his spot. Rest assured, old man. I shall not kill you so easily. That would be too lenient, Lu Chen stated casually. Upon hearing this, the Canglan Divine Emperor erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha! You wish to kill this emperor? Then I shall take you down with me. With that, the Canglan Divine Emperor turned and seized the Xuanlan Divine King's neck. Uncle Xian. No. Luo Qingshan's face turned pale at the sight. A cunning smile crept onto the Canglan Divine Emperor's face. Ha ha, dear daughter. I trust you would not wish for this old man to accompany your father in death. Then swiftly compel the Tianyan Zuanshan to spare your father and vow not to harm him in the slightest. In the face of such a situation, the Xuanlan Divine King looked at Luo Qingshan with a relieved smile. Hee, Qingshan, I never expected you to have grown so much. Witnessing you return with such a powerful partner brings me great satisfaction. I can rest easy now. So do not worry about me. Eliminate this old scoundrel. With that, the Xuanlan Divine King turned to Lu Chun. Esteemed Tianyan Senior, please take good care of my Qingshan. After saying his final words, the Xuanlan Divine King showed no hesitation and chose to self-destruct his divine soul. Madman, you lunatic. The Canglan Divine Emperor, severely injured, could not suppress the Xuanlan Divine King's divine will, causing his expression to drastically change as he shouted in anger. Not far away, Luo Qingshan's tears streamed down her face. Uncle Xian. Just as the Xuanlan Divine King was about to self-destruct, Lu Chun flicked his finger once more, and time and space suddenly came to a halt. The energy within the Xuanlan Divine King that was about to explode was also suppressed. How is this possible? The Canglan Divine Emperor sensed that he could not move even a fraction, and panic flooded him. At this moment, the Xuanlan Divine King was saved by Lu Chun. Humph. This little trick is not enough to threaten me. You have quite the imagination. As the creator god, Lu Chun could not only freeze time with a thought, but even if the Xuanlan Divine King were to truly self-destruct, he could pull him back from the river of time. The Xuanlan Divine King was equally astonished. Uncle Xian. Seeing the Xuanlan Divine King finally freed, Luo Qingshan rushed forward, using the power of the law of life to heal his wounds. Uncle Xian, you endured so much humiliation and torment all these years to save me. I shall never forget this great kindness. The Xuanlan Divine King smiled with appreciation and jested. Ha! Who would have thought you would remember to come and save your Uncle Xian? Chapter 111. One thought. The Divine Emperor is born. It is astounding that just a few hundred years have passed, and you have already reached the realm of the Divine King, surpassing your Uncle Xian so swiftly. Sensing the Divine King pressure radiating from Luo Qingshan, the Xuanlan Divine King could not help but exclaim in admiration. Hearing this, Luo Qingshan fluttered her long eyelashes and glanced at Lu Chen beside her. It is not that I possess such talent. All of this is entirely due to my husband. Immediately, she, with a bashful demeanor, began to introduce Lu Chun to the Xuanlan. The Xuanlan also turned his gaze towards Lu Chun, a wave of complexity surging within him. He promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "The name of T. New York NZNSHN is as thunderous as it is renowned. I sincerely thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely assistance." As he spoke, he intended to bow in reverence, but was swiftly halted by Lu Chen's intervention. Since Xuanlan is a senior to my wife, I cannot accept such a title as elder. It was merely a small effort on my part. There is no need to mention it. In the past, it was thanks to Xuanlan's aid that my wife was able to escape, and it is I who should be grateful. As the words left his mouth, Lu Chen accessed and modified the Xuanlan's cultivation panel. Ding! Modification successful. Xuanlan modifiable. Identity. One of the SHNWNGS of the SHFNCNGLNG. Uncle to Lu Qingxian, modifiable. Cultivation. SHNDTNSHWSHing, modifiable. In an instant, a boundless surge of immense energy flooded into the body of Xuanlan. The laws of heaven and earth within millions of light years erupted simultaneously, and countless stars suddenly burst forth with brilliant radiance. Could it be that I have broken through to SHND? Xuanlan continuously examined himself, feeling waves of power capable of annihilating the heavens and earth flowing through his fingertips, as if a mere gesture could pierce an entire galaxy. Is this truly the work of the esteemed deity? After a long while, Xuanlan finally emerged from his dreamlike shock, gazing at Lu Chen with profound astonishment and tentatively inquiring in a soft voice. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a gentle expression. You aided my wife in her time of peril. Consider this a modest return on investment. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qiangxi felt a warmth in her heart, instinctively linking her arm with Lu Chen's, her eyes crescent-shaped as she gazed deeply at him. The ability to create a SHND with a mere thought. What kind of celestial and earth-shattering technique is this? A SHND stands at the pinnacle of the realm of deities, yet before Lu Chen, even a dying beggar by the roadside could be transformed into a SHND with just a thought. SHND's heart stirred with tumultuous waves, unable to calm down, and he found himself at a loss for words. His expression was a tapestry of bewilderment, shock, which then morphed into elation. After enduring humiliation for centuries, his niece had suddenly returned as a SHND. He could not help but inwardly lament what an extraordinary husband Lu Qiangxi had found. Meanwhile, the CNGL firmly restrained, was left speechless as he witnessed this turn of events. As a SHND himself, the ability of Lu Chen to elevate Xuanlan's cultivation to that of a SHND in an instant completely shattered his understanding. Furthermore, the aura of the newly ascended Xuanlan now surpassed his own, reaching the pinnacle of TNSHWing, without a hint of instability. At this juncture, an overwhelming sense of regret and fear twisted within the CNGL. Dear daughter, I truly recognize my wrongdoings. I should not have resorted to such inhumane actions, sacrificing your mother and sister. But no matter what, I am still your biological father. I implore you to intercede on my behalf. From this day forth, I shall compensate for all the debts I owe you. Facing a dead end, the overwhelming power of T New York NZNSH left him feeling utterly powerless and suffocated. He hastily sent a secret message to Lu Qiangxi, attempting to play the emotional card. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiangxi's previously warm smile instantly turned cold, and she coldly rejected him. Old scoundrel! How dare you even mention being my biological father? Did you consider today when you sacrificed my mother and sister? Now, when driven to despair, you suddenly remember our father-daughter bond. The CNGLNSHND's transmission could not escape Lu Chen's keen perception. He stepped forward, his tone icy as he spoke. You do not genuinely regret your actions. Rather, you are merely aware of your impending demise. Without further ado, Lu Chen raised his hand and struck down upon the CNGLNSHND's crown. No, please, do not kill me. In the CNGLNSHND's terrified gaze, his physical form was instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood, his divine essence scattering into the void. However, Lu Chen had previously declared that he would not let him perish so easily. Subsequently, an endless expanse of chaos, darkness, ashes, and life converged into a pitch-black coffin in Lu Chen's grasp. Enter. The CNGLNSHND's divine essence was entirely absorbed into the black coffin. The moment he entered, the overwhelming power of the laws of life began to reconstruct his physical form. Yet, before he could react, an excruciating pain surged through every part of his body. The air was filled with his wretched cries emanating from the black coffin. Within, the coffin was infested with countless venomous creatures formed of law energy, including centipedes, scorpions, snakes, and rodents. These creatures relentlessly gnawed at the flesh of the CNGLNSHND, sending waves of piercing agony throughout his being. Confined within this narrow space, Lu Chen had sealed his cultivation, yet the laws of life continuously healed his wounds. Humph, old scoundrel. How does it feel to have your heart devoured by a myriad of insects? Fear not. Within this black coffin, you shall never die. Lu Chen's gaze remained frigid as he regarded the coffin before him. This black coffin was crafted by his own hands. Even the current number one in the realm, HOTNZN, would not be able to break it open. Moreover, every decade, the tortures would rotate, including the torment of the years. My dear, how do you find my vengeance on your behalf? Are you satisfied? After completing these actions, Lu Chen gazed affectionately at Lu Qiangxi. Lu Qiangxi said nothing but quietly nodded and fell into Lu Chen's embrace. As for the vast star domain governed by the SHFNCNGLNG, I shall conveniently annihilate it as well. With that, Lu Chen raised his hand, preparing to obliterate all the countless realms and planets under the dominion of the SHFNCNGLNG. At this moment, the SUNLNSHND interjected, Now that all the deities of the xianxiaaudiobooks have been vanquished, the remaining countless mortals are innocent. I implore the esteemed deity to exercise mercy. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's actions paused midair as he turned to seek Lu Qingxian's opinion. Husband, Su En Shu said correctly, these mortals are innocent. Please do not involve them. Lu Qingxian spoke gently. Seeing her stance, Lu Chen naturally abandoned his intention to strike, thus halting his movements. In the aftermath, under the guidance of Lu Chen and Lu Qingxian, Su En Lnsh and D would henceforth govern the shfngcnglng. In the heavenly court, HOTNSHND and PNUNGSHN exchanged glances, their expressions revealing the gravity of the situation. Both had witnessed Lu Chen forcibly elevate Su En Lnsh and D's cultivation to that of a SH&D. The extraordinary means he exhibited once again astounded them, more profoundly than before. T New York NZNSH and has undoubtedly reached a transcendent realm above that of a SH&D. Such terror, PNUNGSH and murmured. HOTNSH and D, while tidying up the scattered pieces on the ground, rapidly retracted his divine sense. The heavenly realm of the deities is likely to undergo a complete transformation. Lu Qingxian, having avenged her grievances, found herself standing alone before the two tombstones. Mother, sister, Qingxian has finally avenged you. Gazing at the two tombstones, the blood sacrifice souls had transformed into the essence of time. And recalling the torment they endured in life, tears of sorrow streamed down her cheeks. This poignant scene did not escape Lu Chen's observant eyes. My dear, Lu Chen approached, gently resting his hand upon Lu Qingxian's shoulder. In truth, I could still bring them back. Upon the utterance of those words, Luo Qingxian, who had been weeping, trembled with sudden intensity and quickly turned to gaze at Lu Chen, her voice filled with fervent inquiry. Is what you say truly the case, my husband? Lu Chen responded with a gentle smile, nodding in affirmation. But mother and sister have already passed for several centuries, and their lives were sacrificed in a blood ritual, transformed into the corpse of time. Even with the power of reincarnation, it would be arduous to reverse life and death. They must have already been reincarnated. A look of struggle crossed Luo Qingxian's face as her crimson lips parted to express her bewilderment. In response, Lu Chen merely smiled softly, offering no explanation. Do not worry, my dear. What is the creator deity? It is the primordial divine being that existed before creation, the supreme entity responsible for establishing the laws of the universe. The laws of the world are but manifestations of Lu Chen's divine essence. As his words fell, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and with a mere thought, the profound and esoteric power of the creator erupted forth. This was the first time Lu Chen had wielded such a magnitude of creator's power. In the next moment, with the collapse of the laws of reincarnation, time, life, and death, the surrounding space-time began to twist dramatically. Before Luo Qingxian's astonished eyes, two withered and grotesque corpses of time appeared, as strands of creator's power surged into them. Within moments, the desiccated surfaces of the two corpses fell away, replaced by smooth, delicate skin, radiating with vibrant life. Luo Qingzhu, the second princess of the Canglan realm and sister to Luo Qingxian, and Xuanlan, the wife of the Canglan divine emperor and mother to Luo Qingxian, slowly opened their tightly shut eyes. Mother, sister. Seeing this, Luo Qingxian rushed towards them with overwhelming excitement, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Qingxian, sister? Luo Qingzhu and Xuanlan exchanged confused glances, looking down at the sobbing Luo Qingxian cradled in their arms, utterly bewildered. It is truly wonderful that you have returned, mother. Sister, I have missed you both so dearly. As Luo Qingxian spoke with fervor, she tightened her embrace, fearing that this wondrous moment was but a fleeting dream that might dissipate into nothingness. Wait a moment, sister. Hiss. We're not mother and I. Luo Qingzhu rubbed her head vigorously, memories from centuries past flashing through her mind. Beside her, Xuanlan felt a sharp pain in her consciousness, recalling their gruesome blood sacrifice at the hands of the Canglan divine emperor. Both women had been forcibly retrieved from the river of time by Lu Chen's creator power. Due to the span of hundreds of years, they experienced a slight backlash from the forces of time and reincarnation. Furthermore, when Lu Chen resurrected them, he discreetly erased the memories of their torment by the corpse of time, for the suffering had been too horrific. Without this intervention, their revival could have led to madness and despair. Thus, the two were left with only a trace of residual effects. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxian endeavored to calm her elated heart and pointed towards Lu Chen, eagerly explaining to her mother and sister. Mother, sister, it has been hundreds of years. My husband used his extraordinary powers to bring you back. Moreover, he avenged us by punishing that vile wretch. However, as Luo Qingzhu and Xia Qinlan regained their composure. Unlike the joyful reunion Luo Qingxian had anticipated, they both screamed in unison. Ah! Luo Qingzhu and Xia Qinlan's faces flushed crimson as they hurriedly covered themselves, feeling utterly flustered. At that moment, Luo Qingxian suddenly realized that her mother and sister were devoid of clothing, their flawless skin resembling exquisite jade, drawing the eye irresistibly. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, prompting Lu Chun to cough awkwardly to dispel the tension. Ahem, this is merely a side effect of the secret technique. I saw nothing. To think that his first encounter with his mother-in-law and sister-in-law would lead to such a blunder. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Luo Qingxian seemed to sense this and quickly retrieved several celestial garments from her storage ring. Luo Qingzhu and Xia Qinlan hurriedly donned the dresses, wrapping their enchanting figures in fabric. My husband, did you do this intentionally? During the brief interlude as the two women dressed, Luo Qingxian's keen gaze turned to Lu Chun, subtly communicating. However, her tone held no trace of reproach. In response to her inquiry, Lu Chun feigned a righteous demeanor. How could that be? What do you take me for, my dear? This was undoubtedly an accident. Besides, from my perspective, there is hardly any difference whether one wears clothing or not. With Lu Chen's creator prowess, he could easily see through garments and trace their essence. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxian's cheeks flushed with a deep hue, instinctively covering herself. Casting a shy glance at Lu Chun, my husband, you. Meeting Lu Chen's unabashed gaze, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Having been together for ages, they were no strangers to each other. Lu Chen chuckled mischievously, his eyes gleaming with mischief. In the midst of their playful banter, Luo Qingzhu and Xia Qinlan managed to finish dressing. After listening to Luo Qingxian's account, the mother and daughter grasped the entirety of the situation. Xia Qinlan, with a complex expression, her thoughts in disarray, stepped gracefully towards Lu Chun. Such immense kindness shall not be forgotten. We mother and daughter vow to repay this debt in kind. Upon learning that it was Lu Chun who had brought Luo Qingxian back and personally avenged them, Xia Qinlan was overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing slightly to him. Faced with the charming figure of his mother-in-law, Lu Chen could not accept such a gesture and quickly moved to assist her. There is no need for such formalities, since I have wed Qingxian. How could I stand idly by regarding her grievances? Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhu, having shaken off her initial shock, began to observe Lu Chen's handsome features with newfound clarity. Her heart fluttering with thoughts. This brother-in-law is truly remarkable, achieving the status of a divine emperor at such a young age and effortlessly avenging my sister. Such extraordinary talent is unmatched throughout history. In a fleeting moment, the budding feelings of a young girl blossomed within her. However, she quickly chastised herself for such thoughts, her cheeks burning as she shook her head vigorously. Puffed, Luo Qingzhu, what are you thinking? Noticing her sister's unusual demeanor, Luo Qingxian cast a helpless glance at Lu Chun. It was only natural. Lu Chun, appearing youthful yet powerful, stood above the divine emperors like mere ants. The celestial prodigies of the past seemed laughable in his presence. Such a distinguished man would undoubtedly captivate any young woman. Setting aside her embarrassing thoughts, Luo Qingzhu eagerly approached Lu Chun, her doe-like eyes sparkling as she extended her smooth, fair hands. Greetings, dear brother-in-law. I am Luo Qingzhu. Your immense kindness, brother-in-law, shall forever remain etched in my heart, and I shall repay it in due course. The young girl, in stark contrast to her sister's cool demeanor, is vivacious and spirited, her voice resounding like a melodious chime, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. It is but a trivial matter. You need not concern yourself, dear sister. As Luo Qingzhu's lively presence captivated him, Lu Chen unabashedly extended his hand to clasp her delicate, fair fingers. Observing this interaction, Luo Qingxian exhibited a peculiar expression, particularly upon hearing her sister's words of gratitude. The recently resurrected Xia Qinlan, guided by Luo Qingxian, revisited the Supreme Sea Palace. Following Lu Chen's prior devastation, the once thriving palace now stood desolate and empty, bereft of the countless deities that once inhabited the Confronting the Canglan realm. It was her first encounter with such a vast and desolate Supreme Sea Palace. Xia Qinlan glanced around, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within her heart. After this calamity, it seemed the Confronting the Canglan realm was destined for decline. Luo Qingxian spoke softly. Mother, the Confronting the Canglan realm is now under the command of Uncle Xian. And with the assistance of my husband, Uncle Xian has ascended to the level of God Emperor. With Uncle Xian in place and my husband's formidable reputation backing him, it is unlikely that any deity dares to provoke us. Upon learning of Lu Chen's ability to elevate others to the rank of God Emperor, Luo Qingzhu blinked her large, expressive eyes in admiration. What? Brother-in-law is truly so remarkable? Brother-in-law, could you possibly elevate my cultivation as well? As she spoke, The girl reached out her delicate hands to grasp Lu Chen's arm, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Xuanlan frowned and admonished, "Qingzhu, do not be disrespectful." However, Lu Chen merely chuckled lightly. There is no harm in it. With a mere utterance. The modifications were made. Luo Qingzhu's cultivation was adjusted to God Emperor Tian Shi Wu Zhong, while Luo Qingxian's was altered to God Emperor Qian Kuan Wu Liang. In an instant, boundless celestial energy surged within the two women, while stars across millions of light years erupted in radiant splendor. Such formidable power. Has Qingzhu truly broken through to God Emperor? Wow, brother-in-law is simply amazing. Luo Qingzhu could hardly believe her own senses, and in her excitement, she embraced Lu Chen's muscular arm, affectionately leaning against him. Lu Chen felt a wave of softness and delicacy, realizing he had gained yet another little admirer. Clearing his throat, Luo Qingxian coughed a few times to draw attention to the scene. Realizing her actions, Luo Qingzhu's face flushed crimson, akin to a flower blooming on rice paper. Exquisite and captivating, and she immediately released her hold. Meanwhile, Xuanlan, as a mother, observed her daughter's reaction, a smile creeping upon her lips, revealing a hint of maternal pride. As the atmosphere once again turned peculiar, Luo Qingxian shifted the conversation. "Mother, sister, had it not been for Uncle Xian's valiant protection, I might not have successfully escaped the Confronting the Canglan realm. Without him, I would not have encountered my husband." Xuanlan nodded, sighing, "Alas, given your father's nature, it is hard to believe the tortures Uncle Xian has endured for hundreds of years. I only regret not discovering your father's plot sooner, which led to this tragedy." Upon hearing this, both sisters bowed their heads in response. "Mother, you must not blame yourself." Recognizing the somber mood, Lu Chen tactfully excused himself, leaving the mother and daughters to their private reflections. After departing from the Supreme Sea Palace, he sought the enchanting Zutian. The following day, Lu Chen awoke from his gentle slumber, the air fragrant with delightful aromas. Yaoqin Zuanf, Linglong Xianzi, and Huafeng Xianzi appeared weary, their faces betraying their fatigue. Luo Qingxian, upon witnessing this scene, felt a mix of irritation and resentment, yet feared being drawn into it, so she chose to sulk alone. By midday, Lu Chen reluctantly departed from the warmth of his haven. "Finally, you have decided to rise, dear husband?" Unexpectedly, as Lu Chen stepped away from Zutian, a delicate hand grasped his waist. Turning to face her, he found Luo Qingxian looking at him with a wounded expression. My dear, were you not just reunited with your kin?" "I did not wish to intrude." Lu Chen attempted to justify himself, scratching his head. "Humph." In a fit of annoyance, Luo Qingxian turned her head away, her cheeks puffed adorably. "You heartless rogue, husband, do not think I am oblivious to your true intentions. I saw how your eyes sparkled with mischief when you gazed at Qingzhu. Since returning to the Confronting the Canglan realm and avenging her grievances, Luo Qingxian had shed her previous coldness, now displaying an unusual playfulness towards Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen vehemently denied the accusation. "My dear, you greatly misjudge me. While I may enjoy the company of sisters, I am not the kind to be entranced by beauty without restraint." Luo Qingxian, casting a sidelong glance, retorted, "Is that so?" In response, Lu Chen's lips twitched, and he swiftly changed the subject, his gaze drifting to the distant starry sky. "My dear, for the time being, you should remain in the Confronting the Canglan realm. I have some matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxian set aside her earlier discontent, teasingly inquiring, "Oh, which unfortunate soul is destined for misfortune now?" In recent days, Luo Qingxian had gained a more profound understanding of Lu Chen and discovered that his true cultivation level was that of a creator god. In the realm of deities, no one could pose a threat to Lu Chen. Thus, when he announced his departure, Luo Qingxian felt no concern, instead wondering which short-sighted power would find itself in dire straits. I owe this all to you, my dear. Had I not witnessed the reunion of you and your mother, I might have missed something truly significant." Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on the direction of the Fu, the foremost power in the eastern divine region. Meanwhile, in the distant starry river, the Fu stood as the preeminent force of the eastern divine region, possessing 7 vast star rivers and countless deities, including 3 god emperors and 50 god kings, with innumerable true gods under its command. At this moment, a man and a woman were nestled together beneath a pavilion. "Ziheng, I have just received news that the battle of the 3,000 Daos has concluded." The woman, resplendent and dignified, bore an expression of serene contentment. The man, robust and handsome, possessed sharp features. Upon hearing her words, Lu Ziheng's expression transformed with excitement, and he promptly inquired, "What happened next? Has there been any news from Fu regarding China?" As the two were in a state of confinement, they had difficulty receiving outside information, thus learning of the events only after several days. Responding to Lu Ziheng's question, Yun Ro shook her head. There has been no word about Chen. I specifically inquired with Father God, but he deliberately concealed it and mentioned nothing. Lu Zihang's face darkened with worry as he speculated. Could it be that something has truly happened to Chen? I heard that even the Canglan God Emperor was moved to intervene in the battle at the 3,000 Daos. How could a mere lower realm withstand the pressure of a God Emperor? Alas, Raoer, it is my inadequacy that has left me powerless to protect you. With these words, Lu Zihang's face was etched with anguish and regret. Yun Raoer, filled with compassion, embraced Lu Zihang and gently reassured him. Why do you speak thus, my husband? Indeed, the two were the parents of Lu Chen. Decades ago, Yun Raoer, as the daughter of the Juyo Shundi of the Qijie was a goddess renowned throughout the cosmos. With suitors aplenty, blessed with extraordinary talent and beauty, and bearing the title of the Shundi's daughter, she had long been betrothed to the war god Bianzhuang. However, fate took a cruel turn when the evil god unleashed chaos, invading the star river that housed the Qijie, igniting a cataclysmic battle across the eastern divine domain. Amidst the divine conflict, Yun Raoer was gravely injured by the evil god and collapsed in the Sanqian Daozhou. It was then that Lu Zihang, fortuitously passing by, came to her rescue. Yet upon awakening, Yun Raoer found herself bereft of all memories, including her heritage as the Shundi's daughter and her engagement to Bianzhuang. Thus, as they spent time together, the two formed a deep bond and privately vowed to each other for life, soon celebrating their union in the Lu family. Years later, Yun Raoer gave birth to a son, naming him Lu Chen. However, as soon as Lu Chen was born, the people of the Qijie came searching, utilizing divine arts. They restored Yun Raoer's memories. Upon learning of her lineage, panic seized her heart, and the Juyo Shundi was equally distressed. After all, Yun Raoer had been betrothed to Bianzhuang, and now, with her memories lost, she had married Lu Zihang. Should this news reach the heavenly court, Bianzhuang would surely unleash his wrath upon the Sanqian Daozhou. Bianzhuang was a formidable figure, on par with the ancient deity Pan Yuan. The Juyo Shundi feared that this revelation would invite retribution from the heavenly court, prompting the decision to take Yun Raoer and Lu Zihang away. The two were subsequently placed under the soft imprisonment of the Juyo Shundi within the Qijie. Meanwhile, the Juyo Shundi falsely declared to the heavenly court that Yun Raoer had perished during the divine conflict decades ago. Consequently, Bianzhuang let the matter slide. If Chen were still alive, he would likely believe us dead, Lu Zihang said with a bitter smile, his heart heavy with guilt. Had he possessed the strength to confront Bianzhuang and the heavenly court, their reunion would have long been realized. To prevent any leaks regarding this matter, the Juyo Shundi had eliminated all who were privy to it within both the Qijie and the Lu family. To shield Lu Chen and the rest of the Lu clan from repercussions, Lu Zihang and Yun Raoer were left with no choice but to feign their deaths and retreat into obscurity for their safety. My husband, do not speak thus. All of this is merely the caprice of fate, Yun Raoer tenderly reassured him once more. Chapter 115, Yun Xiao, Blood Exchange, a Visit. Just as the two nestled together, an unusual disturbance rippled through the barrier outside the pavilion. A middle-aged man stepped through the barrier, one of the Juyo Shundi's personal guards, the Tianyan God King. Among the few who knew that Yun Raoer was still alive, this subordinate greets your highness, the goddess. Upon seeing the two, Yun Raoer hastily separated from Lu Zihang and urgently inquired about the situation in the Sanqian Daozhou. Has the Tianyan God King brought any news? The Tianyan God King shook his head, responding, no, it is Prince Yun Xiao who is in trouble. Hearing this, Yun Raoer's face paled, and she pressed on. What has happened to Xiao? The Yun Xiao mentioned by the Tianyan God King was their second son and Lu Chen's younger brother. However, the Juyo Shundi had never truly accepted Lu Zihang as a son-in-law, hence the child bore the surname Yun. Yun Xiao had been raised alongside the Juyo Shundi, referred to as a disciple, and was nurtured with care, for he too carried the bloodline of the Shundi. As for Lu Chen, who was in the Sanqian Daozhou, the Juyo Shundi had indeed shown concern, but feared that bringing him back would arouse suspicion from the heavenly court. In response to Yun Raoer's inquiries, the Tianyan God King explained, Prince Yun Xiao recently ventured alone into the Zue Mo Valley for training and returned afflicted by demonic poison. This poison can only be cured through a blood exchange with a close relative. His Majesty has specifically summoned Lu Zihang to assist in the antidote. Upon hearing this, Yun Raoer immediately grasped the underlying implication and stood up, declaring, I am also Xiao's close relative. I shall go. However, she was halted by the Tianyan God King. His Majesty has specified that it must be Lu Zihang who goes. Please do not take offense, Your Highness. Understanding the Juyo Shundi's character, Yun Raoer realized the deeper meaning behind his words. As a powerful Shundi, resolving a mere demonic poison should be a trivial matter. The insistence on Lu Zihang to undertake this task was, in essence, a means to eliminate him as a potential threat. With Lu Zihang's limited cultivation, he would undoubtedly perish during the blood exchange. The Jiao Shindi was ever cautious, ensuring that nothing escaped his notice. He understood that Lu Zihang's existence was a thorn in his side. Any slip could alert the heavenly court, leading to unprecedented repercussions for the Qi Jiexingfu. Yun Raoer attempted to argue, but Lu Zihang raised a hand to stop her. My dear, this is unavoidable. If I must die to save Xiao, then I shall do so without regret. Lu Zihang understood that this day would inevitably come, and he chose to face it with a sense of resignation. With that, he departed with the Tianyan God King. Zihang. Watching Lu Zihang walk towards his demise, Yun Raoer felt a deep ache in her heart. Yet the barriers prevented her from resisting. The scene shifted to the Jiao Divine Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, a middle-aged man with a stern visage and an imposing presence sat elevated upon the throne, while below lay a young man, pale and covered in toxic patterns. Your Majesty, the Emperor, Lu Zihang, has arrived, reported the Tianyan God King with utmost respect. Let him enter, came a cold and authoritative voice from within. Moments later, Lu Zihang, filled with trepidation, stepped into the hall. I am Lu Zihang, here to pay my respects to the esteemed Jiao Shindi. As he raised his gaze towards the Jiao Shindi, the oppressive aura emanating from him nearly rendered Lu Zihang breathless. Steeling himself against the overwhelming pressure, he bowed respectfully. Your demeanor is commendable, but your strength is woefully lacking. Since Lu Zihang had entered the hall, the Jiao Shindi had not cast a single glance in his direction and bluntly stated, Prince Xiao is afflicted by demonic poison. I presume the Tianyan God King has informed you of this. There is no need for me to elaborate further on what to do next. Hearing this, Lu Zihang slowly approached Yun Xiao. Xiao. He reached out to caress Yun Xiao's face. Since the moment Yun Xiao was born, the father and son had never laid eyes upon one another, and even Yun Xiao was unaware of his father's existence. The Jiao Shindi had always deceived Yun Xiao, claiming he was adopted, thus keeping him in ignorance. Now, finally seeing his biological son, Lu Zihang was overwhelmed with bittersweet emotions. You must understand, had it not been for Raoer being gravely wounded by the evil god and losing her memories, she would never have looked upon you with favor. As a mere mortal from the lower realms, some things are destined to remain beyond your reach. Now, the only option laid before you is to sacrifice your life to save your son. The chilling words of Jiao Yaoshun echoed in Lu Zihang's ears, prompting a profound lamentation over the injustices of fate. Yet, for the sake of rescuing Yun Xiao, Lu Zihang resolutely commenced the execution of the blood exchange secret technique. Above him, Jiao Yaoshun remained impassive, his gaze as unyielding as a frigid abyss. However, just as the technique reached its midpoint, an unexpected disturbance arose. Suddenly, the flustered voice of Tianlang Shunwang resonated from outside the hall, reporting to Your Majesty. Pan Yuan Gushan and Zhanshin Bianzhuang have come to pay their respects. What? The composed demeanor of Jiao Yaoshun abruptly shifted, and he sprang to his feet. The mention of Zhanshin Bianzhuang heightened his alarm. Quick, hide me. In a flurry, Jiao Yaoshun interrupted the blood exchange secret technique, casting Lu Zihang aside with a wave of his hand, while simultaneously erecting a barrier to sever any divine senses. Just as he completed these actions, a resonant voice filled with the weight of time reverberated. Brother Jiao Yao, it has been many years. I trust you are well? As the words fell, the surrounding laws quivered, and two figures sliced through space, entering the grand hall like fleeting shadows. It appears my old friend Gushin and Zhanshin Bianzhuang have come to visit. I apologize for my lack of proper greeting. Faced with this, Jiao Yaoshun had no choice but to feign warmth in his welcome. Oh, who is this? It seems he is afflicted by demonic poison and is in dire straits. Pan Yuan Gushin immediately noticed Yun Xiao, lying in the hall, and curiously inquired, Brother Jiao Yao, is this your junior relative? Yet, I seem to have never heard of him. Upon hearing this, Jiao Yaoshun felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly pulled Yun Xiao behind him before Zhanshin Bianzhuang could probe with his divine sense, explaining, This is a newly accepted disciple of mine. Recently, in his reckless ambition, he ventured alone into the abyss of demons, resulting in this affliction. After grasping the situation, Pan Yuan Gushin promptly suggested, I see. How fortuitous. Zhanshin is most adept at detoxification. Why not allow him to assist in treatment? At this proposal, the anxious Jiao Yaoshun began to sweat profusely. Cough, cough. It is merely demonic poison. There is no need for the god of war to intervene personally. In response to Pan Yuan Gushin's perilous suggestion, Jiao Yaoshun repeatedly waved his hands in rejection, fearing that Zhanshin Bianzhuang might uncover the truth. It is merely demonic poison. With your esteemed abilities, Brother Jiao Yao, there is no need for Bianzhuang to embarrass himself. Bianzhuang smiled softly at this. Pan Yuan Gushen stroked his beard and remarked, "Indeed, I was rather presumptuous." To divert their gaze from Yun Shao, Zhou Yaoshen Di hastily changed the subject, feigning seriousness as he inquired, "Might I ask what brings the two celestial beings from the heavenly court to visit? Surely it cannot be solely to pay respects to this humble brother?" Unexpectedly, as Pan Yuan Gushen began to respond, he inadvertently dug a deeper pit for Zhou Yaoshen Di. "Given our many years of friendship, how could it be that we do not pay a special visit? Furthermore, Bian Zhuang, I recall that you nearly became a son-in-law to him. Alas, it is unfortunate that the vile god of evil's incursion interrupted this fine tale." The marriage between Zhan Shun Bian Zhuang and the divine maiden of the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion had once been a celebrated tale throughout the realm of deities. However, it became a source of sorrow when the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion publicly proclaimed that Yun Ro had tragically fallen to the god of evil during the invasion. Bian Zhuang, upon hearing this, remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed a multitude of emotions, including a flicker of intense hatred for the god of evil. He. Zhou Yaoshen Di was rendered speechless, inwardly cursing Pan Yuan Gushen for his insensitivity. It seemed that whatever he said, Pan Yuan Gushen could definitely incite further conflagration. For a moment, he even began to suspect whether Pan Yuan Gushen held some deeper knowledge. "Brother Pan Yuan, please refrain from jesting. Let us discuss matters of greater import," Zhou Yaoshen Di asserted earnestly. Observing this, Pan Yuan Gushen suppressed his playful demeanor, his smile replaced by a weighty countenance. "I trust you have heard of the recent conflict in the 3,000 Dao provinces?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaoshen Di felt a surge of apprehension. It seemed every inquiry circled back to that very matter. With a sense of resignation, he tentatively asked, feigning ignorance, "Is it possible that Brother Pan Yuan has come regarding this situation? I have indeed heard whispers of the god of evil's incursion into the 3,000 Dao provinces and the resurgence of the bloodline of sin. I have also heard that even Xuanlan Shendi has gone there." However, he was unaware of the unfolding events. Pan Yuan Gushen patiently elucidated, "It is no jest, dear brother Zhou Yao. I too was dispatched by the celestial sovereign. Alas, I encountered an exceedingly formidable entity in the 3,000 Dao provinces. And knowing I could not prevail, I chose to acquiesce, returning with the gods of the heavenly court. Subsequently, this being not only disrupted the unfixed divine sea, but also ascended to the 10 directions of Xuanlan realm. Xuanlan Shen Di could not withstand even a single encounter, and countless deities of the 10 directions of Xuanlan realm perished. As for the earlier revelations, Zhou Yaoshen Di was indeed aware, but the annihilation of the 10 directions of Xuanlan realm and the chaos in the unfixed divine sea were beyond his comprehension. But what of the Tianyan Zun? How could their power be so formidable? Could it be that they have achieved the state of eternal chaos, akin to the celestial sovereign? With the knowledge of the calamities befalling the unfixed divine sea and the 10 directions of Xuanlan realm, Zhou Yaoshen Di felt a mixture of shock and dread. Was it now his turn to face peril at the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion? When Zhou Yaoshen Di posed this inquiry, Pan Yuan Gushen refrained from giving a direct response. "I trust Brother Zhou Yao has grasped the gravity of the situation. My visit alongside Bian Zhuang is to caution the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion against provoking this being. The unfixed divine sea and the 10 directions of Xuanlan realm serve as prime examples." Zhou Yaoshen Di's expression darkened, and he countered, "What is the celestial sovereign's stance on this matter? After all, the 10 directions of Xuanlan realm and the unfixed divine sea belong to the powers of the realm of deities. The celestial sovereign, as a revered figure across realms, cannot turn a blind eye. The celestial sovereign harbors great trepidation towards this individual, and the entire heavenly court is currently in a state of upheaval." Pan Yuan Gushen replied, shaking his head, "There are even more astonishing matters that he and the celestial sovereign have yet to disclose to the public, such as the tale of Lu Chen creating the god emperor. If this were to leak, it would threaten to upend the delicate balance the heavenly court has strived to maintain within the realm of deities." Zhou Yaoshen Di swallowed hard, realizing that even the most esteemed being, the celestial sovereign, held such fear towards Tianyan Zun, which was truly beyond his expectations. "I sincerely appreciate Brother Pan Yuan's warning," Zhou Yaoshen Di expressed earnestly. At this juncture, Zhan Shun Bian Zhuang interjected, "Our visit not only concerns Tianyan Zun, but also the god of evil." Just then, Zhan Shun Bian Zhuang's keen senses detected a unique aura emanating from Yun Shao, who was situated behind Zhou Yaoshen Di. Alarmed, Zhou Yaoshen Di realized he had inadvertently exposed Yun Shao due to his earlier shock regarding Tianyan Zun. At that moment, Zhan Shun Bian Zhuang's gaze was fixed intently upon Yun Shao. Bian Zhuang, does this individual possess any peculiarities?" Pan Yuan Gushen, noticing Bian Zhuang's unusual demeanor, hastily inquired. In response to his query, Bian Zhuang turned to Zhou Yaoshen Di, gravely asking, "Just now, I heard you mention that this person is your newly accepted disciple. Yet, why do I sense a distinct aura emanating from him?" The abrupt arrival of the two had forced the blood exchange secret technique being executed by Lu Ziheng and Yun Xiao to be interrupted, resulting in a momentary lapse. Lu Ziheng was constantly in the company of Yun Ro, naturally imbued with her potent aura. The secret blood exchange technique was interrupted midway, resulting in Yun Xiao also acquiring the fragrance of Yun Ro. Though decades had passed, Bian Zhuang still vividly remembered Yun Ro's essence, and he would never mistake it. Alas, he was indeed discovered. A bitter smile graced the lips of the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor as a heaviness settled in his heart. "I implore you, Senior Jiao Yao, grant me a clear explanation. Is Roer still alive?" The war god Bian Zhuang fixated intently on the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor, emanating an unparalleled formidable aura. Faced with this unexpected scene, the Pan-Yuan ancient god beside him appeared visibly startled. As the foremost war god of the heavenly court and one of the 12 heavens, Bian Zhuang had reached a terrifying level of cultivation. The divine pressure surged forth like a torrent, instantly enveloping the entire Seven Realms sacred mansion. Bian Zhuang's gaze remained fixed upon the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor as he pressed for answers once more. "I beseech you, Senior Jiao Yao, elucidate this matter. What is the relationship between this person and Roer?" With the situation laid bare, the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor, feeling a sense of bitterness, slowly replied, "As you have surmised, Roer is indeed alive." Upon hearing this, the war god Bian Zhuang felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes brimming with fury as his voice resonated through the air. Why was the falsehood of her demise fabricated? For decades, Bian Zhuang had regarded this matter as a thorn in his heart. Yet, upon learning the truth, his anger erupted. The Pan-Yuan ancient god, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily interjected, "Bian Zhuang, calm yourself. There must be extenuating circumstances." He turned to the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor, urging him to explain. The war god Bian Zhuang strove to suppress his inner turmoil. The Jiao Yao Divine Emperor, appearing deeply embarrassed, hesitated before recounting everything that had transpired in the 3,000 Dao states. What? Upon learning that Yun Ro had married a mortal from the lower realms, a descendant of the Sin God, Bian Zhuang was utterly despondent and spat out a mouthful of blood. He is actually the son of Yun Ro? His gaze filled with resentment as he turned to Yun Xiao, who stood behind the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor. Alas, the Pan-Yuan ancient god sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He had intended to offer counsel on the matter, but, upon hearing the backstory, could only lament the cruel whims of fate. War god Bian Zhuang, please, calm yourself. When Yun Ro was ensnared by the evil god, she lost her memory, leading to the subsequent tragedy. The announcement of her death was made to protect your reputation. The Jiao Yao Divine Emperor spoke with a face full of shame. How utterly ridiculous. Bian Zhuang could no longer contain his emotions and summoned a divine spear, pointing it at the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor. "You have the audacity to act this way in the Seven Realms sacred mansion." Completely losing control, Bian Zhuang lunged forward, unleashing his terrifying divine pressure, which instantly uprooted the divine palace. With no other choice, the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor was compelled to retaliate, countering each move. The clash of the divine emperors was terrifying. Even the residual force wreaked havoc, turning the once resplendent Seven Realms sacred mansion into chaos. Wherever the two passed, the space collapsed, transforming into a desolate wasteland, claiming countless lives in the process. What shall we do? The Pan-Yuan ancient god wore a bitter expression, caught in a dilemma. The commotion from their battle eventually attracted two other divine emperors of the Seven Realms sacred mansion, the Honglian Divine Emperor and the Wushi Divine Emperor. War god Bian Zhuang, why have they suddenly engaged in combat? The Honglian Divine Emperor queried the Pan-Yuan ancient god, confusion evident on her face. The Pan-Yuan ancient god clicked his tongue and recounted the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor's words. Both the Honglian Divine Emperor and the Wushi Divine Emperor were equally unaware of these events. Upon learning the circumstances, both displayed expressions of astonishment. Ancient god, you must urgently inform the heavenly sovereign to intervene. Otherwise, this matter may end tragically. The Wushi Divine Emperor expressed concern and suggested to the Pan-Yuan ancient god. It seems we must summon the heavenly sovereign, the Pan-Yuan ancient god sighed. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Yun Ro sensed the tumultuous battle outside and immediately rose to investigate. However, the spatial barrier obstructed her. At that moment, the Xuanlan Divine King rushed in, urgency etched on his face. What is happening outside? And where is Ziheng? Seeing this, Yun Ro inquired anxiously, what has transpired? The Xuanlan Divine King responded with palpable unease, reporting to the Divine Lady. It is war god Bian Zhuang who has arrived. By sheer coincidence, he stumbled upon Lu Ziheng conducting a blood exchange for Yun Xiao. Subsequently, The Divine Emperor engaged in battle with Bian Zhuang. Yuan Ro's heart trembled at the news, and she urgently urged, "Quick, let me out." Faced with the situation, the Tianyan Divine King had no choice but to release her. Upon emerging, Yuan Ro rushed to the now ruined Jiu Yao Divine Palace, immediately locating the unconscious Yuan Shao nearby. The interrupted blood exchange had left Lu Ziheng afflicted by demonic poison, and both father and son were perilously close to demise. Shower. Yuan Ro hurried to Yuan Zhao's side, gently caressing his face with a tender affection. Since giving birth to Yuan Shao, mother and son had never met. Rower. The war god Bian Zhuang, locked in combat with the Jiu Yao Divine Emperor, now noticed Yuan Ro below. After decades, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. And seeing Yuan Ro once more left Bian Zhuang momentarily dazed. Yet, the Yuan Ro he beheld was no longer his fiancée, but the wife of another, igniting a fresh wave of fury within him. How could the esteemed war god of the heavenly court tolerate such humiliation? Bian Zhuang's gaze fell upon Lu Ziheng and Yuan Shao, unleashing an infinite killing intent. However, the Jiu Yao Divine Emperor, recognizing the danger, sought to restrain him. Hong Lian, Wu Shi, come quickly to aid Shower and Ziheng. Yuan Ro pleaded with the two Divine Emperors, her voice filled with desperation. The Hong Lian Divine Emperor and the Pan Yuan Ancient God exchanged glances, their expressions complex, revealing no intention to intervene. Their concerns were numerous, and they dared not embroil themselves in the enmity between the two sides. As Lu Ziheng and Yuan Shao teetered on the brink of annihilation, a familiar and affectionate voice suddenly resonated in Yuan Ro's ears. Mother? Hearing this familiar and comforting voice, Yuan Ro trembled, but soon a bitter smile crossed her lips. Am I imagining things? Is that truly Chen's voice? In the next moment, Lu Chen's figure appeared before Yuan Ro. Is it really you, Chen? Yuan Ro stood, trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gazed in disbelief at the person before her. The next second, unable to contain her emotions, she leaped into Lu Chen's embrace. Chenner, my Chenner. Yuan Ro held Lu Chen tightly, her tears quickly soaking his garments. Mother, we can reminisce later. First, let me rescue father and brother, Lu Chen gently replied, slowly releasing Yuan Ro and turning towards the collapsed forms of Lu Ziheng and Yuan Shao. Xiao Y, heir Lian Xingxia, modifiable. Yuan Shao, modifiable. Identity, younger brother, modifiable. Xiao Y, Ban Shin Pinnacle, modifiable. In the next moment, Lu Chen gently waved his hand, and a wisp of creation divine power floated into the bodies of Lu Ziheng and Yuan Shao. The demonic poison within them visibly receded at an astonishing rate. Realizing that their lives were no longer in jeopardy, Yuan Ro broke into a smile, finally putting her heart at ease. Before long, Lu Ziheng and Yuan Shao gradually regained consciousness. Ro, what is happening? Lu Ziheng looked up at Yuan Ro, bewildered. Beside him, Yuan Shao also groggily awoke, glancing at Yuan Ro and the others with a face full of confusion. Who are you? It was amusing that during their first family reunion, Lu Chen and his family did not even recognize one another. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Chen waved his hand again, causing the memories of everything to flood into their minds. Moments later, Lu Ziheng looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. You are Chen? Lu Chen smiled and nodded. At that moment, Yuan Shao gazed incredulously at the three, having believed himself to be an orphan all his life, raised by the Jiao Shindi, his master. Just as Lu Chen's family was reuniting, the distant Pan Yuan Gu Shun, Hong Lian Shindi, and Wu Shi Shun Di also took notice of Lu Chen's appearance. Who is this person? When did he suddenly appear? Hong Lian Shindi asked in astonishment. With his powerful divine sense, he could cover a distance of tens of millions of light years in an instant, yet he had never sensed Lu Chen's arrival before. Wu Shi Shindi was equally astonished, gasping as if he had discovered something extraordinary. I cannot see through this person's cultivation. Furthermore, I seem to hear him call Yuan Ro mother. Could it be that he is the eldest son who remained in the 3,000 Daos? Hearing their discussion, Pan Yuan Gushin casually glanced into the grand hall. However, that brief glance caused his legs to weaken, and he collapsed to the ground. Upon recognizing Lu Chen's figure, Pan Yuan Gushin nearly lost control of his bladder from fright. What's wrong, Senior Pan Yuan? Seeing Pan Yuan Gushin's rare display of panic, Hong Lian Shindi and Wu Shi Shindi both looked on in astonishment, inquiring. Pan Yuan Gushin confirmed, from what you both just said, this person is indeed the eldest son who remained in the 3,000 Daos. Are you certain there is no mistake? Wu Shi Shindi composed himself and nodded in response. What I heard with my own ears should not be wrong. But what puzzles me is this person's exceedingly strange cultivation. This statement struck Pan Yuan Gushin's heart like a bolt from the blue. Sharing the same surname, Lu, and hailing from the 3,000 Daos, the young man's age seemed to align perfectly. All these elements fit seamlessly with the Tian Yen Zun Shun. And now he appeared here. Gan Lin Yang. Could it truly be this coincidental? With that thought, Pan Yuan Gushan couldn't help but curse. This calamity was on the verge of wreaking havoc across the eastern divine domain. Immediately, the terrified Pan Yuan Gushan surged forward, unleashing a powerful aura that forcibly separated the two combatants above. Pan Yuan Gushan, stand aside. The bloodthirsty Bian Zhuang, the god of war, raised his weapon and prepared to continue the fight. Bian Zhuang, calm down. In a moment of urgency, Pan Yuan Gushan had no time to explain and swiftly acted, gripping the Pan Gu divine axe and unleashing a mighty strike to crush the stars, suppressing the god of war Bian Zhuang in place. Now that he had learned that Yun Ro's eldest son was Lu Chen, he could not allow Bian Zhuang to continue his rampage. If he inadvertently provoked him, it could lead to the destruction of the entire Seven Realms holy mansion, and even the heavenly court might suffer the same fate. At that time, the 10 Directions Canglan realm would serve as the best example for the heavenly court. Let go of me. Bian Zhuang, feeling betrayed, would not relent easily. His eyes crimson with rage as he roared. Observing this scene, Jiao Shindi stepped forward with a wry smile. Brother Pan Yuan, I appreciate your intentions. However, this matter is indeed the fault of the Seven Realms holy mansion. I would rather take a beating from Bian Zhuang than have you intervene. Pan Yuan Gushan offered no further explanation and immediately gestured to Jiao Shindi. Brother Jiao, you should return and handle your family matters. I hope you are still alive when we meet again. Jiao Shindi, perplexed, followed Pan Yuan Gushan's gaze and finally noticed the unusual situation in the Grand Hall. Jiao Shindi, modifiable. Gender, male, modifiable. Identity, one of the 3 great emperors of the Seven Realms holy mansion, modifiable. Xiaowai, Shindi Tian Shi Wu Zhong, modifiable. At this moment, Lu Chen was also focused on Jiao Shindi. Who is this person? For some reason, Jiao Shindi felt a chill run down his spine, as though he were being scrutinized by an ancient beast god when Lu Chen's gaze fell upon him. Rower, why did you come out? Quickly take Lu Ziheng away. Jiao Shindi forced himself to endure the discomfort and returned to the Grand Hall, immediately reprimanding Yun Ro. If Bian Zhuang caught sight of her, it would undoubtedly ignite his fury even further. However, Yun Ro shook her head repeatedly, introducing Lu Chen to Jiao Shindi. Father God, this is Chener, do you not remember? After saying this, Yun Ro looked at Lu Chen, immersed in the joy of family reunion. Chener, this is your grandfather. Lu Chen, with a forced smile, extended his hands toward Jiao Shindi. Upon hearing this, Jiao Shindi was taken aback, unable to believe that this person before him was indeed his long-sought grandson. You are truly Lu Chen? Jiao Shindi also extended his hands to shake Lu Chen's, just as he was moved by the moment. He unexpectedly felt a tremendous force in his hand. Lu Chen suddenly exerted strength, elegantly throwing Jiao Shindi to the ground, releasing years of pent-up resentment. After being confined for so many years and deprived of the opportunity to recognize his biological son, only to have his grandson bear the surname Yun, Lu Chen, though aware of the unavoidable circumstances, could not help but want to strike Jiao Shindi. Chapter 119, Shock. In an instant of unpreparedness, Jiao Shindi was flipped onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, Yun Ro, Lu Ziheng, and Yun Xiao were all left speechless. Jiao Shindi was a powerful deity, and they could hardly believe that Lu Chen had accomplished such a feat. Even Jiao Shindi himself was astonished. Grandson, what is the meaning of this? And what is your cultivation? It was only at this moment that Jiao Shindi realized he could not see through Lu Chen's cultivation. Lu Chen paid no mind to this, and, having vented his frustration, turned his gaze toward Pan Yuan Gushan above, raising an eyebrow with a teasing tone. Oh, there are familiar faces here too? When Lu Chen's gaze landed on him, Pan Yuan Gushan felt a shiver run down his spine, and he quickly bowed and paid his respects. Old man pays his respects to the Tianyan Zhunshan. I did not know the revered one was here. I am filled with trepidation. Whether in the 3,000 Daos or the 10 Directions Canglan realm, he had witnessed Lu Chen's formidable prowess firsthand. All those who opposed him met with a grim fate. The powerful deities of the divine realm were but ants in his presence. However, when Pan Yuan Gushan's words reached the ears of those present, they were met with astonishment. The expressions of Hong Lian Shindi, Wu Shi Shindi, and the god of war Bian Zhuang were all filled with disbelief, as they stood there, wide-eyed and speechless. Meanwhile, standing behind Lu Chen were the formidable figures of Jiao Yao Shindi, Yun Ro, Lu Ziheng, and Yun Xiao, their expressions filled with astonishment. Chener, is that the Tianyan Zhunshan? Ever since the battle across the 3,000 Dao states, the name of Tianyan Zhunshan had spread far and wide. Following the change of ownership of the Wuding Shunhai and the annihilation of the Shi Feng, Xuanlan Jia, the renown of Tianyan Zhunshan reached unprecedented heights. The four, particularly Yun Ro, had heard rumors regarding this infamous figure hailing from the 3,000 Dao states. However, they were utterly taken aback to realize that Lu Chen was indeed the illustrious Tianyan Zunshun. We pay our respects to Tianyan Zunshun. The Red Lotus Shindi and Wu Shi Shindi, regaining their composure, trembled as they cupped their hands in reverence towards Lu Chen. Earlier, the Pan Yuan Gu Shun and the war god Bianzhuang had already paid their respects to these two. Consequently, the two Shindi had gleaned some lesser-known secrets from Pan Yuan Gu Shun, which filled their hearts with trepidation. After all, wherever Lu Chen, this scourge, went, calamity followed. Their anxiety only heightened upon learning that Lu Chen's mother was the divine maiden of the Qi Jiexing Fu. Memories of Yun Ro's decades-long house arrest in the Qi Jiexing Fu and the misfortunes of Lu Ziheng flooded their minds. Yet, the most shocked among them was undoubtedly war god Bianzhuang. What? Tianyan Zunshun? Is it truly him? Bianzhuang's gaze was filled with horror as he looked down at Lu Chen. How is this possible? Pan Yuan, are you mistaken? He is Yun Ro's son. How could Tianyan Zunshun be her son? Bianzhuang incredulously turned to Pan Yuan Gu Shun, his eyes blazing with disbelief. The name of Tianyan Zunshun resonated across the realm of gods as a peerless figure, one even the mighty Hao Tianzun feared. How could he be just a youth of less than 50 years? In the entire realm of gods, which mighty Shindi did not boast an age of over 1 billion years, or at least several tens of millions, even with exceptional talent. It was inconceivable that one could achieve such heights in less than 50 years. Pan Yuan Gu Shun, just as astounded, was certain that the person before him was indeed Tianyan Zunshun. You are the war god Bianzhuang. Lu Chen's gaze swept over Pan Yuan Gu Shun and settled directly upon Bianzhuang. No sooner had the words left his lips than an overwhelming aura of creation shattered the void, enveloping the heavens and the earth in an instant. Boom. In the following second, countless stars across billions of light years flickered unpredictably, and vast expanses of space tore apart as if made of paper. It seemed as though the entire world could not withstand his might. Bianzhuang, struck as if by lightning, coughed up a mouthful of vital blood, plummeting from the void. Under the pressure of the aura of creation, he found himself paralyzed, as if his very blood had congealed, his body embedded in the ground. This man had indirectly caused Lu Chen's family to be forcibly separated, with his parents placed under house arrest. Respected Zunshun, I implore you to show mercy. Pan Yuan Gu Shun, witnessing the scene, was taken aback and quickly knelt on one knee, pleading for Lu Chen's clemency. After all, as the war god of the heavenly court in one of the 12 heavenly realms, he could not simply stand by. Lu Chen's eyes were cold and expressionless, resembling an everlasting glacier, inscrutable to those around him. He slowly approached Bianzhuang, declaring, I shall not concern myself with the rights and wrongs of the past. In my eyes, anyone who causes discontent shall be extinguished. With that, the aura of creation intensified threefold. Bianzhuang let out a pitiful cry, as the divine bones of his body shattered one by one. Pan Yuan Gu Shun dared not breathe, aware of Lu Chen's fury, and refrained from interjecting, fearing that he might provoke Lu Chen and share Bianzhuang's fate. No one present dared to plead for Bianzhuang. Lu Chen, coldly regarding the prostrate Bianzhuang, sighed and waved his hand, saying, Very well, I shall spare you this time. I hope you do not appear before me again. The oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated as the aura of creation receded. Ultimately, the blame lay with them. Bianzhuang had long been betrothed to the Qi Jiexing Fu, and it was the Qi Jiexing Fu that broke the contract first. The key was that the old fool, Jiu Yao Shindi, insisted on concealing the truth. Had they clarified matters from the beginning and personally sought forgiveness from the heavenly court, it is likely that this situation would not have escalated to such an extent. Moreover, with the formidable Hao Tian Shindi presiding over the heavenly court, the Zunshin would not have been overly harsh on the Qi Jiexing Fu. Thank you. Respected Zunshun, for your mercy, Pan Yuan Gu Shun promptly expressed gratitude on Bianzhuang's behalf. He then hoisted the unconscious Bianzhuang and quickly bid farewell to Lu Chen before departing. Chener, is it truly you, the Tianyan Zunshun? Yunro asked, her heart filled with trepidation. Even now, she found it hard to reconcile her son, Chener, with the fearsome reputation of Tianyan Zunshun. Having completed all that, Lu Chen slowly turned around, smiling gently as he said, Mother, the story is long. He then recounted the events of the past years to Yunro, Lu Ziheng, and the others. As for his cultivation, Lu Chen was unsure how to explain and merely brushed over it with a few vague remarks. Chapter 120, Elegance. Chener, I am so relieved you are safe. Yunro, her eyes brimming with tears, rushed forward to embrace Lu Chen tightly. When she heard of the great battle in the 3,000 Dao states and the multitude of powerful beings that surged forth, she had feared that Lu Chen might have perished amidst the chaos. To see him again, and in such a manner, was truly beyond her expectations. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao gazed at this scene, momentarily lost in thought, muttering, "Mother?" All along, Yun Xiao had been unaware that his parents were still alive. Shower. Yun Ro extended her delicate hand and enveloped Yun Xiao in her embrace as well. Lu Ziheng stood nearby, a look of contentment on his face as he witnessed the reunion. Jiao Yaoshen Di, however, wore a peculiar expression. Recalling how he had just recognized Lu Chun and was subsequently subdued by him, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Days passed swiftly. Lu Chen personally led Yun Ro to the Shifang Canglan Jia. Upon learning that Lu Chen's mother was coming, Luo Qingxian suddenly became exceedingly anxious. Sitting before her vanity, Luo Qingxian was earnestly preening herself. Hee sister. At that moment, Luo Qingzhu burst through the door. Sister, why are you all dressed up so formally? Luo Qingzhu instantly saw through the unusual expression on Luo Qingxian's face and inquired. After learning the details, Luo Qingzhu began to help Luo Qingxian style her hair. In a flash, a melodious phoenix cry resonated. Lu Chen arrived with Yun Ro at the Shifang Canglan Jia, where Luo Qingxian stood demurely awaiting them. Auntie. Upon seeing Yun Ro, Luo Qingxian immediately became flustered and stammered as she approached to greet her. Yun Ro, noticing how her daughter-in-law had blossomed into such a stunning beauty, could not help but break into a long-lost smile. She quickly took Luo Qingxian's hand and engaged her in light conversation. Witnessing this, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly, feeling a sense of boredom, and sought out Jiao Tian Xiannu. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the palace where Ling Long Xianzi, Yao Qin Xiannu, and the others resided. In the center of the grand hall, a warm celestial pond was set. The ladies, Ling Long Xianzi, by Hua Xianzi, and Hua Feng Xianzi, were all dressed in thin, form-fitting garments, frolicking and playing in the pond. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Chun felt an irresistible urge and hurriedly joined in. "Ah, young master, how did you get in here?" Yao Qin Xiannu exclaimed in surprise as Lu Chen's figure suddenly appeared among the many enchanting silhouettes. In response, Lu Chen revealed a charming smile and stepped forward, wrapping his large hand around Yao Qin Zuin's slender waist. "Is it really necessary to be so surprised? It's not as if we Haven Tea met before." Yet, in the next moment, a gasp left Lu Chen momentarily dumbfounded. "Ah, brother-in-law, what are you doing here?" Following the voice, he turned to see Luo Qingzhu clad in a delicate, sheer garment, frolicking in the pool alongside Lingxi Zuin and Hua Feng Xianzi. However, upon noticing Lu Chen's presence, her face turned pale with shock, and she hastily covered her vital areas with her jade-like hands. During her days spent with the Nine Heavens Zuin, Luo Qingzhu had grown quite close to Ling Long Xianzi and the others, sharing joyous moments together. "Qingzhu, how did you end up here?" Lu Chen queried, equally perplexed. Luo Qingzhu glanced between Lu Chun and Ling Long Xianzi, Hua Feng Xianzi, her expression one of disbelief, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. "Could it be that you?" In her understanding, the Nine Heavens Zuin were the most intimate handmaidens of her sister. How could they be with Lu Chun? The ever unfazed Ling Long Xianzi, with a sly glint in her eyes, chimed in playfully. "Oh, Qingzhu, there's no need to feel embarrassed. Wasn't he at someone who?" After the young master departed, kept whispering about him every day, appearing quite infatuated? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingzhu felt as if the last shroud of modesty had been ripped away, her face instantly ablaze with embarrassment. At that moment, Hua Feng Xianzi leaned in closer to Luo Qingzhu, whispering softly, "Qingzhu, this is the perfect opportunity. The young master doesn't favor coy types. Seize the moment." Luo Qingzhu's face was flushed crimson as she managed to stammer, "But what about my sister?" Baiwa Xianzi, gracefully approaching, added, "Qingzhu, Her Majesty certainly wouldn't mind. After all, we are the best examples." As her words fell, Lingxi Zuin suddenly had a clever idea. She kicked Luo Qingzhu from behind, propelling her directly into Lu Chen's embrace. In this unexpected turn of events, Luo Qingzhu found herself falling into Lu Chen's arms. "Qingzhu, was everything they said true?" Lu Chen had not anticipated this turn of events. With her eyes slightly narrowed, a flicker of light danced within them. She coyly smiled while occasionally stealing glances at Lu Chen, then quickly looking down, embodying a demure demeanor. In the next instant, Luo Qingzhu's body trembled, her pupils dilating in shock as she beheld the scene before her. Lu Chen, unable to contain himself, leaned down and captured her luscious red lips. A wave of cool, soft sensation enveloped her. Initially, she feebly struggled for a moment, but soon surrendered like a lamb awaiting sacrifice. As the days slipped by, Lu Chen indulged in a life of ease and luxury. The exquisite Nine Heavens Zuin captivated him, making it difficult for him to resist. At times, he would invite Mu Bingyun, who watched from the sidelines, to share a meal together. All of this did not escape Yun Ro's notice, who would occasionally chide Lu Chen. "By the way, Chen'er, how is Qingying?" Yunro suddenly recalled Hua Qingying, with whom she had formed a bond in the 3,000 Dao prefectures. When the Jiuyou Shindi had taken her back to the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion, she had specifically entrusted Hua Qingying to look after Lu Chen. Now, decades had passed, and she was curious about her once dear friend. Upon hearing his mother's sudden inquiry, Lu Chen's expression turned rather amusing. Mother, Qingying is actually the eldest princess of the Wuding Shenai. She is currently in the Wuding Shenai. Hearing that Hua Qingying hailed from the Luotian Divine Kingdom truly took Yunro by surprise. In the next moment, she gleaned a hint from Lu Chen's words and, considering the lavish lifestyle he had been leading over the past few days, tentatively asked, Chener, could it be? In Chapter 121, Sisters Reunited. Lu Chen flashed a grin in response to Yunro's inquiry, saying, you should ask Qingying about it yourself later. Observing the mischievous expression on Lu Chen's face, Yunro felt a sense of certainty within her heart. Then, standing nearby, Mu Bingyun transformed into her Ice Phoenix form. Let us go to Wuding Shenai. Lu Chen and Yunro rode the Ice Phoenix toward the direction of Wuding Shenai. Wuding Shenai had been stirred significantly due to the Wuding Shindi becoming a servant of the Luotian Divine Kingdom. Several factions that had previously belonged to the Wuding Divine Palace had revolted, seeking to break free from the control of the Luotian Divine Kingdom. Meanwhile, atop the main throne sat Luotian Shinju, with Hua Qingying beside him. My lord, the rebellions within the Divine Sea have all been quelled by my subordinates. The Wuding Shindi knelt respectfully on one knee, reporting to Luotian Shinju. Luotian Shinju nodded, pondering deeply. Even now, he felt as though everything was surreal, almost dreamlike. With the backing of the Tianyan Zunshan, the Luotian Divine Kingdom firmly held the dominion over Wuding Shenai. Even though he, the god of this realm, possessed only the cultivation of a true god, no surrounding forces dared to provoke him. After the assembly concluded, Hua Qingying returned to her chamber. Chener, when will you return? Before her stood Hua Qingying, graceful and ethereal in her flowing robes. Her presence akin to a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm. Her jade-like face reflected the moonlight, her skin fairer than snow, appearing otherworldly. Her cold gaze surveyed the vast expanse of the Canglan realm. In recent days, the name of Tianyan Zunshan had resounded throughout the universe, dominating the Canglan realm with a formidable presence. Naturally, she kept a close watch on Lu Chen's affairs from within the Wuding Shenai. Suddenly, a melodious phoenix cry pierced the air. Qingying. In an instant, Lu Chen appeared behind Hua Qingying like a specter. Sensing the movement behind her, Hua Qingying shivered. Her heart filled with joy even as she instinctively shielded herself with her hand. The next moment, a powerful masculine aura enveloped her as Lu Chen wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, pulling her into a tight embrace. Qingying, we are practically an old married couple. Do you really need to be so guarded against me? Feeling the warmth of her soft presence, Lu Chen glanced at Hua Qingying's hand extended behind her, his tone teasing. Yet, Hua Qingying shot him a disapproving look, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she softly retorted, how can you say that? You, who are so oblivious to the fragility of beauty, always leave me unable to get out of bed after our meetings. Recalling their previous outrageous escapades, Hua Qingying trembled, her legs nearly giving way. Hee hee. Lu Chen chuckled at her words, then, with an air of mystery, declared, Qingying, this time I brought back an old acquaintance of yours. His enigmatic demeanor left Hua Qingying puzzled, and she inquired, an old acquaintance? Who is it? Before Lu Chen could explain, a clear and melodious voice rang out from behind them. Qingying, it has been many years, I hope you have been well. Let me take a look at you. Turning toward the voice, they saw Yunro standing behind them. A warm smile illuminating her face as she gazed at the tightly embraced couple. Upon seeing Yunro, Hua Qingying was momentarily frozen, her expression caught in a state of disbelief, as if she had turned to stone. Without giving her a chance to respond, Yunro eagerly stepped forward. Taking her delicate hand, her lips curling into a smile as ripples danced in her clear eyes. Qingying, you have become even more enchanting, with Chener by your side. You are more than enough. Yunro's gaze swept appreciatively over Hua Qingying's graceful figure, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. It is said that one should not let the fertile waters flow to others' fields. Sister Yunru, what is the matter? As Hua Qingying gazed at Yunru before her, her mind was in a state of disarray. However, upon hearing Yunru's words, her thoughts became instantly clear, and an undercurrent of anxiety surged within her, leaving her uncertain about how to confront her former close sister. Before her demise, Yunru had specifically entrusted her with the care of Lu Chen. Yet, ironically, she had betrayed that trust, seizing the opportunity to take what was not hers while the other was absent. Hua Qingying's delicate face flushed crimson in an instant. Sister Yunru, please allow me to explain. It is not as you think regarding my relationship with Chener. She felt utterly humiliated. especially when recalling her earlier remark to Lu Chen about how every encounter left her bedridden. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide herself. This was far too shameful. Yunru smiled knowingly, extending her jade-like hand to intertwine her fingers with Hua Qingying's, gently saying, "Sister Qingying, I am already aware of the matter between you and Chen'er. I have no objections. It would be wonderful to see you two united in matrimony." Observing the flustered and bashful expression on Hua Qingying's face, Yunru couldn't help but chuckle. She felt immense satisfaction and admiration for her sister, who was graceful and enchanting, akin to a celestial being depicted in paintings. Naturally, she welcomed the prospect of a union with her son. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingying's embarrassment diminished slightly, her long lashes fluttering as she asked, "Sister Yunru, you truly do not blame me?" Yunru shook her head gently, responding, "Sister understands your nature. This must have been instigated by that audacious scoundrel, Chen'er." After saying this, Yunru cast a sharp glance at Lu Chen. He, feeling the weight of her gaze, scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled sheepishly. Hua Qingying recalled how, during her time at the Lu family, she had been half pushed, half tempted by Lu Chen's fervent advances, ultimately succumbing completely. Now, with Yunru's support, she nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Chen'er was far too brazen back then. With the matter now laid bare, Yunru took Hua Qingying's delicate hand and reassured her, "Do not fear, Sister Qingying. With me by your side, should Chen'er ever neglect you due to other alluring temptations, or if he were to treat you poorly in any way, do not hesitate to inform me." Hua Qingying's face brightened with a smile, nodding eagerly. After this, Yunru turned to Lu Chen, her expression serious as she admonished, "Chen'er, you must treat Qingying with tenderness from now on, especially in those matters. Do not only seek your own pleasure." Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. Yes, mother is right." Beside him, Hua Qingying felt a rush of shyness, finding it difficult to bear the affirmation, especially when spoken of so openly. Chapter 122, The Heavenly Transformation Divine Temple, the Divine Statue, and the Cosmic Thief. Unable to endure her embarrassment, Hua Qingying quickly changed the subject. "Oh, Sister Yunru, weren't you and brother-in-law already ascended to the heavens?" When they first met in the 3,000 Dao provinces, neither was aware of the other's true identity. Yunru patiently recounted everything to Hua Qingying. Sister Yunru is actually the divine maiden of the Seven Realms Holy Mansion? Upon learning Yunru's true identity, Hua Qingying's lips parted in astonishment. She never anticipated Yunru's background to be so formidable. The Seven Realms Holy Mansion was a colossal power in the Eastern Divine Domain, one that even the Wuding Divine Palace had to respect. "Indeed, I owe it all to Chen'er. Otherwise my sister and I might not have reunited for ages," Yunru added. The 9 Radiants Divine Emperor and the War God Bian Zhuang were infuriating. "They caused me to be confined for decades. If you had been there, Qingying, you would have surely given them a good thrashing in my name." After saying this, Hua Qingying shot a resentful glance at Lu Chen. "Chen'er, you knew sister was still alive and didn't inform me sooner." Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, realizing he was outmatched, he excused himself from the chamber, leaving the 2 women to discuss their private matters. The scene shifted to the Tianyan realm, where an immensely grand palace loomed in the void above, exuding an air of majesty and mystery. Xian, the true god, stood before the divine temple, nodding in approval with a satisfied expression. Internally, he mused, the Tianyan divine temple has finally been completed. I wonder what rewards the divine being will bestow upon me upon their return. Will it be a divine artifact or an elixir? Due to the allegiance of the Tianfu Alliance, the 9-tailed celestial fox, the Xuanlan, and the golden palm, the Tianyan realm quickly achieved unification under the leadership of Xian, Lin Yuan, and the demon kings. The entire Tianyan realm now revered the Tianyan divine being, with statues of Lu Chen erected throughout various Dao provinces. In a village within the Huantian Dao province, a statue of Lu Chen stood tall. A woman with yellowed skin and a gaunt appearance knelt before the statue, cradling a sickly infant in her arms. The child clearly suffered from a plague, and as a mere mortal, she had no other recourse but to plead at the statue. "I beseech the divine spirit for blessings. Please save my unfortunate child." As soon as her words fell, the statue seemed to respond, enveloped in divine radiance that descended upon the infant's brow. In mere moments, the plague was dispelled, and the child's pallid complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. "Wonderful. My child is saved. Thank you, divine spirit," the woman exclaimed joyfully, immediately prostrating herself in reverence before the statue. This event quickly spread throughout the village afflicted by the plague, prompting many suffering families to flock to the statue. Under the healing light, the plague was swiftly eradicated from the village. Such miracles transpired across the Tianyan realm, with anyone touched by the divine radiance emanating from the statue undergoing a profound transformation from mere mortals to cultivators. As the creator god, Lu Chen felt the continuous influx of faith power gathering within him. The entire Tianyan realm was filled with gratitude towards Lu Chen, wholeheartedly acknowledging him as their sovereign. The scene shifted back to the Tianyan Divine Temple, where Zhang Xian wore a troubled expression. Sigh, I wonder when the divine being will return. Just then, a group of unexpected visitors arrived from beyond the stars of the Tianyan realm. The eastern divine domain was vast and boundless. Divided into 4 major star domains, the 7 realms holy domain, the Canglan divine domain, the Wuding divine sea, and the illusionary star sea. The first 3 were governed by the 7 realms holy mansion, the Shifang Canglan realm, and the Wuding divine palace, each encompassing numerous celestial bodies. At this moment, a colossal celestial ship pierced through space, hurtling towards the Tianyan realm. A skull banner prominently flew atop the ship. Boss, I heard there was a great battle in the 3,000 Dao provinces not long ago. The recently renowned Tianyan divine being hails from this place. Would it be inappropriate for us to take advantage of the situation? On the deck of the battleship stood a throng of figures, each emanating formidable auras, the weakest among them being of the Emperor's caliber. Among them, a wiry man with a shifty demeanor spoke with trepidation to the imposing figure at the forefront. A massive, corpulent man draped in rough garments echoed his concern. Indeed, boss, I have heard that the Tianyan divine being could annihilate the Shifang Canglan realm in a fit of rage. If one were to seize this moment for a robbery, it would be disastrous if it incited his wrath. Standing at the forefront is a one-eyed man, adorned with a skull cap, who scoffs at the words of the two. Huh, do you truly believe these deceitful rumors? Use your brains. If the Shifang Canglanji and the Wuding Shanhai were genuinely undergoing a great upheaval, would the heavenly court remain indifferent? Tua Bahu, filled with exasperation, pointed at the Hua Fuzi and Gui Tuyao behind him, scolding them. Up until now, no one from the heavenly court has shown their face. These rumors are most likely baseless. In recent years, the heavenly court's grip over the realm of gods has been increasingly tenuous, indicating internal strife. This is merely a tactic to solidify their dominion. Such trivial schemes of the heavenly court could hardly deceive me. Upon hearing this, Hua Fuzi and Gui Tuyao displayed expressions of sudden enlightenment, showering him with praises. As expected of our leader, able to see through the heavenly court's machinations. Aboard this colossal vessel are the Starry Sky Marauders, who specialize in pillaging weaker realms to survive. In this vast sea of illusions, devoid of immense forces like the Qi Jie Xingfu and the Shifang Canglanji, it has become the most rampant domain for these marauders. Under the leadership of Tua Bahu, they have set their sights on the Tianyanji. Spare me your flattery. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. There must have been a fierce battle here before, leading to the fall of numerous strong beings. This journey will surely yield considerable gains. With a sinister grin, he commanded, kill and plunder. Instantly, the throng of underlings erupted in cheers. Chapter 123, Returning to Familiar Grounds. At Tua Bahu's command, the group of Starry Sky Marauders departed from the Xianyu giant ship, heading towards the Tianyanji. What's this? The keen senses of the Tsang Xianjin Shun, who had just completed the construction of the Tianyan Shrine, detected the disturbance beyond the stars. This is not good. We are under attack. Observing the marauders' aggressive approach, Tsang Xianjin Shun hastily conveyed messages to Lin Yuan Jinshin, Jin Pengyao Wang, and others. After sending the messages, he swiftly positioned himself to block the marauders' path. Presumptuous. You arrive here uninvited with such audacity. Do you not regard the Tianyanji? Tsang Xianjin Shun glared fiercely at Tua Bahu, his voice sharp with reproach. Just as he finished speaking, Jin Pengyao Wang, Lin Yuan Jinshin, Tian Jianjin Shun, and the supreme elder of the Tianhu clan arrived. All on high alert. I did not expect that from this mere lower realm, the heavenly court's prison for sinners would yield so many true godly beings. This is indeed quite surprising. Unperturbed by the number of true gods before him, Tua Bahu let out a sinister laugh. I offer you a chance to live. Submit as my slaves and present all your spiritual treasures, or I shall leave no one alive. With that, a wave of divine king's pressure erupted from him, crashing down upon Tsang Xianjin Shun and the others like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, Hua Fuzi and Gui Tuyao revealed their true god levels. One divine king, 2 true gods, and countless demigods. Such a formidable lineup would have turned the Tianyanji to ashes in the past. Yet now, Tsang Xianjin Shun and the others remained composed, bracing themselves against the divine king's pressure with a scoff. When the Tianyan Zun Shun returns, you shall be ground to dust. However, in response to this threat, Tua Bahu let out a chilling laugh. Tianyan Zun Shun? Why don't you summon him? The heavenly court's deceitful tricks are far too juvenile for me. Yet in the next moment, a voice, akin to the whisper of death, resonated near him. You called for me. Upon hearing the cold whisper, Tua Bahu's laughter abruptly ceased. The smile on his face froze, enveloped by an icy dread. As he slowly turned his head, he found Lu Chen's figure had inexplicably appeared behind him. Xuanlan Yang. Is this merely a rumor? Could it truly be real? The terrifying aura emanating from Lu Chen nearly shattered his spirit, causing his very blood to congeal. Under the weight of overwhelming fear, he attempted to flee, only to find time itself had seemingly stopped around him, rendering him utterly immobile. Quick, let go of our boss. Hua Fuzi and Gue Tuyao rushed forward with their demigod underlings to rescue Tuoba, who from Lu Chen's grasp. Yet, regarding these insignificant insects, Lu Chen showed no interest, merely responding with a cold snort. In an instant, the boundless divine power contained within the divine sound pierced through space and time. The leading Hua Fuzi, Gue Tuyao, and tens of thousands of demigod marauders were reduced to dust, their bodies and souls obliterated. Who are you? Tuobahu, trembling and filled with terror, stammered. However, Lu Chen offered no reply, simply placing a hand upon his shoulder. In a piercing scream, Tuobahu, the divine king, met his end, both body and soul extinguished. Greetings, realm lord. Song Xianjin Shun, witnessing this, was filled with joy, hastily leading the others in a bow towards the ethereal figure. Greetings, realm lord. Jin Pengyao Wang, Lin Yuan Shun, and the others followed suit. No need for such formalities. You have all earned your rewards for this endeavor. With that, Lu Chen selected several artifacts from the system shop and tossed them to the group. Receiving the artifacts, they were filled with delight, bowing once more in gratitude. Thank you, realm lord. Chener, has everything been resolved? At this moment, Hua Qingying approached, accompanied by Yun Ro. Yun Ro surveyed her surroundings, sighing with nostalgia. Oh, how I long for the past. Yet, upon returning to this familiar place, I did not expect to encounter these rampant starry sky marauders so soon. In response, Lu Chen spoke softly. Mother, let us return to the Lu family and pay a visit. At the Lu family, a petite figure clad in a pink fairy dress squatted on the steps of the courtyard, supporting her head with her hands. When will young master return to see Xiaoro? With so many beautiful young ladies by his side, has he forgotten about me? As she spoke, the little girl picked up a small twig from the ground, drawing circles in the dirt, looking forlorn and lost in thought. Just then, a voice broke through the silence from above. Little Ro. A warm and affectionate call echoed in her ears. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Xiaoro trembled, pouting as she murmured, Is Xiaoro imagining things? Did I really hear the lady's voice? However, she was brought back to reality when a gentle hand ruffled her hair. Lady. Xiaoro looked up, meeting Yun Ro's gaze, and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She was astonished at how the years had flown by, and the once little maid had grown so much. Yun Ro, with a kind smile, looked down at Xiaoro, affectionately patting her little head. Lady. Regaining her composure, Xiaoro promptly leaped into Yun Ro's embrace. Little girl, look who else has returned. At that moment, Lu Chen also emerged. Young master. Seeing Lu Chen finally return, Xiaoro immediately turned and threw herself into his arms, showering him with affection. Her small face buried deep in his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. You've come back. Young master. Lu Chen gently soothed her, patting her back. After a while, Yun Ro, beaming with joy, looked at the two and remarked, It seems this little girl still cherishes her young master the most. After observing for quite some time, Hua Qingying chimed in. Indeed, sister has been standing nearby. Yet no one has come forth to embrace her. With that, Hua Qingying playfully poked Xiaoro's fair forehead with her finger. With a giggle, Xiaoro transformed her tears into laughter, quickly burying her head shyly into Lu Chen's embrace. Yun Ro, with a knowing glance towards the two, felt an unsettling thought arise in her heart and cautiously inquired, Chener, could it be that you have feelings for Xiaoro? Hua Qingying seized the moment with her hands on her hips, declaring, Sister, upon your return, you must keep a close watch on Chener's flirtatious nature. After receiving an affirmative response, Yun Ro shook her head with a resigned smile. This is a matter between you two lovebirds. As a mother, I cannot interfere. From the perspective of an elder, she naturally hoped that Lu Chen would soon bless her with a healthy grandson. However, given Lu Chen's prowess as a creator god, conceiving offspring seemed an exceedingly difficult endeavor. The more powerful the cultivator, the more challenging it becomes to bear children. As night descended, at a lakeside, Hua Qingying donned a delicate gauze dress, gazing up at the luminous moon. Her graceful silhouette was reflected upon the lake's surface. A ribbon tightly cinched her waist, accentuating her slender figure, while her delicate feet were adorned with white silk stockings. With her hair styled elegantly, she appeared ethereal, and through the moonlight, her enchanting form was subtly visible. Such a picturesque scene under the moonlight evoked a plethora of romantic thoughts. At that moment, Lu Chen stealthily approached Hua Qingying from behind, enveloping her in his arms. It's so late. Why haven't you returned to rest? he questioned. Hua Qingying, with her red lips gently pursed, feigned resistance, which only served to heighten Lu Chen's desire. When confronted with her inquiry, Lu Chen chuckled and simply replied, "What else but you?" Initially taken aback by his words, Hua Qingying quickly regained her composure. Humph, how shameless. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of the purest snow lotus, as she lightly tapped Lu Chen's forehead and chided. "Where did you learn such lewd language? Have you no shame?" In response, Lu Chen remained unabashed, retorting, "Shameless? I am merely fulfilling the significant mission assigned by my mother. How could that be deemed shameless?" Hua Qingying blinked in curiosity, asking, "Mission? What mission? What did sister say to you?" Lu Chen then revealed a sly smile. "Of course. It is to secure a grandson for her." As his words hung in the air, a barrier descended silently. He deftly hooked the ribbon of her dress and gently tugged. In the next instant, the gauzy attire slipped from her fair shoulders, cascading down her snowy skin. With her startled exclamation, her luscious lips were firmly silenced. The lakeside instantly blossomed with the essence of spring. Unbeknownst to them, a figure was observing all that transpired. Those two rascals, Yun Ro mused with a contented smile, gradually departing under the moonlight. The scene shifted to the following day. In Zhangxian Daozhou, at the Mu family estate, a group of uninvited guests arrived early in the morning. At the forefront was a youthful man adorned with golden wings, accompanied by 5 demigod-level beings. The head of the Mu family sat in the main seat, his expression dark as he regarded the imposing visitors. Meanwhile, a captivating young girl sat on one side of the hall. As soon as they entered, the golden-winged little Peng King arrogantly addressed the Mu family head. "Mu family head. What news of the marriage proposal we discussed yesterday? My father, the Golden Peng Demon King, is greatly trusted by the Realm Lord and oversees the Tianyan realm. Thus, if Miss Mu Peeling agrees to marry into the Golden Peng clan, the Mu family will be under our protection and no one would dare to provoke you." The young man leading the group was none other than the son of the Beast God Domain's Golden Peng Demon King. Upon learning of the return of the Tianyan Divine Lord, he had come to pay his respects under his father's instructions, hoping to receive guidance. However, during his journey, he happened to pass by the Mu family estate, instantly captivated by Mu Peeling's unmatched beauty. Consequently, he halted his journey, intending to take her as a concubine. "Humph, you shall not succeed. I have already stated that I am with the Divine Lord," Mu Peeling retorted angrily, her body trembling with indignation. Unperturbed, the golden-winged little Peng King burst into laughter. "Ha? Little girl, do you think such bluster will intimidate me? If you truly were the Realm Lordess woman, how could the Mu family have fallen to such a state?" The Mu family head and the elders remained silent, for they too were uncertain of the truth behind Mu Peeling's claims. After all, they were well aware that she had gone to the Lu family to publicly renounce their engagement. Faced with the golden-winged little Peng King's skepticism, Mu Peeling bit her silver teeth, unable to refute him. At this moment, a demigod servant beside the golden-winged little Peng King advised, "Young master, perhaps it would be wise to verify the veracity of her words, considering the implications concerning the Realm Lord." With confidence, the golden-winged little Peng King replied, "Fear not. I dispatched someone to investigate yesterday." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure hurriedly returned to reporting to young master. "This girl indeed has ties to the Realm Lord, but..." The messenger rushed to inform the golden-winged little Peng King about Mu Peeling's past engagement to Lu Chen. Upon learning of the prior betrothal, the golden-winged little Peng King looked at Mu Peeling with surprise. "I did not expect you to have genuine connections to the Realm Lord. But I bet you are regretting your decision to break off the engagement now." The demigod's servant cautioned, "Young master, despite her having rejected the engagement, she still has past ties to the Realm Lord, and it may not be wise to provoke her." The golden-winged little Peng King pondered for a moment, but ultimately allowed his arrogance to cloud his judgment, gazing intently at Mu Peeling. What's the worry? If the Realm Lord truly cared for her, would the Mu family be in such dire straits? The entire clan lacks even a saintly powerhouse. I might as well teach this short-sighted fool a lesson. The demigod servants, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, began to scatter, seeking to distance themselves from impending trouble. "Humph, a bunch of cowardly subordinates," the golden-winged little Peng King scoffed, remaining oblivious to the consequences. Simultaneously, in the Tianyan Divine Palace, Lu Chen sat majestically on his divine seat, while the Golden Peng Demon King stood respectfully below, ingratiatingly addressing him, "Realm Lord, my son is quite talented and at a young age has already broken through to the demigod level. Might I have the honor of introducing him to the Divine Lord for guidance?" "Oh, your son?" Lu Chen, seated in the primary position, revealed a teasing expression upon hearing this. The Golden Peng Demon King nodded vigorously. "Indeed, Realm Lord, my son is on his way here. With the extraordinary abilities of the esteemed Jesuan, A mere hint could undoubtedly illuminate the path of my cultivation like a walk in the park. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen burst into laughter, exclaiming, From my perspective, your talent is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, the Jinping Demon King grinned widely and immediately inquired, Has the esteemed Jesuit encountered you? Lu Chen offered no reply, but coldly remarked, Humph, yet your audacity surpasses even your talent. As soon as his words fell, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended, heavily weighing upon the Jinping Demon King. Esteemed Jesuit? What do you mean by that? The Jinping Demon King, bewildered by the implication, prostrated himself on the ground, his face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to speak. Humph, let me show you what your son has been up to. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen summoned a fierce wind that swept the Jinping Demon King away. The scene shifted to the Mu residence. Little beauty, you now belong to me. The golden-winged little Peng King slowly approached Mu Peeling in front of the crowd, his eyes glinting with insatiable greed. Faced with the semi-divine power of the golden-winged little Peng King, Mu Peeling found herself utterly helpless. At that moment, an immense aura of pressure suddenly engulfed the entire Mu residence. Lu Chen's figure appeared in the main hall of the Mu family. In an instant, the previously arrogant golden-winged little Peng King found himself kneeling on the ground. Who dares to act against me? He gasped, attempting to turn around to see who had struck, but it felt as though all the blood in his body had solidified, rendering him completely immobile, even his divine sense being utterly suppressed. With great difficulty, he managed to utter, How dare you? My father is the Jinping Demon King. Lu Chen cast a cold gaze at the golden-winged little Peng King, his expression radiating an icy fury. Oh, the Jinping Demon King? Such grand authority you claim. He then shifted his attention to the Jinping Demon King himself. The Jinping Demon King instantly comprehended the unfolding events, his heart sinking into a chilling despair, his face bearing an expression of emptiness and hopelessness. He could hardly believe that his usually arrogant son had now set his sights on the woman of the Jesuit. However, noticing the lack of response from behind, the golden-winged little Peng King grew increasingly convinced of his adversary's trepidation, emboldening him further. It's not too late to be afraid now. My father is a capable aid to the esteemed Jesuit. He continued, Hurry and retract your pressure. I might spare your life. Witnessing his foolish son act so recklessly, the Jinping Demon King's eyes turned crimson as he shouted hoarsely, You fool, shut your mouth. Upon hearing his father's voice behind him, the golden-winged little Peng King was momentarily stunned, his tone filled with panic. Father? How did you end up here? On the other side, upon seeing Lu Chen arrive, Mu Peeling immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, Peeling pays her respects to the master. Lu Chen gently lifted her with a wave of his divine power and approached the golden-winged little Peng King from behind, coldly inquiring, Did you just seek to spare my life? As the oppressive aura receded, the golden-winged little Peng King slowly turned his head with great difficulty, locking eyes with Lu Chen's frigid gaze. Esteemed Jesuit? Upon seeing Lu Chen's familiar visage, the golden-winged little Peng King was instantly paralyzed with terror, collapsing to the ground in a state of fear and anxiety. Could it be true what she said, that she is the Jesuit's woman? Just as his mind raced in panic, the Jinping Demon King stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps. Smack! Smack! The Jinping Demon King trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze. These 2 slaps instantly jolted the golden-winged little Peng King back to reality. What have I done? Esteemed Jesuit, I truly did not know this woman belonged to you. Please, spare me. As he regained his senses, he immediately knelt before Lu Chen, frantically knocking his head in supplication. Observing this, Lu Chen coldly regarded him and declared, Die? In the next moment, the golden-winged little Peng King was obliterated, his essence and spirit extinguished in an instant. The Jinping Demon King, witnessing the death of his own son before him, felt an overwhelming sense of dread rather than hatred. His legs buckled, and he knelt before Lu Chen. The mere annihilation of the golden-winged little Peng King was insufficient to quell Lu Chen's wrath. With a mere glance, he stripped the Jinping Demon King of his divine powers and coldly stated, All that you possess is granted by me. I hereby revoke your cultivation and send you to the abandoned mines to excavate spirit stones as atonement for your son. Upon hearing this, the Jinping Demon King curled up on the ground, painfully expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Jesuit, for sparing my life. He understood all too well that if he dared to show even a flicker of discontent at this moment, the Jinping clan would likely face extermination. At Lu Chen's command, someone soon came to drag the Jinping Demon King away. Once a formidable Demon King, he was now not only stripped of his powers, but also reduced to the miserable fate of a minor, a truly lamentable turn of events. We pay our respects to the esteemed Jesuit. The head of the Mu family and his kin quickly bowed and saluted Lu Chen, having witnessed the entire ordeal. No need for such formalities. Lu Chen waved his hand in response. Under the bright moonlight, within the Mu family's courtyard, a notification chimed. Modification successful. Mu peeling modifiable. Identity, concubine, modifiable. Cultivation, upper-ranked true god, modifiable. Affection, 100. This. Mu Peeling's delicate face was filled with astonishment as she sensed the terrifying power surging within her. Thank you for your generous gift, master. I am eternally grateful. Such great kindness shall be repaid. She immediately bowed to Lu Chen in gratitude. Lu Chen nodded slightly, signaling her, do not merely speak of it. Upon hearing this, the eager Mu Peeling immediately understood. In the next moment, before Lu Chen, her delicate hand grasped the ribbon tied around her waist, and with a gentle motion, her dress slipped down from her shoulder, rendering the scene incredibly alluring. The following day, having experienced Mu Peeling's determination and diligence, Lu Chen was in high spirits. You shall no longer remain in the Mu family. Come with me to the Tianyan Divine Hall. Mu Peeling's face flushed with warmth, her head nodding slightly. Yes, master. Chapter 126, Healing. After attending to matters concerning the Mu family, Lu Chen made his way to the Tianyan Sacred Land. On Xingyuan Peak, the elegant and graceful Mu Qingying accompanied Lu Qian'er in their leisure, yet her mind often wandered. Noticing her distraction, Lu Qian'er, with concern, asked, Mother, what troubles you lately? When Mu Qingying heard her daughter's caring inquiry, she returned to her senses and smiled faintly. Qian'er, mother is fine. However, Lu Qian'er remained skeptical, pouting her little lips. Deep in thought, oh, really? But it seems like I dream of you alone every night. Is someone bullying you? At this, Mu Qingying's face flushed crimson, feeling utterly embarrassed, and she hurried to defend herself. Qian'er, it's merely a dream. Yet deep down, she secretly lamented. Despite being so cautious, this little girl still noticed. Finally, after clarifying, Mu Qingying gazed longingly into the distance. Lu Chen, when will you return to see me and Qian'er? Just as she pondered this, Lu Chen's figure suddenly appeared behind her. Wanner. Lu Chen embraced the graceful form of Mu Qingying from behind. Mu Qingying was startled, turning around to see it was Lu Chen. Lu Chen Gij. You have finally returned to see Qian'er. At this moment, Lu Qian'er hurriedly dashed forward and leaped into Lu Chen's embrace, clinging to him like an octopus. Lu Chen Gij. You must help mother with her illness. While you were away, mother kept wetting the bed. Lu Qian'er made a playful face at Mu Qingying, exclaiming, Mother is shy. Even Qian'er doesn't wet the bed anymore. At this, Mu Qingying felt as though her sole means of modesty had been stripped away. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Overwhelmed by shyness, she wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide, unable to meet Lu Chen's piercing gaze. Oh, is that so? Lu Chen teased, casting a sly glance at Mu Qingying, his figure exaggeratedly elongated. Don't listen to Qian'er's nonsense, Mu Qingying said, lowering her head deeply while casting a scornful glance at Lu Qian'er, though her defense seemed feeble at that moment. What is going on? I feel so sleepy. Lu Qian'er yawned widely, rubbing her glistening eyes before falling into a deep slumber in Lu Chen's arms. After gently placing the little girl aside, Lu Chen swiftly turned and pounced, transforming into a ravenous wolf. Bad Qian'er, what are you doing? Mu Qingying's delicate face flushed crimson as she exclaimed. In response to her inquiry, Lu Chen replied earnestly, Didn't Qian'er just say you were ill? I'm here to treat you. Come, let me take your pulse. Hearing this, Mu Qingying, blushing furiously, feebly struggled for a moment before her body went limp. The atmosphere within Xingyuan Peak was imbued with the essence of spring. 3 days and nights passed. With a rosy complexion, Mu Qingying cautiously carried Lu Qian'er back from the wilderness to the bedside. Qian'er keeps mentioning your return. Having been deeply nourished, Mu Qingying exuded a unique charm, gazing at Lu Chen with sultry eyes. Now you and Qian'er shall leave Xingyuan Peak and reside with me in the Tianyan Divine Temple. With that, Lu Chen modified Mu Qingying's cultivation panel. Mu Qingying modifiable. Cultivation, Divine Emperor Tian Shi Wu Zhong, modifiable. Favorability, 100. The previous cultivation of Saint King was no longer sufficient. Sensing an unprecedented surge of terrifying power within her, Mu Qingying understood that this was undoubtedly Lu Chen's doing. Qian'er, she said, her eyes glimmering with affection as she gazed at Lu Chen, her delicate hand encircling his neck, offering a tender kiss. After curing Mu Qingying's ailment, Lu Chen visited the Lin family and indulged in a bowl of sisterly rice. In the small courtyard of the Lin family, Lin Yu Ro's long, elegant legs began to weaken as she and her sister Lin Shui Ro hurried towards the Tianyan Divine Temple. After visiting the Lin sisters, Lu Chen proceeded to the Yaoqi Sacred Land. By the side of the immortal pool, Jiang Yuchan, Zhou Ji Dai, Shui Meiyin, and Yu Bai Wei were all clad in delicate garments as light as cicada wings. The damp fabric clung to their fair skin, creating a picturesque scene. Just as the four were frolicking, a figure suddenly intruded. Husband, upon seeing Lu Chun, Zhang Yuchan, Shui Meiyin, and Zhou Zhidai hurriedly welcomed him. A fragrant breeze wafted towards Lu Chun as he beamed at the trio. Ah, you were just playing, and now only Yu Bai Wei remains flustered. The awkwardness of the situation struck Yu Bai Wei the hardest. Her fair face flushed as she awkwardly covered herself with her hands, stealing glances at the gathered four. Seeing Zhang Yuchan, Zhou Zhidai, and Shui Meiyin laughing so joyfully, a twinge of envy stirred within her. This reminded her of a previous encounter with the elder of the Tianhu clan who had said, "But he is Chan'er-S." No, Yu Bai Wei, how could you harbor such shameful thoughts? Overwhelmed by her sudden, shameful musings, Yu Bai Wei felt utterly embarrassed. Her odd behavior caught the attention of Lu Chun, Zhang Yuchan, and the other three. As a bewitching enchantress, Shui Meiyin smiled slyly and discreetly transmitted a message to Zhang Yuchan, startled by the message. Zhang Yuchan's face turned beet red as she replied, "Ah, that might not be appropriate." As the foremost pure celestial maiden of the southern wilderness, she seemed to have discovered a new continent. The once spotless mountain Holy Lotus was now thoroughly tainted by the mortal world. Zhou Zhidai and Yu Bai Wei, being rivals, naturally shared a tacit understanding with Shui Meiyin's thoughts. Munchan, this is for your master's sake. Just think, with your husband's identity and cultivation, Bai Wei must have gained an advantage. Zhou Zhidai quickly fueled the flames. Well, I suppose that makes sense. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Yuchan nodded, stealing her courage as she approached Yu Bai Wei alongside the other two. What is wrong with you three? Why are you staring at me like that? Yu Bai Wei felt a shiver run down her spine as she noticed their intense gazes. Chapter 127. The Endless Thunder Realm, Thunder Punishment Divine King, Yun Mingli. For some reason, Yu Bai Wei sensed an ominous aura from the looks exchanged among the three. Oh, as expected, the next moment, Zhang Yuchan, Shui Meiyin, and Zhou Zhidai swiftly surrounded her, deftly helping her remove her armor. Chan'er, Yu Bai Wei furiously chided Zhang Yuchan. Then Shui Meiyin directly pushed her into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen, understanding the cue, wrapped his arms around Yu Bai Wei's delicate waist. Respected Senior Yu. Yu Bai Wei trembled as her face turned a deep crimson, her fair skin glowing with a hint of red, softly gazing at Lu Chen. As Lu Chen leaned down, their lips met, causing her pupils to dilate. 2.5 hours later, Yu Bai Wei lay limp in Lu Chen's embrace, her cheeks flushed. Yet she shyly buried her face deep within his chest. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she felt unworthy to face Zhang Yuchan. However, Zhang Yuchan, having adapted under the guidance of the witch duo Shui Meiyin and Zhou Zhidai, quickly offered words of consolation. Ding, modification successful. Yu Bai Wei modifiable. Cultivation, Divine Emperor Tian Shi Wu Zhong, modifiable. Zhang Yuchan modifiable. Cultivation, Divine Emperor Tian Shi Wu Zhong, modifiable. Shui Meiyin, modifiable. After a refreshing moment, Lu Chun proceeded to elevate all four women's cultivation to the Divine Emperor level. After all, as his women, their cultivation should not lag too far behind. Sensing the divine power flowing within them, Zhang Yuchan, Shui Meiyin, and the others looked at Lu Chun with joy. Thank you for your grace, husband. Meanwhile, Yu Bai Wei, who had advanced from Emperor to Divine Emperor, was equally thrilled, her previous despondency completely lifted as she marveled. Is this the strength of the esteemed senior? Such terrifying prowess. Lu Chen smiled lightly at her words. If you wish to express your gratitude, let it be something substantial. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Meiyin, radiating an aura of irresistible charm, softly smiled and gazed at Lu Chun with sultry eyes. In an instant, the immortal pool was once again filled with the warmth of spring. A year passed in the blink of an eye. In the Tianyan Divine Temple, Lu Chun sat at the head of the table, while the nine heavens, Xian Nu and Luo Qingxian, returned from the realm of the gods. At this moment, Linglong Fairy and Fire Phoenix Fairy were positioned on either side of Lu Chun, giving him a shoulder massage. Meanwhile, below, Hua Qingying, Luo Qingxian, Shui Yuqing, Zhang Yuchan, Shui Meiyin, and the others were singing and dancing joyfully. All were donned in ethereal gowns as delicate as the wings of cicadas, gracefully swaying and dancing with elegance. This existence truly resembled that of celestial beings. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he inhaled the faint fragrance wafting through the air, feeling an exquisite sense of contentment within. Over the past year, he had not only moved all the women into the vast Tianyan Divine Palace, but had also adjusted their cultivation levels to the realm of divine emperors, without showing favoritism to any individual. During this time, the cosmic marauders had periodically come to their demise outside the Tianyan realm. Now, The reputation of the Tianyan realm echoed throughout the entire realm of gods. The major powers in the vicinity of Tianyan often sought to curry favor with Lu Chen. The Tianyan Divine Palace had subtly emerged as the acknowledged foremost power in the illusory Star Sea. In a swift shift of scenes, within the illusory Star Sea, in the boundless Thunder Realm, a somewhat stooped man sat regally in a grand hall. This individual was the esteemed Thunder Punishment Divine King, the sovereign of the Thunder Realm. As a preeminent force in the illusory Star Sea, the Thunder Realm was revered by many. All matters within and without were controlled solely by the Thunder Punishment Divine King. "Father," a clear voice rang out. Turning towards the sound, a graceful and enchanting young woman approached. She sported a high ponytail and wore a form-fitting outfit that perfectly accentuated her slender form. Her long, jade-like legs were enveloped in black knee-high boots, presenting a youthful and poised demeanor. Observing her once mighty father now in such a state of decline, Yuan Mengli's autumnal eyes brimmed with concern as she inquired, "Father, what has happened to you?" The servant, Ling Lao, sighed nearby. "Alas, Your Highness, you are unaware that the Master's 500th dimensional calamity is imminent. Given the current condition of the Master, it is feared that he may struggle to survive this tribulation. A dimensional cycle spans 128,000 years. Although one's lifespan reaches infinity upon attaining the realm of divine kings, it is not eternal. With each passing cycle, a calamity ordained by the heavens descends. The longer one lives, the more formidable the calamity faced by the divine kings becomes. Unless one breaks through to the realm of divine emperors, escape is not possible. Originally, the Thunder Punishment Divine King had prepared adequately for this dimensional calamity, but having recently encountered a formidable enemy, he now bore severe injuries. His power reduced to a mere 10th or 12th of its peak. As the next dimensional calamity loomed, the Thunder Punishment Divine King found himself utterly incapable of resistance. "What? Father, you are injured?" Yuan Mengli gasped in disbelief, her delicate hand covering her lips. The Thunder Punishment Divine King managed a resigned smile. "I have lived long enough. If I cannot break through to the Divine Emperor realm, it is only a matter of time before I succumb to the calamity. My only concern is the Thunder realm. As the sole Divine King in the Thunder realm, my demise may incite countless nefarious individuals to covet it. In such a case, the Thunder realm, bereft of its Divine King's protection, would undoubtedly become a target, suffering the fate of being divided among others. My dear, now is the time to leave the Thunder realm. Seek a secluded place to conceal your identity, and do not reveal who you are." The Thunder Punishment Divine King looked at Yuan Mengli below and began imparting his final wishes. Given her extraordinary beauty, if the Thunder realm were to fall, her fate could be easily imagined. "No, Father, there must be another way." Yuan Mengli fervently shook her head. "The dimensional calamity is exceedingly terrifying. I am powerless." The Thunder Punishment Divine King commanded Ling Lao, "Take Lear away from the Thunder realm at once." Yet, Yuan Mengli was unwilling to watch her father perish helplessly, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Father, Ling Lao, is there truly no other recourse?" Ling Lao sighed and slowly replied, "Your Highness, there is indeed a possibility. The dimensional calamity is a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, and only a divine emperor, who transcends these laws, can intervene. Anyone below the divine emperor level who attempts to act will be seen as challenging the heavenly order and will be annihilated on the spot." Upon hearing this, Yuan Mengli's eyes glimmered. "So there is still hope." "Enough, Lear." Looking across the entire eastern divine domain, only the Wuding Divine Sea, Shifang Canglan realm, and Qijie Sacred Mansion have divine emperors stationed, and they can be counted on one hand. These divine emperors are elusive. How could the Thunder realm possibly summon such beings? The Thunder Punishment Divine King lamented. Yuan Mengli's expression shifted, as if she had grasped a lifeline. "Father, is there not a divine emperor in the illusory Star Sea?" Ling Lao's expression turned skeptical. "Do you mean the Tianyan Divine Lord who suddenly emerged a year ago?" Yuan Mengli nodded, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she spoke of the Tianyan Divine Lord. "Indeed. It is said that this Tianyan Divine Lord not only subdued the Wuding Divine Sea, but also overwhelmed the Shifang Canglan realm. And even the heavenly court regards him with great trepidation. Moreover, it is rumored that he is exceptionally young, having reached the Divine Emperor realm before even half a century of age." The Thunder Punishment Divine King had certainly heard of the rumors surrounding the Tianyan Divine Lord and inquired, "Lear, are you suggesting that I should seek out the Tianyan realm?" Yuan Mengli nodded earnestly, "Yes. As a newly emerged Divine Emperor, and at such a young age, he is unlikely to be like those ancient beings. If the Thunder realm offers due respect, perhaps we might be able to engage his assistance." Ling Lao chimed in, "Master, perhaps you should heed the young princess's advice and give it a try." After a moment of contemplation, the Thunder Punishment Divine King slowly rose. "Very well. Let us proceed to the Tianyan realm." In the Tianyan Divine Palace, amidst the lively ambience, Lu Chen soon sensed the approach of the Thunder Punishment Divine King and his entourage. Oh, this piques my interest. He continued to revel in the festivities, oblivious to their presence. After a considerable time, the Thunder Punishment Divine King and Yuan Mengli arrived at the Tianyan realm's threshold. Upon sensing their aura, the likes of Cang Xian Zhenshun and Lin Yuan Zhenshin promptly approached them. Fellow Taoists, may I inquire the purpose of your visit to the Tianyan realm? Seeing this, the Thunder Punishment Divine King did not dare to show any disrespect and respectfully replied, "We have long heard of the illustrious name of the Tianyan Divine Lord and have come to seek an audience." Upon hearing that they sought to meet Lu Chen, Cang Xian Zhenshun waved his hands repeatedly. "The Divine Lord is not someone you can see at will. It would be best for you to return. Disturbing his interest could lead to undesirable consequences." The Thunder Punishment Divine King smiled wryly, but just as he prepared to leave, a divine voice resonated, "Cang Xian, bring them over." With the command given, Cang Xian Zhenshin's expression shifted as he promptly led the pair forward. "Esteemed guests, the Divine Lord requests your presence." The faces of the Thunder Punishment Divine King and Yuan Mengli brightened as they followed Cang Xian Zhenshun to the exterior of the Tianyan Divine Palace. What a magnificent and awe-inspiring palace. Gazing at the Tianyan Divine Palace before them, even the well-traveled Thunder Punishment Divine King could not help but express his admiration. Moments later, father and daughter stepped inside the grand hall with a mix of trepidation. As they crossed the threshold, an overwhelming pressure emanating from countless divine emperors enveloped them. Inside the Tianyan Divine Palace, Lu Chen sat high upon his throne, with the enchanting Jiutian Xin Nu serving him attentively. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxian, Hua Qingying, Jiang Yuechan, and Shui Yueqing ceased their performance and took their seats along the sides of the hall. Given that all the women had reached the realm of divine emperors, the pressure within the Tianyan Divine Palace was undeniably formidable. The aura they unconsciously exuded was beyond the capacity of ordinary divine kings to withstand. Salutations to the Tianyan Divine Lord. The terrified Lei Fa Shen Wang and Yun Meng Li immediately knelt before the grand hall. "Ladies, please temper your aura a little. You frightened our guests," Lu Chen remarked with a grin, addressing Luo Qingxian and the other women below. As his words fell, the women made a concerted effort to rein in their formidable presence. With a sigh of relief, they finally managed to lift their heads. However, upon seeing the likes of Luo Qingxian, Hua Qingying, and others, all of whom had reached the realm of the Divine Emperor, Lei Fa Shen Wang's pupils constricted in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Dozens of divine emperors, each possessing extraordinary grace. This made Lei Fa Shen Wang feel as though he were lost in a dream. Since when did divine emperors become so commonplace? In the Eastern Divine region, a force with even a single divine emperor would dominate an entire star domain. Yet here, the number was astonishingly high. Is he truly that Tianyan Zhenshin? Beside him, Yun Mengli opened her clear autumn eyes, unable to resist scrutinizing Lu Chen above. What greeted her, however, was an overwhelming aura akin to a thunderous force, compelling her to bow her head. "There's no need for such formality. You've traveled a great distance. What brings you here?" Lu Chen inquired, his gaze falling on Yun Meng Li's slender and graceful figure, feigning ignorance. At that moment, Yun Meng Li had exchanged her usual attire for a flowing celestial gown, her hair adorned with a 3-inch crescent hairpin. Her delicate legs were tightly wrapped in sheer white stockings, showcasing her pure and captivating beauty. In response to Lu Chen's inquiry, Lei Fa Shen Wang immediately revealed their purpose. "It is with great shame that I admit, the younger generation is about to face the Yuan Hui calamity, but unfortunately, I have been gravely injured. We have come to seek assistance from the esteemed deity, hoping you might lend your hand." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking slowly and calmly. "Oh, the Yuan Hui calamity? How intriguing. Such a trifling matter is but a gesture for me, yet I am not related to you. Why should I intervene?" Upon hearing this, Yun Meng Li bit her silver teeth and knelt down, pressing her forehead to the ground. Meng Li knows she is unworthy of the esteemed deity's attention. If the esteemed deity is willing to assist, Meng Li would gladly serve you as a maid for life. Moreover, the Endless Thunder Realm would willingly submit to the Tianyan Realm, obeying your every command. I hope the esteemed deity will grant this request." As Yun Meng Li knelt, her gown clung tightly to her skin, perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. Lei Fa Shen Wang felt a mix of emotions as he witnessed his daughter sacrificing her dignity. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxian and Hua Qingying exchanged glances, sighing internally at Lu Chen's unwavering gaze upon Yun Meng Li's enchanting form. "It seems we are destined to welcome yet another sister." Lu Chen feigned contemplation and ultimately acquiesced. Cough, cough. "In light of your filial piety, I shall grant your request. From now on, you shall reside in the Tianyan Divine Hall." Upon hearing this, Hua Qingying couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Husband, I can hardly be bothered to expose you. Chapter 129, A Rare Gem. With Lu Chun's nod of agreement, Yun Li's delicate face brightened. Thank you, esteemed deity. Lei Fa Shenwang also hastily bowed in gratitude. As night fell, Yun Li appeared in Lu Chen's chamber, clad in a pristine white gown. Her cheeks flushed, resembling a layer of rosy mist, her eyelashes fluttering, and her lips adorned with a touch of crimson. Her long, elegant legs were encased in gossamer white stockings, embodying a youthful innocence that was utterly endearing. Her graceful figure stood poised before the bed, occasionally stealing glances at Lu Chun before quickly averting her gaze. Esteemed deity, Meng Li is still a maiden. I hope you will be gentle. Yun Li gazed shyly at Lu Chun, her voice barely above a whisper, as her blushing face seemed to radiate warmth. The anticipation of what was to come filled her with both shyness and a hint of eagerness. After all, a youth of Lu Chen's caliber, having reached the divine emperor realm at such a young age, is unmatched throughout history. It is no wonder that any woman would be enamored by such an extraordinary talent. Gazing at the alluring and pure Yun Li before him, Lu Chun felt an irresistible urge and gently drew her into his embrace. Truly, she was a rare gem. As he savored her fragrant presence, Lu Chun could not help but caress her delicate chin. Esteemed deity, Yun Li gazed at him with misty eyes, her expression both enchanting and innocent, exuding an alluring charm that was uniquely her own. Gradually lost in the moment, she leaned in to offer her tempting, rosy lips. Thus, the night promised to be one of sleeplessness. The following day, with her body aching, Yun Li supported herself with her delicate hands, limping out of the chamber. Upon closer inspection, her once high ponytail seemed to have lost a few strands. Her exquisite face now bore a rosy hue, hinting at a newfound maturity. Oh, my husband is truly still so careless with the delicate. Luo Qingxian, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sympathy. Yun Li, having met this formidable sister, encountered Luo Qingxian as she stepped out of the chamber. Faced with this powerful elder sister, she dared not show any sign of disrespect. You must be Yun Li, right? Come, follow me. I'll help you with some medicine, Luo Qingxian offered, taking Yun Li's soft hand and leading her back to her chamber. Sister, I can manage this myself. There's no need to trouble you, Yun Li responded, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. However, she ultimately could not resist Luo Qingxian's enthusiasm and allowed her to assist. The scene shifted. Lei Fa Shenwang, modifiable. Gender, male, modifiable. Identity, Lord of the Endless Thunder Realm, modifiable. Cultivation, Divine King, modifiable. Draw out the Yuan Hui Thunder Tribulation proactively. Lu Chen stood suspended in the void, calmly addressing Lei Fa Shenwang before him. Esteemed deity now? I am not fully prepared. I assent this a bit hasty? Lei Fa Shenwang hesitated at the response. It is well known that while divine emperors can influence the divine king's Yuan Hui calamity to some extent, it merely weakens the thunder tribulation. Ultimately, one must rely on their own strength to overcome it. Lu Chun, however, showed no leniency, coldly asserting, with me here, it is the best strategy. If you have any reservations, do not waste my time. Upon hearing this, Lei Fa Shenwang's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly replied, Yes, I will obey the esteemed deity. At this point, he had no choice but to trust Lu Chen's remarkable abilities. Meanwhile, outside the Endless Thunder Realm, a dense and terrifying blood-red hue filled the void. Through layers of blood mist, an androgynous figure sat upon a throne, overlooking the Endless Thunder Realm below. This individual was none other than the Lord of the Blood Temple, Han Miesheng, a powerful divine king. It was he who had previously injured Lei Fa Shenwang. That old fellow Lei Fa Shenwang is likely at his wit's end. All of you, heed my command. The moment you sense the Yuan Hui Thunder Tribulation, head straight for the Endless Thunder Realm and capture Yun Li for me. Han Miesheng ordered his followers in the Blood Temple, his eyes glinting with cold light. Understood. The legion of true divine followers behind him numbered 1,000 strong. Such a force could be considered among the most formidable even in the realm of Huan Miesheng. Without Lei Fa Shenwang's support, the Endless Thunder Realm would swiftly turn to ashes. Once the Thunder Punishment God King falls, I shall ensure the well-being of your delicate and enchanting daughter. Han Miesheng licked his lips, emitting a sound of grotesque laughter. At this moment, it was not only the Blood God Palace that had set its sights on the boundless Thunder Realm, but also the 6th, Bei Yi Shaoji Palace, and other formidable forces from the illusory Star Sea. Suddenly, a great tremor echoed through the distant star domain, as the cataclysmic force of the Yuan Hui catastrophe reverberated across the starry expanse. Upon sensing the formation of the Thunder Tribulation, Han Mieshing and the other powerful beings waiting in anticipation turned their gazes toward that direction. The Yuanhui catastrophe? How did that old fool manage to traverse so far for his tribulation? Realizing this, Han Mieshing immediately extended his divine sense. The very next moment, upon discerning the location of the Yuanhui catastrophe, he felt a jolt of alarm. No, the position of that old fellow seems to be directed towards the Tianyan realm. An ominous premonition surged within him. Could it be that this old fool has climbed to the lofty branches of the Tianyan realm? The master of the six, who was also lurking nearby, inquired, Blood God King, since this old fool has hidden himself so far away for his tribulation, why don't we cleanse the boundless thunder realm while we have the chance? Upon hearing this, the master of Bei Yi Shao Ji Palace retorted, let us hold off for now. If this old fool truly has ascended to the Tianyan realm, the consequences could be dire. The Tianyan realm is currently guarded by the formidable Tianyan Zuanshin, a being even the heavenly court fears. Han Mieshing's heart sank. Damn it, this old fool is indeed cunning. The master of the six responded, Humph, I care not for such matters. Let us first clean up here. I refuse to believe that the old ghost has truly climbed to such heights. It is merely a pretense using the name of the Tianyan Zuanshin to intimidate us. If you are all going to hesitate, then do not blame me for taking the lead. With that, the master of the six prepared to lead his followers into the boundless thunder realm. However, a divine radiance suddenly appeared, blocking their path. The Zhangxianjinshan, holding a divine decree, declared with a voice that resonated through the heavens, by the divine mandate of the Tianyan, from this day forth, the boundless thunder realm shall be under the dominion of the Tianyan realm. Should anyone dare to infringe upon it, it shall be regarded as a provocation against the Tianyan realm. As Zhangxianjinshan unfurled the divine decree, a majestic figure resembling Lu Chun emerged in the starry sky, standing like a colossal pillar. Upon the appearance of Lu Chun's divine form, a terrifying pressure emanated, engulfing the space like a tidal wave. All present, including the god kings and true gods, felt their hearts race with trepidation. Han Mieshing emitted a muffled groan, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, and found himself prostrating at the feet of the divine form. We pay our respects to the Tianyan Zuanshin. The master of Bei Yi Shao Ji Palace exclaimed, overtaken by fear. We pay our respects to the Tianyan Zuanshin, followed Han Mieshing and the master of the six, who dared not display any semblance of anger. The being before them was a taboo entity that even the heavenly court dared not offend. Though the three had wielded power in the illusory star sea, they found themselves rendered speechless in the presence of this true sovereign. The divine radiance of the divine form illuminated the celestial expanse, eventually transforming into countless stars that descended into the boundless thunder realm. It signified the protection of all living beings in this domain from that moment forth. Only then did the oppressive pressure that loomed over them gradually dissipate. Was this the supreme existence that even the Tianzuan fears? It truly instills fear. The master of the six lamented, entirely dispelling any avarice for the boundless thunder realm. Facing the three god kings and countless true gods, Zhangxianjinshan maintained a demeanor of unwavering resolve, stating solemnly, the boundless thunder realm has now come under the Tianyan realm's jurisdiction. Thus, I urge you all to refrain from any misconceptions and withdraw promptly. Upon hearing this, the princess of Bei Yi Shao Ji Palace and the master of the six nodded submissively, responding, indeed, as the envoy proclaims, we shall depart at once. As the words left their lips, they hurriedly retreated with their divine armies. Damn it, this old fool has genuinely climbed the leg of the Tianyan realm. Witnessing this scene, Han Mieshing felt an overwhelming despair. No, I can no longer remain in the illusory star sea. It was he who heavily injured the thunder punishment god king. And though I do not know how the latter managed to ascend, should the Tianyan realm come for me, even 10 lives would not suffice. With that thought, Han Mieshing did not hesitate for a moment, abandoning his followers from the Blood God Palace and choosing to flee alone. Where is the master going? Is he abandoning us? The bewildered members of the Blood God Palace exchanged looks. What are you waiting for? Hurry and run. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the members of the Blood God Palace scattered in a panic. Thus, a formidable force that once dominated the illusory star sea crumbled in such a ludicrous fashion. After completing his task, Zhangxianjinshan vanished, returning to the Tianyan realm. In the Tianyan realm, the Yuanhui thunder tribulation brewed with immense fury, the divine thunder rumbling wildly within the clouds. Is this the Yuanhui catastrophe? Is my father about to face his tribulation so soon? Yunmengli, having just taken her medicine, looked up at the swirling divine thunder with a hint of worry in her eyes. Lo Qingxian comforted her softly. Do not fret, as long as your husband is present. Nothing is insurmountable. Lu Chun can conjure the strength of a divine emperor at will. Facing this mere Yuanhui thunder tribulation is but a trifling matter. As the Yuan Hui divine thunder, imbued with the laws of heaven, rumbled, even the thunder punishment god king trembled beneath its might. In the next moment, a divine thunder struck down ferociously. Get lost. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen's eyes widened slightly, emanating a flicker of creation divine power. Sensing Lu Chen's divine might, the heavenly laws immediately conceded, and the descending thunder tribulation vanished without a trace. The previously ominous sky instantaneously transformed into clarity. Is this the Yuan Hui catastrophe? It was overcome so effortlessly. The thunder punishment god king felt his perspective broaden. Is there truly such a method to transcend tribulations? While he had witnessed divine emperor beings assisting others through the Yuan Hui tribulation, he had never seen anyone repel the heavenly laws with a mere utterance. Perhaps even the current foremost figure, the Hua Qingying, could not achieve such a feat. Thank you, esteemed deity, for your assistance. The thunder punishment god king eventually recovered from his astonishment, regarding Lu Chen with a gaze akin to that of a monster. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Lu Chen acknowledged with a nod. Father, esteemed deity. At that moment, Yun Mengli flew forward, her face filled with concern as she addressed the thunder punishment god king. Father, have you successfully transcended your Yuan Hui tribulation? The thunder punishment god king, equally astonished, nodded. I believe so. Just as the three engaged in conversation, Song Xianzhen Shun returned to report. I report to the realm lord. The divine decree has been delivered to the boundless thunder realm, and all nefarious individuals have been dispersed. Lu Chen nodded in response. Well done. With that, he modified Song Xianzhen Shun's cultivation panel. Beep. Modification successful. Song Xianzhen Shun modifiable. Cultivation. God King modifiable. In the next moment, an immense surge of God King power flooded into Song Xianzhen Shun's body. Thank you for your generous bestowal, Realm Lord, Song Xianzhen Shun exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement as he bowed deeply to Lu Chen. From now on, all trivial matters shall be entrusted to you, Lu Chen stated nonchalantly. Cultivating a loyal subordinate can indeed alleviate numerous troubles, allowing him to function as a competent steward. The prowess of the Shun Wang is more than sufficient for this purpose. The subordinate will undoubtedly be diligent, living up to the expectations of the Jesuan. This is the realm of the Shun Wang, the supreme existence that Song Xian Shun Wang has long aspired to attain. With this thought, Song Xian Shun Wang felt invigorated and promptly took his leave from Lu Chen, for there were myriad trivial matters awaiting his attention at the juncture of the two realms. Meanwhile, witnessing this scene, Lei Fa Shen Wang was struck with astonishment, his expression frozen in disbelief. Just moments ago, Song Xian, who was merely at the level of a Zhen Shun, had instantaneously ascended to the ranks of a Shun Wang. This completely overturned his understanding of cultivation, and his awe for Lu Chen grew immensely. Who, precisely, is this Tianyan Shun? In the very next moment, an overwhelming aura of a Shun Wang surged forth from Yun Mengli. Li, have you also broken through to the Shun Wang level? Lei Fa Shen Wang inquired incredulously, sensing the immense power radiating from her. Shen Wang. Yun Mengli's face flushed with excitement, her beauty resembling a delicate blush of dawn. Thank you, esteemed senior. I am willing to repay your kindness with a spring of gratitude. A Shen Wang, surveying the vast Xianxiaaudiobooks, is undoubtedly a sovereign presence, a pinnacle she had never dared to dream of reaching. Yet, in an instant, she found herself elevated to this realm, filling her with exhilaration. A spring of gratitude? I shall await that with great anticipation, Lu Chen remarked with a playful smile, casting his gaze upon Yun Mengli's pure and enchanting figure. Upon hearing this, Yun Mengli's cheeks bloomed with a deeper hue, her head bowing slightly as she bit her lower lip, her eyes shimmering with resolve to disregard her recent injuries. Alas, it is a pity that Han Mieshing managed to escape. Lei Fa Shen Wang sighed in resignation. With Han Mieshing's capabilities, it would be exceedingly difficult to track him down in the vast Dongshinyu. Earlier, Han Mieshing had calculated his opportunity to injure him. Such a grudge must be avenged. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smirked. Escape? In my eyes, what good is it even if he flees to the ends of the earth? As soon as he finished speaking, a thick ledger of life and death appeared in his hand. Holding the judge's pen, he inscribed 3 bold characters upon the ledger, Han Mieshing. Just as he completed the inscription, Han Mieshing, who had already fled tens of millions of light years away to the Wuding Shanhai, thought to himself that the Tianyan Shun would likely not pursue him any further. In a state of heightened anxiety, Han Mieshing scanned the space behind him, fearful of any pursuers. Only after confirming that there were no lingering auras did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. What is happening? What is happening to me? He observed as the divine essence within him visibly dissipated at an alarming rate. Having never witnessed such an eerie phenomenon, He began to frantically pat his body, but it was all in vain. I cannot accept this. In less than a moment, the once mighty blood Shenwang met his demise. Henceforth, the world would no longer know of the existence of the blood Shenwang. Lu Chen, putting away the ledger of life and death, spoke calmly. What? Esteemed lord, the blood Shenwang has fallen? Lei Fa Shenwang's heart trembled once more. Across such vast star rivers, the Tianyan Zun Shun had slain a Shenwang effortlessly with a mere stroke of the pen. This was truly terrifying. Is this the supreme power of the esteemed lord? It is indeed fearsome beyond measure. Lei Fa Shenwang swallowed hard, shaken to his core. From now on, you shall continue to oversee the boundless Legia. Should anyone dare to offend, simply invoke the divine statues within the endless Legia. Lu Chen addressed Lei Fa Shenwang with a casual demeanor. Yes, I am grateful for your favor, esteemed lord. In response, Lei Fa Shenwang knelt upon one knee in the void, his expression filled with reverence for Lu Chen. You may depart. Lu Chen nodded slightly, gesturing for him to leave, eager to discuss the matter of gratitude. As Lei Fa Shenwang departed, he cast a glance at Yunming Li before heading toward the boundless Legia. Now, it was time to converse regarding the promised spring of gratitude. With Lei Fa Shenwang gone, Lu Chen extended his hand, embracing Yunming Li's soft and delicate waist. The bashful Yunming Li's eyes sparkled like a startled deer, her lowered lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, creating ripples of unspoken words. I implore you, esteemed senior, to cherish me. Yunming Li pouted her red lips, whispering as if to a moth drawn to flame. Years swiftly passed. During this span, Lu Chen reveled in merriment, immersed in a realm of gentle songs and dances. Below, Luo Qingxian, Hua Qingying, and Shui Yuqing appeared increasingly radiant. Regrettably, despite Lu Chen's diligent efforts as the creator god, he was unable to conceive even a single child. Furthermore, throughout these decades, the dynamics of the xianxiaaudiobooks underwent a profound transformation. The emergence of the Tianyan realm disrupted the previous power structure of the xianxiaaudiobooks, establishing itself as the indisputable hegemon. Many factions willingly aligned themselves with the Tianyan realm, including the Lu Liandian and Bei Yishao Jigong, among others. During this time, rumors of the Tianyan Zun Shun indulging in pleasures spread like wildfire. Over the years, countless powerful factions in the xianxiaaudiobooks sought to gain favor with the Tianyan realm, sending their most beautiful female cultivators to its doors. Although Lu Chen was unaware of who spread such malicious gossip, he saw no reason to refuse the beautiful maidens offered to him. The back courtyard of the Tianyan Divine Palace became home to many graceful figures, all willingly drawn to the reverence for the Tianyan Zun Shun. Life was indeed quite comfortable. Within the Tianyan Divine Palace, Lu Chen reclined with his eyes half closed, resting upon the exquisite legs of Luo Qingxian. My husband, you truly are a fickle heart, and one day you shall inevitably fall under the spell of a pomegranate skirt. Reflecting on the romantic entanglements of the past few years, Luo Qingxian, unable to contain her frustration, playfully rubbed Lu Chen's face with her delicate hand. In response, Lu Chen merely smiled, gazing at her affectionately. My dear, have you ever heard the saying? To fall under the pomegranate skirt of my beloved is to be a charming ghost. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxian's cheeks blossomed like a scarlet flower on white paper, her neck adorned with a delicate blush. You rogue husband, always with your sweet tongue. Luo Qingxian teased, her lips curling into a smirk. It must be said, Lu Chen had quite the knack for charming his beloved. At that moment, sounds echoed from outside the great hall. Lu Chen quickly sat up, straightening himself. Esteemed lord, the Bingyun Xiangong has come to pay their respects. The Lin Yuan Zhunshan approached, his demeanor respectful. Please, enter. Lu Chen gestured with a slight nod. Previously, the Bingyun Xiangong had willingly submitted to the Tianyan realm. In the next moment, a group of female cultivators from the Bingyun Xiangong entered the hall, bringing with them a chill. They were all clad in pristine white gowns, as pure as snow. I am Ling Hanwei, here to meet the esteemed lord. The leading lady, veiled in a delicate gauze, wore a snow-white gown that accentuated her graceful figure, perfectly outlining her alluring curves. She was none other than the leader of the Bingyun Xiangong, Ling Hanwei. Gazing down at the enchanting and voluptuous beauty before him, Lu Chen felt an unmistakable allure, his eyes unabashedly resting upon Ling Hanwei's proud figure. Ling Hanwei, the esteemed leader of the Bingyun Xian Palace, stood before him with a demeanor of grace, yet internally, she harbored no dissatisfaction towards Lu Chen's brazen scrutiny. To be able to serve under a deity such as him was an honor for the Bingyun Xian Palace. With a respectful gesture, she expressed her intentions. I have come to beseech the revered deity for assistance. At this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what does Palace Master Ling mean by that? In the next moment, A graceful figure stepped forward from behind. Mu Feishue, the chief disciple of the Bingyun Xian Palace, possessed an aura that was ethereal and otherworldly. Adorned in a pure white celestial gown, her movements resembled the gentle ripples of azure waves. Her exquisite form partially veiled beneath delicate fabric, while a snow-white hue at her neck shone brighter than the freshest snowfall atop Kunlun's peak. Her slender silhouette and autumnal gaze reflected the moonlight like a serene lake, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. "This is my disciple, Feishue," Ling Hanwei hastily introduced. Mu Feishue's strikingly ethereal beauty captivated Lu Chen, momentarily stealing his focus. Her delicate waist, so slender it could be grasped with a single hand, and her sorrowful, icy eyes evoked a sense of tenderness. Observing this interaction, Luo Qingxian, sitting nearby, could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. In a fit of frustration, she reached out and pinched Lu Chen's waist, prompting him to snap back to reality. "You fickle heartthrob," she muttered. Exasperated by Lu Chen's obvious fascination with every beautiful face he encountered, especially in her presence. Ling Hanwei, catching a glimpse of this exchange, lowered her gaze, internally lamenting, alas. With Feishue's beauty, she may not escape the clutches of temptation. Mu Feishue, too, sensed the tension, her lips pressed gently together. A hint of pallor gracing her otherwise beautiful visage, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. "Palace Masterling, I presume your visit concerns the resolution of Mu Xinzi's extraordinary physique?" Lu Chen discerned the peculiarities within Mu Feishue's essence. Nodding fervently, Ling Hanwei replied, "Indeed, revered deity. I humbly request your assistance in alleviating Feishue's plight. The so-called absolute spirit body is a rare condition endowed with an innate affinity for the divine essence of ice and snow. Initially, practitioners exhibit astonishing cultivation speeds, as seen with Mu Feishue, who attained the semi-divine realm at the tender age of 20. However, upon reaching the true divine level, this unique physique can erupt catastrophically, leading to the practitioner's demise, their essence dissipating into a storm of icy particles. I beseech you to lend your power, and in return, Feishue will be eternally grateful," she implored, kneeling with earnestness. The enchanting visage of Mu Feishue, coupled with her poignant expression, ignited an instinctive compassion within those present. The absolute spirit body was a conundrum even her revered master could not unravel. Thus, Mu Feishue sought the aid of Lu Chen, intrigued by the prospect of gratitude. Lu Chen considered the matter, realizing that while resolving the absolute spirit body was indeed feasible, Mu Xinzi harbored more than one complication within her. With a contemplative expression, he focused his divine perception, penetrating through Mu Feishue's celestial gown to uncover the essence of her being. Within her, he detected a subtle yet malevolent black aura, an insidious presence emanating from the realm of evil spirits, indicating the influence of a sinister deity. Ling Hanwei's expression shifted as she inquired, "Might I ask what you mean, revered deity?" Lu Chen, now serious, swiftly approached Mu Feishue, commanding, "Extend your hand." Surprised and confused by this sudden demand, Mu Feishue, feeling the overwhelming force of Lu Chen's presence, cautiously extended her delicate hand. Grasping her icy, tender fingers, Lu Chen felt her shiver from the unfamiliar touch. Overwhelmed by an unexpected wave of emotions, Mu Feishue's face flushed, her cheeks radiating a soft hue as she turned away. Her ears tinged with a coral blush. This esteemed deity is remarkably youthful. Could he truly be a divine emperor? She pondered, recalling the many tales of Lu Chen's exploits that had circulated in recent years. Her curiosity piqued. She occasionally cast furtive glances, only to shyly avert her gaze. Luo Qingxian, observing the scene above, scoffed at Lu Chen's antics, recognizing his playful intentions. As moments ticked away, Lu Chen finally declared, "The issue of Mu Xinzi's absolute spirit body has been resolved." A frigid black mist emerged from Mu Feishue, which Lu Chen swiftly contained with his gaze. "Revered deity, what is this?" Ling Hanwei recognized the ominous aura that coiled around the black mist, surmising it to be a chilling curse. She speculated that the curse had been cast by a malevolent entity from the evil spirit realm. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, his thoughts racing. These restless spirits have begun to stir again. They come seeking trouble, but now they have walked right into my domain. Amidst his contemplation, Mu Feishue, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty, finally spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "Revered deity, how much longer must you hold my hand?" Clearing his throat, Lu Chen loosened his grip on her delicate wrist, noticing her embarrassment as she rubbed her slightly reddened skin. "Might I inquire, revered deity, how did this curse find its way into Feishue's body?" Ling Hanwei asked, her expression grave. "Is there a new plot from the evil deity?" Lu Chen responded earnestly, "Rest assured, Palace Masterling, now that the Bingyun Xian Palace is under the protection of the Tianyan realm, I shall ensure your safety." Hearing this, Ling Hanwei's worries began to dissipate. We are profoundly grateful for your protection, revered deity. Given the imminent threat posed by the evil deity, should we inform the heavenly sovereign to prepare the other gods? Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that for now. Focus instead on the curse that afflicts you. The chilling curse bore a striking resemblance to your cultivation techniques, which is why it has gone unnoticed until now. Beside her, Mu Feishua's expression changed dramatically. What? Senior Xuanlan, have our ancestors also fallen under the evil curse? Ling Hanwei's demeanor was as cold as ice, and she hurriedly probed her internal state with her divine consciousness. Lu Chen appeared unperturbed, watching the unfolding events with an air of composure, and slowly began to speak. Does the head of Ling Palace experience an overwhelming sense of discomfort and a chilling cold engulfing her body at the hour of the tiger? Just as Ling Hanwei was about to respond, Lu Chen interrupted her. You must have thought this was due to your cultivation method, but that is not the case. It is the influence of this evil curse. The ancestral techniques of Bingyun Xian Palace carry this side effect, and it is applicable only to female practitioners. After a moment of silence, Ling Hanwei pursed her lips, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. The accompanying Mu Feishue and the female disciples of Bingyun Xian Palace also displayed expressions of shock. I implore the esteemed divine being for assistance. Although Ling Hanwei felt quite astonished, she reasoned that someone of Lu Chen's extraordinary caliber would not stoop to deception. Very well, but this place is unsuitable. Please follow me. With that, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the surrounding space began to shift, transporting the women of Bingyun Xian Palace to a serene pavilion. Ladies, please remove your garments. Upon arriving, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and stated. However, upon hearing this, the female disciples of Bingyun Xian Palace blushed deeply, hastily covering their chests with their delicate hands. Esteemed senior, might I inquire about the reasoning behind this? Even Ling Hanwei, the palace master, blushed, her eyes misty as she cautiously asked. Had these words come from anyone else, she would have swiftly silenced them. But now, confronted with the ruler of the illusory Star Sea, the youngest divine emperor in the history of the realm of gods, she found herself at a loss. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, dispelling the evil curse is simple. Yet the residual effects can be somewhat troublesome. I must employ acupuncture, and the practice of acupuncture is most hindered by clothing. As his words faded, Ling Hanwei's long lashes trembled. Then I shall trouble you, esteemed divine being. She hesitantly extended her delicate hand to her waist, loosening her jade belt. Without elaborating on the captivating palace master, clad in a flowing white gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she exuded a unique mature charm. Surrounding her was a halo of frost and snow, her flawless skin subtly visible beneath the moonlit fabric. Ancestor, Mu Feishue, standing nearby, flushed a deep crimson, her almond eyes shimmering with conflict as she hesitantly glanced at Ling Hanwei. A moment later, Ling Hanwei silently transmitted a message, Feishue. Do not underestimate the integrity of a gentleman. With the profound cultivation of our esteemed divine being, there must be a valid reason. Do not overthink it. After reassuring Mu Feishue, Ling Hanwei slowly shed her pristine gown, revealing her fair back. The other female disciples followed suit. Observing this, Mu Feishue bit her lip. Her face as red as a ripe fruit as she partially loosened her gown. When will my husband cease this reckless demeanor? Meanwhile, Luo Qinxian, who had accompanied them, rolled her eyes at Lu Chen, inwardly criticizing him. Given the circumstances, she surmised that Lu Chen intended to bring the entire Bingyun Xian Palace under his influence. As he approached the alluring scene, Lu Chen, holding acupuncture needles, stepped behind Ling Hanwei and Mu Feishue. With a soft cry, as the needle was inserted, both women trembled. Particularly, Mu Feishue felt her earlobes flush with crimson, her face resembling a ripe fruit that could bleed. Ling Hanwei displayed a similar reaction. Having cultivated in solitude for millions of years, she remained untouched by male company. After a while, the women, their faces still flushed, donned their gowns, and a fragrant breeze lingered in the air. Thank you, esteemed divine being, for your assistance. This profound kindness will not be forgotten by the disciples of Bingyun Xian Palace. We shall repay you in due time. As he withdrew the needle, Ling Hanwei promptly dressed, wrapping her rounded figure and expressing her gratitude to Lu Chen repeatedly. He waved his hand dismissively, replying, It is but a trivial matter. There is no need for such formalities. In his fragrant hand, a swirling mass of black energy remained. Soon, this mass coalesced into a grotesque visage. A chilling whisper echoed throughout the hall. You dare disrupt my plans? When I descend upon the illusory Star Sea, I will surely wash away this Tianyan realm with blood. 7 Fiends, Evil Emperor. Identity, Evil Spirit Realm, 7 Fiends, Clan Divine Emperor. Cultivation, Divine Emperor, Boundless Universe. Humph. Just a mere projection dares to act presumptuously before me. Lu Chen's expression turned frosty, and with a mere glance, the black energy disintegrated into dust. Esteemed senior, is that being an evil emperor? Ling Hanwei, astonished, cautiously inquired. The mere essence of the seven fiends' evil emperor had exuded such terrifying pressure that even she, a deity, found it hard to breathe under its weight. Indeed, he is the seven fiends clan's divine emperor, the seven fiends' evil emperor. In response to Ling Hanwei's inquiry, Lu Chen nodded slightly. What remains unknown is when this individual began to infiltrate your Bingyun Xian palace using a fragment of his soul. Realizing the identity of the infamous Seven Fiends' evil emperor sent a chill down Ling Hanwei's spine, had it not been for Lu Chen's timely discovery. The tragic fate of Bingyun Xian Palace during the impending invasion of the evil spirit realm would have been all too predictable. Chapter 134, Moon Goddess, Northern Divine Domain. Grim news. Contemplating this, Ling Hanwei deeply bowed once more to Lu Chen, saying, "The kindness you have shown to Bingyun Xian Palace shall be remembered until my dying breath." To this, Lu Chen responded with an air of nonchalance. "Ling Palace Master, it appears this evil curse originates from the techniques of your Bingyun Xian Palace. You must conduct a thorough internal investigation." "Very well, as it happens, I am free and shall personally visit your Bingyun Xian Palace." The scene shifted to Guanghan Realm. A radiant moon cast a soft glow, where a graceful figure clad in flowing garments stood upon a celestial vessel. This woman, with a face as beautiful as the moon, possessed skin whiter than snow. Her eyes held the brilliance of the stars, her lips like vermilion, and her brows dark and soft, exuding an air of nobility. Her movements were as ethereal as a startled swan skimming over water, and her delicate features seemed as if they could be easily broken. This lady was none other than the moon goddess of Guanghan Realm, recognized as the foremost goddess of Eastern Divine Domain, her beauty unparalleled. As if she had descended from the heavens, beyond mortal comprehension. Once, even the heavenly sovereign had remarked, if there exists a creator god, then he must have bestowed 3 parts of beauty upon the world, reserving 7 parts for the moon goddess. This illustrates the moon goddess's astonishing beauty, captivating even the most revered figures. Recently, I have learned a bit regarding the matter of the divine maiden Yun Ro from the Seven Realms Holy Mansion. However, as the war god of the heavenly court, how could you succumb to despair due to romantic entanglements? Must you come to Guanghan Realm to drown your sorrows in wine? The moon goddess stood gracefully at the bow of the ship, the cold moonlight cascading down, creating the most sacred scene imaginable. Nearby, war god Bian Zhuang lay slumped on the ground, holding a wine jug, thoroughly intoxicated. He bore none of the previous vigor of a war god. Reduced to a pitiful state, becoming the greatest laughingstock in the realm of the gods due to the scandal that had spread from the Seven Realms Holy Mansion. Countless beings mocked him openly and in secret for his incompetence. Hee. Hearing these words, war god Bian Zhuang chuckled foolishly, gazing at the enchanting figure before him as if caught in a dream. "You Shun, you have cultivated for so long without seeking a companion, even dismissing the affections of the Tianzuan. How could you possibly comprehend my current plight?" With her jade hand resting gracefully at her waist, Yu Shin exuded an air of poise and elegance. As her delicate lips parted slightly, a voice like ethereal music resonated. "You are the god of war of the heavenly court, one of the 12 heavenly realms. The Tianzuan cannot possibly turn a blind eye to this matter." However, this remark elicited a bout of self-deprecating laughter from the god of war, Bian Zhuang. "God of war? 12 realms. How absurd. My fiancée is in a loving relationship with another and has borne 2 children. In the end, I have become an outsider. That individual is a presence even the Tianzuan fears greatly. What can I, as the god of war, do?" Since returning from the holy manor of the 7 realms, Bian Zhuang had endured daily torment, perpetually awaiting a response from the Tianzuan. Yet, there was no sign of movement from the Tianzuan, as if he had cast aside this god of war. Overwhelmed with frustration, Bian Zhuang sought solace in the Guanghan realm, confiding in Yu Shun, one of the few confidants he had. "Oh, this Tianyan Zunshun possesses such formidable prowess? Even the Tianzuan chooses to endure?" Yu Shun furrowed her brow, her autumn-like eyes, reminiscent of a moonlit pond, revealing a flicker of turmoil. Bian Zhuang nodded. "Indeed, during my first encounter with him at the holy manor of the 7 realms, the pressure he exerted was even greater than that of the Tianzuan. Had it not been for the plea of the ancient god of Pan Yuan, I might have perished then." Reflecting on that moment, Bian Zhuang felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Yu Shun, with her starry gaze, softly mused, "Then this person must also reside in the realm of chaos and eternity." As soon as the words left her lips, her expression grew complex, as if she were devising a plan. Unexpectedly, Bian Zhuang stood abruptly, moving directly in front of Yu Shun and gazing intently at her exquisite visage concealed beneath her veil. "Yu Shun, over the years, my feelings for you." Before he could finish, Yushin coldly turned away, her tone indifferent as she replied, "You should know that I have always regarded you merely as a friend, nothing more." Her frigid demeanor resembled that of a transcendent being devoid of emotion. Such a breathtaking appearance seemed impervious to any form of desecration. "You shun you." Bianzhuang's eyes, filled with emptiness, followed the retreating silhouette of Yushan, and a profound sense of defeat engulfed him. Ever since learning of Yuan Ro's demise, he had suppressed his feelings for Yushan, yet now he yearned for a semblance of comfort from her, only to be met with indifference. "Take care of yourself. I shall not see you off." Yushan's enchanting figure gradually receded, while her melodious yet frigid voice lingered in Bianzhuang's heart, refusing to dissipate. Just as despair settled in, a divine decree suddenly resonated. The scene shifted. In the heavenly court, within the halls of the 12 heavenly realms. In the vast chamber, 10 formidable figures sat upon their thrones. At the pinnacle, the refined and majestic figure of the heavenly emperor, Hua Qingying, presided over the assembly. Below him were the 12 heavenly realms. "May I inquire, why has the Tianzuan summoned us in haste?" asked Jinwu, one of the 12 heavenly realms. Hua Qingying's expression was grave as he articulated each word with weight. "Esteemed ones, the evil god has invaded. The northern divine region has been slaughtered. The white jade divine emperor and the Xianzhu sword god have fallen." As this horrifying news spread, the atmosphere in the divine hall grew heavy. The fall of 2 deities and the annihilation of the northern divine region struck like thunder in the ears of those present. "What? White jade? Xianzhu, how can this be? Why was there no prior warning of the northern divine region's invasion?" The ancient god of Pan Yuan gasped in shock. The god of war, Bianzhuang, was equally horrified. The entire northern divine region has been wiped out. Could it be that the evil god's forces have mobilized? This news came as a shock, causing panic among the assembled deities of the heavenly court. Hua Qingying's countenance darkened. The evil realm has deployed the Zhenlua Tiangang shield, enveloping the entire northern divine region. It was the Xianzhu sword god who, in a desperate act against several evil emperors, detonated himself, allowing this message to be relayed. The stoic Taichu ancient emperor slammed his palm on the table. The evil god has gone too far. The northern divine region is now ashes. What are we waiting for? I implore the Tianzuan to issue an immediate command, summoning the might of the eastern, western, and southern divine regions to avenge our brethren. Millions of starry realms in the northern divine region have perished, countless lives extinguished. Chapter 135. The Great War approaches, the Abyss of Darkness. Addressing the Taichu ancient emperor's plea, Hua Qingying, the heavenly emperor, wore a look of concern. The ancient god of Pan Yuan, a close ally of the Tianzuan, discerned his unease and inquired, "Is the Tianzuan perhaps worried about the Abyss of Darkness?" Upon hearing this, Hua Qingying nodded, his voice heavy. "With the crisis in the northern divine region, the heavenly court's divine beings will inevitably be stretched thin. The Abyss of Darkness will not miss this opportunity. Therefore, we must send someone to the 9 Abyss to keep watch." Given the urgency of the situation, with one of the 4 divine regions of the divine realm falling, the heavenly court faced not only the threat of the evil god, but also the looming menace of the Abyss of Darkness. The ancient god of Pan Yuan's eyes gleamed as he advised, "Tianzuan, allow me to venture to the Tianyan realm to seek the assistance of the Tianyan Zunshan. With their aid, the Abyss of Darkness will surely think twice before making a move, and the Tianzuan can lead the divine beings to the northern divine region without worry." At the mention of the Tianyan Zunshan, the expressions of the assembled deities shifted. In particular, Bianzhuang's face turned pallid. Hua Qingying hesitated for a moment, ultimately sighing, "Very well, such a significant event in the divine realm will likely not evade their notice. This individual keeps their emotions hidden. If they truly wish to assist the heavenly court, they will act." After deliberation, Hua Qingying decided to personally lead the ancient god of Pan Yuan, Taichu ancient emperor, and other 8 deities to the northern divine region. Meanwhile, Bianzhuang and Jinwu would remain to guard the 9 Abyss, preventing the Abyss of Darkness from seizing the opportunity. A surge of boundless, majestic energy swept across the starry sky, causing the entire heavenly court universe to tremble. It is the Tianzuan. Has the Tianzuan emerged from seclusion? We pay our respects to the Tianzuan. Numerous deities within the Time Temple, Space Temple, Primal Chaos Temple, Abyss Temple, and other heavenly court domains bowed in reverence. Under the leadership of Hua Qingying and the 8 deities, countless divine beings of the heavenly court made their way toward the northern divine region. Furthermore, a resounding divine decree echoed throughout the divine realm. All divine beings of true god status and above, follow me to the northern divine region. In the holy manor of the 7 realms, the Jiao god emperor, Wushi god emperor, and Honglian god emperor wore solemn expressions as they gazed toward the direction of the heavenly court. Is this the divine decree of the Tianzuan? Wushi god emperor was taken aback. Given the circumstances, it seems the northern divine region has undergone a cataclysmic change, prompting the Tianzuan to lead the divine beings into action. Beside him, Hongyan God Emperor slowly set down his teacup, rising to speak. Let us go. In a time of crisis, there can be no safety. The evil god, having lain dormant for so long, was now truly poised for all-out war. In the next moment, Hongyan God Emperor and Wushi God Emperor vanished, leading the divine beings of the holy manor of the Seven Realms toward the northern divine region. Meanwhile, Jiao God Emperor, along with Bian Zhuang, Zhenwu, and others, proceeded to the Nine Abyss. Simultaneously, the western and southern divine regions received the divine decree from the Tianzuan. In an instant, deities from the three divine regions surged forth towards the northern divine region and the Nine Abyss. The scene shifted to the Bingyun Xian Palace. In the fairy pool, ethereal mist filled the air, carrying a sweet fragrance. There, Lu Chen reclined comfortably in the warm waters. Under Ling Hanwei's orders, numerous female disciples of the Bingyun Xian Palace donned delicate garments, attending to Lu Chen by the poolside. Several maidens danced gracefully, swaying their waists in rhythm. I express my profound gratitude to the esteemed elder for your assistance. The Bingyun Xian Palace is eternally grateful. Mu Feishue, clad in a form-fitting garment, gazes at Lu Chen with eyes shimmering like autumn waters, a blush adorning her neck. After Lu Chen's arrival at the Bingyun Xian Palace, he performed acupuncture on each woman, dispelling the malevolent curses within them. A mere trifle, no need for pleasantries. Observing the graceful Mu Feishue, currently blushing and shy, unlike her usual serene elegance, Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile. At her sweet call, he encircled her delicate waist with his strong arm. Esteemed elder, startled by this unexpected turn of events, Mu Feishue's heart raced, her emotions a tangled mess. Her pretty face flushed with a rosy hue, her eyelashes fluttering, betraying her embarrassment. Her cherry lips, crimson as cinnabar, and her petite mouth formed a flawless visage of exquisite beauty. Lu Chen, unable to resist the temptation, leaned down to capture her alluring lips. Mu Feishue's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, her delicate hands clenched into fists, her body stiffening, her complexion a fiery red. The other disciples, discreetly attending to their duties, promptly excused themselves. Gradually, under Lu Chen's advances, Mu Feishue's gaze became dazed, the atmosphere thick with burgeoning springtime. Esteemed elder, something is amiss. Just then, Ling Hanwei, bearing the divine edict of the Heavenly Lord, walked in, inadvertently witnessing the intimate scene. Ling Hanwei stood frozen, the atmosphere turning somewhat peculiar. Oh, ancestor! Realizing she had been caught in the act, Mu Feishue swiftly withdrew her hands from around Lu Chen's neck, burying her flushed face in his embrace, overwhelmed with shyness. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to Ling Hanwei, whose figure still exuded grace and allure, a smile gracing his lips once more. My apologies, esteemed elder. Just as Ling Hanwei attempted to retreat, an unseen force halted her, sending her tumbling into the celestial pool with a splash. 3 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen appeared invigorated, while the two women, Mu Feishue and Ling Hanwei, lay beside him, their cheeks flushed. Mu Feishue, covering her face with her delicate hands, recalled the earlier embarrassing scene, her face burning with shame. Oh heavens, what have I done? She could scarcely believe that the fervent infatuation had been hers. Meanwhile, Ling Hanwei, though blushing inwardly, wore a charming smile. Having trained alone for so many years, relying on a formidable existence seemed quite appealing. For one so young to attain the status of a divine emperor, perhaps I am the one pursuing a youthful endeavor. Ling Hanwei gazed at Lu Chen with flirtatious eyes. For so long, she had shouldered the burden of the Bingyun Xian Palace alone, and now, with Lu Chen, she finally felt a sense of relief. What a captivating little enchantress. Lu Chen regarded the alluring Ling Hanwei. Though she was an ancient virgin, her maintenance was impeccable, rivaling that of youthful maidens. Chapter 136, The Arrival of Two Malevolent Emperors. Truly a remarkable beauty. Lu Chen grasped Ling Hanwei's smooth, delicate chin. Esteemed lord, how can one speak of a woman in such a manner? Ling Hanwei retorted, her face flushing crimson. The wet garment clung to the flawless skin of the two women, accentuating their perfect curves. After a hearty laugh, Lu Chen donned his attire with the assistance of Ling Hanwei's delicate hands. Once he had distanced himself, Ling Hanwei turned to Mu Feishue, who appeared entranced, her lips gently biting her cherry blossoms, her eyes sparkling, a faint blush spreading across her neck, reminiscent of spring peaches dusted with snow. Feishue. Thus, Ling Hanwei commenced her guidance for the simple and reserved girl. Outside the Bingyun Xian Palace, Lu Chen reclined atop the jade-roofed pavilion, gazing at the celestial river, observing the ever-changing tides of the world. This evil spirit realm is truly restless. However, it is preferable, as it spares me from monotony. Lu Chen's gaze drifted toward the northern divine domain, possessing the cultivation of a creator deity. He effortlessly pierced through the current state of the northern divine domain. The myriad deities have perished, 2 celestial beings have fallen, countless souls extinguished, and stars reduced to dust. Esteemed elder, do you truly intend to remain passive? At this moment, Ling Hanwei and Mu Feishue emerged, clad in gossamer skirts that fluttered like silken wings. With their elegant forms, the skirts billowed like azure waters, exuding a mature allure. Particularly, the sheer stockings adorned their legs with a hint of charm. Intervene? If I do, this performance will conclude abruptly. No need to rush. Let us observe this grand spectacle until I have thoroughly enjoyed it. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, smiling. For if he were to personally engage, it would surely become a lopsided affair. Upon hearing this, Ling Hanwei and Mu Feishue exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of surprise. Then nestled beside Lu Chen. Esteemed elder, the heavenly lord has led the deities to the northern divine domain. Should we not heed the call from the Bingyun Xian Palace as well? Mu Feishue spoke softly, her lips parting gently. Lu Chen, upon hearing this, reached out to caress Mu Feishue's slightly chubby, fair cheek. Still calling me elder? How about addressing me as husband instead? Her cheeks nestled in his palm. Mu Feishue's lips pouted adorably. Husband. Having never experienced such intimacy with a man, she immediately flushed, lowering her head in embarrassment, struggling to accept the rapid progression of their relationship. Husband. Ling Hanwei also awkwardly echoed. The northern divine domain is not the only one facing the invasion of malevolent gods. The abyss of darkness poses a threat as well, with the heavenly lord leading the gods toward the northern divine domain. The abyss of darkness will surely cast a covetous gaze upon Jiyu and Tian. With a worried expression, Ling Hanwei wished to persuade Lu Chen to take action. There are no innocents under a collapsing nest. As a part of the realm of deities, none can escape unscathed from foreign invasion. Ha ha ha, no need for haste. Lu Chen gently stroked Ling Hanwei's exquisite face, responding, everything is within my control. We shall resolve matters concerning the Bingyun Xian Palace first. Upon hearing this, Ling Hanwei appeared puzzled. Bingyun Xian Palace? But husband, you have already. Yet Lu Chen did not respond, his gaze drifting toward the distant starry sky. After watching for so long, aren't you going to reveal yourself? No sooner had he spoken than a sinister, jarring laughter echoed from the heavens. Hee. It is indeed the renowned Tianyan Zuanshan, so cleverly concealed, yet still discovered. I had intended to head straight to the celestial realm. But it seems I must first deal with you, the obstruction in my path. With a resounding crackle, the space trembled, and countless blood-soaked gates emerged in the void. Following that was an overwhelming pressure that blanketed the heavens. The aura signified the arrival of the malevolent emperor. Upon witnessing this scene, Ling Hanwei and Mu Feishue were struck with alarm. But why specifically the Bingyun Xian Palace? Lu Chen remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as ever. Because the techniques practiced by your Bingyun Xian Palace have always originated from the evil spirit realm. The identities of the 7 fiends and the Gaoro evil emperor emerged proudly from the Blood Gate. Behind them stood a formidable army of divine beings, comprising dozens of divine kings, thousands of true gods, and millions of half-gods. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had originally been a spy post arranged by the emperor, a plan thought to be flawless. However, it was unexpectedly unraveled by you. The 7 fiends' evil emperor cast a stern gaze upon Lu Chen, who merely smiled disdainfully in response. Such an elaborate display of effort. Did you truly anticipate that the heavenly court would falter? Regrettably, as long as I am here, all your schemes are mere futile endeavors. According to the plans of the 7 fiends' evil emperor and the Gaoro evil emperor, once the Haoyan divine emperor led the gods to the northern divine domain, the divine realm would inevitably be left vulnerable. Both of them, at the level of limitless divine emperors, were meant to infiltrate the eastern divine domain through the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace and directly assault the heavenly court. Once the heavenly palace was breached, chaos would ensue within the divine realm, instilling fear among the populace. How brazen. The Holy Clan currently holds the upper hand, and you mere lowly creatures are destined to become our sustenance. Do you truly believe one individual can alter the course of events? With that, the 7 fiends' evil emperor and the Gaoro evil emperor escalated their momentum to its zenith, causing the very Tao to tremble. In the next moment, they unleashed the power of countless stars towards Lu Chen. Observing this, Lu Chen remained unmoved, regarding them as nothing more than insignificant insects. As the 2 divine emperors combined their might, they were met with an impenetrable wall of colorless divine power. What? How is this possible? The onslaught of the 7 fiends emperor and the Gaoro emperor failed to even create a ripple against the divine barrier, and instead, they were forcefully repelled. This is bad. He must have attained the realm of chaotic eternity, which complicates matters. Chapter 137, a single strike to annihilate. The expressions of the seven fiends, evil emperor, and the Galro, evil emperor, suddenly turned grave. Attack! With a command, thousands of evil gods unleashed all their divine power, charging towards Lu Chen. This individual cannot be confronted. Retreat quickly. The two cunning old foxes, the seven fiends, evil emperor, and the Galro, evil emperor, cleverly chose to flee, allowing the horde of evil gods to serve as cannon fodder. In an instant, a blood gate coalesced. Huh, where do you think you're going? Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes flashed, and the power of creation transformed into a beam of cold light, piercing through the fabric of time and space. In a mere instant, he obliterated countless evil gods on the spot. Simultaneously, the order of creation unfolded, sealing the surrounding space in an instant. In the next moment, the blood gate shattered, and the seven fiends, evil emperor, and the Galro, evil emperor were ensnared by an invisible force drawn before Lu Chen. To our astonishment, a second chaotic eternity powerhouse has emerged in the divine realm. This time, we concede defeat, but do not think you will emerge unscathed. With a thought, the seven fiends, evil emperor prepared to self-destruct his divine source. The self-detonation of a limitless divine emperor possesses power comparable to that of a chaotic eternity being's strike. The seven fiends, evil emperor's body was riddled with cracks, and the terrifying energy caused chaos in time and space, annihilating all laws. Husband, the two women, Ling Hanwei and Mu Feishue, who stood within the ice cloud immortal palace, were horrified at this sight. In contrast, Lu Chen remained unfazed, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he pointed a finger. The power of creation surged forth, compressing the impending cataclysmic force into a small orb. Then, under the astonished gaze of the Galro, evil emperor, Lu Chen swallowed it in one gulp and let out a satisfied burp. What? The Galro, evil emperor, was left speechless. This terrifying power, capable of annihilating the entire illusionary star sea, was consumed by him. Now it's your turn. But simply killing you would indeed be rather dull. Lu Chen's gaze turned to the Galro, evil emperor, and a wicked thought arose. Ding, modification successful. Galro, evil emperor, modifiable. Identity, Lu Chen's most loyal servant, modifiable. Cultivation, divine emperor, limitless, modifiable. The old servant pays his respects to the master. After the modification, the Galro, evil emperor immediately knelt before Lu Chen with a respectful demeanor. After this matter, I indeed should pay a visit to the evil spirit realm. The repeated invasions by the evil spirit realm sparked Lu Chen's desire to venture there, and the Galro, evil emperor, now served as the perfect guide. Having completed all this, Lu Chen returned to the ice cloud immortal palace. Husband, this. Upon Lu Chen's safe return, Ling Hanwei and Mu Feishue hurriedly approached to greet him. However, when they saw the Galro, evil emperor standing behind Lu Chen, their expressions turned alarmed. It's all right. This person has been subdued by me, Lu Chen reassured them. At these words, Ling Hanwei and Mu Feishue displayed astonishment. This individual was an evil emperor, a terrifying existence commanding a region, and now he had become Lu Chen's servant? It was indeed a matter of great intrigue. However, even more shocking developments awaited the two women. Ding, modification successful. Ling Hanwei, modifiable. Cultivation, divine emperor. Beginning of heaven and end, modifiable. Mu Feishue, modifiable. Cultivation, divine emperor. Beginning of heaven and end, modifiable. An overwhelming surge of divine emperor power suddenly flooded into the bodies of the two women. The birth of divine emperors incited a tremendous upheaval in the world, with countless stars in the illusionary star sea flickering erratically. Is this what it means to be a divine emperor? Have we broken through to the divine emperor level? Mu Feishue and Ling Hanwei were incredulous as they felt the divine power erupting from within them. It was as if every movement could topple the heavens, capable of annihilating an entire star system with a mere gesture. The divine realm will soon descend into chaos, and this level of divine emperor cultivation will be sufficient for your protection, Lu Chen remarked with a gentle smile. Husband, did you do this? This is simply unbelievable. Mu Feishue exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she turned to Lu Chen. Ling Hanwei echoed her sentiments. Husband, your powers are extraordinary, allowing you to forcibly elevate others to the divine emperor level. Lu Chen's abilities had thoroughly shattered the two women's preconceived notions. Since my two wives have chosen to follow me, I naturally cannot be stingy, Lu Chen replied with a calm demeanor. Following this, the grateful Ling Hanwei hurriedly leaned in to whisper to Mu Feishue. Master, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After hearing this somewhat embarrassing remark, Mu Feishue's delicate lips parted slightly, her fair face flushed with color. What are you two whispering about? Noticing their secretive conversation, Lu Chen, a straightforward individual, inquired with curiosity. Giggling, Ling Hanwei responded, with such great kindness from my husband, Naturally, Mu Feishue and I must repay it in kind. We will express our gratitude to you properly. And you will soon find out. With that, Ling Hanwei took Mu Feishue's delicate hand, and they vanished from sight. After a considerable time, Lu Chun, having received a transmission, arrived at a secluded jade palace. Husband, a sweet voice called out. Following the sound, he beheld Ling Hanwei, adorned in a light gauze gown, her graceful figure partially concealed beneath the moonlit fabric. A pair of black silk stockings perfectly accentuated her legs as she approached Lu Chun with a captivating allure, her eyes shimmering with charm and grace. What a naturally enchanting beauty, Lu Chun couldn't help but marvel. Husband. Meanwhile, Mu Feishue shyly approached, similarly dressed in a white gauze gown paired with long white stockings. Overwhelmed by a sense of bashfulness, she felt an irresistible urge coursing through her, unable to conceal the purity that lay beneath her alluring exterior. After several hours, Lu Chun, feeling rejuvenated, returned to the Tianyan Divine Palace with 2 women. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Song Xian, the God King, Lin Yuan, the true God, Lei Fa, the God King, and the master of the 6 palaces were anxiously awaiting Lu Chen's return. Song Xian, do you have any idea when the realm sovereign will return? They inquired in a flustered manner. With the invasion of the evil spirit realm, the northern divine domain was in jeopardy, and the 9 abyss sky was also facing the threat of the dark abyss. They were like ants on a hot pan, eagerly waiting for Lu Chun, their realm sovereign, to issue commands. In response to their inquiries, Song Xian shook his head with a sigh. Alas, the whereabouts of the realm sovereign are unpredictable, and I am not privy to that information. However, as long as the realm sovereign's statue remains, the invasion of the evil gods shall not pose a threat to you. Just as they were in a state of anxiety, Lu Chun returned at that very moment. Why are you all in such a flurry? It's merely an evil god. With my divine protection, none dare to offend. Lu Chun appeared, arms around Ling Hanwei and Mu Feishue, as he descended. Following closely was the evil Emperor Jelaw. We pay our respects to the realm sovereign. Song Xian, Lei Fa, the master of the 6 palaces, and the Northern Knight's little extreme palace master promptly bowed before Lu Chun. The divine guards stationed at the sides of the Tianyan Divine Palace also knelt on one knee, brandishing their long spears. The resounding divine voice echoed through the heavens, and upon Lu Chen's return, everyone felt as if they had found their anchor. No need for excessive formalities. Lu Chen stood majestically in the void, gesturing slightly with his head. Thank you, realm sovereign. Upon hearing this, Song Xian, Lei Fa, and the others slowly rose. Evil Emperor. Be cautious, realm sovereign. However, upon noticing the evil Emperor Jelaw behind Lu Chun, they gasped in surprise. Those present who recognized Jelaw, such as Lei Fa and the master of the 6 palaces, were filled with dread. The evil emperor has even ventured into the eastern divine domain. Fear not, everyone. This individual has become my servant and poses no threat, Lu Chun explained, allaying their fears. Truly, the realm's sovereign is remarkable to have subdued an evil emperor as a servant. Lei Fa and the master of the 6 palaces marveled inwardly. Very well. I have learned of the situation in the northern divine domain. Let us convene in the main hall to discuss the subsequent matters. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen vanished and appeared within the Tianyan Divine Palace. Brother-in-law, you have finally returned. As soon as he arrived, Luo Qingzhu rushed towards him. Oh, so brother-in-law was out gallivanting. Upon seeing Ling Hanwei and Mu Feishue in Lu Chen's embrace, Luo Qingzhu pouted, hands on her hips, defending herself and her sister. What do you mean by gallivanting? It seems you have missed a lesson in discipline. Lu Chen playfully gave Luo Qingzhu a light tap on the head. Ouch, brother-in-law. Qingzhu knows her mistake, she replied, rubbing her forehead, her lips pouting, reminiscing about that day in the immortal pool of the Shifang Canglan realm. Luo Qingzhu felt her face flush, especially when the 9 Xian female sisters had teamed up with Lu Chun to tease her. Every thought of it made her legs weak. Where are your sisters? Lu Chen inquired. Sister and Sister Zhou Zhijia, Sister Jiang Yuechan, and Sister Shui Main, along with the 9 Xian female sisters, have all gone to the dark abyss, she replied, muttering softly, so many sisters. After learning that the 9 Radiance God Emperor had headed to the dark abyss, Luo Qingshan, along with the 9 Xian female sisters and Jiang Yuechan, had also followed suit. After all, the 9 Radiance God Emperor was Lu Chen's grandfather. With the 9 Abyss Sky in peril and Lu Chun yet to return, Luo Qingshan was concerned for his safety. That silly wife. Lu Chun felt warmth in his heart at the thought. Oh right. It seems that Lord Luo Tian has led the powerful beings of the Wuding Divine Sea to the northern divine domain. Sister Hua Qingying has also accompanied them. Luo Qingzhu added, Dear husband, upon hearing the commotion, Shui Yueqing, Mu Wanqing, Lu Qianer, Mu Bingyun, Yun Mengli, Mu Piling, and Lin Shuero also came out to greet him. Oh, So many sisters have gathered. Upon seeing the multitude of women, Mu Feishue's eyes widened. Especially Shui Yueqing, Mu Wanqing, and Mu Bingyun, whose beauty rivaled her own. A sense of fierce competition arose within Mu Feishue and Ling Hanwei. Meanwhile, Ling Hanwei quietly resolved to take action and quickly leaned in to whisper conspiratorially to Mu Feishue. Their shameless conversation ignited a new awareness within Mu Feishue, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. After the women exchanged pleasantries with the newly arrived Mu Feishue and Ling Hanwei, Song Xian and the others entered the grand hall. Lu Chen sat high on the throne, surrounded by the women on either side. In the grand hall, the subtle emanation of divine pressure from the women rendered Song Xian, the master of the 6 palaces, and others unable to breathe. These realm sovereigns' wives are all divine emperors. Song Xian and Lei Fa, who had witnessed the divine prowess of Shui Yueqing and the others, were not particularly surprised. However, the master of the 6 palaces, the Northern Knight's little extreme palace master, and the recently joined powerful beings were utterly astonished. Including the evil emperor, there were now dozens of divine emperors present in the grand hall. Initially, they had believed that the Tianyan realm only possessed the Tianyan sovereign as its supreme divine emperor. They had never anticipated such profound depth in the Tianyan realm's foundation. It likely surpassed the combined might of the divine emperors in the heavenly court. Wow! The master of the 6 palaces and the Northern Knight's little extreme palace master felt a mix of surprise and joy. Everyone. Regarding the invasion of the evil gods and the dark abyss, there is no need for concern. Lu Chen's divine voice resonated throughout the hall, instilling calm. Song Xian cautiously spoke up, reporting to the realm sovereign. Not long ago, the heavenly court sent word requesting the Tianyan divine palace to contribute in resisting the invasion of the evil gods and the dark abyss. Should we mobilize for battle? In response, Lu Chen casually replied, as a member of the realm of gods, participation in battle is necessary. Now that Qing Shan, the 9 Xian female sisters, and others have already ventured to the dark abyss. As for the situation in the northern divine domain, I leave it to your discretion. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to retreat. Yes, we take our leave. Song Xian, Lei Fa, and the others bowed and slowly exited the Tianyan divine palace. Once they were far away, Shui Yueqing could not help but inquire, "Husband, Sister Qingying has also gone to the northern divine domain. I heard that the battle there is exceptionally fierce, turning the entire northern divine domain into a wasteland. Will you not intervene?" Lu Chen smiled gently, looking at Shui Yueqing, Ling Hanwei, Mu Wanqing, and the others. If I were to personally intervene, wouldn't this splendid performance come to an early end? As for Qingying's safety, there is no need for concern. As long as I am here, life and death are but a thought away. You ladies may also join in the festivities. After all, I will provide the foundation for your endeavors, so feel free to revel. As the creator god, he could revive the deceased with a mere thought. The flow of time was merely a plaything to him. These so-called battles appeared to Lu Chen as nothing more than the squabbles of ants. In the Tianyan divine palace, a towering divine tree stood majestically, and a graceful figure lingered by the celestial lake. The young girl's pair of jet-black eyes appeared remarkably vibrant. Her skin sculpted like delicate jade, and her countenance bore a hint of youthful innocence. As the years passed, Lu Chen gradually matured, donning an ethereal ice fairy gown that embraced her exquisite figure. Her graceful and lively silhouette was mirrored on the surface of the lake, now standing tall and elegant. The reflection in the water faintly revealed her slender form, akin to a white lotus emerging from the depths, showcasing the fresh charm of her youth. At this moment, Lu Chen remained composed, her delicate hands clutching the strands of her hair, cascading over her shoulders as she absent-mindedly kicked a pebble at her feet. Lu Chen Gij. She turned her gaze towards the grand hall, her crimson lips parting as she softly murmured to herself. Now at 18, she was no longer the vivacious little girl of yore, but rather a refined young lady. Her demeanor radiated elegance and grace, exuding a unique fragrance reminiscent of a secluded valley. Just then, Lu Chen's figure unexpectedly appeared behind her. "Chinner, what are you pondering all alone here?" The sudden call startled Lu Chinner, prompting her to swiftly turn around. To her relief, it was Lu Chen Gij. Why was he not accompanying mother and the sisters? Lu Chinner gazed at the handsome and refined Lu Chen, biting her lip as a complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes. She, now a blossoming beauty, was no longer the naive little follower she once was. Reflecting on the past at Shenyuan Peak, she had long been aware of the relationship between Lu Chen and Mu Wanqing. Especially every time Lu Chen returned, she would inexplicably fall into a deep slumber. Moreover, during his absence, she often heard strange noises at night, and Lu Chinner, now a young lady, was acutely aware of what transpired in between. Why have you become so awkward since growing up? Lu Chen remarked, clearly detecting a hint of grievance in her words. This young girl had always harbored a deep sense of dependency on Lu Chen, her fondness reaching a pinnacle of 100. It was uncertain when this dependency evolved into something particularly special, yet due to the relationship with Hua Qingying, she remained hesitant to express her feelings. Humph. In response, Lu Chen turned away, pouting her lips and refusing to engage with Lu Chen any further. Observing her sulking demeanor, Lu Chen could only smile helplessly. In the next moment, he stepped forward and embraced her, enveloped in a fragrant warmth. Lu Chen feigned a struggle for a brief moment before, unable to contain her irritation. She opened her mouth and playfully bit his arm. Ouch! Are you a dog, learning to bite? Lu Chen feigned pain as he spoke. Humph. You bullied mother and brought along so many sisters. Chen saw it all. Lu Chen turned and playfully pummeled Lu Chen's chest with her tiny fists, her eyes gazing at him with a mix of resentment. Ah, you know about that? Lu Chen chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had been caught. He scratched his head, glancing at the imprints left by her bite on his arm, still glistening with her saliva. Lu Chen Gidge, are you alright? Did I really hurt you? Lu Chen asked with concern, her innocence shining through. However, seizing the moment, Lu Chen leaned down and gently pressed his lips against hers, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Ah, Lu Chen Gidge, you are so naughty. Lu Chen blushed furiously, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze, a faint pink hue spreading across her neck. Ha ha ha, are you still angry, little Chen? Lu Chen held her delicate waist, the sensation of her softness enveloping him. Their bodies were closely entwined, with her head resting against his chest. Lu Chen Gidge, please let me go. Lu Chen's cheeks were a lovely shade of crimson, resembling fine jade, her eyes sparkling like startled fawns, imbued with a hint of bashfulness. If mother and the sisters find out, it would be dreadful. She bit her lip lightly, her voice a soft murmur. Yet, Lu Chen, undeterred, leaned in closer, lifting her chin. Their gazes locked, revealing a dazed expression in her clear autumn eyes. In the next instant, under Lu Chen's astonished gaze, Lu Chen once again sealed her enticing lips with his own. Amidst the serene lakeside, a gentle breeze wafted through, creating ripples across the tranquil water, while a mingled sound of pain and bliss drifted away on the wind. Not far away, a graceful figure concealed in the shadows observed the scene. Hua Qingying, witnessing everything, wore a satisfied smile. Having watched Lu Chen grow since her marriage into Xingyuan Peak, though merely a stepmother, she had long considered Chen as her own daughter. Seeing the two united brought her joy. Several hours later, Lu Chen lay beside Lu Chen, her face flushed and adorned with a subtle smile. It was as if she had traversed tumultuous seas only to now rest upon the calm surface of the lake. Lu Chen Gidge truly does not understand how to cherish a delicate flower. Feeling the lingering aches from their earlier encounter, she glanced at the disarray of the remnants of her gown scattered about, casting an accusatory glance at Lu Chen. After their intimate encounter, she appeared troubled, uncertain how to face Hua Qingying and the other sisters. Noticing her inner turmoil, Lu Chen gently patted her head. Little girl, do not overthink. His soothing words eased Lu Chen's worries, acknowledging that what had transpired was now an irreversible reality. Hee, Lu Chen Gidge. Lu Chen smiled brightly, snuggling closer to him, her innocent eyes narrowing with affection and dependence. Shortly thereafter, she opened her eyes and gently tugged at the corner of Lu Chen's sleeve, her face aglow. Casting a flirtatious glance his way, realizing her intent, Lu Chen playfully tapped her forehead, chuckling. I truly have no way to deal with you, this mischievous girl. Recently, Lu Chen had taken to secretly observing him, her cheeks flushed with shyness. As night fell, her budding feelings for Lu Chen transformed into a trickle of longing. Days passed swiftly. The conflict in the northern divine realm escalated, with the nine abyss sky on the brink of eruption. The divine realms were rife with undercurrents. Under the leadership of the celestial lord, nearly 90% of the deities were dispatched to the northern divine realm to confront the dark abyss. Many cosmic marauders seized this opportunity to plunder, while various factions schemed for power amidst the chaos. The divine realm was thrown into disarray. In the serene expanse of the Huanya Xinghai, the Tianyan Divine Temple stands as a bastion of tranquility. With the formidable presence of the Tianyan Zuanshan, none dare to challenge the might of the celestial thief, prompting many to withdraw from the Huanya Xinghai. During this period, an increasing number of forces have aligned themselves under the banner of Tianyan. Upon learning of the Tianyan Zuanshan's indulgence in pleasures and his fondness for exquisite female cultivators, various factions have sought to ensure their survival amidst the chaos of this tumultuous era, offering their most beautiful female disciples. Within the Tianyan Divine Temple, Lu Chen sits comfortably upon his exalted throne. Reporting to the Lord of the Realm, the Yuan of the Qingyuan clan seeks an audience. announces Zhongshuan Shenwang respectfully from outside the grand hall. Beside Lu Chen, women such as Zhu Yuqing, Lu Qian'er, Mu Wangqing, Lin Xuero, and Lin Yuero gather like stars around the moon, attending to him with tender care. Outside the temple, a man and a woman stand before the divine edifice. Father, do you truly intend to marry your daughter to this place? The woman, possessing beauty that could topple nations, has hair cascading like a curtain of pearls, and her flawless skin resembles delicate jade. Clad in a short green skirt, her long, elegant legs, akin to white lotus stems, emerge from the hem, tightly enveloped in silk that accentuates her exquisite figure. With a delicate nose and alluring lips tinted like vermilion, her small mouth is both inviting and beguiling. Her willow-like brows curve gracefully, exuding an aura of dignity, and a hint of pride inherent to the Tianyan Holy Clan radiates from her flawless visage. This woman is none other than Yu Qingli, the princess of the Tianyan clan. The carefree Shindai of the southern divine domain once crafted a celestial painting entitled Seven Phoenixes Descend Upon the Immortal Realm. The maidens depicted therein are renowned throughout the realms for their unparalleled beauty, collectively referred to as the Seven Fairies. Among them, the moon goddess is acknowledged as the foremost, and Yu Qingli is one of the seven fairies herself. Furrowing her brow in discontent, Yu Qingli inquires of the Qingyuan master beside her. Upon hearing her words, the Qingyuan master lets out a resigned sigh and replies, "The northern divine domain has suffered the destruction of countless stars, reduced to ashes. With even the revered Sioux New Jersey sword god and the Bayou divine emperor of the heavenly court having perished, the malevolent deity undoubtedly intends to consume the entire realm of the gods. The dark abyss is also stirring, and we are truly in an era of chaos. Forces lacking the protection of a divine emperor will inevitably become fodder for destruction. Therefore, for the future of the Qingyuan clan, I can only impose this upon you. If we can secure the protection of the Tianyan realm, at least the Qingyuan clan might preserve a flicker of hope. The Qingyuan clan is a lineage of considerable strength within the Huanya Xinghai. In ancient times, a god emperor of the Qingyuan clan once reigned supreme over the entire Huanya Xinghai, commanding great respect. Regrettably, in this epoch, the Qingyuan clan has seen its decline, now boasting only a single god king among its ranks. Yu Qingli dismisses this notion with disdain, scoffing, "I have heard that the Tianyan Zunshan indulges in pleasures, lecherous to the core, collecting female cultivators as concubines. Such a temperament is likely to be merely a facade. Rather than entrust our clan's hopes to such a person, my father would be better off striving to break through to become a god emperor." As the princess of the Qingyuan clan, Yu Qingli possesses an inherent pride in her noble bloodline, and her every word and deed exudes a sense of haughtiness. Thus, upon learning of the Tianyan Zunshan's indulgent nature, she could not help but scoff. Being one of the seven fairies, her own dignity forbids her from easily submitting to another. Upon hearing her words, the Qingyuan master is taken aback and sharply admonishes her, "Silence. When we enter the hall, temper your usual arrogance and do not be disrespectful." Yu Qingli merely pouts in a dismissive manner, responding coldly, "Understood, understood." The Qingyuan master sighs in resignation, aware that his precious daughter is notoriously headstrong. If breaking through to become a god emperor were so easy, why would I need to seek the favor of others? He reflects bitterly. At that moment, Zhongshuan Shenwang's voice carries forth, "Esteemed guests, the lord of the realm requests your presence. Please proceed to the grand hall." Hearing this, the Qingyuan master quickly bows in response and sternly advises Yu Qingli, "Remember, do not lose your decorum." With that, the Qingyuan master leads Yu Qingli into the grand hall. Yu Qing greets the Tianyan Zunshan. Upon entering, a powerful aura envelopes them, prompting the Qingyuan master to bow respectfully to Lu Chen while discreetly urging the unresponsive Yu Qingli to follow suit. Yu Qingli pays her respects to the Tianyan Zunshan. She states reluctantly, offering a perfunctory bow, "Ha ha ha, there is no need for excessive formalities, Qingyuan master." Lu Chen replies with a smile that conceals his true intentions. Having overheard the conversation between father and daughter, however, he refrains from addressing it directly, as revealing the matter upon their first meeting would diminish the intrigue. "Oh, so you must be the illustrious Qingyuan princess Yu Qingli, one of the seven fairies," Lu Chen remarks, casting his gaze upon her with a hint of intrigue. Noting her beauty as splendid as the rumors depict, a true paragon of grace. The grand hall is alive with a lively ambience, with Zhu Yuqing, Lin Yuero, and Mu Feishue encircling Lu Chen like stars around the moon, each possessing beauty that rivals that of Yu Qingli, one of the seven fairies. Observing this scene, a trace of disdain flickers across Yu Qingli's fair countenance, her inner thoughts laced with derision. Humph, the Tianyan Zunshan truly lives up to his reputation for being a libertine. In response to Lu Chen's praise, Yu Qingli's lips curve slightly, and she coolly retorts, You overstate my merits, senior. In my humble opinion, every female cultivator within your hall is a paragon of beauty. Comparatively, I fall woefully short. Her cool voice resonates through the hall, laced not with respect for the powerful, but with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Ziyuqing, seated beside Lu Chun, furrows her brow, casting a frosty glance at Yu Qingli. Similarly, Lin Yuero, Mu Bingyun, and Ling Hanwei display discontent. It is clear to any discerning observer that her words carry a deeper significance. The Qingwan master, upon hearing this, is visibly alarmed and swiftly interjects with a forced smile. Please do not take offense, esteemed Xuanlan. My daughter has been secluded within our clan for so long that she is not well versed in social graces. With that, he shoots a sharp glare at Yu Qingli. Lu Chun, however, exhibits no signs of anger. Instead, he grins broadly, lifting his cup of tea to his lips and inquiring. There is no need for alarm, Qingwan master. My heart is quite expansive. Please, elucidate your intentions. Seeing the Xuanlan's response, the Qingwan master finally exhales in relief and eagerly states, we have come to propose a union between the Qingwan clan and the Tianyan realm, seeking to marry my daughter into your esteemed realm. May I inquire if my daughter is to your liking? Should you consent, the Qingwan clan shall pledge eternal allegiance to the Tianyan realm. His tone is filled with earnestness. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes narrow slightly, a sly smile playing upon his lips as he gazes at the poised and enchanting Yu Qingli, feigning contemplation. He then shifts the focus back to Yu Qingli. This must be your decision, master. I am curious to know the thoughts of the esteemed fairy. As her words echoed through the air, Yu Qingli's demeanor remained imbued with an air of arrogance and pride. She stepped forward gracefully, raising 3 slender fingers and proclaimed, in my humble opinion, should the esteemed elder agree to these 3 conditions, I, as a willing participant, shall gladly wed into the Tianyan realm. First, the Tianyan realm must allocate a land rich in spiritual energy as a sanctuary for the Qingwan clan. Second, within a span of 100,000 years, the Tianyan realm must cultivate 10 divine kings for the Qingwan clan. Third, within 1,000,000 years, the esteemed elder must exert all efforts to assist my father in breaking through to the divine emperor realm. As one of the 7 fairies, revered by the world as Yuxianzi, she maintained her haughty demeanor even in the presence of a divine emperor. Like a proud and noble phoenix, she held her head high, displaying her exquisite feathers to the world. Upon the utterance of her words, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall, the atmosphere thickening with an unsettling tension. Qingwan Shangren, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned, his face paling to a shade of ash. Above, the women, Shui Yueqing, Mu Wangqing, Lin Yuetong, and Luo Qingzhu, retracted their smiles, turning to gaze at Lu Chun in silence. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the heavy air, shattering the strange ambience. The forthright Lu Qianer stepped forward, hands on her hips, her round eyes glaring at Yu Qingli, her delicate features contorted with indignation. This sister may possess a beautiful exterior, but how can one be so thick-skinned as to make such brazen claims? It is clear that your Qingwan clan seeks to leverage this union to gain the protection of brother Lu Chen. Yet, from your words, it sounds as though brother Lu Chen is the one seeking your favor. How utterly shameless. As her words fell, Lu Qianer playfully stuck out her little pink tongue at Yu Qingli, appearing both adorable and cheeky. In light of this scene, the women, Shui Yueqing and the others, remained silent. Perhaps only the pampered Lu Qianer dared to speak up. Shortly thereafter, Luo Qingzhu, with a slight frown, took it upon herself to defend Lu Chun. Her tone frigid as she addressed Yu Qingli. Miss, while you may hold the title of Yuxianzi, your husband is a formidable divine emperor. Even the heavenly sovereign of the Haotian would not dare to disrespect him so brazenly. The audacity of your Qingwan clan knows no bounds. As her words concluded, a chilling aura accompanied by the pressure of a divine emperor surged forth from Luo Qingzhu, shattering the surrounding space into a myriad of fragments and causing the void to collapse into a fearsome black hole. In an instant, the oppressive might enveloped Yu Qingli and Qingwan Shangren, forcing them to the ground under its weight. The suffocating atmosphere swirled above them, and Qingwan Shangren was consumed by terror. Realizing, could this woman also be a divine emperor? Meanwhile, Yu Qingli slammed her legs against the floor, prostrating herself, her once proud head now pressed to the ground. In this disheveled state, all traces of her previous haughtiness had vanished. Even if the Tianyan realm is powerful, I, Yu Qingli, will never willingly submit under force, she declared, her silver teeth clenched tightly, blood seeping through the pristine skin of her knees as she struggled to speak against the oppressive weight. A stubborn duck. Luo Qingzhu's gaze sharpened, her expression icy. Yet, at that moment, Lu Chun, with a charming smile, interjected, Qingzhu, The Qingyuan Shangren and Yu Xinzi are esteemed guests. How can we be so impolite? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingzhu withdrew her oppressive aura, stepping back. Once the pressure dissipated, both Qingyuan Shangren and Yu Qingli collapsed to the ground in relief. Particularly, Yu Qingli gasped for breath, her body drenched in cold sweat, her garments clinging to her fair skin, outlining an alluring silhouette. Forgive me, esteemed deity. I was ignorant and offended the esteemed one. I shall return and ensure proper discipline. Qingyuan Shangren pleaded, his pallor evident as he crawled to Lu Chen's feet in desperate supplication. The demand for cultivating 10 divine kings and a divine emperor was undoubtedly a provocation to the Tianyan supreme deity. Facing the frantic pleas of Qingyuan Shangren, Lu Chen maintained his gentle demeanor, helping him up with a serious expression. What are you saying, Qingyuan Shangren? This matter of union should be based on mutual consent. Yu Xinzi's requests are reasonable. How could I possibly be harsh? Qingyuan Shangren trembled as Lu Chen carefully lifted him. Meeting Lu Chen's ever-smiling gaze sent chills down his spine, filling him with dread. Compared to his cold fury, Lu Chen's unwavering smile was far more terrifying. Esteemed deity, truly, do you not hold any resentment towards me? Qingyuan Shangren inquired, his voice trembling. Lu Chen laughed heartily, patting Qingyuan Shangren's shoulder. What do you take me for? This is but a trivial matter. Am I the kind of person who harbors a bloodthirsty nature? With that, Lu Chen exhibited a kind and gentle smile. Ah, no, certainly not, Qingyuan Shangren replied, forcing a smile that was even more painful than tears. Had they not known that Lu Chen had single-handedly slaughtered 100,000 deities in the Confronting the Canglan realm, they might have believed him. He understood well that the Tianyan supreme deity before him was a cold-blooded killer, and at this moment, he was surely plotting something sinister. Indeed, Lu Chen released Qingyuan Shangren. Returning to his seat of authority, below, Yu Qingli appeared disheveled and shaken, evidently still recovering from the earlier shock. After a prolonged silence, Yu Qingli bit her lip, her clenched hands tightening and loosening with agitation. Her pride had been trampled upon, and in a fit of rage, she glared defiantly, exclaiming, "Is it not merely a desire for my beauty? There is no need for such pretenses. If you wish to kill me, do so." Before she could finish, Qingyuan Shangren swiftly intervened, delivering a resounding slap to her face. "Enough. Do you wish to bring ruin upon the entire Qingyuan clan? Kneel and apologize to the esteemed deity immediately." Yet, in the face of this turmoil, Lu Chen remained seated with an expression of indifference, leisurely savoring his tea as if the matter were of no concern to him. However, despite the circumstances, Yu Qingli remained obstinate, refusing to bow her head to Lu Chen. After a moment, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to Yu Qingli, his tone light as he proposed, "How about a wager?" Surprised, Yu Qingli raised an eyebrow, coldly inquiring, "What wager?" Sensing the hidden malice in Lu Chen's expression, she felt a sense of foreboding. Lu Chen straightforwardly extended a finger, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared, "It is simple. I wager that within a month, you will return, kneeling before me to plead for mercy." Yu Qingli scoffed at this, retorting, "And if, after a month, I do not?" As Yu Xinzi, her pride was immense. She could never envision herself begging a man for mercy. Lu Chen grinned wickedly, "Then I shall fulfill my promise. Aiding your father to break through to the divine emperor realm and training 10 divine kings for your Qingyuan clan. What say you?" With that, without hesitation, Yu Qingli nodded in agreement. "Very well, let it be as the esteemed elder proposes. However, I trust that you will keep your promise." In response, Lu Chen lifted the tea in his hand and slowly introduced it. "This is Wudao Xianxia, which holds immense benefits for comprehending the myriad laws of heaven and earth, and it greatly aids in ascending to the realm of the divine emperor." Having spoken, Lu Chen waved his hand, immediately overturning the tea brewed from the Wudao leaves, spilling it onto the ground. "What? This is Wudao Xianxia?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Qingyuan Shangren's heart trembled. This Wudao Xianxia is renowned for its ability to grant instant comprehension of heavenly principles with just a sip. Furthermore, it significantly enhances one's perception, providing substantial advantages for ascending to the divine emperor. It is said that even the divine kings, let alone the mighty divine emperors, covet it. However, witnessing Lu Chen casually spill the Wudao Xianxia shocked Qingyuan Shangren once more. In the next moment, he leaped forward, heedless of his dignity as a divine king, to absorb some of the remnants before the tea dried. This is Wudao Xianxia. Such wastefulness is truly a crime against nature. Seeing Lu Chen squander it so brazenly, Qingyuan Shangren muttered incessantly. In the realm of the gods, the Wudao Xian tree is cultivated on Nanming Island, producing a branch only once every 10 million years. Each time a new branch is born, countless divine kings and emperors fight fiercely for it, illustrating its rarity and preciousness, making it nearly impossible to obtain. Thus, Even before the gathered crowd, Yuan Shangren could no longer maintain his composure as a divine king. This seemed perfectly aligned with Lu Chen's expectations. As he cast a mischievous glance at Yu Qingli, effectively delivering a resounding blow to her, it seemed to convey the message that such a precious treasure, sought after by numerous divine kings and emperors, was treated as mere refuse in his presence. This was indeed the case. For Lu Chen possessed a system that could bypass all constraints. No matter how rare the treasure, it was always available in the system's marketplace, allowing him to acquire as much as he desired. Observing this spectacle, Yu Qingli's fair countenance finally showed a hint of emotion. She had certainly heard of the name Wudao Xianxia. At this moment, Lu Chan feigned a casual demeanor and remarked, "Oh, what is Yuan Shangren doing? This tea is merely what I use to entertain my esteemed guests. Had I known you enjoyed tasting it, I would not have wasted it." Upon hearing that Lu Chen was using Wudao Xianxia to entertain guests, Yuan Shangren's heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly got to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? That esteemed deity? Unexpectedly, Lu Chen smirked and waved his hand dismissively. "See them out." A gust of wind swept through, instantly whisking Yuan Shangren and Yu Qingli away from the grand hall. The bewildered expression on Yuan Shangren's face was one of utter disbelief. Moments ago, he had felt as though he were on the verge of triumph, only to be cast into despair the next moment. This drastic shift left him feeling as though his heart were being torn apart, enveloped in profound gloom. "It's all your fault." Before entering the hall, "Did you heed even a fraction of my warnings?" Now, the opportunity to ally with the esteemed Tianyan Zunshan had slipped away, leaving him feeling utterly thwarted. Meanwhile, Yu Qingli experienced a surge of regret for the first time. Outside the Tianyan Divine Hall, Yu Qingli stood in disarray, her once elegant figure now dust-laden and disheveled. Her splendid celestial gown was marred by a hint of dirt, devoid of its previous regal elegance. With a slight pout, she clenched her delicate hands into fists, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Yuan Shangren, filled with frustration and regret, finally exhaled a long sigh. He had initially aimed to facilitate a union between the two parties, seeking the protection of the Tianyan Divine Hall, yet the situation had turned into a complete fiasco. "Yuan Daoyu, I shall not see you off further. Please take care of yourself," he huffed. On the other side, Song Xian Shinwang regarded the two with a cold demeanor, casting them a disdainful glance before turning away. "Let us go," Yuan Shangren said with a bitter smile, leading Yu Qingli away from Tianyan realm. At present, if they could win the wager, it would not be a bad choice. With the presence of a divine emperor and 10 divine kings, perhaps the Qingyuan clan would possess a modicum of self-preservation in the coming celestial war. Within the Tianyan Great Hall, Lu Qin'er exclaimed, "Brother Lu Chen, are you truly letting them go?" She placed her hands on her hips, glaring at the direction in which Yu Qingli had departed, her expression one of indignation. "That Yu Xianzi is infuriating, acting as if you are the one pursuing her. It makes me furious." After saying this, the little girl stomped her foot, her cherubic cheeks puffing adorably, which elicited a chuckle from Lu Chen. "Ha ha ha, little one. Do not be upset." He gently embraced Lu Qin'er from behind, unable to resist poking her chubby cheek. "Brother-in-law, how can you let the Qingyuan clan get away with such affronts?" Luo Qingzhu inquired, her lips parting slightly. Beside her, Mu Bingyun rarely spoke up, her voice delicate as she defended Lu Chen. "Given your supreme status, even the celestial sovereigns would not dare to be disrespectful. Should I take action to teach them a lesson?" As she spoke, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Mu Bingyun's eyes. Recently, Lu Chen had elevated her cultivation to the level of divine emperor. After her breakthrough, as the leader of the Ice Phoenix clan, she had been utterly astonished. To repay Lu Chen's immense kindness, she had set aside her pride, exerting herself to her utmost capacity. Even if she were weary, she was determined to show her gratitude to Lu Chen. However, the physical strength of the creator god was not to be underestimated. After years of revelry, possessing the body of an ice phoenix had become burdensome for Mu Bingyun. At last, the opportunity to repay him in another way had arrived. Surely, handling a mere Qingyuan clan would be a simple task for her with her cultivation. Meanwhile, Song Xian Shinwang would not miss the chance to showcase his merit. "Lord Jesuan, I am willing to obey your commands. Just give the word, and I shall lead the divine army to trample the Qingyuan realm within a day." Song Xian Shinwang knelt on one knee, speaking with utmost seriousness. Facing their appeals, Lu Chen shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "I have just entered into a wager with the Qingyuan clan, and you wish to exterminate them immediately afterwards? Wouldn't that invite ridicule? The dirty work shall be taken care of by others." As his words fell, Lu Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. In the next moment, the hidden figure of the evil Emperor Jia Luo revealed himself, kneeling on one knee. "Your humble servant awaits your orders." Lu Chen nodded slightly and calmly stated, "You should know what to do, right?" He he. Jia Luo immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, master." With that, he vanished from the grand hall. The people of the Tianyan Divine Hall could not act openly now that a wager had been made. However, what does it matter if the evil god takes action? Lu Chen pressed his lips together, then revealed his plan. I am increasingly eager to see how this proud and willful Yu Xianzi will kneel before the hall door. Upon realizing his scheme, Lu Qianer covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "Brother Lu Chen, you are so wicked." Shui Yuqing, Mu Bingyun, and Lin Shuiro also expressed their astonishment. They had not anticipated that Lu Chen harbored such a chilling sense of wicked humor. He, little one. I have even worse sides to me, Lu Chen replied with a chuckle. Upon concluding his words, Lu Chen's eyes glimmered with a mischievous light, reminiscent of a famished wolf. With a grand gesture, he led Lu Qianer, Shui Yuqing, and the other maidens back into the chambers. "Oh, brother Lu Chen, how shameless you are. This is broad daylight," exclaimed Lu Qianer. "Oh, sister Shui Yuqing, sister Mu Bingyun, why do you side with brother Lu Chen?" Within the chambers, a scene of revelry unfolded, filled with songs and laughter, yet joy and sorrow coexisted in stark contrast. The scene shifted to the Qingwan realm. Since their return from the Tianyan Divine Palace, Qingwan Shangren and his daughter Yu Qingli had lived in a state of constant anxiety. With half a month past, Qingwan Shangren felt an unsettling notion that matters could not possibly be this simple. As he paced back and forth, deep in thought, a hint of fatigue crept onto Yu Qingli's otherwise exquisite countenance, adding a layer of charm to her already captivating demeanor. Just as the father and daughter were engulfed in their troubled thoughts, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens. Boom, boom. What has transpired? This unforeseen event struck like a bolt of lightning in Qingwan Shangren's heart. Not good. Clan leader. It is the Di Xinquan. Someone has attacked the Di Xinquan. The Elder Gu and Elder Yang stationed there have perished, a panicked Qingwan clansman rushed to report. What? The Di Xinquan? Upon hearing this, Qingwan Shangren's heart sank. The Di Xinquan was intrinsically tied to the fate of the entire Qingwan realm. It was their very lifeblood. Without a moment's hesitation, he and Yu Qingli hastened to the location above the Di Xinquan. What met their eyes was a scene of devastation. The once vibrant Di Xinquan had been reduced to ruins. Countless Qingwan clansmen lay in pools of blood, and even the limited number of true gods had suffered grievous losses. The waters of the Di Xinquan had been tainted by a malevolent energy that permeated the air. Damn it! Yu Qingli's fury ignited upon witnessing the scene. Her jade-like form trembled with emotion, her pearly teeth clenched as she said, "It must be the people from the Tianyan realm. The only ones with the strength and motive to commit such an act are them." Chapter 144, The Attack. The destruction of the Di Xinquan propelled Yu Qingli to set out towards the Tianyan realm to demand justice. However, Qingwan Shangren intervened, commanding, "Halt. Where do you think you are going?" Yu Qingli paused and swiftly retorted, "It is the Tianyan Zuanshan who broke the agreement first, as his daughter. I naturally wish to seek an explanation." Upon hearing this, Qingwan Shangren's gaze turned crimson as he glared at the ruined Di Xinquan. "Foolishness. Is this not the result of your impulsive actions that invited retaliation? The opponent is a god emperor. In this world, the strong prey upon the weak. If they were to annihilate you, what would you do?" Seeing his daughter still immersed in the arrogance of the seven fairies, Qingwan Shangren was filled with indignation. In the realm of the gods, power reigns supreme. The might of one's fist dictates the truth. No one will reason with you. Just then, an elder of true god status who had survived the earlier attack spoke up, trembling, "Clan leader, I saw it with my own eyes." The one who came was suffused with malevolent energy. There were also many blood and flesh gates. A wave of shock rippled through Qingwan Shangren and those present upon hearing this revelation. The malevolence was perpetrated by a sinister deity? What? A sinister deity? They have already breached the Eastern Divine Domain. Did not the Tianzuan lead the god kings and god emperors to repel the invasion of the sinister deity? A sense of dread enveloped the Qingwan clan's powerful figures, and a cacophony of discussions erupted. Silence. The myriad voices of speculation provoked Qingwan Shangren, causing veins to protrude on his forehead as he bellowed. The oppressive aura of a god king emanated from him, instantly calming the chaos. Intuitively, he sensed something amiss. Given the sinister deity's brutal nature, viewing all living beings as mere sustenance, one would expect a massacre. Why then had they only destroyed a Di Xinquan and not obliterated the entire Qingwan realm? For reasons unknown, Qingwan Shangren harbored a suspicion that this sinister deity was somehow connected to the Tianyan realm. Impossible. Even if the Tianyan Zuanshan possesses immense power, how could he command a sinister deity? Quickly, he dismissed this line of thought. The sinister deity hailed from the Xialing realm, a being from beyond the realm of gods. The laws governing the realm were ineffective against such entities, and the sinister deity, proud and haughty, would never submit to the beings of the divine realm. In the tumultuous course of countless ages, neither the celestial court nor the four divine domains had ever captured a sinister deity. Elder, see if the Di Shengquan can still be saved. Qingyuan Shangren implored an elderly man with snow-white hair. The Di Shengquan was the source of spiritual energy for the entire Qingyuan realm, the foundation upon which their existence rested. Its destruction would be tantamount to their annihilation. At that moment, another calamity struck. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated again, shaking the very fabric of the Qingyuan realm. Not good. It is from the direction of the Qingyuan Divine Palace. A sense of foreboding gripped Qingyuan Shangren's heart. Above the Qingyuan Divine Palace, the sinister Emperor Jialua concealed his presence. Enveloped in malevolent mist, gazing down below. Dare to provoke my master? Seeking death. With a sinister smile, Jialua unleashed a surge of dark energy, engulfing the expansive Qingyuan Divine Palace. The terrifying pressure of the sinister emperor obliterated the palace, reducing it to rubble, while countless defenseless Qingyuan clansmen were transformed into blood mist, absorbed and refined by Jialua. Moreover, several blood and flesh gates appeared behind him in an instant. Keek, little ones, it's time to stretch your legs. A horde of formidable sinister deities emerged from the blood and flesh gates, their crimson eyes fixed upon the ground below as they descended upon their prey. The air was filled with blood-curdling screams, as countless Qingyuan clansmen were devoured and refined by the sinister deities. Damn it, everyone, heed my command and slay these vile creatures alongside me. The sight of this scene caused Qingyuan Shangren's heart to bleed. Barely having departed, calamity struck his home. No sooner had he spoken than Qingyuan Shangren led Yu Qingli and a host of clan elders back to the Qingyuan Divine Palace. Have you come so quickly to seek your demise? Jialua glanced back with a smirk. Vile creatures, die? In an instant, Qingyuan Shangren transformed into his true Qingyuan form. With vibrant azure wings enveloping his body, his god king aura surged to its zenith, unleashing a beam of Qingyuan divine light from his mouth. The overwhelming might twisted the very fabric of space and time. Yet, facing Qingyuan Shangren's full force assault, Jialua remained unfazed, effortlessly blocking it with a wave of his hand. Who exactly are you? I do not recall a figure of your caliber in the ranks of the god kings from the Xiaoling realm. Realizing his full-strength strike had been easily countered, Qingyuan Shangren furrowed his brow and inquired. He was a peak god king, merely a step away from becoming a god emperor. Keek, the dead need not concern themselves with such matters. Without further ado, Jialua raised his hand and unleashed a colossal handprint. Had it not been for Lu Chen's insistence on concealing his power, with his boundless god emperor cultivation, even a mere fart would have been enough to obliterate Qingyuan Shangren. Meanwhile, Yu Qingli and the other powerful figures of the Qingyuan clan engaged in fierce combat with the sinister deities. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The air was thick with smoke, and the once resplendent Qingyuan Divine Palace was unrecognizable. After 3 days of fierce battle, the elite combatants of the Qingyuan tribe were nearly annihilated, leaving only a handful of true gods and demigods, their hollow gazes reflecting the depths of despair as they lay injured amidst the ruins. Even the sole god king, Qingyuan Shangren, bore grave wounds from his earlier confrontation with the malevolent Gaoro Xiedi, during which he found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Gaoro Xiedi, a master of deception, pretended to be gravely injured and withdrew for the time being. Coughing up blood, Qingyuan Shangren appeared precariously close to death. Father God. Upon witnessing this, Yu Qingli rushed forward to support Qingyuan Shangren. She too was battered, her once resplendent celestial gown now torn and tattered, revealing glimpses of her fair, delicate skin. Are you all right, Father God? Yu Qingli inquired with concern, her misty eyes locked onto Qingyuan Shangren. Quickly summon reinforcements. That demon has been severely wounded and will not be able to strike again for a while. Seize this opportunity to seek aid from the surrounding factions. Qingyuan Shangren urged in a faint voice. The realms surrounding the Qingyuan tribe had been sealed off by the restrictions imposed by Gaoro Xiedi, preventing any news of the battle from reaching the outside world. However, as Yu Qingli gazed down at her father's feeble form, a flicker of hesitation crossed her almond-shaped eyes. Go now? I will cover your escape, Qingyuan Shangren insisted, fighting to stabilize his injuries. With the true gods of the tribe nearly extinguished, he recognized that he must make a final stand. Just as the father and daughter were deliberating, Gaoro Xiedi returned, accompanied by a host of wicked deities. Were it not for my master's specific instructions, I would have turned all these ants into blood fodder long ago, Gaoro Xiedi declared, his eyes glinting with malevolence. The terrifying aura of the evil gods enveloped the heavens and the earth. How could this be? Qingyuan Shangren was astounded to see Gaoro Xiedi recover so swiftly from his injuries. Leer, do as I previously instructed, he urged, his tone urgent. Meanwhile, the remaining true god elders stepped forward, their expressions resolute. We are willing to sacrifice our lives to protect Princess, they proclaimed. In the next moment, Qingyuan Shangren and the true god elders fought desperately, their divine blood igniting as they clashed fiercely with the evil gods. In an instant, a cataclysmic energy storm swept through the surroundings. Father God, Yu Qingli bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she suppressed her heartache and fled swiftly from the Qingyuan realm. Finally, I've got the bait, Gaoro Siedi smirked with sinister delight, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. Don't even think about escaping. He resumed his charade, pursuing her with his legion of evil deities. Qingyuan Shangren followed closely behind, determined to entangle Gaoro Siedi. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qingli reached the edge of the barrier. Unfortunately, this layer of restriction was exceedingly robust, and with her current cultivation, she found it impossible to break through. Damn it, such a hard shell. Yu Qingli frowned, feeling helpless before the barrier. Die. At that moment, Gaoro Siedi lunged forward, unleashing a terrifying, sinister force that manifested as a colossal pillar aimed at Yu Qingli. Faced with Gaoro Siedi's lethal strike, she, as a mere true god, was utterly powerless to resist. The mere presence of his oppressive aura made her limbs weak and unresponsive. In a critical moment, Qingyuan Shangren arrived just in time, shielding her from the blow. Run. He burned the last drop of his divine blood, channeling the full force of a god king to create a small opening in the barrier. With a swift motion, he pushed Yu Qingli through it. However, as he completed this act, a chilling whisper echoed in his ears, seemingly emanating from the abyss. A claw of darkness ruthlessly pierced through his chest, revealing that Gaoro Siedi had appeared behind him. Old fool, it's time to depart, Gaoro Siedi sneered, licking his lips. No, Father God. Yu Qingli's heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Her pupils constricted in horror, and she yearned to rush forward, but the barrier held her back. Quickly, do not let the Qingyuan tribe's legacy be extinguished. With his strength waning, Qingyuan Shangren imparted his final words before resolutely detonating his divine source. Father God. Yu Qingli was consumed by sorrow, yet recalling her father's instruction, she wiped her tears and turned to flee in another direction. The energy unleashed by the God King's self-detonation was cataclysmic, an overwhelming force of annihilation that threatened to obliterate all. A tide of destruction surged forth, ready to engulf the entire Qingyuan realm, but a beam of blood-red divine light intervened, halting this devastation. To Gaoro Siedi, however, this self-detonation posed no real threat. That accursed old fool nearly thwarted my master's grand scheme. He grimaced, realizing that had he not intervened, the Qingyuan realm would have been reduced to cosmic dust. Lu Chun's plan was far more intricate than merely destroying the Qingyuan realm. He had been meticulously playing the role of a deceiver to ensure Yu Qingli's safe escape. Otherwise, how could Qingyuan Shangren, with his cultivation, have possibly breached his barrier? My master's instructions are nearly complete. With a glance toward the direction Yu Qingli had fled, Gaoro Siedi vanished from sight. The remaining evil gods were merely his avatars. His next task was to maintain control over these avatars to sustain the current state of devastation in the Qingyuan realm. Meanwhile, at the Tianyan Divine Palace, Lu Chun sat regally, basking in the aftermath of his stratagem, his countenance imbued with satisfaction. Master, everything is in order, Gaoro Siedi reported, kneeling before Lu Chun. Well done, Lu Chun acknowledged with a slight nod, his eyes narrowing as he gazed into the distant starry sky, a hint of cunning glimmering in his expression. One of the 7 fairies? The unrivaled goddess of the eastern divine domain. The Longtian realm, nestled within the illusory star sea, was the closest star domain to the Qingyuan realm and bordered the Tianyan realm. At that moment, a streak of azure light sped into the Longtian realm. Having just escaped the Qingyuan realm, Yu Qingli was in a disheveled state, her celestial gown stained with blood, and her flawless face covered in dirt. Upon entering the Longtian realm, she rushed directly to the main hall of the Longtian realm. Who goes there? The divine guard stationed at the entrance of the Longtian realm's main hall stepped forward, attempting to block her. Step aside. I demand an audience with the Longtian realm's leader. Yu Qingli's mere gaze, imbued with the formidable pressure of a high-ranking true god, sent the guards flying. The next moment, a voice, old and resonant like a great bell, echoed. Ah, it is you, fairy, one of the 7 fairies. What brings you to the Longtian realm? As the words fell, an elder, exuding an air of celestial grace and rosy complexion, descended. He was the esteemed leader of the Longtian realm. Ah, you fairy, what has befallen you? The Longtian realm leader feigned ignorance upon seeing Yu Qingli's disheveled appearance. Without the luxury of elaboration, Yu Qingli promptly recounted the calamity that had befallen the Qingyuan realm. Evil gods invaded the Qingyuan realm, and my father detonated his divine source, sacrificing himself. I implore you, esteemed elder, to lend your aid and rescue the Qingyuan realm from peril. Yu Qingli's voice was urgent as she beseeched the leader of the Longtian realm for assistance. After listening to her tale, the Longtian realm leader's expression turned peculiar as he fell into deep contemplation. Alas, my old injuries have yet to heal, and the Longtian realm is weak. I require a few more days to regroup. When my injuries have recovered, I will personally lead my divine army to assist. In this moment, Hua Qingying found herself utterly helpless and hoped that Hua Xianxia would not take offense. The Lord of Tianyan realm hesitated for a long while before fabricating an excuse to evade the matter. Witnessing his reluctance to assist, Hua Qingying trembled with anger, her silver teeth clenched tightly. In desperation, she pressed her red lips together and invoked the celestial laws, stating emphatically, Lord of Tianyan realm, according to the laws decreed by Tianyan, any realm that suffers an invasion by malevolent deities must render aid. Otherwise, they will be deemed traitors, and the entire realm will be scorned and rejected by countless beings across the divine realms. Do you truly wish to openly defy the celestial laws and be relegated to the status of a sinner? Upon hearing Hua Qingying invoke the laws of Tianyan, the Lord of Tianyan realm found himself in a predicament. After careful consideration, he stubbornly replied, Alas, I beseech you, Hua Xianxia, do not make things difficult for me. My old injuries have yet to heal, and I am unable to offer assistance. Please seek another source for help. At these words, Hua Qingying's eyes flashed with a cold light, but ultimately, she succumbed to resignation. Very well, Lord of Tianyan realm, I shall remember this matter and report it to Tianyan in due course. With no other option, she hurriedly sought assistance from another star realm. Once Hua Qingying had departed, the Lord of Tianyan realm gazed in her direction, his eyes filled with helplessness. Alas, seeing Su and Yu, does this satisfy your esteemed deity? He then turned his gaze toward a dim corner of the grand hall. Ha ha. Seeing Su and Yu truly knows the times, came the reply as the figure of seeing Su Nshnw emerged from the shadows. Prior to this, he had arrived at Tianyan realm bearing the divine edict of Lchn. Over the years, Tianyan realm had already submitted to the authority of New York realm. Seeing Su Nshnw had been an attentive listener to the exchange between the Lord of Tianyan realm and Hua Qingying. Caught between the formidable New York NZNSHN, known for his ruthless reputation, and the long-established authority of Tianyan. The Lord of Tianyan realm was in a difficult position, yet he ultimately leaned toward the former. After all, if he were to comply with Hua Qingying's request for aid to the Qinglu realm, he would likely be immediately struck down by seeing Su Nshnw wielding the divine edict. Seeing Su Yu. What are the repercussions from Tianyan? The Lord of Tianyan realm approached, seeing Su Nshnw, panic evident on his face as he stammered. If this matter reached Tianyan, he and the entire Tianyan realm would face dire consequences, branded as traitors as Hua Qingying had warned. Seeing Su Nshnw smirked, unfazed by the concern. Rest assured, Tianyan, as long as you comply, the New York temple will protect you. There is no need to worry about Tianyan. With the esteemed realm lord present, none in the divine realms would dare to harm you. With this assurance, the Lord of Tianyan realm finally felt a sense of relief and repeatedly nodded in gratitude. That is good, that is good. Now that this matter has been settled, I must attend to other affairs. With that, seeing Su Nshnw holding the divine edict, vanished from sight in an instant. As one day and night passed, a disheartened figure lingered in the vastness of the starry sea. Hua Qingying appeared utterly defeated, her eyes filled with despair. For an entire day and night, she had traversed numerous realms seeking assistance, yet all had politely declined her pleas, mirroring the response of Tianyan realm. Recalling the tragic state of Qinglu realm and the sacrifice made by Qinglu Nshn to aid her escape, Hua Qingying clenched her hands tightly, blood seeping through her fingers. These self-serving, cowardly individuals, they would do anything to curry favor with me, yet now they shun me completely. Overcome with frustration, she could not help but curse. However, after uttering these words, she found herself laughing bitterly. Just as she was about to abandon hope, the final words of Qinglu Nshn echoed in her mind, urging her to preserve the lineage of the Qinglu clan at all costs. My father and everyone. Clutching the ancestral jade pendant, tears welled in her almond-shaped eyes, filled with remorse. If only she had not. Reflecting on the time when Qinglu Nshn had taken her to New York temple for a marriage alliance, she was overwhelmed with regret for her previous arrogance. Had she not acted so haughtily, perhaps the Qinglu clan would not have faced such calamity. nor would they have been ostracized by the surrounding realms, unwilling to extend a helping hand. The warmth of the ancestral jade pendant in her hand reminded her. As the princess of the Qingying clan, she could faintly sense the situation within her clan. Despite the ferocity of the evil god's invasion, many clan members were still fighting valiantly, inspired by the sacrifice of Qingying Nshing Rn. Why Qingying gazed toward the direction of T New York N realm, realizing that it might be her only hope for assistance. She understood well that the attitude of the surrounding realms toward Qingying N realm was entirely influenced by the will of T New York NZ Nshn. With determination, she pressed her lips together, her pale face revealing a hint of defiance. After a moment of struggle, she resolved to race toward the T New York N temple. In the grand hall of T New York N temple, Xu Qing, Ln Su Ru, Lnuru, Mwn Qing, and Mbyin adorned in delicate gauzy skirts, danced gracefully in the center, their enchanting movements captivating all. Through the sheer fabric, their exquisite forms were tantalizingly revealed. Meanwhile, LCHN sat above, relishing the dance while enjoying the massages from Li Qi and Air, Lu Qingzich. And Shio are you? A bit lower, please. Your techniques are nearly on par with Ling and Yoqn, he murmured, his eyes half closed in bliss. At that moment, LNUNZHNSH and outside the hall transmitted a message, reporting to the esteemed realm lord. A woman claiming to be YQing is kneeling outside, pleading for an audience. Hearing this, LCHN slowly opened his half-closed eyes. Pay her no mind. Let her kneel. He then instructed, continue the music and the dance. His demeanor remained calm, his tone indifferent. Understood. LNUNZHNSH and hesitated but quickly complied, respectfully responding. This fairy, the esteemed realm lord, is exceedingly busy and may not have time to meet with you. YQing pursed her lips, a bitter smile gracing her face. Yet she remained steadfast in her position outside the door. Alas, LNUNZHNSH and sighed, then turned away, leaving her to her vigil. 3 days passed swiftly. Brother LCHN, that YXNZ has been kneeling outside for 3 days and still refuses to leave, Li Qi and Air said, leaning against LCHN's knee, peering out at the hall's entrance. There, YQing remained on her knees, her once radiant face now haggard and devoid of color. The other women, XUQing and Mbyin, could not help but express their sympathy. Just half a month ago, this proud YXNZ had dared to act with arrogance before T New York N temple. And now she found herself in such a disheveled state. Were outsiders to witness this, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Your cunning plans truly are unfathomable. MWNQing remarked, her expression shifting. In this world governed by the principle of survival of the fittest, power is the only law. It is LCHN, the creator deity with unparalleled prowess and an unparalleled system, who truly reigns supreme. It is time, he mused, tired of the festivities. Lu Chen waved his hand and slowly rose to his feet. Observing this, the women present discreetly vacated the grand hall. Outside, having received a summons, the true deity Lin Yuan approached Yu Qingli. Esteemed fairy, the lord of the realm requests your presence. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Yu Qingli's parched lips, bringing a hint of color back to her face. In the next moment, she stood up with great excitement and trepidation, following Lin Yuan into the grand hall. As she stepped inside and looked up at the imposing figure resembling a deity, Yu Qingli felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, her expression exceedingly complex. Without hesitation, she knelt on the ground, saying, I, Yu Qingli, pay my respects to the Tianyan Shun. After enduring the harsh realities of recent times, the once proud and haughty fairy finally recognized her circumstances and bowed her head before Lu Chen, shedding her previous arrogance and the superiority that came with being one of the 7 fairies. Oh, is that not Yu Qingli, one of the 7 phoenixes? Lu Chen remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he began to mock her. Yu Qingli's heart sank. She had anticipated such a moment. The Qingyuan realm faced a dire crisis, and she had come to beseech the deity for aid, for which she was immensely grateful. With that, she bent low, her smooth forehead striking the floor with force, her figure prostrating on the ground, her tattered celestial gown clinging to her snowy skin. Her fair skin, reminiscent of pristine jade, was partially revealed. Faced with the life and death crisis of her clan and her father's dying wish, the once unassailable daughter of heaven cast aside all dignity, pleading for the deity's assistance. Yu Qingli declared that she would willingly become a concubine if that was what it took. As she spoke, her voice trembled, and tears of reluctance streamed down her cheeks. To her surprise, Lu Chen stood up and slowly approached her, a look of disdain crossing his face. Concubine, do you overestimate your worth? In my eyes, you lack even the qualification to be my concubine. With that, Lu Chen's smile faded, replaced by an icy demeanor. The majesty of the creator god could not be provoked. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Yu Qingli, rendering her pale and filled with regret for her foolish words. All the realm masters of the surrounding star domains had abandoned the heavenly court, now serving the Tianyan Divine Palace. It was only now that she realized the might of the Tianyan Divine Palace, a forbidden existence that even the heavenly court dared not challenge openly. I offer you but one choice, to serve as my maid. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as a mountain stream. The words struck Yu Qingli like a bolt from the blue, leaving her stunned and despondent. Once a proud fairy, renowned for her beauty, she was now reduced to the status of a mere maid. Lu Chen's words shattered the remnants of her dignity and pride. However, at this juncture, she had no alternative but to acquiesce. Yes, my lord. After uttering this, Yu Qingli felt as though all her strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground in despair. Very well. Lu Chen nodded slightly, glancing at her disheveled appearance with a frown. Clean yourself up before presenting yourself to me again. With those words, he vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, a group of maidservants arrived to escort Yu Qingli to the bathing chambers, where they assisted her in shedding her garments. After some time, having bathed and changed into a clean and splendid outfit, she was brought to Lu Chen's chambers. My lord, Yu Qingli stood before him, biting her lip. Anxiety etched on her face. Her delicate feet intertwined, attempting to mask her turmoil. Noticing her distress, Lu Chen stepped closer, grasping her chin gently. Leaning in with a smile to closely examine the renowned beauty of the seven phoenixes. Her exquisite visage, framed by cascading violet locks, was breathtaking. With skin as smooth and flawless as freshly fallen snow. Her nose was elegantly shaped, her clear eyes shimmering like autumn waters, and her lips were full and enticing. Such an enchanting presence was rare in the world, capable of ensnaring the heart with just a glance. After a thorough appraisal, even Lu Chen could not help but sigh inwardly. Under his gaze, Yu Qingli's hands clenched tightly, her almond eyes darting away, yet she dared not resist. Time passed, and Yu Qingli, despite the pain coursing through her body, rose gracefully to serve Lu Chen, assisting him with his garments. Upon noticing the crimson stain on the bedding, her heart grew heavy, and she cast a sorrowful glance at him. Rest assured, I will not forget the plight of the Qingyuan realm, Lu Chen said slowly before stepping out of the chambers. As he exited, Yu Qingli knelt without uttering a word of complaint, watching him leave. Outside, Lu Chen reflected, indeed. She is one of the seven phoenixes. Just then, Lu Chen quietly approached from behind. Brother Lu Chen, you can't be serious about keeping that wicked woman, can you? She exclaimed, hands on her hips, her expression filled with indignation towards Yu Qingli, who had previously insulted Lu Chen and others. Seeing her frustration, Lu Chen smiled knowingly and embraced the little girl, reassuring her, fear not, she is but a mere maid. Hearing this, Lu Chen finally relaxed her furrowed brow. Meanwhile, in the Qingyuan realm, the avatar of the evil Emperor Jialua was still battling fiercely against the formidable warriors of the Qingyuan clan. After receiving Lu Chen's message, Jialua finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last it is over. With a thought, he recalled all his avatars, vanishing from sight. As the evil deity fled, the remaining members of the Qingyuan clan collapsed in exhaustion. The aftermath of the cataclysmic battle left the Qingyuan realm in ruins, with the source of spiritual energy, the earthly sacred spring, destroyed. The landscape was a wasteland, and many of the clan's warriors lay dead or injured, their cries of despair echoing through the air. The sole divine king has fallen, leaving not even a single true god elder alive, with only some insignificant half-gods remaining. At this moment, Songxian Shunwang hastily leads the Tianyan Jia divine army, merely to make an appearance. Accompanying him, Yu Qingli gazes at the desolate ruins of the Qingyuan Jia, her eyes welling with tears as her delicate hand instinctively covers her lips. The princess has returned. The princess has finally brought reinforcements. The members of the Qingyuan tribe, upon seeing Yu Qingli's return, approach her with tears in their eyes to share their grievances. The demise of their father god and the near total extinction of their true god elders have left the burdens of the Qingyuan tribe resting solely on her shoulders. Observing the battered tribespeople below, Yu Qingli's heart aches, and a resolute determination forms within her. If the Qingyuan tribe wishes to restore itself, it must rely on the Tianyan Zunshan. In retrospect, Yu Qingli is filled with endless regret. Had she known it would come to this, she would not have acted with such arrogance. Had she not been so proud in the past, she would not have descended to the status of a mere servant girl. But now, the outcome cannot be changed. The scene shifts to a peculiar space within the abyss of darkness. A chilling laugh emanates from the shadows. Ha ha ha. Friend Ming Yan, now that Hao Tian and the deities of the heavenly court have been dragged into the quagmire of the northern divine domain, is this not the perfect opportunity for your revenge? If not now, then when? The gray mist obscures all divine senses, rendering this place an endless abyss. Within this void, another figure emerges from the fog. Yen Mo Luo Di and Shi Paluo Sha. I never expected even you two old fellows to have emerged from seclusion. The two figures shrouded in fog are indeed the evil emperor from the Azura tribe of the evil spirit realm. Yen Mo Luo Di and Shi Paluo Sha are both peak divine emperors with formidable powers, being twin siblings. Their cultivation of an exceptionally compatible demonic art, combined with their innate connection, grants them the ability to momentarily counter the chaos of eternity when united. Before them, a figure of even greater terror gradually coalesces from the dense fog. This new presence exudes a chilling aura that makes the entire abyss of darkness tremble upon its arrival. This individual is none other than the ruler of the abyss of darkness, the nightmarish demon lord, whose cultivation has reached the terrifying heights of chaos eternal. This is only natural, as the evil spirit realm has brought forth its full strength. After battling with the divine realm for countless millennia, it is indeed time for the final confrontation. Shi Paluo Sha appears as an elderly woman, her skin withered and ghastly. Indeed, our ability to annihilate the northern divine domain would serve as the best proof. Friend Meng Yan, do not miss this golden opportunity. Yen Mo Luo Di immediately adds fuel to the fire. The nightmarish demon lord ponders for a long moment before slowly responding. You wish to swallow the divine realm in one fell swoop, but do not forget about Hua Qingying. As long as he exists, you will never be able to extinguish the heavenly court. The northern divine domain is merely a barbaric land, the weakest among the 4 divine domains, with no more than a handful of divine emperors, most of whom are still at the early stages of their power. Your success in the ambush is entirely reliant on the true Luo Tiangang shield. If you wish for me to stake my resources in this endeavor, you are dreaming. Hua Qingying is regarded as the foremost figure of this era, not only due to his terrifying mastery of chaos eternal, but also because, during the previous great battle, he single-handedly withstood the combined might of the nightmarish demon lord, the fallen calamity celestial, and Yen Mo Luo Di, 3 entities of chaos eternal strength. He maintained his position without faltering, even identifying flaws in the combined efforts of Shi Paluo Sha and Yen Mo Luo Di, ultimately shifting the tide of battle. Such formidable strength instills fear in the hearts of those within the abyss of darkness and the evil spirit realm. It is precisely because of the presence of Hua Qingying that the divine realm stands unyielding, as the nightmarish demon lord firmly rejects the proposal. Yen Mo Luo Di and Shi Paluo Sha display no surprise, instead sharing a knowing look. Indeed, Hua Qingying's combat prowess is unparalleled throughout history. But, demon lord, do you remember the Hongmeng Mo Longshan? Upon hearing this, the nightmarish demon lord's eyes flicker, and he inquires, what do you mean? Wasn't the Hongmeng Mo Longshan slain by Hua Qingying? The Hongmeng Mo Longshan, referred to by Shi Paluo Sha and Yen Mo Luo Di, is an evil emperor from the Hongmeng clan of the evil spirit realm, whose power once reached chaos eternal. Unfortunately, at the height of his prowess, he was slain by Hua Qingying. Yen Mo Luo Di, smiling, continues without delay. The Hongmeng Mo Longshan did not perish. Rather, he was suppressed by Hua Qingying within the demon suppression tower. Do you think that is why we chose the northern divine domain? The demon suppression tower is located there. Shi Paluo Sha chimes in, embellishing the narrative. When the Hongmeng Mo Longshan escapes, my brother and I, along with the fallen calamity celestial, plus the demon lord with 4 entities of chaos eternal strength, will make it so that no matter how strong Hua Qingying is, he will be unable to withstand us. The divine realm will be as easy to conquer as reaching into a pocket. According to our previous agreement, Hua Qingying will be left for the demon lord to deal with. Furthermore, afterward, the evil spirit realm promises to cede the eastern divine domain to the demon lord, allowing the gods of the abyss of darkness to return to their homeland. In this way, the demon lord can avenge personal grievances, and we will all rejoice together. The nightmarish demon lord was once a member of the divine realm and shared the same origin as Hua Qingying. Both possessed exceptional talent, breaking through to true godhood within a few centuries, and were heralded as twin stars of the divine realm. With unparalleled gifts, they both became disciples of the Yuan Shi Tianzun. Under the meticulous guidance of Yuan Shi Tianzun, they rapidly ascended from divine king to divine emperor. The terrifying talents exhibited by the nightmarish demon lord and Hua Qingying ignited intense debates regarding the future candidates for the position of heavenly sovereign. All along, the nightmarish demon lord harbored a fervent desire for the title of heavenly sovereign. However, what he did not expect was that just before embarking on an unknown journey, Yuan Shi Tianzun would unhesitatingly bestow the title upon Hua Qingying. Following a series of events, the nightmarish demon lord, harboring discontent towards Hua Qingying, openly rebelled against the heavenly court, colluding with evil deities to invade, and became a traitor of the divine realm. Yet, after ascending to the position of heavenly sovereign, Hua Tian's power surged, swiftly quelling the rebellion. The nightmarish demon lord, unable to contend with Hua Tian, was ultimately banished to this sunless abyss, fraught with chaotic mist. In hiding within the abyss of darkness, he never forgets his desire to return to the divine realm and personally exact his revenge. Now, faced with the invitation from Shi Paluo Sha and Yan Mo Luo Di, he agrees after a brief contemplation, "Very well. I shall consent to this matter. However, do not forget your promise to cede the eastern divine domain to me afterward." Upon hearing his agreement, Shi Paluo Sha and Yan Mo Luo Di smile broadly. Of course, with the demon lord's involvement, we will surely dismantle the heavenly court. Please prepare to seize the 9 abyss heaven swiftly, as we have other arrangements to attend to, so we will take our leave first. With that, Shi Paluo Sha and Yan Mo Luo Di vanish mysteriously from the spot. Shortly after their departure, the expression on the nightmarish demon lord's face remains inscrutable, his dark eyes akin to an abyss that captivates the soul. Hua Tian, wait for me, for soon I shall personally pull you down from your position as heavenly sovereign. And master, I shall prove you wrong for not choosing me for the heavenly sovereign position. A chilling smile creeps upon the nightmarish demon lord's lips as he gazes toward the direction of the divine realm. After leaving the abyss of darkness, Shi Paluo Sha and Yan Mo Luo Di arrive at the 9 abyss heaven. We pay our respects to the 2 esteemed emperors. After a prolonged wait, Shui Luo Sha Huang and Ming Luo Gui Di hurriedly stepped forward to greet their master. Behind them, an innumerable legion of malevolent deities stood at the ready. When the abyss of darkness launches its full-scale assault on Jiu Yuan Tian, you two shall be responsible for providing support, commanded Shi Paluo Sha in a frigid tone. In response to the order, Shui Luo Sha Huang and Ming Luo Gui Di respectfully replied, "Yes." As their voices faded, Shi Paluo Sha and Yan Mo Luo Di transformed into 2 beams of crimson light, heading towards the eastern divine domain. After all these years, the nightmarish demon lord is still as easily manipulated as ever. With this individual serving as our shield, we can seamlessly execute our next plan and roam freely in the eastern divine domain. Yan Mo Luo Di chuckled darkly. He then turned to Shi Paluo Sha and queried, "Sister, your perception cannot be mistaken, can it? Quickly locate the whereabouts of the one possessing the ice prison Azura body." To this, Shi Paluo Sha confidently affirmed, "My senses are infallible. Allow me to probe with my divine consciousness." Moments later, she pinpointed their target. Let us hurry. Once we devour this ice prison Azura body, our advancement into the realm of chaos eternity will be significantly assured. Then, we can proceed to the northern divine domain to rendezvous with the celestial sovereign and the Hongming demon dragon god, and together obliterate the heavenly court. Yan Mo Luo Di was filled with excitement, for they had invested considerable resources into this plan. After confirming their location, the 2 swiftly made their way towards the eastern divine domain, specifically the illusory Star Sea, which coincidentally lay in the territory of the Ice Phoenix clan. Meanwhile, in Jiu Yuan Tian, the Jiu Yao Shen Di, the war god Bian Zhuang, the Zhen Wu Da Di, and the Xuanlan Shen Di held their positions at the front lines. Behind them stood the divine army formed by the heavenly court, the 7 realms sacred mansion, and the 10 directions Canglan realm. Thanks to the support of the Tianyan divine palace over recent years, the number of deities in the 10 directions Canglan realm was rapidly recovering. Upon receiving the celestial sovereign's command, Xuanlan Shen Di hastily led the divine army to secure Jiu Yuan Tian. Before them lay a void rift spanning tens of millions of light years, continuously devouring the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. This was the entrance from Jiu Yuan Tian to the abyss of darkness. Under the watchful eyes of the 4 divine emperors, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense as they remained vigilant against the impending invasion from the abyss of darkness. Jiu Yao, Bian Zhuang, and Zhen Wu, it has been a long time. I hope you have been well. A hearty laugh echoed from behind the group. A colossal celestial vessel pierced through the skies, upon which countless deities stood with an imposing presence, their might resonating through the cosmos. Leading the vessel was a middle-aged man, the realm master of the southern divine domain, Nanming Shen Di. Beside him stood a handsome man, adorned with a silk cap, exuding an air of cultured elegance, reminiscent of a refined scholar. This gentleman was none other than the illustrious Xiao Yao Shen Di of the southern divine domain, the creator of the famed 7 Phoenixes Ascending to Immortality painting. Chapter 150. Nanming Shen Di and Xiao Yao Shen Di, each with distinct intentions. War is imminent. Oh, it is indeed Nanming Shen Di and Xiao Yao Shen Di. My apologies for the oversight. Zhen Wu Da Di, taking the lead, quickly approached to welcome them. Accompanied by the Jiao Yao Shindi, War God Bian Zhuang, and Xianlan Shindi, you have traveled from billions of miles away, all for the sake of the world's populace. I hold the utmost respect. Witnessing the arrival of the Southern Divine Domain's forces, Zhenwu Dadi offered a deep bow to both Nanming Shindi and Xiao Yao Shindi. In response, Nanming Shindi promptly returned the gesture, saying, Zhenwu, there is no need for such formalities. We, too, have come in obedience to the Celestial Sovereign's command. With the support of the Southern Divine Domain, the front lines of Jiao Yuan Tian now boasted a total of 6 Divine Emperors. This friend seems unfamiliar. Could it be that he is a newly ascended Divine Emperor? May I inquire about his origins? Xiao Yao Shindi's gaze fell upon the inconspicuous Xianlan Shindi, revealing a hint of curiosity. Xianlan Shindi stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Xianlan, from the 10 Directions Canglan realm. Your esteemed name, Xiao Yao, resonates like thunder in my ears. Meeting you today, I see you truly embody your illustrious title. Upon learning that Xianlan Shindi hailed from the 10 Directions Canglan realm, both Nanming Shindi and Xiao Yao Shindi exchanged peculiar glances. The name of the Tianyan Divine Master had echoed throughout the realms in recent years, even from the distant Southern Divine Domain. They had heard whispers of the happenings in the 10 Directions Canglan realm. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yao Shindi responded, so you are Xianlan. Congratulations on breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm. With your presence, how could the 10 Directions Canglan realm not rise again? In light of such praise, Xianlan Shindi remained humble, replying, You flatter me, Xiao Yao. With my limited talents, even 1,000 lifetimes would not suffice to reach the Divine Emperor level. I have merely benefited from the grace of the Tianyan Divine Master, who aided my fortunate breakthrough. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck. At that time in the 10 Directions Canglan realm, Lu Chun had instilled a single thought that propelled him from the realm of king to that of the Divine Emperor. The term fortunate was indeed aptly chosen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao Shindi wore a look of astonishment. After a moment's hesitation, his curiosity got the better of him, and he cautiously inquired, what do you mean by that, Xianlan? May I ask what manner of being the Tianyan Divine Master is, capable of aiding others to break through to the Divine Emperor? I am quite eager to witness such a phenomenon. In response to Xiao Yao Shindi's probing, Xianlan Shindi hesitated briefly before directing the question to the nearby Jiao Yao Shindi. Perhaps this is a matter better suited for Jiao Yao, as he shares an extraordinary connection with the Divine Master. Jiao Yao Shindi had been listening intently to their conversation. His expression turned complicated when he realized that Xianlan Shindi had shifted the inquiry to him. He immediately bristled, gesturing animatedly, Hey, why are you dragging me into your warm exchanges? The mention of the Tianyan Divine Master stirred a tumult of emotions within Jiao Yao Shindi. Ever since Lu Chun descended upon the 7 Realms Sacred Mansion, injured Bian Zhuang, and took away Yun Ro and Yun Xiao, he had been plagued by unease. After all, who could have anticipated that his grandson, whom he believed to be dead in the lower realms, would transform into an exalted being beyond the reach of all deities, even surpassing the current celestial sovereign? Upon discovering that his grandson was, in fact, the Tianyan Divine Master, Jiao Yao Shindi's heart was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, regret, astonishment, joy, and a subtle twinge of melancholy and guilt. At this juncture, he lamented having left Lu Chen alone in the 3,000 Dao prefectures, leading to the latter's resentment towards him. Meanwhile, War God Bian Zhuang's emotions had turned fervent and furious, his fists clenched, eyes ablaze with anger. Suddenly, the astute Nanming Shindi sensed the tension among the group and promptly interjected, Ahem, Xiao Yao, we are here to repel the abyss of darkness. We must not digress so abruptly into personal matters. Xiao Yao Shindi, quick to comprehend the underlying tension, readily followed Nanming Shindi's lead. Bowing to Xianlan Shindi, Jiao Yao Shindi, and the others, the Realm Master is right. I have been rather impetuous. I ask that you all forgive my indiscretion. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted from the void rift ahead, followed by an overwhelming aura of death that surged towards them like a nightmarish specter. At the forefront stood the illustrious Zhenwu Dadi and the battle deity Bian Zhuang, who were immediately overwhelmed by an oppressive force, gasping for breath. This aura was alarming. Reacting swiftly, the Xianlan Shindi, Jiao Yao Shindi, and Nanming Shindi promptly unleashed their divine might to counterbalance the pressure, while shielding the divine army behind them. Under the shadow of this overwhelming force, the expressions of the assembled divine kings turned pale, their bodies bent low as they struggled to resist. Weaker true gods fell to their knees in the void, and some demigods were reduced to mere blood mist, perishing on the spot. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in chaotic mist emerged from the abyss of darkness, swiftly darting past the divine line of defense and vanishing from sight. As the figure dissipated completely, the terrifying pressure gradually subsided. The Xianlan Shindi, shaken and still uneasy, murmured as he gazed in the direction of the disappearance. Nanming Shindi furrowed his brow, gravely nodding in affirmation. Indeed, that individual is the nightmarish demon lord. It seems that countless years have passed, and his cultivation has significantly advanced. With our strength, we are no match for him. His target is the Tianzuan. At that moment, Jinwu Dadi interjected. The task entrusted to us by the Tianzuan is merely to intercept the powerful beings from the abyss of darkness, while the nightmarish demon lord is to be dealt with personally by the Tianzuan. Therefore, we need not concern ourselves with him. With that, Jinwu Dadi soared above the divine army, issuing a resolute command. All gods, heed my call, and vow to defend Juantian to the death. Merely the pressure from the chaos eternal Shindi had caused the divine army to falter. Below the level of Shindi, all were akin to mere ants, destined to become cannon fodder in the ensuing battle, regardless of their status as true gods or divine kings. Encouraged by Jinwu Dadi's rallying cry, the divine army quickly regained its morale. Just then, the abyss of darkness exhibited unusual activity. Countless dark figures, exuding formidable auras, emerged from the void's fissure. These beings, known as the fallen gods, were once the subordinates of the nightmarish demon lord, expelled to the abyss of darkness by the heavenly court after their master betrayed the realm of the gods. The leading fallen gods had reached a terrifying level of Shindi. A massive influx of fallen gods continued to pour forth from the abyss of darkness. This rabble. Jinwu Dadi and Nanming Shindi exchanged solemn glances, disdainfully regarding these traitors. As soon as the words left their lips, Jinwu Dadi, Jiao Shindi, and Xiaoyao Shindi charged ahead, unleashing a terrifying divine might that stirred up colossal waves in the sea of stars. The divine armies of the heavenly court, Eastern Divine Domain, and Southern Divine Domain followed suit, launching themselves into battle. In an instant, the gods of the realm clashed with the fallen gods, turning Yuan Tian into a battlefield where unparalleled energy storms erupted, with the divine beings becoming mere pawns in the grand conflict. It is time for us to make our entrance. Hidden in the shadows, the blood-slaughter Luo Huang and Ming Luo Gui Di tore open a spatial rift, leading a host of sinister gods into the fray. The unexpected appearance of the evil gods sent a chill through the hearts of the onlookers. As the blood-slaughter Luo Huang and Ming Luo Gui Di launched a surprise attack, Bian Zhuang and Xuanlan Shindi immediately intercepted them. With the interference of the evil gods, the battlefront on the side of the heavenly court and the two divine domains became ensnared in a stalemate. Damn it! Jinwu Dadi, Nanming Shindi, and the others struggled to hold back the fallen gods. They understood that if Yuan Tian fell, the gateway to the realm of gods would swing wide open, exposing the heart of the Eastern Divine Domain to imminent danger. Fortunately, both sides remained evenly matched in terms of higher-level combat strength, and the defenses forged by the heavenly court held firm against a single blow. In a scene shift, Bian Zhuang, wielding a divine spear, faced off against the blood-slaughter Luo Huang. The two engaged in fierce combat amidst the depths of the cosmos, their terrifying duel shaking the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding stars to shift and the laws of spiritual power to spiral into chaos. Bian Zhuang, the invincible guardian of the heavenly court. Yet to me, you are but a jest, the blood-slaughter Luo Huang scoffed, mocking the once-cherished fiancé who had become a mere pet in another's arms. He even taunted that their offspring could suppress Bian Zhuang, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Upon their first encounter, after exchanging several blows, the blood-slaughter Luo Huang laughed derisively. It seemed that the events from years ago at the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion had reached his ears. Silence! Bian Zhuang, enraged, felt his vision redden as he channeled divine power into his spear. With a mighty crash, Bian Zhuang's blood surged, propelling his combat prowess to its zenith, each attack radiating terrifying might that caused the very space around him to collapse. For a moment, even the blood-slaughter Luo Huang found himself on the defensive. Seeing this, a sinister smile crept onto the blood-slaughter Luo Huang's lips as he coldly remarked, Bian Zhuang, how many merits have you earned for the heavenly court? Yet now, faced with the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion and the Tianyan Divine Hall's aggressive advances, you have not dared to utter a peep. Not a single soul from the heavenly court has stood up for you. Do you intend to swallow this grievance? With the wound of betrayal openly exposed, Bian Zhuang, already blinded by rage, intensified his assault, roaring, Shut your mouth. Yet the blood-slaughter Luo Huang persisted, attempting to sow discord. Bian Zhuang, why not join the evil spirit realm? We will help you exact your vengeance. If we can breach Yuan Tian, our army of evil gods can surge right in. At that time, we shall assist you in exacting bloody revenge upon the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion and the Tianyan Divine Hall. What do you say? Upon hearing these words, Bian Zhuang's offensive faltered, Reflecting on the blood slaughter Luo Huang's proposition, his face was etched with conflict and hesitation, torn between righteousness and deep-seated hatred, leaving him momentarily paralyzed in decision-making. Noticing the shift, the blood slaughter Luo Huang seized the opportunity to further entice him. Bian Zhuang. It was the heavenly court that wronged you first. You need not bear any psychological burden. The realm of gods is as good as ours. Once we have fully subdued the heavenly court, you will be a great contributor to the evil spirit realm. With that, the blood slaughter Luo Huang extended a bony hand, heavily patting Bian Zhuang's shoulder. Humph. After a period of deep contemplation, Bian Zhuang's eyes gleamed with icy determination, and he coldly shrugged off the blood slaughter Luo Huang's hand, fixing his gaze on one of the figures on the battlefield below. Very well. I shall heed your words, but before that, assist me in slaying that old wretch Zhuyao. Under the persuasion of the blood slaughter Luo Huang, Bian Zhuang resolutely chose to betray the heavenly court and turn to the evil gods. With his immediate target set upon Zhuyao Shindi, the betrothal with Yun Ro had been a mutual agreement, and the subsequent betrayal that had led to this outcome had made him a laughingstock. Half of his resentment was directed at Zhuyao Shindi. Thus, Bian Zhuang was filled with fury towards Zhuyao Shindi, wishing to dismantle him piece by piece on the spot. Ah, I do appreciate your straightforwardness. The blood slaughter Luo Huang exclaimed. Very well, I shall assist you in dealing with this fellow as a precursor to our alliance. Without hesitation, Bian Zhuang brandished his spear and surged toward the fray involving Zhuyao Shindi, who was entangled in a fierce battle with a fallen Shindi. Just then, Bian Zhuang entered the fray, calling out, Zhuyao, I come to aid you. Zhuyao Shindi, hearing this, turned to Bian Zhuang with a look of astonishment and confusion. Logically, given their relationship since the battle at the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion, they had been at odds. Even if Bian Zhuang temporarily evades capture, he surely would not rush to his aid immediately. However, upon glancing back, the figure of Bloodshah Luo Huang has vanished, causing the Jiao Yao Shen Di to ponder. Could it be that I have misjudged the intentions of a gentleman with the narrow mind of a villain? Yet, in the next moment, Bian Zhuang channels all his divine energy, launching a powerful strike with his divine spear. The spear pierces through the void, aimed directly at the Jiao Yao Shen Di below. What? Fortunately, having sensed the impending danger early, the Jiao Yao Shen Di's aura surged, and he swiftly repelled the fallen heaven Shen Di in front of him, narrowly avoiding this lethal blow. Bian Zhuang, have you lost your mind? The Jiao Yao Shen Di, having evaded the attack, unleashed a torrent of invective towards Bian Zhuang. Humph, old fool, perish. Bian Zhuang's countenance twisted with rage as he charged forward again, wielding the divine spear in a fierce assault against the Jiao Yao Shen Di, whose divine might reverberated through the starry sky. Chapter 152. The crowd was astonished by such audacity. Faced with the frenzied Bian Zhuang, the Jiao Yao Shen Di could only brace himself defensively. Meanwhile, the fallen heaven Shen Di exclaimed, Bian Zhuang, with the great enemy at hand, as a war god of the heavenly court, how can you disregard the greater good of the gods and entangle yourself in personal vendettas? The Jiao Yao Shen Di shouted. At that instant, a blood-red figure transformed into a streak of light, appearing behind the Jiao Yao Shen Di in the blink of an eye. Old fool. Still so chatty even when death is imminent. Hee. Bloodshah Luo Huang murmured close to the Jiao Yao Shen Di's ear. In an instant, the Jiao Yao Shen Di felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. The next moment, Bloodshah Luo Huang's enormous hand morphed into a pair of demonic claws, piercing through his chest and dantian. With a sickening squelch, the ambushing Bloodshah Luo Huang swiftly yanked out the Jiao Yao Shen Di's divine essence. Bian Zhuang, not forgetting to add to the assault, thrust his spear directly into the Jiao Yao Shen Di's heart, obliterating his internal organs. I'll get away from me. The Jiao Yao Shen Di, suffering such grievous injuries, roared, unleashing an unparalleled aura. Both Bloodshah Luo Huang and war god Bian Zhuang were thrown back by this force. The Jiao Yao Shen Di spat another mouthful of vital blood, his complexion paling drastically as his aura plummeted to freezing depths. Regrettably, their surprise attack did not succeed in slaying him outright. To completely annihilate a deity of the Tian Shi Wuzhong level is exceedingly challenging. Even with his divine essence extracted and his organs reduced to blood mist, a single drop of blood could instantly reconstitute his corporeal form. Zhuyao Daoyu. The sudden turn of events drew the attention of Nanming Shen Di, Xianlan Shen Di, Zhenwu Da Di, and Xiao Yao Shen Di. Upon witnessing the scene, they were initially shocked, then quickly dispelled their enemies and rushed to protect the Jiao Yao Shen Di. Bian Zhuang, how could you align yourself with the dark gods over mere personal grievances? Can you still call yourself a war god of the heavenly court? Zhenwu Da Di's expression turned grave as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Bian Zhuang, his countenance reflecting both anger and profound disappointment. No one expected that the war god of the heavenly court would resort to such actions. Unexpectedly, this prompted Bian Zhuang to erupt in wild laughter. Ha, war god? Duty? Zhen Wu Da Di, it is easy for you to speak without feeling the pain. Imagine if your fiancé were taken from you, and when you sought justice, you were beaten to a pulp, only for the Tianzun to remain silent in the face of Tianyan Shan, becoming the world's most ludicrous laughingstock. Do you think you could comprehend such a feeling? How does it matter if I ally with the dark gods? It is far better than remaining in the heavenly court, unappreciated and subjected to mocking laughter behind my back. Zhen Wu Di's expression darkened, rendering him speechless. Beside them, Bloodshot Luo Huang savored the divine essence. Licking his lips, the essence of a deity is truly delectable. He. Bian Zhuang, my friend, why waste more words with this man? Let us first slay the Jiao Yao Shindi. At this moment, the four fallen heaven Shindi and the Ming Luo Gui Di gathered together. In an instant, due to Bian Zhuang's betrayal, the balance of power among the divine emperors tilted dramatically. If you wish to kill him, you must first step over my corpse. Xuanlan Shun Di stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he faced Bian Zhuang and Bloodshot Luo Huang. His divine emperor prowess was granted by the Tian Yenzun Shun. Moreover, the Jiao Yao Shindi behind him is the actual grandfather of Tian Yenzun Shun. Therefore, he could not bear to watch the Jiao Yao Shindi perish before him. I shall attempt to hold them off with self-detonation. The rest of you, please escort the Jiao Yao Senior to safety. Xuanlan Shun Di communicated secretly to Zhen Wu Da Di, Nanming Shindi, and Xiao Yao Shindi behind him. Cough, cough, cough Xuanlan Dao Yu, why must you do this? The Jiao Yao Shindi coughed violently, his essence extracted, leaving him with barely a fraction of his power. Xuanlan Shun Di smiled gently. My life was saved by Tian Yenzun Shun. Thus, even if I must self-detonate today, I cannot allow a senior to perish here. Hearing the name of Tian Yenzun Shun again, the Jiao Yao Shindi felt a bitter pang in his heart. Meanwhile, Nanming Shindi and Xiao Yao Shindi exchanged curious glances, unable to suppress their thoughts. Who exactly is this Tian Yenzun Shun, possessing such charisma that a divine emperor is willing to sacrifice himself for him? As the crowd deliberated quietly, the Ming Luo Gui Di bellowed, "Stop dawdling. Quickly subdue Jiao Yuan Tian and kill them." As his words fell, a tremendous and terrifying aura of ghostly energy erupted from the Ming Luo Gui Di. In the next moment, Ming Luo Gui Di, Bloodshot Luo Huang, War God Bian Zhuang, and the four fallen heaven Shen Di launched their assault against the others. Flee. Upon witnessing this, Xuanlan Shindi immediately pushed back the Jiao Yao Shindi and the others. He himself charged headlong towards the Ming Luo Gui Di and his allies. Damn it. This guy intends to self-detonate. Madman. Having unveiled Xuanlan Shundi's intentions, the Ming Luo Gui Di and Bloodshot Luo Huang attempted to retreat. But at that critical moment, a voice as ethereal as clear spring water resonated. Uncle Xian, do not be anxious. Xianxian is here to assist. Suddenly, a rift in space opened above them, and a delicate hand as smooth as mutton fat jade emerged from the fissure. In a heartbeat, immense power of time and space surged forth from the jade hand. Under the influence of this formidable power, the Ming Luo Gui Di, Bloodshot Luo Huang, War God Bian Zhuang, and the others were immediately blasted away. Such terrifying power of time and space. Who could this newcomer be? To wield such profound and potent laws of time and space, could they possibly be one of the celestial beings of the heavenly court, the Sumi Dazun? In the face of this sudden turn of events, Xiao Yao Shindi gazed upward at the rift in the sky. However, Zhen Wu Da Di shook his head, asserting, it cannot be him. Sumi Dazun accompanied the Tianzun to the northern divine domain. Zhen Wu Da Di was equally curious about the identity of the newcomer. Damn it, who dares to hide in the shadows? Show yourself, you sneaky wretch. The Ming Luo Gui Di glared menacingly at the rift above. The evil spirit realm? The abyss of darkness? And you, War God Bian Zhuang, such audacity. You dare to provoke even those of the Tian Yin Divine Palace? A pair of exquisite jade-like feet stepped through the rift in the void. The figure appeared clad in a flowing celestial dress, wisps of mist cascading down from her intricately styled hair, and wherever her delicate feet touched, the space crystallized into ice. Behind her, 9 other equally stunning celestial maidens accompanied her. Chapter 153, The Divine Sword of Laws, astonishing all present. The newcomer was none other than Luo Qingxian and the 9 heavens, Xian Nu, a truly breathtaking beauty. She was nothing short of a celestial enchantress who had mistakenly descended to the mortal realm. The Xian Yao Shindi fixed his gaze upon the exquisite figure above, gently tapping his folding fan, marveling inwardly at her beauty. Her visage illuminated by the moonlight, with skin as pure as snow, and a waist so delicate that it could scarcely be grasped, She was surrounded by an aura of frost and snow. Her celestial gown fluttered like that of an untouchable ice goddess. He had thought that the 7 fairies of Lin Feng were the utmost beauty among women. Yet this maiden's beauty was second only to that of a goddess, truly a heavenly being. Having encountered countless women during his travels across the 4 divine domains, he had immortalized the 7 most beautiful women in a divine painting. However, upon beholding Luo Qingxian, he resolved to add another figure to this masterpiece. Yet, why did I sense a trace of Canglan divine power from her? The keen-eyed Jinwu Da-di squinted slightly, murmuring softly, "Oh, Canglan divine power? Could it be that this maiden, upon hearing this, the Xianyao Shen Di harbored some suspicions?" At this moment, Xuanlan Shen Di turned to the crowd and candidly admitted, "Indeed, Qing Xian is the daughter of Canglan Shen Di." It was widely rumored that Canglan Shen Di had 2 stunning daughters, yet none had ever laid eyes upon them, shrouding them in mystery. In truth, Canglan Shen Di had kept Luo Qingxian and Luo Qingzhu confined within the Shifeng Canglan realm. After returning to the realm of the gods, Luo Qingxian seldom made an appearance, remaining unknown to the world. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Xianyao Shen Di and Jinwu Da-di varied. Only Nanming Shen Di looked astonished. So this maiden is indeed the daughter of Canglan Shen Di. To have achieved the realm of divine emperor at such a young age is truly unprecedented. As the god of war, Bian Zhuang, brandished his spear, his expression fluctuated as he glared at Luo Qingxian, roaring furiously, "Those who stand in my way shall die." With that, Bian Zhuang ignited his divine blood, his momentum soaring to its peak, transforming into a streak of starlight imbued with terrifying energy fluctuations. In the next moment, Luo Qingxian, calm and composed, swiftly formed hand seals. Ripple after ripple of heart-pounding law fluctuations erupted from her palms. The powers of dozens of high-level laws, time, space, chaos, origin, reincarnation, coalesced into a resplendent divine sword. The divine sword rent the void, soaring straight into the azure sky. Boom, this is bad. The overwhelming aura that surged forth struck Jinwu Da-di, Nanming Shen Di, and the opposing Mingluo Gui-di with a sense of impending doom. Thus, everyone hurriedly distanced themselves from the epicenter of the clash to avoid being caught in the crossfire. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth, wherever the law divine sword passed, it turned into a realm of utter annihilation. Long before, when he was still a true god, Lu Chun had gifted Luo Qingxian a multitude of divine fragments. Through years of comprehension and the gifts of the Xian Tian Hulu and the Dao Ti, she had cultivated her combat prowess to a level that far surpassed that of an ordinary divine emperor. Luo Qingxian stood aloft in the void, her powerful aura lifting her sleeves, her expression as cold as ice. In stark contrast, Bian Zhuang bore the brunt of the dozens of high-level law powers. His physical form was obliterated in an instant. Fortunately, the vitality of a divine emperor is remarkably resilient, and soon he reformed his body. Once the residual energy dissipated, Jinwu Da-di, Nanming Shen Di, and Xianyao Shen Di were left speechless. My heavens, the laws of reincarnation, chaos, time, and space. How could she possibly comprehend so many high-level laws? This is truly terrifying. Luo Qingxian's display left the seasoned masters present in utter shock. It is widely known that upon advancing to true God, one can begin to sense and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. The powers of these laws are classified into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. Laws such as the law of the fist, the law of the palm, the law of charm, the law of ice, and the law of the 5 elements belong to the low tier, which are relatively easier to grasp. However, the laws that Luo Qingxian just exhibited, chaos, origin, time, space, are all high-level laws that are exceedingly difficult to comprehend. High-level laws are notoriously challenging to grasp, even for divine emperors, as only the most exceptional can simultaneously comprehend two. Yet, Luo Qingxian has mastered dozens of them. This maiden cannot be spared. We must ensure her demise today, otherwise, she may become another Haoyan in the future. No, she may prove to be even more formidable than Haoyan. The blood fiend Luo Huang and Mingluo Gui-di were equally astounded, but soon their expressions morphed into intense murderous intent. The terrifying talent displayed by Luo Qingxian filled them with dread. Presently, her cultivation was merely at the Tianshi Wu Zhong level, not yet reaching an uncontrollable stage. If she were to continue to grow and attain the realm of chaos eternal, the extent of her terror is unimaginable. In the past, Haoyan, upon first entering the realm of divine emperor, had only comprehended 6 high-level laws, causing a stir throughout the realm of the gods. One Haoyan had already instilled fear in the evil spirit realm. Another, even more terrifying existence would be catastrophic for them. Thus, in the face of Luo Qingxian, Blood Fiend Luo Huang and Ming Luo Guidi had resolved to eliminate her. Just as they finished speaking, the two of them surged with energy, transforming into beams of blood-colored light, launching their full-force attack at Luo Qingxian. Simultaneously, Bian Zhuang and the four fallen heaven divine emperors also concentrated their might to suppress Luo Qingxian. How dare you disrespect the Empress? Witnessing this scene, Linglong Fairy, Fire Phoenix Fairy, and Yaoqin Fairy, along with the 9 heavenly Xiannu, immediately positioned themselves before Luo Qingxian. Their cultivation had also been elevated to the divine emperor level by Lu Chun, and they remained unperturbed in the face of the full might of 7 divine emperors. Leading the 9, Yaoqin Xiannu unleashed their divine power, conjuring a magnificent 9-colored divine barrier that effortlessly warded off the onslaught. What? They are also divine emperor-level warriors? Blood Fiend Luo Huang, Ming Luo Guidi, and Bian Zhuang felt their scalps tingle as they sensed the auras of Yaoqin Xiannu, Lingxi Fairy, and the others, realizing they too had reached the divine emperor realm. In the distance, Nanming Shindi, Xianyao Shindi, Zhenwu Dadi, and Jiao Yao Shindi were equally astounded. Xianyao Shindi pointed at the 9 heavenly Xiannu, pounding his chest in disbelief as he inquired of Xuanlan Shindi, "Are they not the maidens of Luo Qingxian?" How could this be? Xianyao Shindi found it hard to believe that the 9 heavenly Xiannu were mere attendants of Luo Qingxian. However, Xuanlan Shindi's subsequent response shattered his understanding entirely. He replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, they are the maidens by Qingxian's side." Chapter 154, Justice in Numbers. Xianyao Shindi let out a muffled grunt from his chest. Beside him, Nanming Shindi, Zhenwu Dadi, and Jiao Yao Shindi wore expressions of gloom, their lips curling into bitter smiles. After countless epochs of training to finally reach the divine emperor realm, to be surpassed by a girl not yet 50 years old was already shocking enough. Now they learned that even her attendants were divine emperor-level warriors. This was simply unfathomable. Clearly, the pride of the divine emperors present had been severely bruised, leaving them with an urge to spit blood. "This is bad, we must flee." Blood Fiend Luo Huang and Ming Luo Guidi exchanged glances, immediately understanding each other's intent, transforming into 2 beams of blood light, attempting to escape. With Luo Qingxian and the 9 heavenly Xiannu present, there were a total of 15 divine emperors on the opposing side. Moreover, with Luo Qingxian's extraordinarily formidable strength, the battle balance had completely shifted. They could not let the tiger return to the mountain. Just as Nanming Shindi, Xianyao Shindi, and Zhenwu Dadi were about to pursue, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A clear and melodious voice rang out. "He, trying to run? This which has been waiting here for quite some time." As soon as the words fell, Shui Mei-yin, Jiang Yuchan, Zhou Zhidai, and Yu Baiwei blocked the path of the Shui Sha Lu Huang, Ming Luo Guidi, and others. Previously, they had arrived alongside Luo Qingxian. But the formidable powers of the divine emperor are notoriously difficult to eliminate entirely. Even the mightiest among them, Luo Qingxian, could not guarantee an immediate kill. Hence, they strategically left Shui Mei-yin, Jiang Yuchan, and the others to establish layers of spatial barriers around Jiao Yuantian. What? Another 4 divine emperors? Ming Luo Guidi, Shui Sha Luo Huang, and Bian Zhuang found themselves hindered by the spatial barriers before them. In their current state, breaking through would be impossible in a short time. Damn it, the intel was wrong. Where did all these new divine emperors in the divine realm come from? And they are all female. Ming Luo Guidi's expression darkened, feeling as though he had encountered a ghost today. As if the divine realm was sending forth divine emperors, as if they were free. Currently, there were no fewer than 19 divine emperors gathered in Jiao Yuantian. Everyone, let us strike together for a swift resolution. At Luo Qingxian's command, the Jiao Tian Xiannu, Jiang Yuchan, Shui Mei-yin, and the other 19 divine emperors unleashed their attacks. Countless devastating divine powers bombarded the heads of Ming Luo Guidi, the war god Bian Zhuang, and the fallen god emperor. Ah, damn it, damn it. Bian Zhuang's face turned ashen, and in immense regret. He roared at Ming Luo Guidi, "It is all your fault that I have come to this state." Yet the Shui Sha Luo Huang attempted a final struggle, shouting with difficulty, "Are you not the self-proclaimed just ones? 19 against our 7, what kind of skill is that? If you have the courage, come out for a one-on-one." This remark drew a scoff from the Zhenwu Dadi. Nonsense. Is there a need for reason when dealing with you wicked beings? Why not gang up instead of dueling? Stop your incessant noise and accept your fate. With that, they intensified their assault, unleashing a continuous barrage of various divine laws and powers. Ming Luo Guidi and Shui Sha Luo Huang fought desperately, but ultimately, they were overwhelmed by the might of the 19 divine emperors, gradually succumbing to their relentless onslaught. Facing the righteous siege from Luo Qingxian, Jiao Tian Xiannu, and the other 19, Ming Luo Gui Di and Bian Zhuang found their corporeal forms coalescing and dissipating thousands of times. Eventually, their divine essence was entirely exhausted, and they could no longer maintain their physical forms, vanishing into nothingness, completely perishing here. Upon witnessing the demise of their commanding 6 divine emperors, the forces of the Dark Abyss and the Evil Spirit Realm began to scatter in defeat. The allied forces of the Heavenly Court, Eastern Divine Domain, and Southern Divine Domain pursued victoriously, slaying nearly all the divine beings from the 2 realms. The Evil Spirit Realm has just lost 2 divine emperors. The Dark Abyss has also lost 4. It is likely they will struggle to stir up any more trouble in the future. The Southern Ming Divine Emperor laughed heartily. At this moment, Zhen Wu Da Di stepped forward, approaching Luo Qingxian, Zhu Tianxian Nu, and Shui Meiyin. Bowing solemnly, the Heavenly Court is grateful for your assistance. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Luo Qingxian and the others, Zhou Yuan Tian would have surely fallen, and the gateway to the Eastern Divine Domain would have been wide open. The consequences would have been unimaginable, trapped on all sides. There is no need for such formalities, Senior Jinwu. The Divine Realm is also our homeland. The Tianyan Divine Palace would never stand idly by while these wicked beings invade. Luo Qingxian's demeanor remained as frosty as ever, akin to an ancient glacier, unyielding in her silence before others, responding coolly. Upon hearing that the women before them hailed from the enigmatic Tianyan Divine Palace, Zhen Wu Di's expression turned to one of astonishment, secretly taken aback. The Southern Ming Divine Emperor, the Xianxiao Divine Emperor, and the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor, standing behind him, were similarly surprised. Was the Tianyan Divine Palace not home to only the Tianyan Zunshin? When did so many divine emperors suddenly appear? Moreover, as per the words of the Xuanlan Divine Emperor, Luo Qingxian is the princess of the Fang Xuanlan realm. Why does she refer to herself as a member of the Tianyan Divine Palace? Zhen Wu Di was filled with questions, but dared not reveal a hint of it. Quickly complimenting, it is indeed an honor to meet so many powerful beings from the Tianyan Divine Palace. Luo Qingxian nodded, her gaze settling on Xuanlan Divine Emperor, inquiring with genuine concern. Uncle Xian, are you injured? Hearing this, Xuanlan Divine Emperor smiled gently, assuring, I am unscathed, fortunately. Your arrival was timely, or else Bian Zhuang's actions could have led to disaster. At the mention of Bian Zhuang, Zhen Wu Di's expression darkened instantly. He solemnly addressed Xuanlan Divine Emperor, the Southern Ming Divine Emperor, and the Xianxiao Divine Emperor. Rest assured regarding Bian Zhuang's betrayal. I will certainly report to the Heavenly Sovereign afterward. The Heavenly Court will also provide you with appropriate compensation. The betrayal of the war god of the Heavenly Court has undeniably struck a severe blow to its reputation. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor, who had been hiding among the crowd, coughed violently a few times. Previously ambushed by Bian Zhuang and robbed of his divine essence by Shuesha Luo Huang. While such injuries were not fatal for a divine emperor, the blood poison from Shuesha Luo Huang had fully infiltrated his divine essence, continuously corroding his divine power. Observing this, Luo Qingxian's icy countenance finally showed some concern as she hurried to the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor, producing a vial of emerald liquid. Senior Jiao Yao, consume this, and you shall fully recover from your injuries. Chapter 155, Mu Ling Shengquan, Meeting the Elders. This is the Mu Ling Shengquan. Upon seeing the emerald vial in Luo Qingxian's hand, Zhen Wu Di gasped in astonishment. The Southern Ming Divine Emperor, standing beside him, wore an expression of disbelief. The Mu Ling Shengquan, sourced from the Mu Ling realm, not only purges all toxins, but also heals even the gravest injuries instantly. Even a divine emperor requires only a single drop to restore their divine power in an instant. Such a heavenly treasure is exceedingly rare, even in the divine realm. Only a few drops are preserved within the Heavenly Court's divine treasury. This illustrates the unparalleled value of this item, a divine artifact that is priceless and beyond measure. The next moment, under the envious gazes of Zhen Wu Di and others, a single drop of the crystal-clear Mu Ling Shengquan slowly entered the Jiao Yao Divine Emperor's body. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of life energy erupted from within him, his injuries healed, and even his divine essence reconstituted. Truly, the Mu Ling Shengquan, reputed as the foremost divine medicine, proved its terrifying efficacy, and Jiao Yao's foundation remained intact, even turning misfortune into fortune. Zhen Wu Di stroked his beard and sighed in admiration. The Southern Ming Divine Emperor squinted his eyes and sighed, his curiosity towards the Tianyan Divine Palace and its mysterious Tianyan Zunshin deepening. He turned to Zhen Wu Di and inquired, I did not expect the Tianyan Divine Palace to possess so many divine emperors. And even the Mu Ling Shengquan, such a divine item, can be produced at will. I am increasingly intrigued by the Tianyan Zun. Might you enlighten me? Dao Yuzhenwu? Among those present, Luo Qingxian, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhou Tianxiannu combined represented a total of 14 divine emperors. Outside of the heavenly court, within the 4 divine domains, there are scarcely any forces with 3 divine emperors stationed. Yet the Tianyan Divine Palace has emerged with 14 divine emperors, truly astonishing. Even the Southern Ming Divine Emperor, who dominates the Southern Divine Domain, expressed his amazement. In response to the Southern Ming Divine Emperor's inquiry, Zhenwu Dadi smiled bitterly and replied, "To be honest, I too am not well acquainted with the Tianyan Zun. Previously, he had been in seclusion within the Heavenly Court's sacred realm, and it was only due to the upheaval in the Northern Divine Domain that he was compelled to emerge. It was upon his emergence that he learned of the Tianyan Zun's news from the sky above, not only in the 4 divine domains, but it seems even the Heavenly Court lacks the number of divine emperors that the Tianyan Divine Palace possesses." Zhenwu Dadi internally sighed with a hint of bitterness. The Tianyan Divine Palace and the Tianyan Zun are exceedingly enigmatic. Had it not been for the Heavenly Sovereign's repeated warnings, he would know very little about them. Cough, cough, cough. The Mu Ling Xinquan. On the other side, the Jiao Yao Shindi, having recovered from his injuries, rose to his feet and gazed with complex emotions at the breathtakingly beautiful Luo Qingxian before him. The vibrant life force emanating from within him was undeniably a gift from the Mu Ling Xinquan. However, what troubled him was the realization that Luo Qingxian would generously bestow such a miraculous treasure upon him. "I am at a loss for how to repay this immense kindness. Dear fairy," he expressed gratefully. After a lengthy contemplation, the Jiao Yao Shindi intended to bow in respect to Luo Qingxian. Upon witnessing this, Luo Qingxian was taken aback, and with a look of alarm, she quickly utilized her divine power to assist him in standing upright. "Please, senior, do not humble yourself before me. The Mu Ling Xinquan is merely an external object. How could it possibly compare to your esteemed self?" She continued, "You may not yet be aware of my true identity. To others, the Mu Ling Xinquan was indeed a rare and precious elixir, but to Lu Chen, who possessed a unique system, it was as inconsequential as the stones by the roadside, available in abundance at will. Over the years, Lu Chen had provided countless divine artifacts and treasures to the women around him. With a slight parting of her lips, Luo Qingxian revealed her identity to the Jiao Yao Shindi. After her revelation, she felt her heart racing, her delicate hands clasped demurely in front of her, embodying a blend of shyness and grace. The Jiao Yao Shindi was, after all, Lu Chen's grandfather, a blood relative. As the Empress, it was her first encounter with family, and she could hardly conceal her anxiety while suppressing her usual silence. Previously, Yin Ro, who returned with Lu Chen, had only taken a brief glance at the Lu family before hastily returning to the Seven Realms sacred mansion. Upon learning that this enchanting fairy was indeed his granddaughter-in-law, the Jiao Yao Shundi's eyes sparkled with delight. A smile broke across his face as he nodded in approval, expressing his satisfaction with his granddaughter-in-law. Excellent. Truly excellent. However, beneath his words lay a mix of complexity, regret, and a sense of indebtedness. Throughout the years, he had never fulfilled the responsibilities of a grandfather. Not only had he failed to show affection to his grandson, but he had also been rescued multiple times. Initially, during the incident at the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion, Bian Zhuang had exposed the ruse, nearly causing a rift between the Heavenly Court and the Sacred Mansion. Later, in the Jiao Yuan Tian battlefield, he had been ambushed and severely injured by Shuaisha Luo Huang and the war god Bian Zhuang. On both occasions, he owed his salvation to Lu Chen. Thus, the Jiao Yao Shundi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and indebtedness. "Senior, please know that my husband has never truly held you accountable." The perceptive Luo Qingxian discerned his emotions and gently reassured him. "I understand, I truly do. You are all good children, formidable in your own right. Unlike this old man who has accomplished nothing and has failed to protect his own grandson." The Jiao Yao Shundi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, burdened by remorse over past events. Luo Qingxian hesitated, then spoke again to comfort him. "The circumstances of that time cannot be solely blamed on you. From what I gathered from Lu Chen, I have a general understanding of the events. Reflecting on those days from the Jiao Yao Shundi's perspective, such actions were not without justification. After all, the Heavenly Court wielded immense power, and if the scandal were to spread, it would provoke the ire of Bian Zhuang and tarnish the reputation of the Heavenly Court. Even if the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion commanded respect in the Eastern Divine region, it was but an ant attempting to shake a tree in comparison to the Heavenly Court. Thus, the Jiao Yao Shundi's decision, made out of necessity to protect his kin, was understandable. While they conversed, Jiang Yuechan, Shui Main, and Jiao Tianzun, witnessing Luo Qingxian's smooth progress, approached with trepidation. "Senior, This is the Jiu Yuzhen Mo Ta, a truly remarkable artifact. Shui Main eagerly presented a divine tower, urging the Jiu Yao Di to accept it, assuring him that it would serve him well against malevolent deities. Jiang Yuechan, gathering her courage, produced a pill that radiated primordial spiritual energy. Senior, this is the Hongmeng Xianling Dan. It can assist you in breaking through to the Qian Kun Wu Yang realm. The others, including Zhou Zhijie, Yu Baiwei, and Jiu Tianzuan, were equally eager, presenting their own extraordinary artifacts to the Jiu Yao Di. These treasures were all bestowed upon them by Lu Chun for their protection. This was the first encounter for the women with Lu Chen's esteemed elder, and they were keen to leave a favorable impression on the Jiu Yao Di. Thus, they presented themselves not as their usual charming or frosty selves, but instead displayed a composed demeanor. Observing this scene, the Jiu Yao Di was filled with astonishment and confusion. Each item presented by Jiang Yuechan, Shui Main, and the others would provoke considerable commotion in the outside world, potentially inciting countless divine emperors to vie for them. Could it be that these fairies were all? The Jiu Yao Di turned to Luo Qingxian, struggling to voice his inquiry. In response, she offered a gentle smile and a nod. Upon learning that these enchanting women were indeed his granddaughter-in-law, the expression on the Jiu Yao Di's face was one of sheer delight. Jiang Yuechan, Shui Main, Zhou Zhijie, Yao Qinzuan, and Hua Qingying, each was a paragon of beauty in their own right. Among them, Jiang Yuechan, Shui Main, and Yao Qinzuan were not at all inferior to the 7 fairies of the 7 phoenixes. Such stunning beauties were all tied to his grandson. Excellent. Truly excellent. My grandson is far more accomplished than I. Indeed a fortunate man. The Jiu Yao Di appeared genuinely pleased, secretly marveling at his good fortune. Then, facing the reverence of his granddaughter-in-laws, he cast aside his earlier gloom, revealing a rare smile as he graciously accepted their offerings. However, this scene left the Jinwu Emperor, Nanming Di, and Xiaoyao Di, who were observing from a distance, envious beyond measure. Heavens! The Jiu Yuzhen Mo Ta, an artifact specifically designed to counter evil spirits, and the Hongmeng Xianling Dan, reputed to significantly enhance the success rate of the emperor during breakthroughs. Gazing at the divine artifacts and treasures in the hands of the women left the Jinwu Emperor and his companions utterly dumbfounded, as if petrified. Each item was a treasure of a powerful faction, many of which were not even found within the divine vaults of the heavenly court. What relationship could the Jiu Yao Di possibly have with the Tianyan Divine Temple? And the generosity of the people from the Tianyan Divine Temple is simply beyond belief. Nanming Di swallowed hard, staring incredulously at Jinwu Emperor, who simply shook his head and waved his hand, indicating, "Don't look at me. I am just as perplexed." Since Bian Zhuang and Pan Yuan Gushun returned from the 7 Realms Sacred Mansion, Hua Qingying had issued strict orders prohibiting them from revealing any details regarding the identity of the Tianyan Zunshan. Similarly, the Jiu Yao Di, Wushi Di, and Honglian Di had reached a consensus not to disclose any specific hidden truths. Thus, aside from those present during the events, others in the realm of the gods were only aware of the general situation without comprehending the deeper implications. As for how Shueisha Luo Huang became privy to these secrets, it remains a mystery. In a moment of rage, Bian Zhuang had failed to notice this detail. Observing the astonished expressions of Nanming Di and the others, the Xuanlan Di, who was privy to some of the hidden truths due to her connection with Luo Qingxian, had begun to piece things together. Moments later, after the women had presented their treasures, the Jiu Yao Di found himself abundantly rewarded. With these rare treasures at his disposal, it would not be long before he successfully broke through to the Qian Kun Wu Liang realm. Esteemed senior, Xian uncle, and dear friends, now that matters here are resolved, I shall take my leave, Luo Qingxian said, bowing respectfully to the Jiu Yao Di, Xuanlan Di, and Nanming Di before preparing to return to the Tianyan Divine Temple. Her primary purpose for coming to Jiu Yuan Tian was to ensure the safety of the Jiu Yao Di. In the present moment, the malevolent deities have been eradicated, leaving the fallen celestial beings in the abyss of darkness unable to stir any significant turmoil. They have no reason to linger. However, at this juncture, the carefree divine emperor unexpectedly called out to them, "Fair maiden, I implore you to pause." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxian halted her steps and cast a sidelong glance at the divine emperor. Fellow cultivator, what business do you have?" The divine emperor stepped forward, closing the distance between them, cleared his throat, and spoke earnestly. "Ahem, I hail from the southern divine domain, known as Xiaoyao. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" Fair maiden. With a fan in hand, the elegant Xiaoyao divine emperor epitomized refined charm, his demeanor akin to that of a jade-like sage. Upon first sight of Luo Qingxian, he found himself utterly captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Luo Qingxian, she replied coldly to the Divine Emperor's inquiry. The Divine Emperor responded with effusive praise, Luo Shui Qingsheng, a name as enchanting as a painting. Might this fair maiden indulge me by creating a portrait together? He chuckled. I, regrettably, am the creator of the 7 phoenixes descending upon the immortal realm artwork. Today, having witnessed your celestial grace, I yearn to capture your likeness. Yet, his ardent invitation was met with the icy demeanor of Luo Qingxian. She turned away and replied with a frigid tone, I have no time. In that instant, Luo Qingxian seemed to revert to her former persona, embodying the essence of an aloof ice goddess, akin to a snow lotus untouched by the impurities of the mundane world. Pure and proud, her chilling rejection left the Divine Emperor in a profoundly awkward predicament. Throughout his past, his suave appearance and formidable cultivation had never met with refusal. Not even from the moon goddess, renowned as the foremost celestial being among the divine realm. However, recognizing the formidable reputation of the Tianyan Divine Temple, he had no choice but to redirect his attention to Jiang Yuechan. And what of you, fair maiden? Would you care to partake in a painting session? Jiang Yuechan, radiating a unique ethereal aura akin to a celestial maiden from the heavens, was no less enchanting than Luo Qingxian. Yet, her response was even more frigid, interrupting him before he could finish. No time. The expression of the Divine Emperor froze in midair. If you truly have such an interest, I suggest you visit the Tianyan Divine Temple on another day. I shall ensure you have the opportunity to paint to your heart's content, provided you possess the courage. Luo Qingxian cast a cold glance at the Divine Emperor and, without hesitation, vanished from sight. Jiang Yuechan, Shui Main, and the 9 heavens, Xian Nu followed suit. Once the women departed, the Divine Emperor stood alone, lost in thought. Alas, after a long moment of daze, he sighed deeply. Chapter 157, A Thoughtful Horror. The Divine Emperor gazed longingly in the direction where Luo Qingxian and Jiang Yuechan had vanished, his eyes filled with a sense of desolation. Why must you act so impulsively? Xiaoyao, the perceptive Xuanlan Divine Emperor, aware of the underlying complexities, shook his head with a wry smile and could not help but speak. Still entranced by Luo Qingxian's beauty, the Xiaoyao Divine Emperor inquired with confusion. Oh? What do you mean, Xuanlan? The Xuanlan Divine Emperor, half amused and half exasperated, replied, You must be aware of the Tianyan Divine Lord's formidable reputation. Luo Qingxian and those other maidens hail from the Tianyan Divine Temple. Can you not deduce their connection to the Tianyan Divine Lord? From the time when Lu Chun accompanied Luo Qingxian to confront the myriad realms, he had long suspected their relationship to be extraordinary. Furthermore, his own status as a divine emperor was largely attributed to Luo Qingxian's influence. The earlier actions of the Xiaoyao Divine Emperor seemed, in the eyes of Xuanlan, akin to courting disaster. What? Are you suggesting that those maidens are all concubines of the Tianyan Divine Lord? The Xiaoyao Divine Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the Xuanlan Divine Emperor simply closed his eyes and nodded slightly. The Zhenwu Great Emperor and the Nanming Divine Emperor stared in astonishment. Gulp. The Nanming Divine Emperor's throat emitted a low sound. Those maidens, without exception, have attained the status of divine emperors, and they are all companions of the Tianyan Divine Lord. Those who reach the realm of Divine Emperor are unparalleled prodigies, and female Divine Emperors are exceedingly rare. What powerful being would content themselves with being a mere concubine? This was utterly absurd. The Xuanlan Divine Emperor, aware of the incredibility of this revelation, turned to the Juyao Divine Emperor. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with Juyao. However, I must caution you all to refrain from probing too deeply into matters concerning the Tianyan Divine Lord. At that moment, the Juyao Divine Emperor, having just counted his treasures, immediately became incensed at the thought of anyone harboring ill intentions toward his granddaughter. He glared fiercely at the Xiaoyao Divine Emperor and chastised him. Humph. Xiaoyao, why don't you take a good look at your own character? How dare you harbor any ill thoughts towards them? Be wary, or I shall lead my forces to the southern divine domain and raise your Xiaoyao temple. The Xiaoyao Divine Emperor, perplexed and filled with indignation, was about to erupt when the Nanming Divine Emperor stepped in front of him just in time. Xiaoyao has acted rashly this time. I express my apologies on his behalf to you, Juyao. The Nanming Divine Emperor bowed respectfully to the Juyao Divine Emperor, displaying humility despite his status as the sovereign of the Nanming Seas. Your Excellency. Witnessing this scene, the Xiaoyao Divine Emperor gritted his teeth, wanting to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by the Nanming Divine Emperor. Silence. The Juyao Divine Emperor, rarely showing such displeasure, cast a stern glance at the Xiaoyao Divine Emperor. If not for our shared efforts in the great battle, I would have certainly given you a thorough beating. Having said that, he produced the recently acquired Jiuyuzhan Mo Tower and various potent artifacts, their divine might casting an imposing presence that instilled fear in all present. Seeing his wrath about to boil over, the Nanming Divine Emperor hastily offered apologies and quickly led the Xiaoyao Divine Emperor away. Oh, I did not anticipate that Zhu Yao would have such connections with the Tianyan Divine Temple. Truly enviable, the Jinwu Great Emperor remarked with a hearty laugh. Approaching the Zhu Yao Divine Emperor and respectfully clasping his hands, please convey my gratitude to the Tianyan Divine Lord for their assistance. This great favor shall be forever remembered by the Celestial Court. Upon hearing this, the Zhu Yao Divine Emperor's brows relaxed, and he returned the gesture. Haha, no need for such formality, we are all fellow travelers. After exchanging pleasantries, they returned to the Divine Army, tasked with safeguarding against any resurgence from the abyss of darkness. Within the Southern Divine Domain's celestial vessel, the Xiaoyao Divine Emperor seethed. How dare Zhu Yao, merely connected to the Tianyan Divine Temple, treat me with such disdain? Upon returning, his countenance was dark and filled with frustration. Hearing this, the Nanming Divine Emperor immediately adopted a stern expression and admonished, Enough! Can you not discern the status of that old fellow within the Tianyan Divine Temple? Consider why Luo Qingxian and those divine empresses treat him with such deference. At this point, combining the words of the Xuanlan Divine Emperor with the smug expression of the Zhu Yao Divine Emperor, the Xiaoyao Divine Emperor began to piece together the implications. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the Xiaoyao Divine Emperor's pupils constricted, a look of profound horror dawning upon him. Those exquisite celestial maidens were indeed closely linked to the Tianyan Divine Lord. His earlier reckless actions had already roused the ire of the Tianyan Divine Lord. Oh, should you encounter them again in the future, you must temper your usual flirtatious demeanor and refrain from offending the Tianyan Divine Hall. NNMingSHND sighed deeply, casting a gaze filled with disappointment toward Xiaoyoushnd. Previously, while residing in the NNSHNY, their understanding of the formidable TNYNZNSHN was limited to mere rumors. However, upon witnessing figures such as Lu Qing Xian, Jing Uchen, and Gtn Su Nn, all possessing the cultivation of a divine emperor, he finally grasped the true extent of TNYNZNSHN's might. With just Lu Qing Xian, Gtn Su Nn, and Jing Uchen, the Tianyan Divine Hall boasted dozens of divine emperors. One can only imagine the profound depth of its foundation. Realizing this belatedly, Xiaoyoushnd trembled, suddenly gripped by a wave of apprehension. If TNYNZNSHN were to become incensed afterward, he feared he would be unable to escape. Oh, it would be wise for you to return to NNSHNY and enter seclusion. It would be best if you remained secluded for nearly 100 years, as this place is unlikely to stir any trouble with me here. NNMingSHND advised Xiaoyoushnd earnestly. If the opportunity arises, I shall personally visit Tianyan Divine Hall to offer my apologies to those celestial maidens. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyoushnd promptly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, GZN, then I shall take my leave. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. The scene shifted to the DingSHNY. At the Tianyan Divine Hall, Lu Chen lay languidly on a long bench, his eyes narrowed, reveling in a life of bliss akin to that of a deity. Before him, Hua Qingying, clad in a radiant gown, swayed her waist, showcasing an enchanting dance. Beneath the gossamer veil, her graceful form appeared as if concealed among the clouds, and her movements added an air of intrigue that left one spellbound at first glance. As the gaze drifted upward through the layers of clouds, a breathtakingly beautiful visage came into view. Her hair cascaded like strands of pearls, falling gracefully to her waist. With a face kissed by a hint of blush, her skin glowed with a porcelain-like smoothness, and her small, alluring lips were the epitome of beauty among the 7 celestial maidens of the divine realm. Yet, upon closer inspection, a trace of fatigue was evident in her clear, captivating eyes. Her once flawless and elongated legs now bore marks of frequent kneeling, the darkened hue evoking a sense of compassion. At that moment, Lu Chen slightly opened his eyes and waved his hand. Hua Qingying, understanding instantly, ceased her dance and approached him from behind, tenderly massaging his shoulders and neck. Since becoming Lu Chen's concubine, Hua Qingying had long since shed her previous haughty demeanor as a celestial maiden, maintaining a gentle and obedient disposition before him, akin to a docile lamb, fully submitting to his authority, reveling in nightly festivities. With the protection of the Tianyan Divine Hall, the ruined Earth Saint Spring had been restored, and the remaining members of her tribe were finally free from any threat. My lord, are you thirsty? I have freshly picked grapes that are incredibly sweet. Hua Qingying inquired softly, leaning closer to Lu Chen. Upon closer listening, a hint of huskiness laced her gentle voice. Let me have a taste. Lu Ch nodded. Hearing this, Hua Qingying promptly offered the delicious grapes to his lips. Such a carefree and joyous existence truly resembled that of a deity. As Lu Ch reclined on the bench, he could not help but let out a long sigh. Outside, the invasion of the evil gods and the chaos of the dark abyss had erupted into turmoil. Yet, it seemed as though these matters had no bearing on him. Upon slightly opening his eyes again, he gazed at the exquisite face of Hua Qingying, now so close. From the once proud and haughty celestial maiden he had first encountered to the obedient concubine before him, his fondness for her had only grown. Sensing his gaze, Hua Qingying smiled warmly, taking his hand and leaning her charming face closer to him. My lord, this celestial maiden, with her cheeks flushed, radiated a delicate allure, casting a glance at Lu Ch that was both enchanting and inviting. In the next moment, she closed her eyes, bending down to offer him a tender kiss. Instantly, the atmosphere blossomed with spring-like vitality. 3 hours later, Hua Qingying lovingly assisted Lu Ch in donning his garments. My lord, at that moment, an urgent voice abruptly pierced the air. Yuan, her face flustered, rushed to find Lu Ch. However, upon entering, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Delicate garments scattered across the floor, the air filled with a fragrant breeze, and Hua Qingying, her attire partially undone, created a tableau that spoke volumes. Without needing to think, Yuan understood what had transpired here. This debauched master of indulgence truly could not be at rest for even a moment. Yuan could not help but internally scoff. Over the past days, she had witnessed how the once proud and stunning celestial maiden had gradually transformed into Lu Ch's devoted servant. However, reflecting on the past, Yuan had also been aloof and proud, yet ultimately succumbed to the same fate. What brings you here in such a fluster? Lu Ch, reclining on the bench, squinted his eyes at the suddenly intruding Yuan. I was reckless and disrupted my lord's important matters. I implore my lord to punish me. Yuan quickly knelt before Lu Ch, seeking forgiveness. There is no need for such formalities. Lu Ch waved his hand dismissively. Yuan hesitated, her lips parting slightly. I report to my lord that I have just received a message from the clan. Something has happened in the effing tribe, and I seek permission to return to my clan. Upon hearing this, Lu Ch's expression turned to one of surprise. Oh, the effing tribe? Nearly half of the forces within the illusory Star River have been brought under the banner of the Tianyan realm. With the Tianyan Divine Hall currently in its prime, I am surprised that anyone would dare to stir trouble beneath my nose. With that, Lu Ch's eyes glimmered, gazing into the distance toward the effing tribe. Utilizing the immense divine consciousness of the creator god, he swiftly sensed the turmoil occurring within the effing tribe. Ha ha ha, how amusing. It is indeed time for me to stretch my limbs after lying here for too long. Then, Lu Ch's gaze fell upon Hua Qingying, who was busy picking up her garments scattered on the floor. Seeing this, Hua Qingying pursed her lips and immediately transformed into her true form, the Qingyuan. With a resounding cry, a powerful gust of wind swept through, revealing a magnificent green figure before them. This was the true form of the Qingyuan, a being of noble blood, second only to the effing tribe. However, it was evident that the once regal and proud Qingyuan now bore fewer feathers than it should, and it appeared that this was not a result of natural loss. Yuan, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Hua Qingying. After all, she too had once walked a similar path, both being members of noble bloodlines ensnared in the clutches of fate, sharing a bond of mutual understanding. Let us depart. Without further ado, Lu Ch swiftly leaped onto the back of the Qingyuan. Yuan had no choice but to follow suit. With a cry from Hua Qingying, they soared rapidly toward the effing tribe. Meanwhile, within the effing tribe, the Yuan realm, where the effing tribe resided, was also situated within the illusory Star Sea. At this moment, the world that should have been blanketed in snow was shrouded in a thick layer of dark mist. A terrifying pressure from malevolent spirits enveloped the heavens and earth, casting the entire Yuan realm into an atmosphere of extreme oppression. Within the ancestral grounds of the effing tribe, two figures cloaked in black mist hovered in the void. The two individuals, Shiboluo Sha and Yinma Luo Di, had just emerged from the abyss of darkness. Below them, a multitude of Ice Phoenix clansmen were firmly suppressed by a terrifying aura, prostrating on the ground. Humph, a delectable feast of blood, how it stirs my appetite. Yinma Luo Di remarked, licking his lips as he gazed at the Ice Phoenix tribe below. However, he was promptly admonished by Shiboluo Sha. Enough. We must focus on our primary objective. Let us not forget that we are within the realm of the illusory star sea. If we create too much commotion and alert the esteemed Tianyan Zunshin residing here, the consequences could be dire. The one possessing the ice prison Azura body should be hidden behind this barrier before us. We must swiftly collaborate to breach it. Chapter 159. The 10 Absolute Bodies. Exhausting efforts. Tianyan Zunshin? In recent years, this figure has been shrouded in myths. Even if he embodies the essence of chaos eternal, what of it? United, we siblings can rival him, unless the heavenly emperor himself descends. Otherwise, none can impede our progress. Yinma Luo Di declared dismissively. Together, they could momentarily wield power comparable to chaos eternal. Shiboluo Sha responded, let us not dawdle. Once we capture the ice prison Azura body, we shall truly ascend to the next level. At that point, not even Tianyan Zunshin nor the heavenly emperor will pose a threat. The myriad of special physiques each bestowed unparalleled innate talents, making them the envy of many. Among them, the 10 absolute bodies were the rarest, with perhaps only one emerging from hundreds of Yuan assemblies. Each represented the pinnacle of the laws of the universe. The ice prison Azura body, which Shiboluo Sha and Yinma Luo Di sought, was one such entity, embodying the ultimate laws of ice and Azura. Gazing at the barrier before them, Shiboluo Sha gathered the power of blood and death, launching a fierce strike. The moment of impact sent violent tremors throughout the Xianxia realm. As the energy dissipated, only a crack remained on the barrier. What? As a pinnacle deity of Qianquan Wuyang, Shiboluo Sha's casual strike had failed to shatter it. To his surprise, this realm, devoid of even a single divine king, harbored such a formidable restriction. Shiboluo Sha's expression darkened, and he immediately turned to Yinma Luo Di, saying, let us strike together. Upon hearing this, Yinma Luo Di ceased his chatter, and the two combined their powers to shatter the barrier. The restrictive barrier shattered into countless fragments, cascading down. In the next moment, they transformed into streaks of crimson light, entering the ancestral land of the Ice Phoenix. Simultaneously, in a small corner within the ancestral land, a petite figure curled up in fear. This little girl possessed unique heterochromatic eyes. Her left eye shimmered a bewitching crimson, while her right eye resembled the pure blue of glaciers. At this moment, her delicate face was filled with tension and fear, her small frame trembling slightly. Upon hearing the sound of the barrier breaking, Mu Xiaoyuan's face turned pale with fright. Unexpectedly, the individual possessing the ice prison Azura body turned out to be such a pitiable little creature. How it stirs my desire. The two swiftly located the hiding Mu Xiaoyuan. Yinma Luo Di lowered his gaze upon her, his eyes burning with fervor. Shiboluo Sha extended a skeletal, pale hand, and in the next moment, with a panic cry from Mu Xiaoyuan, she was drawn before Shiboluo Sha. What a delicate and exquisite little one. Unable to resist, Shiboluo Sha caressed Mu Xiaoyuan's fair, tender face, laughing heartily. At last, we have found the final 10 absolute body. After traversing countless realms and spending nearly thousands of Yuan assemblies, we can finally achieve our desire. Yinma Luo Di and Shiboluo Sha's ascension to chaos eternal depended upon gathering all 10 absolute bodies. By harnessing the ultimate powers of these bodies, they could transcend the insurmountable bottleneck of chaos eternal. For this purpose, they had exhausted themselves for thousands of Yuan assemblies, and now they had discovered the last remaining ice prison Azura body. Chaos eternal, a realm revered by all cultivators, though only a step above Qianquan Wuyang, represented an immense and insurmountable dimensional divide. The heavenly emperor, as the foremost figure of the age, exemplified this. Even a slight gap in their realms could be magnified infinitely. Yet, this realm had thwarted countless peak deities of Qianquan Wuyang, who had devoted all their efforts to no avail. Do not eat Xiaoyuan, she is not tasty. Xiaoyuan hasn't bathed in months, the little girl whimpered. The aura emanating from Shiboluo Sha was terrifyingly sinister, inducing shivers in anyone who beheld it. Even an ordinary divine king would surely tremble, let alone the young Mu Xiaoyuan. Tears streamed down her round, bright eyes, and with each sob, bubbles formed and burst from her little nose. This pitiful sight would evoke sympathy from anyone who laid eyes upon her. Now that they had secured the last of the 10 absolute bodies, why not take this opportunity to break through right here? After breaking through, we can hasten to the northern divine domain to meet the Tianzuan. Yinma Luo Di eagerly proposed. Shiboluo Sha nodded in agreement. Indeed, time is of the essence. Delay may invite unforeseen changes. This realm of the gods is destined to become our feast. With that, they immediately combined their efforts to set up a grand formation, sealing off all external auras. Once completed, Shiboluo Sha waved his hand, inscribing an ancient formation beneath their feet. This formation boasted 10 arched peaks, each corresponding to one of the 10 absolute bodies. Shiboluo Sha and Yinma Luo Di stood at the center of the formation. Seeing this, Yinma Luo Di focused his thoughts. And in the next moment, 9 figures of varying sizes appeared in the corners of the formation. The Yin Hua Leize body, the Wan Jian Luan Hui body, the Chaos Xian Yuan body, and the Sun Hai Shengling body. These 9 individuals were the 10 absolute bodies that Yinma Luo Di and Shibo Sha had collected throughout their travels across the realms. Among them were beings from the Mu Ling realm, the Yin Shen realm, and the Tsang Ming realm. Let me go? What do you intend to do? I am the divine son of the Yin Shen realm. Release me. The 9, freshly freed, expressed their anger or fear, but the restrictions of the formation held them captive. Who are you? Once the Mu clan leader returns, he will surely seek justice for Xiao Yuan. Mu Xiao Yuan clenched her small fists, bravely calling out to the 2. However, her words incited a fit of maniacal laughter from Yinma Luo Di. Ha! The Ice Phoenix clan leader? Justice for you? Once I break through to chaos eternal, not even the so-called Tianyan Zuanshin can stop me, let alone the mere leader of the Ice Phoenix clan. But just then, a chilling whisper, akin to the voice of death, echoed in Yinma Luo Di's ear. Oh? Is that so? Chapter 160, The Mu Ling Clan. In an instant, the smile on Yinma Luo Di's face froze in the air, and his laughter was abruptly silenced. A wave of extreme cold radiated from behind him, as if he were submerged in the frozen depths of the 9 hells. Gulp. A deep sound emanated from Yinma Luo Di's throat. Who goes there? Moments later, he strained to turn his head, swiftly retreating to create distance. With his boundless perception at the pinnacle of Qianquan, he could sense the presence of someone even tens of thousands of light years away in an instant. Yet now, as someone approached him within mere inches, he remained completely oblivious. It was evident that the intruder's cultivation level far surpassed his own. However, when Yin Mo Luo Di retreated in alarm, there was no trace of any aura. Be cautious. Someone has breached our defenses, Yin Mo Luo Di shouted. Upon hearing this, Sherpa Luo Sha immediately joined him, and both scanned their surroundings with utmost vigilance. Might I inquire which fellow Taoist has arrived? It would be prudent to reveal oneself, Sherpa Luo Sha said gravely. Shortly thereafter, a leisurely voice responded, You are quite amusing. To arrive in my domain without a proper greeting is one matter, but to dare commit violence here is truly audacious. The last words reverberated like divine thunder in the minds of Yin Mo Luo Di and Sherpa Luo Sha, accompanied by an overwhelming, formless pressure of creation. In an instant, this terrifying force obliterated the local formation, leaving both Yin Mo Luo Di and Sherpa Luo Sha prostrated on the ground, devoid of any ability to resist. What? Who are you? Sherpa Luo Sha hastily summoned her divine power, but it was utterly futile. Under the oppressive weight of Lu Chen's creation pressure, her blood felt as if it had solidified. This was a suppression from a power of a different dimensional level, rendering her, a peak divine emperor, completely powerless. At this moment, she could not even discern the appearance of her adversary. Fear etched on her face, she exclaimed, and no, it cannot be. Even Hao Tian could not achieve such a feat. Who are you, truly? An all-encompassing dread enveloped her. Even her previous encounters with Hao Tian had not instilled such terror. Have the inhabitants of the Xie Ling realm forgotten so quickly? You were just boasting moments ago, yet now you fail to recognize me? As the words fell, Lu Chen's figure gradually emerged from the void. With one hand resting behind him, his garments billowed gracefully, and he regarded the prostrate Yin Mo Luo Di and Sherpa Luo Sha with an air of calm. Why, you are the Tianyan Zunshan. Yin Mo Luo Di gasped in disbelief. Gazing at the unfamiliar youthful face before him, he felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that after Hao Tian, another existence more formidable than him would emerge from the realm of the gods. Ah, clan leader, you have finally returned. Xiao Yuan has missed you so. Having just escaped from the formation, Mu Xiao Yuan rushed toward Mu Bingyun upon seeing her. In response, Mu Bingyun quickly embraced the little girl. Mu Xiao Yuan wept, her tears flowing like rain. It is all right. Possessing the ice prison azure body, Mu Xiao Yuan exhibited an unparalleled and terrifying talent. Seeing her in such a pitiable state broke Mu Bingyun's heart, and she gently patted the girl's back to comfort her. After being rescued by Lu Chun and having her cultivation elevated to divine emperor, Mu Bingyun had sent word back to her clan, arranging for the transmission of the ancestral barrier. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed, and she had finally returned to her clan. Mu Xiao Yuan, modifiable. Gender, female, modifiable. Identity, Ice Phoenix clan, modifiable. Cultivation, mid-demigod, modifiable. Special physique, Ice Prison Azura body, modifiable. Upon seeing Mu Xiao Yuan's profile, even Lu Chun felt a tinge of surprise. This little girl, not yet 6 years of bone age, had already reached mid-demigod cultivation. Such talent was indeed enviable. It was no wonder that the Ice Phoenix clan viewed her as a beacon of hope for their resurgence. Lu Chen marveled internally. At this rate, it would not be long before Mu Xiao Yuan broke through to true godhood. Imagining a true god under the age of 10 was indeed fearsome. Yet, Lu Chen recalled that his own modified system was even more extraordinary, capable of propelling him to greatness in an instant. He then turned his attention to the remaining 10 absolute physiques. Upon sensing his gaze, the captured individuals displayed expressions of terror, with some collapsing in fright and fainting. I did not expect one of them to belong to the Mu Ling clan. Lu Chen noted a girl clad in a flowing green gown. She emanated an ethereal aura, her large, clear eyes sparkling like water. Her delicate features, with a small, upturned nose and flawless complexion, resembled a finely carved statue. The green gown clung to her slender form, reminiscent of a white lotus just beginning to bloom, hinting at future radiance. Most striking were her pointed ears, faintly glowing with a coral-like hue. Mu Ling Shan, modifiable. Gender, female modifiable. Identity, Mu Ling clan, modifiable. Cultivation, lower true god, modifiable. Special physique, sacred spirit of the forest sea, modifiable. Sensing Lu Chen's gaze upon her, Mu Ling Shan quickly buried her head deep into her chest. Her petite form trembled slightly, and her legs, wrapped in knee-high socks, were tightly curled beneath her. To her, Lu Chen appeared even more terrifying than Yen Mo Luo Di and Shi Luo Sha, effortlessly suppressing the two with a mere gesture. Indeed, so it is the Mu Ling clan, just as the legends foretold. Lu Chen mused. The Mu Ling were beings innately harmonious with the laws of life. Hence the women were all fair and beautiful, while the men were striking and robust. They were also the kindest of clans, having never engaged in conflict among themselves or invaded other realms. Sadly, their benevolence rendered them weak and timid. Tianyan Zunshan, please do not kill us. At that moment, Yen Mo Luo Di and Shi Luo Sha, pinned to the ground, cried out in desperation. Chapter 161, A Forceful Annihilation. To use the 10 absolute physiques to break through the bottleneck of chaos eternity, such an elaborate scheme and tireless effort across myriad realms is truly commendable. Yet, it is unfortunate that you should have ventured into the illusory Star Sea. Lu Chen's gaze was cold and devoid of any compassion as he looked down upon Shi Luo Sha and Yen Mo Luo Di, who lay on the ground. Shi Luo Sha, modifiable. Gender, female modifiable. Identity, one of the ancestors of the Azura clan, modifiable. Cultivation, Peak Divine Emperor Qianquan, modifiable. Yen Mo Luo Di, modifiable. Gender, male modifiable. Identity, one of the ancestors of the Azura clan, modifiable. Cultivation, Peak Divine Emperor Qianquan, modifiable. In the next moment, the divine consciousness of creation transformed into two invisible soul needles, piercing through time and space toward the two. Accompanied by two cries of agony. The divine consciousness of creation instantly penetrated their sea of consciousness, and the terrifying flames incinerated their physical forms entirely. As ancestors of the Azura clan, their power, capable of traversing myriad realms at the chaos eternity level, was rendered meaningless before Lu Chen, akin to that of ants. Witnessing this scene, Mu Xiao Yuan's round eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Lu Chen. After slaying Shi Luo Sha and Yen Mo Luo Di, Lu Chen turned his attention to the Mu Ling Shan and others huddled in the corner. First, I shall ensure the safety of these captured 10 absolute physiques before attending to my own matters. With that, Lu Chen vanished in an instant. Yes, master. Mu Bingyun promptly bowed in response. After Lu Chen departed, the oppressive aura enveloping the surroundings gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, in her embrace, Mu Xiaoyuan remained lost in the shock of earlier events, unable to recover. Clan leader, did you just refer to that esteemed senior as your master? Mu Xiaoyuan inquired with a puzzled expression, her cherry lips pouting. Could it be that the clan leader has become that esteemed one's spiritual pet? To this, Mu Bingyun felt a hint of embarrassment, secretly musing, rather than being a pet, it is more akin to a steed, considering Lu Chen often rides out with a whip. Even with her top-tier Ice Phoenix bloodline, it is challenging to bear. Within a certain hall of the Ice Phoenix clan, Lu Chen reclined on the jade legs of Yu Qingli, surrounded by an aroma reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley. Reporting to you, master. All the 10 absolute bodies captured by Shiva and Yama have been settled. Dressed in an ethereal ice blue gown, Mu Bingyun gently reported to Lu Chen. Xiao Yuan pays her respects to the Tianyan Zuanshan. Accompanying Mu Bingyun was the little girl Mu Xiaoyuan, who donned a delicate dress, her hair styled in 2 playful ponytails. With her chubby little hands clasped in front of her, her heterochromatic eyes sparkled with an unusual hue. After bowing to Lu Chen, the little girl inadvertently glanced up, her curious gaze appraising him. Xiaoyuan, Do not be impolite in the presence of our master. Mu Bingyun chided gently upon noticing Mu Xiaoyuan daring to meet the gaze of one in power. Oh, at the reprimand! Mu Xiaoyuan quickly averted her eyes. Her little head bowed low, her cherry-red lips forming a sulky pout. In recent years, the deeds of the Tianyan Zuanshan had resonated throughout the realm of the gods, and the illusory star Xi was known to all. Mu Xiaoyuan had grown up listening to tales of the Tianyan Zuanshan, especially captivated by the stories of his annihilation of all invading evil gods across the 3,000 Dao states, which turned her into a devoted little fan. Every mention of his name would ignite admiration in her eyes. Now, learning that her savior was indeed the Tianyan Zuanshan, she could hardly contain her curiosity and excitement to behold this legendary figure. It is of no consequence. Observing her reaction, Lu Chun waved his hand and smiled warmly at Mu Xiaoyuan. Little girl, your name is Xiaoyuan, is it not? Your naturally heterochromatic eyes are quite remarkable. The admiration hidden in Mu Xiaoyuan's gaze had not escaped his discerning eye. With great effort, Lu Chun suppressed a smile, feeling quite pleased to have such an endearing little fan. This is something Xiaoyuan has possessed since birth. What do you think, esteemed senior? Is it not lovely? Upon receiving Lu Chen's compliment, the little girl beamed with joy, her large, sparkling eyes crescent-shaped, displaying an innocent smile. Xiaoyuan, mind your manners. At the reminder from the elder in the clan, Mu Xiaoyuan quickly concealed her smile and stuck out her little pink tongue at Mu Bingyun. Hee. There is no need to be so formal. I am not a fearsome deity, prone to indiscriminate slaughter. Such a spirited and whimsical little girl was indeed charming. And Lu Chun felt the same. Hearing this, Mu Bingyun could not help but smirk, recalling the events in the Confronting the Canglan realm, the expanse beyond the 3,000 Dao states, and quietly muttering, who can say? Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Mu Xiaoyuan, revealing an immensely complex expression. Years prior, he had contemplated having a daughter with Luo Qingshan, Hua Qingying, and Jiang Yuechan. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, it had proven futile. Influenced by Lu Chen's status as a creation god, the difficulty of producing offspring was magnified manifold compared to ordinary deity emperors. Being at the pinnacle of cultivation, the prospect of conceiving a child was daunting. He had even considered lowering his own cultivation temporarily, but unexpectedly, the system prevented any changes. When Lu Chun reached the rank of creation god, his cultivation panel became immutable. Lu Chun modifiable. Gender, male modifiable. Cultivation, creation god. During this period, he undertook a bold attempt to discover that while gender, name, and identity could be altered, cultivation remained unchangeable. As a result, both Lu Chun and the women, including Luo Qingshan, Hua Qingying, and Zhu Yuqing, felt considerable distress. Yet now, upon seeing the obedient and playful Mu Xiaoyuan, a different thought blossomed in his heart. His desire for a daughter shifted entirely to this little girl. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen's lips curved into a smile as he gently inquired, little girl, would you like to take me as your master? At this declaration, Mu Bingyun was utterly astonished. Yu Qingli was equally taken aback, her mouth agape, her delicate hand covering her lips in disbelief at the words just spoken. The illustrious Tianyan Zuanshan was actually seeking a disciple? She gazed at Mu Xiaoyuan with a mixture of emotions, jealousy, astonishment, and a hint of envy. The title of the Tianyan Zuanshan's direct disciple alone was sufficient to instill reverence in many rulers of divine nations and divine kings across the realm of gods. Its value was self-evident. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoyuan stood frozen in place, her innocent face pinching her chubby cheek to confirm this was no dream. Xiaoyuan, why are you still dazed? Hurry and express your gratitude. Mu Bingyun urged anxiously, giving her a gentle nudge. As the supreme existence in the realm of gods, Lu Chun was a figure even Hua Qingying dared not confront. Moreover, he had never taken a direct disciple. If Xiaoyuan were to become Lu Chen's disciple, the Ice Phoenix clan would undoubtedly soar to new heights. With Lu Chen's support, they would become one of the most powerful forces in the realm of gods overnight. As the clan leader, Mu Bingyun felt even more exhilarated than Mu Xiaoyuan herself. This was an unprecedented opportunity for both the Ice Phoenix clan and Mu Xiaoyuan. What's this? The little girl is unwilling? Noticing the girl's prolonged silence, Lu Chen chuckled and asked, No, I am willing. Mu Xiaoyuan shook her head vigorously, her voice filled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed with joy, her exquisitely delicate face resembling a porcelain doll, undeniably endearing. Master, please allow your disciple to bow before you. With that, Mu Xiaoyuan knelt before Lu Chen. From a young age, the Tianyan Zuanshan had been her idol, and now, to be accepted under his wing filled her heart with unbounded delight. Seeing this scene, Mu Bingyun quickly brought forth a pot of warm tea. After a formal greeting, Mu Xiaoyuan personally served the tea to Lu Chen, her sweet voice chiming, Master, please enjoy this tea. observing the exceptionally obedient and charming little girl before him. Lu Chen felt immense satisfaction as he accepted the tea and took a gentle sip. Good. Haha. From this moment forth, you shall be my first direct disciple. As the little girl embarked on her journey, as a master, Lu Chen naturally could not be stingy. With those words, Lu Chen began rummaging through the system's marketplace. 9 tripods. Information. Crafted by 9 primordial ancestors of chaos and eternity during the ancient era, this tripod harbors the strongest laws of the universe. It is said to contain the ultimate secrets of existence. Exchange cost. 9, 999, 999, 999. Oh, 9 tripods. This is rather intriguing. Within the system's marketplace, Lu Chen immediately noticed the 9 divine tripods and promptly exchanged for them without hesitation. The notification chimed, confirming the successful transaction. Oh, who would have imagined that these 9 tripods conceal such an intriguing history? With a grand gesture, he summoned the 9 tripods from his sleeve. These are the 9 tripods, forged by ancient mighty beings. In the future, carrying these tripods will ensure your safety. Under the infusion of Lu Chen's primordial divine power, the 9 tripods swiftly established a forceful connection with Mu Xiaoyuan. The tripods began to orbit around the little girl, and a terrifying force of law surged from all directions. What? The 9 tripods? Upon witnessing their emergence, Yu Qingli was utterly incredulous, murmuring, Heaven, Earth, Xian, Yuan, Universe, Chaos. Witchcraft. This represents the ultimate powers of the 9 great laws: chaos, origin, darkness, light, space, time, truth, nothingness, and sorcery. Hadn't the 9 tripods long been lost in the land of obliteration? How could they now be in the hands of their master? In the ancient times, the realm of the gods reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Generally speaking, having a single chaos eternal god emperor presiding was already commendable. However, during that era, there appeared 9 chaos eternal god emperors, revered by posterity as the 9 great ancestors. Under the governance of these 9 great ancestors, the realm of the gods was impervious to any foreign incursions. Yet, as the saying goes, prosperity breeds decline, all things exist in the void, and the balance of yin and yang is ever shifting. It is said that the realm of the gods faced a cataclysmic disaster, prompting the 9 great ancestors to declare an expedition to the land of obliteration. Before their departure, they gathered all the celestial treasures of the realm to forge the supreme divine weapon, the 9 tripods. Armed with the tripods, the 9 great ancestors ventured forth into the land of obliteration. However, after tens of thousands of years, dire news spread like wildfire. The soul lamps of the 9 great ancestors extinguished. Moreover, the 9 tripods, embodying the ultimate powers of the ancestors, returned to the realm of the gods in a most mysterious manner. Yet, the returning tripods were marred with grotesque battle scars, their original divine brilliance dimmed, and stained with the divine blood of the 9 ancestors. No one knew what the 9 great ancestors encountered during their journey. Just as someone attempted to reclaim the tripods, a sinister black hand tore through the void and whisked them away once more. From that moment on, the realm of the gods, bereft of the 9 great ancestors and the tripods, began to decline, and foreign invasions commenced. Thus, the land of obliteration became a subject of dread for all. Wow, what a magnificent artifact. Thank you, master. Mu Xiaoyuan timidly approached, clutching Lu Chen's leg, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she gazed up at him. The sweetness of her calling him master instantly filled Lu Chen's heart with joy. Oh, but why does this tripod appear so rusty? Soon, Mu Xiaoyuan noticed the grotesque battle scars on the surface of the tripods, pouting her lips and curiously murmuring, Hee, do not fret, little one, master has more treasures. Lu Chen beamed as he affectionately patted the little girl's head. Yu Qing, Zhi Xianlian. Exchange causal value, 999, Ding, exchange successful. More? Xiao Yuan desires master's treasures. Ha. Mu Xiaoyuan's heterochromatic eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Lu Chen. However, these words almost led Lu Chen's thoughts astray. Ahem, this is the Yu Qing Zhi Xianlian. While it may not compare to the 9 tripods, it is still an exceptional artifact. After a few coughs, a Xianlian platform appeared in his hand. Moments later, the platform transformed into a petite and exquisite flower spirit, landing gently on Mu Xiaoyuan's shoulder. This is the incarnation of the Xianlian, possessing the cultivation of a chaos infinite god emperor, destined to always guard your side. Lu Chen elaborated once more. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoyuan's round, glistening eyes filled with tears of gratitude as she looked at Lu Chen and choked out. Master is so kind to Xiaoyuan, gifting her so many things upon their first meeting. From now on, Xiaoyuan will diligently cultivate and repay master with a spring of gratitude. Chapter 163, Man Yo, followed. With a chuckle, upon hearing the notion of repayment, Lu Chen stumbled slightly, nearly spitting out the tea he had just sipped. Looking at the youthful Mu Xiaoyuan, radiating the innocence of a young girl, the words she uttered stirred a peculiar feeling within him. "Oh, master, what is wrong?" Mu Xiaoyuan inquired with her wide, shimmering eyes, full of curiosity. "Ahem, nothing at all, my dear disciple. Just focus on your cultivation." Lu Chen coughed a few times, hurriedly wiping the tea stains from his lips, responding with a hint of unease. He remained oblivious to the astonished expressions of Yu Qingli behind him and Mu Bingyun below. Both had previously experienced Lu Chen's acts of repayment, and they were left in utter admiration, especially Mu Bingyun, an elder in Xiaoyuan's clan, whose expression was incredibly complex as her hands clutched her skirt tightly, a myriad of thoughts flooding her mind. Alas, how could I possibly fathom the master's intentions? Should Xiaoyuan truly reach that point, it might not be an unworthy choice for her. After a moment of self-reassurance, Mu Bingyun calmed her thoughts. "Master, allow me to massage your legs." Mu Xiaoyuan smiled sweetly, presenting a most obedient and sensible demeanor. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his new little disciple. He then turned his attention to the stunned Mu Bingyun below, inquiring about matters of importance. "Bingyun, what has become of the 10 ultimate bodies captured by Shuolo Sha and Yin Maluo? At this, Mu Bingyun promptly responded, hands clasped. "Master, all has been arranged perfectly. Those 10 ultimate bodies seem to originate from different dimensional realms." Lu Chen displayed a look of astonishment. "Oh?" In response, Mu Bingyun continued, "The evil spirit realm is powerful, not only launching invasions against the realm of gods, but also devouring countless weaker dimensional realms nearby. Unlike the realm of gods, some entire dimensions lack even a single god emperor, with most becoming mere fodder for the evil gods. While the realm of gods stands against the evil spirit realm, the other weaker dimensional realms suffer the consequences." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze flickered. "I see. So these 10 ultimate bodies all hail from other dimensional realms outside the realm of gods?" Mu Bingyun nodded, "Yes. Moreover, most have already fallen into servitude to the evil gods. How should Master proceed with them? It is clear that returning these 10 ultimate bodies to their respective realms would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. The evil gods are brutal and merciless, viewing all beings as sustenance. Upon their return, they would either become food for the evil gods or serve as mere pawns under their control." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen declared, "Whether to stay or go, let them choose for themselves. Bring them here." Mu Bingyun bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, master." Not long after, within the span of half a tea's worth of time, 9 individuals of varying skin tones and physiques were brought to the center of the great hall. "The master is magnanimous and compassionate, having rescued you from the clutches of the evil gods. Now, in the presence of the master, why do you not express your gratitude?" Mu Bingyun approached them, her brows furrowing as she sternly reprimanded. Lu Chen, seated above, emanated an aura so oppressive that they dared not even breathe, trembling in fear. "I am called Man Nyo, hailing from the wild's divine realm. I shall remember the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by the elder, should an opportunity arise in the future. I will repay this profound kindness." A robust and muscular man was the first to kneel before Lu Chen, bowing respectfully while his voice resonated with gravitas. Man Nyo. He introduced himself, gender, male, identity, barbarian, cultivation, low-level true god, special physique, great strength, true martial body. "Oh, Man Nyo? Heh, indeed fitting of a name. No need for restraint." Lu Chen responded with a light chuckle. He then gently lifted Man Nyo with a wave of soft divine power. Observing Lu Chen's amiable demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the fierce image of the plague god who had vanquished Shiva and Luo, the other members of the 10 absolute bodies hastened to introduce themselves, expressing their gratitude. "You are now in the eastern divine domain of the realm of the gods. I do not expect your gratitude. Whether you stay or leave is entirely your choice," Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly to Man Nyo and the others. As his words settled, Man Nyo stepped forward, kneeling on the ground with tears glistening in his eyes. "My homeland has long been destroyed by those vile evil gods. I do not wish to go anywhere. I only seek to follow you, senior, and avenge my brothers and sisters." The others with the 10 absolute bodies echoed his sentiments, eager to join Lu Chen. They had believed their exceptional physiques held the key to reviving their homeland, only to discover it had been ravaged in a catastrophe. Following the abduction of the 10 absolute bodies by Shiva and Yama, a merciless slaughter ensued. Thus, the group harbored deep-seated hatred for the evil gods. Realizing Lu Chen's immense power instilled in them a glimmer of hope for revenge. In response to their requests to follow him, Lu Chen smiled gently. "If that is the case, in a few days you shall accompany Bingyun to the Tianyan Divine Palace. The 10 absolute bodies are renowned prodigies. rare even across hundreds of realms. I would be delighted to have such talents by my side. However, among the crowd, one individual stood with a look of doubt and inner turmoil, hesitant to voice her intentions. Noticing her, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon her. Perceiving his attention, Mu Lingshan timidly stepped forward, her face flushed as she stammered, "As senior, I am Mu Lingshan, from the Mu Ling clan." Upon hearing her origins, Man Yo, Mu Bingyun, and Yu Qingli exchanged astonished glances. The Mu Ling clan was indeed special. Their sacred Mu Ling spring was famous across the realms. Just a single drop could instantly restore a god emperor's divine power, healing even the gravest injuries. Recently, during the battle in Jiu Yuan Tian, Luo Qingxian had presented a vial of this holy spring to the 9 Yao god emperor. The importance of the Mu Ling clan was underscored by the fact that Shiva and Yama had refrained from annihilating the Mu Ling realm after abducting Mu Lingshan. As long as the Mu Ling existed, the sacred spring would continue to flow. Lu Chen, observing the bashful Mu Lingshan, inquired, "Do you wish to return to the Mu Ling realm?" At his question, Mu Lingshan nodded gently, her delicate hands gripping her skirt tightly. "That cannot be allowed." Man Yo interjected quickly. "Though the Mu Ling realm may not face immediate destruction, the evil gods are still brutal and rampant. If you return, the dangers will be immense." While it was true that the evil gods would not completely annihilate the Mu Ling, as Man Yo indicated, their nature posed a grave threat. It was common knowledge that female Mu Ling were renowned for their beauty and grace, and under the shadow of the evil gods, many had suffered indignities. The Mu Ling held chastity in the highest regard, and some had chosen to end their lives rather than endure humiliation. Male Mu Ling, equally striking, faced dire fates as well. Given Mu Lingshan's talents, the consequences of returning to her realm were dire. Despite Man Yo's warnings, Mu Lingshan shook her head, biting her lip as tears streamed down her cheeks. "No, I must return. My brother and the queen are still there, since being captured by Shiva and Yama." Her thoughts had never strayed far from her family. Even now, under the protection of the Tianyan Divine Palace, she could not abandon her loved ones. "Please, senior, grant me this wish." With tears in her eyes, Mu Lingshan knelt, her gaze pleading. Sighing with resignation, Lu Chen eventually relented. "If you are so determined, then it shall be as you wish." He turned to Mu Bingyun, instructing, in a few days, help arrange her return to the Mu Ling realm. Mu Bingyun, upon receiving the order, bowed her head in compliance. "Yes, master." Once the arrangements for the 10 absolute bodies were made, Lu Chen waved his hand. "All right, you may disperse now." With that, Lu Chen vanished with Yu Qingli. In the dead of night, soft moans emanated from Mu Bingyun's chamber. After the battle, she wore only a gossamer gown that clung to her form, highlighting her exquisite figure. "Master," she murmured, appearing weary as she nestled against Lu Chen, her eyes sparkling with allure as she gazed up at him. Her demeanor transformed from the cold and aloof persona they had first encountered. "What troubles you?" Lu Chen asked gently, feeling the warmth of her presence. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Bingyun hesitated. "Master, Xiao Yuan is still young. She cannot endure this." Lu Chen, amused yet incredulous, playfully pinched her delicate nose. "What thoughts occupy your mind? Do you see me merely as a lecher?" To his surprise, Mu Bingyun tilted her head and retorted, "Isn't that the case?" Realizing her slip, she quickly waved her hands. "And no, master, I spoke without thinking." Before she could protest further, Lu Chen lowered himself, capturing her lips in a kiss. Unable to resist, Mu Bingyun soon found herself lost in a whirl of emotions, as the sounds of the creaking bed mingled with the ambience of spring's embrace. Meanwhile, beneath the moonlight, a petite figure sat in deep slumber atop a lotus platform. Lu Chen and Mu Bingyun had intended to engage in a battle of wits, only to stumble upon this scene. "Ah, it's Xiao Yuan. How did she fall asleep here?" Lu Chen mused, approaching the sleeping girl. Noticing her peaceful expression, he chuckled, gently wiping away the drool at the corner of her mouth, cradling her as if she were his own daughter. "Alas, it seems that the master favors the young lady Xiangyuan even more." Mu Bingyun observed as Lu Chen carried Xiangyun back to the room, causing their original plans to be dashed, and a look of melancholy adorned her face. The following day, Mu Xiangyuan groggily awoke in Lu Chen's embrace. Master?" she murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes and noticing Lu Chen's puzzled expression nearby. Why did I suddenly fall asleep when I was clearly cultivating last night?" As Lu Chen gazed at the girl who had awakened in his arms, he affectionately ruffled her hair. "This should relate to your Bingyu Shura body. The Shura aura entered your body, and the Shura and ice god fragments automatically refined and merged within you." Only a night had passed, yet this little girl had directly broken through from the pinnacle of demigod to a lower true god. It was astonishing that a mere sleep allowed fragments of divine power to refine themselves within her body. If this news were to spread, countless individuals would be infuriated to the point of bleeding. The formidable nature of the 10 absolute bodies extends far beyond this. How wonderful. Xiang Yuan has broken through to the true God realm. Mu Xiangyuan's face flushed with excitement as she squirmed in Lu Chen's embrace. Master, rest assured. Xiang Yuan will strive even harder in her cultivation from now on. Before Lu Chen could respond, she dashed off to continue her training. Later that night, through the dim light of the candle within the room, the silhouettes of two entwined figures were cast upon the window. Soft moans mingled with the sounds of cicadas. However, just as Lu Chen and Mu Bingyun were entwined in intimacy, a small, innocent voice stood outside the door. Knock, knock. Is that Xiang Yuan? What brings her here so late? Upon realizing it was Mu Xiangyuan, a puzzled expression crossed Mu Bingyun's rosy face. Before she could ponder further, Lu Chen urged her to leave. When Mu Xiangyuan opened the door, she held a pillow in her arms, looking shy and eager as she gazed at Lu Chen. Master, may I sleep with you tonight? Ever since she had fallen asleep in Lu Chen's arms the previous night, the little girl had completely grown reliant on him. Upon hearing her request, Lu Chen smiled indulgently, showing no hesitation whatsoever. The next day, within the room, Mu Xiangyuan resembled a human ornament, her limbs firmly clinging to Lu Chen. The scent of milk wafted from her gentle breaths, and a smile graced her lips. This little girl, Lu Chen thought as he affectionately ruffled her hair. In a transition to the grand hall, Lu Chen sat at the main seat, and the sleepless Mu Bingyun entered from outside. I have searched through all the clan's records regarding the 9 primordial ancestors of ancient times, and they are all here. Mu Bingyun knelt on one knee, sweeping her long skirt aside to reveal an ancient tome before Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his mind scanning the contents. Since his unintentional encounter with the 9 tripods, he had grown increasingly curious about the reasons behind the 9 ancestors' sudden expedition to battle in the land of burial. Unfortunately, the ancient texts of the Ice Phoenix clan contained no records on the matter. Noticing Lu Chen's unusual expression, Mu Bingyun spoke up. Does the master also harbor curiosity about that burial ground? Lu Chen's gaze flickered, and he murmured thoughtfully, indeed. It appears that the world outside the realm of the gods conceals a significant enigma. I am increasingly intrigued by the secrets that place may hold. Upon hearing this, Mu Bingyun's expression turned peculiar as she began to recount. As far as I know, following the War of the 9 Ancestors, many cultivators, like the master, became curious about the burial ground. At that time, the 9 ancestors fell in that place, and the realm of the gods entered a period of decline. When this news reached the realm of evil spirits, countless evil deities flocked to it, initiating a series of battles between the two realms, plunging the realm of the gods into ancient chaos. The invasion of evil deities led to the decline of myriad races, with both humans and beasts becoming fodder for the evil deities. Just as the realm of the gods faced annihilation, a human cultivator named Yuan Tianzuan rose forcefully, becoming the first chaotic eternal after the 9 ancestors. Yuan Tianzuan, having surpassed the realm of chaotic eternity, fought valiantly against the evil deities, rallying both humans and beasts to establish the heavenly court. Under his leadership, after countless battles, the heavenly court ultimately eradicated all invading evil deities. After quelling the chaos, the realm of the gods finally found respite, and the burial ground once again captured the attention of the divine. Mu Bingyun paused, her words trailing off. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen's expression grew serious. It seems that the burial ground is deeply intertwined with the turning point of the realm of the gods. What secrets lie hidden within? Interrupted, Mu Bingyun continued. At that time, Yuan Tianzuan was equally filled with doubts, leading him to make a bold decision. To reclaim the 9 tripods, he resolved to venture alone into the burial ground. Legend has it that the entrance to the burial ground is elusive, appearing only under extreme circumstances. Yuan Tianzuan traversed the realm of gods, spending over 100 epochs before inadvertently stumbling upon it. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, is there such a tale? He immediately unleashed his creation consciousness, enveloping the entire realm of gods in an instant. His divine sense swept across countless planetary realms. How is this possible? I cannot detect it with my divine sense. After failing to find any trace, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, realizing it was the first time he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Could it be that it does not exist within the realm of gods? Unwilling to accept this, he expanded his divine sense, encompassing not only the realm of gods, but also the realm of evil spirits, the realm of wood spirits, and even the distant extreme north. Yet still, he found no clues. After completing this endeavor, Lu Chen fell into deep contemplation, his mind swirling with thoughts. Even as the creator deity, he could not uncover the entrance to the burial ground. The only explanation was that someone had intentionally concealed it, possessing power equal to or surpassing his own. A creator deity? Could there truly be others who have attained this realm? This seemed impossible, given the nature of beings across myriad worlds. It was utterly insufficient to reach the status of a creator deity. Certainly, there were hidden truths. As he pondered, Lu Chen's scalp tingled with unease. He had a premonition that this so-called burial ground concealed a tremendous secret, one unknown to the world. With renewed intensity, Lu Chen turned his gaze to Mu Bingyun, pressing for further information. What happened next? Did Tianyan return? Mu Bingyun regretfully shook her head. He did not return, but it seems that the 9 tripods were drawn back from the burial ground by Tianyan. It is said that after the 9 tripods returned, many powerful divine emperors erupted into conflict over them. Following that battle, the 9 tripods inexplicably vanished once more. Since then, they have not appeared before the world again, until the master took Xian Yuan as a disciple and gifted them to her. After speaking, Mu Bingyun raised her gaze, a knowing look in her eyes as she regarded Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen coughed awkwardly. Ahem, you need not concern yourself with this. When he had bestowed the 9 tripods, he had never anticipated their entanglement in such profound matters. Moreover, he had merely selected them randomly from the system's marketplace. Who could know where the system had procured them? This is all I know. If the master wishes to inquire further, it would be prudent to visit the Tianyan, as it is likely that Hotntnzn possesses more knowledge. Mbing respectfully advised. As the current Tianzn of the Tianyan, Hotn undoubtedly has a deeper understanding of its founder. Oh, Hotn? I fear he is currently struggling to safeguard himself. LCHN cast his gaze towards the direction of the North SHNY. I never anticipated that this great conflict would unfold such captivating spectacles. Truly a delightful diversion. He then turned his attention back to Mbing. Very well. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. And promptly arrange for MNNI and the others of the SHGT to proceed to the T New York NG. Mbing nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, master. With that, she gracefully exited the Grand Hall. The land of Xiangmi Gux? Quite intriguing. It appears this splendid performance must be brought to an early conclusion. LCHN's gaze, sharp as a torch, flickered with a hint of ominous coldness as he murmured softly. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the spot. The scene shifted far beyond the realm of the illusory Star Sea to the North SHNY. Chapter 166. The State of War in the North SHNY. The once magnificent and resplendent North SHNY now lay in tatters. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the ashes of extinguished stars. Countless celestial bodies transformed into fiery spheres. The fractured void permeated the starry sky of the North SHNY. An ominous energy storm swept through, claiming countless lives, rendering them mere sustenance for the malevolent deities. Above a certain star domain, the cacophony of roars erupted from the throngs of evil deities. Before them stood an immense army of malevolent beings, composed of over 1 million true god-level entities and tens of thousands of god kings. This was an army formed from the pinnacle forces of the evil spirit realm. Leading this horde were the evil emperors. Among them was a man with a stern countenance, eyes as dark as the abyss, emanating a terrifying aura, the TNZN of the evil spirit realm, Du GTNZN, with a deafening dragon's roar. A pair of colossal black wings that obscured the sun came into view. The sheer might of the dragon was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the gods, especially those eyes, as vast as the stars, which could ensnare the souls of those who dared to meet their gaze. Cursed human scum! I shall flay your skin and turn you into blood food. The Hung-ing-ML-ing-SH-N glared fiercely at the celestial army of the TNT-ing. A tempest of dragon power surged forth, wreaking havoc upon them. As the spatial storm swept through, it tore apart the very fabric of reality. And even the ordinary god-emperor-level beings of the TNT-ing felt an unparalleled pressure. All heretics. Fortunately, HOTN stood resolutely at the forefront, effortlessly countering the overwhelming presence of the Hung-ing-ML-ing-SHN with a wave of his hand, channeling immense divine power imbued with righteous energy. The moment their forces collided, the laws of divine power compressed until they collapsed into a vast black hole in the space between them. The piercing noise caused pain to etch across the faces of both sides, compelling them to cover their ears. Even the likes of WD-ing-SHND, WSH-SHND, and H-ing-Li-NSHND were taken aback. This is the power of chaos-level might. Truly extraordinary. WD-ing-SHND murmured, protectively shielding the LT-NSH behind him. Father, once the battle fully commences, please keep your distance. Hua Qingying, with a worried expression, earnestly advised LT-NSH. In this ultimate confrontation between the TNT-ing and the evil spirit realm, the assembled god emperors exceeded several hundred. In such chaotic circumstances, LTNSHNZH, merely a true god, was little more than a pawn. Even Hua Qingying could not guarantee his safety. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall ensure the safety of the SHNZH. Wuding SHND solemnly affirmed. On the other side, within the ranks of the evil deities, having been suppressed in the North SHNY for so many years, the pent-up rage compelled them to seek vengeance personally. Do GTNZN, what are you waiting for? Let us confront HOTN together and obliterate this wretch. The Hungming MLing SHN bellowed impatiently, noticing Du GTNZNS in action. However, Du GTNZN furrowed his brow and rebuked sharply. Do not act rashly. If it were so simple for just the two of us to defeat HOTN, the evil spirit realm would not have endured for so many years. I have my own plans. Be patient. Upon hearing this, the Hungming MLing SHN snorted dismissively. Du GTNZNS frown deepened, his mind racing with countless thoughts. The reasons for his hesitation were manifold. Originally, the strategy was meticulously arranged, yet numerous unforeseen circumstances had arisen, necessitating caution on his part. Just recently, he had learned of some troubling news. A covert line he had established within the Beingyi, Enshi Njing had been severed, along with the mysterious disappearance of the Ji Lu YD and QSHYD, two god emperors of immeasurable power. According to the original plan, as he engaged in battle with the TNT Ing in the North SHNY, the Ji Lu YD and QSHYD were to launch an assault on the TNT Ing stronghold in the East SHNY, causing chaos within their ranks and tipping the scales in their favor. Another source of concern for Du GTNZN was the silence of SHP Lu SH and YNM Lu D, both crucial forces of chaos-level might for the evil spirit realm. Their absence increased the pressure of facing HOTN immensely. At such a critical juncture, they were all proving to be a liability. Could it be that he truly must resort to that method? Du GTNZN found himself ensnared in an endless dilemma. No, this person must not be released easily, otherwise, the ensuing chaos across the myriad realms would be unimaginable. Unbeknownst to Du GTNZN, the gods of the TNT Ing were equally rife with concerns. HOTNTNZN, adorned in a light gray scholarly robe, stood tall before the multitude of gods like an unyielding pillar. PNUNGSHN, have there been any updates from the GUNTN? HOTN's expression was grave as he turned to PNUNGSHN and inquired. This invasion of the evil spirit realm into the realm of the gods was undoubtedly well prepared. Therefore, HOTN was acutely aware that Du GTNZN, with his cunning, would certainly conspire with the dark abyss. Moreover, given HOTN's familiarity with his fellow disciple, the Nightmare Demon Lord would not allow this golden opportunity to slip by. Consequently, he could not afford to exhibit even the slightest trace of negligence. Should he falter, the TNT Ing would be left defenseless against Du GTNZN and the Nightmare Demon Lord. Reporting to the TNZN, as anticipated, the Dark Abyss conspired with the evil deities and launched an assault on the GUNTN. The Zhun WDD stationed there has just sent back news of victory. They not only repelled the attack, but also annihilated the fallen deities and evil deities present. PNUNGSH and hurriedly reported. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across HOTN's face. However, the next statement caused his expression to darken. PNUNGSHN continued. There were some unforeseen complications. The war god by Nzhuing was seduced by the evil deities and defected in battle. Fortunately, the strong allies from the T New York NSHND arrived in time to turn the tide. HOTN's countenance turned icy. Outrage. The thunderous roar of his fury reverberated through the hearts of the gods of the TNT Ing. The esteemed war god of the TNT Ing could actually betray them in the face of peril. How could the TNZ not be enraged? However, he soon composed himself. This time, the TNT Ing owed a tremendous debt of gratitude to the T New York NSHNDN. Once this matter is resolved, you shall accompany me to the T New York NSHNDN. PNUNGSHN could not help but tremble slightly, hastily responding. Yes. The XMDZ and TICHGD, along with the other heavenly beings present, displayed expressions of indignation, vehemently denouncing by Nzhuing. This by Nzhuing is truly a disgrace to the war god of the TNT Ing. It is indeed a case of misfortune befalling the worthy. Chapter 167. The impending clash, a great battle unfolds. Upon learning that the war god Bian Zhuang had openly defected, Hao Yan's countenance turned ashen. He immediately conveyed a secret message to Sumi Dezun, Taichu Gu Di, and Pan Yuan Gu Shun, urging them to keep this matter under wraps as the impending battle drew near. In response, Pan Yuan Gushan, Tai Chu Gu Di, and the remaining 8 celestial deities of the heavenly court stood at the forefront, with the atmosphere in the starry sky thick with murderous intent. What nefarious schemes are these wicked gods concocting? Observing the inaction of the fallen calamity, celestial venerable, and the Hongming demon dragon god, Tai Chu Gu Di felt a sense of perplexity. At that moment, Pan Yuan Gushan's eyes flickered with intensity, his brow furrowed as he spoke solemnly. They are likely waiting for an opportune moment. Knowing that the fallen calamity, celestial venerable, was anticipating the arrival of the nightmare demon lord, Sumi Dazun promptly urged Hua Qingying, celestial venerable, we must not delay. Let us take the initiative and strike now. If we wait for the nightmare demon lord to emerge from the abyss of darkness, it could jeopardize our position. Just as he finished speaking, Hua Qingying sighed. He has arrived. In the next breath, the surrounding stars shifted, and a terrifying pressure akin to a tidal wave swept through, conjuring a tempest of dark winds. Brother, it has been a long time. I trust you have been well? A skull formed from swirling black mist materialized before the heavenly court. The chilling and sinister laughter of the nightmare demon lord resonated from the shadows. What? He is the nightmare demon lord? How can this be? Wasn't he banished to the abyss of darkness? How did he suddenly appear here? Could it be that something has transpired in the Nine Abyss? It was known that the nightmare demon lord was once a disciple of our celestial venerable, the second direct disciple of the primordial celestial venerable. His emergence instantly caused a tumult within the heavenly court's ranks. Some of the more seasoned deities were aware of certain hidden truths. Upon hearing this thunderous news, the newly ascended deities displayed expressions of astonishment. The celestial venerable's junior disciple? How could he stand alongside the wicked gods? Hush! Silence! These are not matters for you to discuss. The murmurs around them failed to affect Hua Qingying, who remained impassive. With a mere thought, a dark yellow war spear materialized in his grasp. The spear emanated faint dark golden patterns, concealing boundless battle intent within its sharp edge, and golden divine thunder crackled upon it. If our master were still alive and saw you so willingly fall into depravity, aligning with the wicked gods, it would surely break his heart. Confronted with the sight of his former junior disciple standing before him, Hua Qingying was not taken aback. The nightmare demon lord, upon hearing this, chuckled sinisterly. Master, had it not been for the old man's blindness in bestowing the celestial venerable position upon you, would I have descended to this state? Hua Qingying shook his head helplessly, his expression fierce yet calm, his tone laced with authority. You have only yourself to blame for being blinded by power and authority. Do not cast blame upon others. With that, the nightmare demon lord retracted his cruel smile, pointing an accusing finger at Hua Qingying as he roared, words are futile. Today, I shall prove to Master how erroneous his decision was in choosing you as celestial venerable. At this moment, the fallen calamity celestial venerable and the Hongming demon dragon god swiftly positioned themselves beside the nightmare demon lord. Excellent. The demon lord has arrived just in time. The Hongming demon dragon god, filled with eagerness, fixed his blood-red gaze upon Hua Qingying. Since we are all gathered, let the battle commence. A wicked smile spread across the fallen calamity celestial venerable's face. Hua Qingying, today you shall have no escape. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, the three of them launched their assault simultaneously. Facing the combined onslaught of the 3 eternal chaos divine emperors, Hua Qingying's eyes narrowed, and boundless battle intent erupted from him. I fear you not. With that declaration, Hua Qingying charged at the trio, brandishing his war spear while donning the order divine armor. And an overwhelming divine power surged through the void, creating tumultuous waves. The battle among the eternal chaos divine emperors transcended the capacity of this realm. The space where the 4 stood fell into oblivion, the fragments of law shattered, and even the very heavens and earth turned upside down. The remnants of their power were beyond what the universe could withstand. All gods, heed my command. Annihilate these wicked beings. With Pan Yuan Gushan's order, Sumi Dazun, Tai Chu Gu Di, and the other 8 celestial deities of the heavenly court surged forward, followed closely by countless divine kings and true divine armies. The combined might of the 4 divine realms launched a fierce offensive against the wicked gods. The wicked gods, unwilling to be outdone, charged forward with blood-red eyes, howling in defiance. Thus began an intense battle, with terrifying divine power reverberating throughout the northern divine domain. Countless dim star realms were reduced to dust, leaving the northern divine domain in utter desolation. The deities from the 4 divine realms exhibited unparalleled bravery, their battle intent surging. With every breath, multitudes of deities fell. Father God, be cautious. Just as Hua Qingying endeavored to protect the Lord of Luo Tian behind her, 3 eternal Genesis-level divine emperors approached head-on. Seeing this, Hua Qingying swiftly entrusted the Lord of Luo Tian to the Wuding Divine Emperor and faced the incoming threat alone. What a remarkably beautiful maiden. I have never encountered such an exquisite human before. Surely, she must be delectable. One of the wicked emperors fixed his greedy gaze upon Hua Qingying, his fiery eyes betraying his desires. Seeking death. Disturbed by his loathsome gaze, Hua Qingying drew her sword, channeling her immense divine power into the blade's tip. In the next instant, a flash of icy brilliance swept through the void, and the wicked emperor was obliterated on the spot. The sword she wielded was no ordinary weapon. It was a top-tier artifact retrieved by Lu Chen from the system shop. Though the wicked emperor quickly regained his form, his eyes were filled with lingering shock. As a fellow eternal genesis, Hua Qingying's combat prowess was astonishingly high, rivaling even the peak of the boundless cosmos. The other two wicked emperors were equally astonished. Witnessing Hua Qingying's formidable strength, they immediately chose to join forces against her. Unfazed by the presence of the three wicked emperors, Hua Qingying wielded her divine sword with unwavering composure. Meanwhile, the battlefield where Hao Yan fought against the fallen calamity, celestial venerable, the Hongming demon dragon god, and the nightmare demon lord revealed Hao Yan's unyielding demeanor. Rather than displaying any hint of trepidation, he grew increasingly fierce, his war spear radiating unparalleled divine power as he relentlessly suppressed the trio. Chapter 168. Hao Yan's Divine Might, a Sudden Self-Detonation. Roar. The Hongming demon dragon god emitted a pained howl. With unmatched valor, Hao Yan swung his war spear, severing the tail of the Hongming demon dragon god. Just having escaped from confinement in the northern divine domain, it had yet to fully recover its primal divine power. Aware of its vulnerability, Hao Yan chose to strike with ferocity. Cursed wretches, why have Shiva and Yin Mo yet to arrive? The Hongming demon dragon god lamented, suffering from Hao Yan's relentless onslaught. Once the most boisterous in their threats, it now faced the most severe retribution. The nightmare demon lord's power transformed into massive, grotesque skulls, yet this sinister force was precisely countered by Hao Yan's boundless divine power. Protected by the Order Divine Armor, Hao Yan could largely disregard over 80% of the nightmare demon lord's attacks. With a battle spear in hand and clad in divine armor, he struck down 3 adversaries with utter ease, showcasing power that truly earned him the title of the greatest in the world. How infuriating! The nightmarish demon lord, wounded by Hao Yan's righteous divine power, spat out a mouthful of blood. He had not anticipated that, after merely a few hundred years, this individual's strength would have surged to such heights. Why had the two companions, with whom he had just made an agreement, not yet arrived? The nightmarish demon lord murmured while struggling against the righteous divine power, lamenting that he likely could not await the arrival of SHP Lu SH and YNM Lu D. At that moment, Hao Yan's eyes shimmered with divine light as he hurled his battle spear. The righteous divine power infused into the spear coalesced into countless divine bolts of punishment that surged towards the 3 attackers. Alarmed, the fallen calamity celestial exclaimed, "It's the divine bolts of punishment, quickly take cover." Upon witnessing this scene, he was aghast, quickly forming a vast, ominous ghost fortress as protection. The nightmarish demon lord also summoned myriad vicious wings. Only the recently freed primordial demon dragon god could only withstand the assault with his physical form. They had previously experienced the might of Hao Yan's divine bolts of punishment long before the 10,000 years conference. The previous generation's celestial lord of the abyss was defeated beneath the divine bolts, and it was in that battle that Hao Yan earned his renown as the greatest in the world. Thus, seeing Hao Yan unleash the divine bolts now elicited such a profound reaction from the fallen calamity celestial and the nightmarish demon lord. The primordial demon dragon god, devoid of any protective divine arts, was instantly obliterated beneath the might of the divine bolts. The backlash of the divine thunder left the fallen calamity celestial and the nightmarish demon lord severely injured. The massive ghost fortress crumbled into ruins, and countless vicious wings were annihilated. Is this all you are capable of? As the divine bolts slowly dissipated, Hao Yan, facing the barely alive primordial demon dragon god, raised his spear and decisively severed the dragon's head. Hao Yan, holding the colossal dragon's head, cast a frigid gaze upon the fallen calamity celestial and the nightmarish demon lord. Meanwhile, the gods of the 4 divine realms and the heavenly court, engaged in a fierce battle with the evil deities, were filled with exhilaration upon witnessing the scene. Look, the celestial lord himself has slain the primordial demon dragon god. They exclaimed, "Ha! The defeat of the abyss is inevitable. Kill them. Kill them. Avenge our brethren of the northern divine realm." The morale of the gods surged as they pressed forward under the leadership of the Panyuan ancient god and the Taichu ancient emperor. Among them, a striking figure weaved skillfully among the evil deities, wielding her divine sword, claiming countless lives with each strike. Please, do not kill me. I am willing to surrender to the heavenly court. The primordial demon dragon god, now utterly exhausted, was completely intimidated by Hua Qingying. Faced with such a formidable opponent, they felt utterly incapable of victory. In this critical moment of life and death, the primordial demon dragon god chose to beg for mercy, pleading with Hua Qingying. However, Hua Qingying paid no heed, instead fixing his gaze keenly upon the nightmarish demon lord. Junior brother, you have lost, considering our shared lineage. If you are willing to repent and atone for your sins to the master and the gods, I may grant you a chance to live. At this juncture, as a disciple of the original celestial lord, Hua Qingying still harbored a glimmer of hope for the nightmarish demon lord. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the nightmarish demon lord grinned maliciously. Keek brother, do not rejoice too soon. Do you think the abyss would dare to invade on such a grand scale without sufficient preparation? With that, the nightmarish demon lord turned to the fallen calamity celestial. Very well, my friend, it is time for you to reveal your final trump card. And give me a grand surprise. As these words left his lips, the nightmarish demon lord flashed a knowing smile. Observing this, Hua Qingying furrowed his brow, a deep sense of foreboding welling up within him. As the battle unfolded in favor of the heavenly court, the fallen calamity celestial hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. It has come to this, then let us proceed. With the whereabouts of YNM Lu D and SHP Lu SH unknown, it was likely they had met with misfortune. Now, with the primordial demon dragon god captured, it was impossible for him and the nightmarish demon lord to contend with Hua Qingying. In the next instant, the fallen calamity celestial focused his mind, and he and the nightmarish demon lord vanished in an instant. The evil deities on the battlefield, seemingly forewarned, hastily retreated. Just as Hua Qingying and the gods of the heavenly court were engulfed in confusion, the primordial demon dragon god let out a mournful roar. You two scoundrels, even in death, I will not spare you. As soon as the words left his mouth, cracks erupted across the primordial demon dragon god's source of divine power. An extremely terrifying energy building up like a geyser ready to explode. Not good. Realizing the dire situation, Hua Qingying was horrified, but it was already too late. With a thunderous roar, the explosion reverberated throughout the northern divine realm, even reaching the distant southern divine realm. The self-detonation of the chaotic eternal god Emperor released a terrifying energy capable of obliterating everything. The gods of the heavenly court and the four divine realms, positioned so close to the explosion, would likely find no survivors, save for those of the Qian Kun Wuliang caliber. Not good. It's a self-detonation. The primordial demon dragon god is exploding. The moment the gods of the heavenly court and the four divine realms learned of this, they realized it was far too late to escape. As the annihilating energy threatened to consume them all, Hua Qingying stepped forward. He promptly retrieved the Order Divine Armor and summoned all of his divine power. The immense righteous power managed to halt the self-detonation's annihilating energy and compress it into the Order Divine Armor. With a resounding crash, the Order Divine Armor shattered, and Hua Qingying, bearing the brunt of this cataclysmic energy, was sent flying. Chapter 169, The Mysterious Black Coffin, the final trump card. Celestial Lord. Upon witnessing Hua Qingying single-handedly endure the energy from the primordial demon dragon god's self-detonation, the Panyuan ancient god and the Su-Mi great lord, along with the other gods of the heavenly court, were filled with dread. Hua Qingying was the sole pillar of support for the heavenly court. Should he fall, the consequences would be unimaginable. Keek, without the Order Divine Armor, even if Hua Qingying survives, he will surely suffer grievously. The nightmarish demon lord gazed coldly ahead, a sinister smile creeping across his face, before turning to the fallen calamity celestial. It seems my friend has outplayed you. The primordial demon dragon god never anticipated that you planted a timed bomb within it. Keek, before their arrival, YNM Lu D and SHP Lu SH had already revealed this hidden trump card. It was precisely for this reason that the nightmarish demon lord could face Hua Qingying with such confidence. Alas, it was a pity. Had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances, they would not have intended to use this tactic. Watching Hua Qingying desperately protect the gods of the heavenly court, as the Order Divine Armor disintegrated into nothingness, the fallen calamity celestial did not express a shred of joy, but instead wore a gloomy countenance. The primordial demon dragon god was a genuine chaotic eternal god emperor, and he would never have resorted to such an act unless absolutely necessary. With the demise of the primordial demon dragon god, and the likely misfortune of YNM Lu D and SHP Lu SH, the abyss was left with only him as the sole celestial lord. At this moment, the fallen calamity celestial's heart bled. Observing all of this, the nightmarish demon lord scoffed dismissively. That primordial demon dragon god has been suppressed for so long. Its source has been damaged. It may take thousands of years to recover, if it ever does. Why should you lament, my friend? The fallen calamity celestial cast a cold glare in response, gritting his teeth. Humph, it is easy for you to say. In response, the nightmarish demon lord hastily urged, enough. My friend, it has come to this. There is no turning back. This self-detonation will not kill Hua Qingying. If you wish for all of this to not be in vain, quickly release that person. In the next moment, the Duojia Tianzuan let out a deep sigh, and then swiftly began to form hand seals, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Meanwhile, the annihilating force generated by the self-detonation gradually dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a series of grotesque fissures in the endless void. A somewhat disheveled figure then plummeted downwards. Tianzuan, Pan Yuan Hen, with remarkable speed, flew forward and immediately inquired with concern about Hua Qingying's condition. Tianzuan, are you unharmed? Shortly thereafter, the likes of Sumi Dazun and Tai Chu Gu Di, along with various celestial deities, also approached. No harm done. The Order Divine Armor withstood nearly 70% of the force. Clutching his war spear, Hua Qingying appeared merely tattered in his attire, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet devoid of any fatal injuries. Upon realizing that Hua Qingying was largely unscathed, Pan Yuan Hen and the other deities collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Surviving the self-detonation of a chaotic eternal divine emperor with only minor injuries affirmed Hua Qingying's status as the foremost figure of this era. His combat prowess was unparalleled throughout history. Even the primordial Yuan Tianzun, were he alive, could scarcely match him. These malevolent deities were indeed mad, sacrificing the Hongming demon dragon god in their desperate attempt to severely wound the Tianzuan. Sumi Dazun glared furiously into the distance. Humph. The Hongming demon dragon god is dead. The remaining Duojia Tianzuan and the nightmare demon lord are no match for the Tianzuan. Pan Yuan Hen, eager for action, spoke up. The battle has been determined. I implore the Tianzuan to give the order to annihilate these vile deities. The deities behind him were filled with fervor for battle. However, surrounded by the crowd, Hua Qingying furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the Duojia Tianzuan and the others, sensing an inexplicable omen of ill fate. No. Perhaps the situation is not as simple as it appears. Just as he spoke, the Duojia Tianzuan formed hand seals, and a sinister, malevolent force began to swirl around him. This strange and wicked aura spread upward, enveloping the entire cosmic dome. In the next instant, amidst the vast crimson mist, a peculiar black coffin gradually descended into the sight of the gathered deities. The eerie black thunder crackled ominously, emanating an unparalleled sense of oppression that loomed above their heads. The heavens and earth trembled once more, a terrifying pressure sweeping toward the heavenly court like a tidal wave. Pan Yuan Hen, Tai Chu Gu Di, and the 8 celestial emperors involuntarily trembled, a muffled groan escaping their chests. Unable to withstand this overwhelming might, several of them knelt upon the void. The divine kings and true gods behind them were similarly suppressed in place. Even Hua Qingying's expression grew gravely serious. What a terrifying sense of oppression. Is this the trump card that Duojia and my junior brother spoke of? It has finally arrived. Hua Qingying fixed his gaze upon the ominous black coffin, experiencing a rare moment of trepidation without engaging in battle. The first time was in the face of the Tianyan Shun, and now it was in the presence of this black coffin. Among the celestial deities present, only Hua Qingying and Hua Qingying could maintain their stance against the oppressive force. Fortunately, with the protection of numerous divine artifacts bestowed by her husband, otherwise, she might not even possess the capacity to gaze directly at this coffin. What on earth is this black coffin? Hua Qingying, also fixated on the black coffin above, whispered softly, realizing that the situation had changed. She hurriedly concealed Luo Tian Shenju within her inner world. Kakik, brother, I anticipate your expression will be rather delightful shortly. The nightmare demon lord grinned wickedly at Hua Qingying. Beside him, the Duojia Tianzuan coldly remarked, Hua Qingying, you have forced my hand. Without the Order Divine Armor, today, you shall surely perish here. The Order Divine Armor was an unparalleled artifact forged from the convergence of the powers of all laws in the universe. Its defensive capabilities had been demonstrated by withstanding the self-detonation of the Hongming demon dragon god. Humph, you have uttered such words countless times before, yet regrettably, this time will prove no different. Let us battle. Hua Qingying suppressed the fear within him, feeling his combat strength surge as he gripped his war spear. As the Tianzuan of the realm of deities, he could not afford to display even a hint of fear before outsiders. With that, Hua Qingying wasted no more words. Raising his war spear to unleash the purple-gold divine thunder upon the ominous black coffin with great force. The divine thunder was reputed to counter all malevolent forces, embodying the purest and most violent power of the sun. As the divine thunder surged towards the coffin, it began to react, a thick, eerie black mist swirling outward, quickly enveloping the celestial dome. The divine thunder was engulfed within the black mist, yet no sound emerged. Observing this, Hua Qingying immediately halted, standing at the ready, wary of any oversight. Soon, a disturbing crunching sound emanated from within the black mist, echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the void. Hua Qingying's brow furrowed deeper. Evil beings, reveal yourselves. With that, an immense surge of righteous divine power erupted from him, sweeping a gust of wind that dispelled the eerie black mist entirely. As the mist cleared, a figure clad in tattered robes, thin and frail, became visible. This being was shrouded in chaotic fog, obscuring their true visage. Yet, Hua Qingying's divine thunder, which was said to restrain the wicked, was now being consumed by this figure, swallowed whole. You. Upon seeing this strange shadow, Hua Qingying's pupils constricted, his war spear trembling uncontrollably in his grasp. This cannot be. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar frail figure before him, an overwhelming sense of recognition surged within him. Hua Qingying, rarely losing his composure, was filled with anguish and struggle, unable to believe what lay before his eyes. Tianzuan, as the pressure gradually lifted, Pan Yuan Gusheng and Sumi Dazun took a breath, glancing ahead. At that moment, the expressions of the 8 celestial deities were equally filled with shock. Tai Chu Gu Di and the others, having existed since before the founding of the heavenly court, also recognized the shadow with immense familiarity. Kakik, brother. After all this time since you attained the title of Tianzuan, do you still recognize this person? The nightmare demon lord laughed maniacally. Yes. It is indeed this figure. How amusing. The Duojia Tianzuan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Hua Qingying, after a long separation, you and your mentor have finally reunited. You two should cherish this moment. With that, the chaotic fog coiling around the shadow slowly dissipated, revealing its true appearance. Upon recognizing the figure emerging from the black coffin, Hua Qingying's heart sank, shattering the last vestiges of hope he held. The figure stepping forth from the black coffin was none other than the creator of the heavenly court, Hua Qingying's mentor, Yuan Tianzun. In an instant, a torrent of bitter disbelief and confusion surged within Hua Qingying. Yet, in that moment of daze, Yuan Tianzun transformed into a gust of bloodied wind, appearing before Hua Qingying in the blink of an eye, channeling the destructive force of countless shattered stars. He struck Hua Qingying's chest with a mighty fist. In that moment of impact, Hua Qingying's physical form was instantaneously obliterated, this strike rivaling the devastation of the earlier self-detonation. Without the protection of the Order Divine Armor, his defenses plummeted. Tianzuan, the sight of this left Pan Yuan Gusheng and the others aghast. The 8 celestial beings who once followed Yuan Tianzuan found it exceedingly difficult to comprehend the scene before them. In the past, Yuan Tianzuan, for the greater good of all living beings and to reclaim the 9 tripods, resolutely sought the entrance to the land of oblivion. However, to their astonishment, after billions of years, the once vibrant and revered Tianzuan now appeared as an adversary. This transformation profoundly moved everyone present. Fortunately, Hua Qingying was able to reconstitute his physical form and rapidly regained his composure. Armed with a battle spear, he engaged Yuan Tianzuan in fierce combat, unleashing terrifying power that swept violently in all directions. Master, what has happened to you? Please awaken. Faced with his former mentor, Hua Qingying could not bear to unleash his full strength, and thus he shouted desperately, attempting to rouse him. Alas, his efforts were in vain. Yuan Tianzuan seemed not to recognize him, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit, replaced by a murky chaos. In an instant, black divine lightning coalesced in Yuan Tianzuan's hand and struck violently towards Hua Qingying. Although divine lightning is typically the purest and most radiant force in the universe, this black lightning exuded a sinister and eerie power. Terrified, Hua Qingying hurriedly summoned the divine punishment lightning to defend against it. This was the infernal prison's 1,000 calamity lightning. The 2 divine lightnings clashed, with the divine punishment lightning retreating in defeat. The infernal prison's 1,000 calamity lightning brutally pierced Hua Qingying's body, annihilating his physical form once more. As the founder of the heavenly court, Yuan Tianzuan's cultivation was unparalleled throughout history, a true pinnacle of the human race. In contrast, Hua Qingying had just endured a fierce battle and the self-destruction of the Hongmeng demon dragon, rendering him incapable of contending with the Yuan Tianzuan at his peak. Master, what has happened to you? Hua Qingying, now thoroughly suppressed and in disarray, had lost his previous invincible demeanor. He could hardly fathom what his master had endured in that desolate place of oblivion that had led him to fall from the leader of the human race to this state. The aftermath of their battle sent shockwaves through the mundane world, each collision causing hearts to race. Moments later, Hua Qingying's golden divine blood scattered across the starry sky. As the two engaged in their fierce duel, The other gods of the heavenly court were embroiled in their own battle against the malevolent deities. This is bad. The Tianzuan is in peril. Panyuan Gushin's expression darkened as he quickly addressed Sumi Dazuan and the other celestial emperors. We must act together. I will self-destruct to hold off Yuanshi Tianzuan, and you must take this opportunity to bring him back to the heavenly court. The realm of the gods cannot be without the Tianzuan. With that, Panyuan Gushin displayed a resolute demeanor, prepared to face death. Just as he finished speaking, a chilling laughter echoed from above. Keek, you're all on the brink of death. You should worry about yourselves first. The fallen calamity Tianzuan charged directly towards Panyuan Gushin and Sumi Dazuan, his terrifying divine power coalescing in his hands. Without Hua Qingying to impede him, the remaining deities of the heavenly court were no match for him, akin to sheep among wolves. Simultaneously, further distressing news emerged from another front of the battlefield. It's terrible. Wushi Shindi and Honglian Shindi have defected. They turned out to be spies planted by the evil spirit realm within the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion. Cries of despair erupted as Wushi Shindi and Honglian Shindi betrayed their comrades, launching a sudden attack on the rear of the heavenly court's divine army. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted, plunging the heavenly court into a dire predicament. Despair enveloped every deity of the heavenly court. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Wushi Shindi and Honglian Shindi bore expressions of cunning malevolence. They ruthlessly turned their blades against the gods of the heavenly court, swiftly targeting Hua Qingying, who bore significant ties to Tianyan Tianzuan. Capturing her would grant them a powerful leverage against Tianyan Tianzuan in the future. With that, Wushi Shindi and Honglian Shindi charged towards Hua Qingying, their divine power erupting as they revealed their true strength. They were indeed the malevolent emperors secretly stationed by the fallen calamity Tianzuan within the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion, tasked with covertly monitoring the movements of the Seven Realms Sacred Mansion and the Eastern Divine Domain. The Seven Realms Sacred Mansion had gone to great lengths to conceal its relationship with the Tianyan realm, revealing not a shred to the outside world. Yet ultimately, this was exposed by the lurking Mingluo Ghost Emperor and Shueisha Luo Huang. Clearly, this information had been leaked by Wushi Shindi and Honglian Shindi. The Mingluo Ghost Emperor and Shueisha Luo Huang had seized this opportunity to incite the war god Bianzhuang. You two are spies of the evil spirit realm? What an astute ploy. Faced with the dual onslaughts from the two powerful beings, Hua Qingying's expression turned cold as she remained vigilant. On the other hand, Hua Qingying was being relentlessly pushed back by Yuanshi Tianzuan, his golden divine blood spilling profusely. Panyuan Gushin, Sumi Dazuan, and the other 8 celestial emperors found themselves powerless against the fallen calamity Tianzuan. With Yuanshi Tianzuan's involvement, the situation had reached a critical juncture. Just as the deities of the heavenly court prepared for a desperate struggle, an extraordinary event unfolded. Accompanied by a resonating hum of space, a force transcending dimensions descended. What is happening? The fallen calamity Tianzuan, poised to strike at Panyuan Gushin and the others, suddenly found himself immobilized, unable to move. The same fate befell Wushi Shindi, Honglian Shindi, and even the formidable Yuanshi Tianzuan from afar. It was as if time and space had been seized by a mysterious power, leaving all evil deities frozen in place. What kind of power is this? The advancing Wushi Shindi and Honglian Shindi wore expressions of disbelief. The ability to directly influence the time and space surrounding a deity was unfathomable, and the power of the being approaching was beyond imagination. Even the previously imposing Yuanshi Tianzuan could not achieve such a feat, is it he? Gazing at the immobile figure of Yuanshi Tianzuan before him, Hua Qingying wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured. To his knowledge, only Tianyan Tianzuan possessed the capability to wield such earth-shattering powers. Upon witnessing Tianyan Tianzuan finally come forth to assist, a trace of relief appeared on Hua Qingying's pale face. You have finally arrived. The weight on his heart lifted, and this sight seemed to assure the outcome of the impending battle. Another resonating hum echoed, prompting all the deities of the heavenly court to halt their actions, their faces displaying shock as they turned their attention toward a specific direction. In the starry expanse, no figure was visible, only a series of footprints imprinted in the void. Yet, their presence exuded an overwhelming aura that was truly otherworldly. What is going on? The Nightmare Demon Lord, stationed at the rear, looked astonished, unsure of what had transpired. Upon witnessing the scene before him, this formidable being who had traversed the dark abyss widened his eyes in disbelief. The row of footprints leisurely approached Wushi Shindi and Honglian Shindi. What are you? Though no figure was visible, the invisible pressure felt palpably real. Having practiced for over 1 billion years, the two had never encountered such a bizarre sight, and they trembled, just about to speak. In an instant, an immense and boundless heavenly pressure ruthlessly descended upon them. Under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, Wushi Shindi and Honglian Shindi were instantly reduced to mere dust. An endless expanse of divine material was consumed by a wisp of golden divine flame. How could two beings of such caliber fall so easily? Both the evil deities and the heavenly court's divine beings felt a chilling sensation wash over them. Even to this day, no one has been able to discern the true form of the visitor. A hearty laugh echoed, and Lu Chen, with hands clasped behind his back, finally revealed his gaunt yet youthful figure to the crowd. Husband. A voice, sweet and enchanting, called from behind. Hua Qingying gazed tenderly at the figure before her. Inger. Upon hearing her, Lu Chen turned to face the ethereal beauty. With a gentle stamp of his foot, the vast and formidable power of the laws surged forth, instantly separating the deities of the heavenly court from the malevolent gods. As his form stabilized, the fallen deity, Tianyan, was drenched in cold sweat. Hurriedly retreating with an expression of terror, eyeing Lu Chen with palpable wariness, as if facing a fearsome adversary. The nightmare demon lord and the evil gods behind him also dared not make a rash move. Who is this person? With but his own strength, he can command the entire scene. Truly a being of unfathomable mystery. The nightmare demon lord furrowed his brow, and as his gaze fell upon Lu Chen, an overwhelming sense of dread arose within him. Throughout the long years of cultivation, he had never encountered such a powerful being in the realm of the gods. I pay my respects to the heavenly transformation deity. The retreating Hua Qingying quickly bowed deeply to Lu Chen, showing utmost reverence. Renowned as the foremost figure of the age, he did not dare to show any negligence in the presence of this genuine paragon. His heart brimmed with nervousness, for it was his first encounter with the heavenly transformation deity. The deity cares for the beings of the divine realm. As a junior, I express my gratitude on behalf of the multitude. Hua Qingying, grasping his battle spear, offered his thanks to Lu Chen. Standing before Lu Chen, he finally grasped the fear once felt in the presence of the primeval heavenly deity. Even having attained the state of chaos eternity, he felt a profound trepidation. Compared to his master, the primordial heavenly deity, the pressure emanating from Lu Chen was exponentially more intense. If the primordial heavenly deity could be likened to gazing into an abyss, Lu Chen was akin to staring death in the face. I pay my respects to the heavenly transformation deity. The quick-witted primeval heavenly deity promptly followed suit, bowing deeply to Lu Chen, not daring to show any disrespect. The great deity Xumi, the primordial ancient emperor, and the other seven heavens, along with the deities of the heavenly court, were witnessing for the first time the heavenly deity Hua Qingying showing such reverence to an outsider. Within this reverence, one could distinctly sense fear and humility. For the deities of the heavenly court, this was undoubtedly a monumental revelation, sending tremors through their souls. The explosive scene, capable of overturning their perceptions, had left them feeling profoundly numb. Chapter 172, The True Foremost Person of the Age. Hua Qingying modifiable. Gender, male modifiable. Identity, heavenly deity of the heavenly court, modifiable. Cultivation, divine emperor of chaos eternity, modifiable. Special physique, power and divine body. I pay my respects to the heavenly transformation deity. The great deity Xumi, the primordial ancient emperor, and the other seven heavens quickly regained their composure and bowed to Lu Chen. I pay my respects to the heavenly transformation deity. Following them, countless deities of the heavenly court echoed their bows in unison. As the heavenly deity Hua Qingying, he was their guiding banner. Although they were puzzled as to why the heavenly deity would exhibit such deference to the heavenly transformation deity, they followed suit, as the heavenly deity was the emblem of their unity. No need for excessive formalities. The realm of the gods is also my homeland, and I cannot stand idly by as an outsider seeks to destroy it. Lu Chen replied calmly, nodding slightly. Hua Qingying was equally astonished by Lu Chen's presence here. After all, based on his previous understanding, Lu Chen was an enigma, his temperament strange and inscrutable. Yet, he had not anticipated Lu Chen's arrival on the battlefield. Roar. At that moment, the primordial heavenly deity, restored to action, showed no signs of fear, instead charging toward Lu Chen. Crackle. The primordial heavenly deity, enveloped in dark mist, raised his hand to unleash the infernal cataclysm thunder. This thunder, imbued with boundless ferocity, rent the very fabric of space, rendering all laws and divine powers null. Be cautious, my lord. This thunder is not to be underestimated. Hua Qingying hastily warned. The eerie divine lightning wielded by the primordial heavenly deity was indeed terrifying, far surpassing even his own divine punishment thunder. Humph. Observing this, Lu Chen smirked disdainfully, unperturbed. Primordial heavenly deity, modifiable. Identity, the first-generation heavenly deity of the heavenly court. Descendant of the primordial celestial clan, modifiable. Cultivation, pinnacle of divine emperor of chaos eternity, modifiable. He stood with hands still clasped behind his back, facing the cataclysmic divine lightning without flinching. Crackle. The infernal cataclysm thunderstruck fiercely against Lu Chen's chest, yet it bore no effect whatsoever. Not even a ripple stirred in his sleeves. The power of the Creator's flesh was beyond the reach of mere divine emperors. Even though the primordial heavenly deity had achieved the pinnacle of his cultivation, before the Creator, he was not but a mere insect. However, this primordial heavenly deity was indeed curious. Lu Chen remained motionless, merely exerting his will to firmly bind the primordial heavenly deity in place. Gazing at the primordial heavenly deity before him, he furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, this creator of the heavenly court, Hua Qingying's master, had entered the legendary realm of oblivion eons ago. Yet now, he returned in this manner, evidently shrouded in many secrets, leaving one to ponder deeply. What had he experienced in the realm of oblivion that led to this? Let me have a good look. With that, to unravel the enigma, Lu Chen focused his gaze, unleashing his unparalleled divine consciousness and swiftly penetrating the depths of the primordial heavenly deity's mind. Please spare my master, my lord. Witnessing this scene, Hua Qingying was taken aback, hurriedly pleading for mercy. In response, Lu Chen coldly smiled and replied, rest assured, I shall not take his life. In the face of this being who emerged from oblivion, he sought to glean certain insights. Why would he ever wish to end his life? Upon hearing this, Hua Qingying finally exhaled in relief. Strange. However, to Lu Chen's astonishment, despite his probing, he found nothing. It was as if an unseen force was deliberately obscuring something, preventing him from uncovering the hidden truths. This power seemed to embody an irreversible will of the entire cosmos, akin to an invisible hand manipulating the myriad beings. Very well, one day I shall personally venture forth. Lu Chen silently resolved. On the other side, within the ranks of the evil gods, the nightmare demon lord and the fallen deity now refrained from any reckless actions. In the face of Lu Chen's sudden arrival, an overwhelming sense of trepidation surged within them, especially recalling the earlier feat of freezing time and space. It sent shivers down their spines. Now, witnessing Lu Chen crush the primordial heavenly deity merely by thought, their fear intensified further. This person was indeed the recently ascendant heavenly transformation deity, possessing such terrifying prowess. Could he truly be a divine emperor? The fallen deity's expression turned grim. He had never anticipated that the realm of the gods harbored such a formidable existence. Gulp. Beside him, the nightmare demon lord swallowed hard, hesitating to ask, fallen deity, what shall we do now? They realized that even the primordial heavenly deity, their greatest trump card, was no match for Lu Chen. The power Lu Chen displayed instilled within them an unprecedented sense of fear and helplessness. Alas, at this point, we can only observe the changes. Engulfed in profound anguish, closed his eyes. After this battle, he had envisioned the annihilation of Wuding and the unification of the divine realm, yet unforeseen calamities struck one after another. Upon reflection, it was likely that the two, SHB Lu SH and YNM Lu D, who ventured to the eastern divine domain, had long since perished at the hands of T New York NZNSHN. Furthermore, the long-vanished G Lu 11D had resurfaced. At this moment, LCHN's gaze finally settled upon them. Senior ZNSHN, all the deities of TNT Ing heed your command. Eradicate these remnant evildoers. HODN stepped forward, solemnly cupping his hands in respect to LCHN. Why the trouble to eliminate the evil gods? LCHN responded with a charming smile. With that, he raised his hand, slightly bending a finger towards the forefront, causing the space at its tip to warp drastically. An immeasurable and formless sense of danger silently approached. Not good. Run. Sensing the impending doom, the distressed and MJN were the first to flee. In a fleeting moment, they vanished into the distance, leaving countless bewildered evil gods in their wake. The next instant, a chaotic blue lotus, born of primordial divine power, erupted from the abyss of endless void. The chaotic blue lotus radiated an unparalleled energy wave, its mere presence capable of obliterating a god king in an instant. With a resounding clang, the space shattered entirely, and the chaotic blue lotus unfurled magnificently, unleashing an energy storm of boundless destructive power that swept across the entire northern divine domain. In Chapter 173, A Thought of Eternity, a sudden sun rose in the dim starry sky of the northern divine domain, illuminating the silhouette of a blue lotus. As the chaotic blue lotus blossomed, countless evil gods were instantly annihilated beneath the weight of this obliterating divine force. The air was filled with the wretched cries of despair. What? The MJN, who had chosen to flee at the first opportunity, glanced back. To his horror, he beheld countless evil gods, whether god kings or god emperors, reduced to powder, obliterated in the explosion of the chaotic blue lotus. Faced with such a terrifying display of divine prowess, Ingi and Mjn felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, enveloped by the chill of death. Run, we are almost there. In a desperate attempt to escape, Ingi and Mjn ignited his divine blood and tore through the void in a frantic flight. Humph, trying to escape? A glint flickered in LCHN's eyes as he let out a cold, mocking laugh. In the next moment, under the terrified gaze of Ingi and Mjn, the chaotic blue lotus mercilessly engulfed him. After a considerable time, the obliterating divine power gradually dissipated, revealing a scene of chaos. Aside from the surviving, over 10 million evil gods had perished. Had it not been for the fact that still held some value to LCHN, he would have met the same fate as Ingi and Mjn. UNSHTNZ had been released by him, and LCHN intended to extract some information from him, which was why he spared his life. Gulp. The XMDZN, THGD, and PNYUNGSHN could not help but swallow hard. Over 10 million evil gods were effortlessly annihilated by T New York NZNSHN. Even the eternal Ingi and Mjn fell here, with not the slightest chance to resist. What a terrifying display of power. XMDZN stood in shock, his eyes wide, murmuring in astonishment. The might contained in T New York NZNSHN's casual strike left all the deities present feeling a tingling fear. Many gods involuntarily gasped, their gazes towards T New York NZNSHN filled with reverence. Over 10 million evil gods, just like that? To what unfathomable level has this ZNSHN of T New York N reached? They had once believed that the ZNSHN was invincible. Yet it turned out someone was even more formidable. It was terrifying. That single strike could likely have obliterated half of the divine realm. Recalling the earlier chaotic blue lotus, some gods even felt their legs weaken and collapse to the ground, still in a state of shock. Hearing the murmurs around them, THGD and XMDZ exchanged glances, both feeling an overwhelming sense of shock. The ZNSHN has kept us in the dark. After witnessing HODN's fear and humility upon LCHN's arrival, they now deeply empathized. The ZNSHN of T New York N stood on an entirely different tier of strength compared to them. The sudden emergence of such a terrifying powerhouse in the divine realm had gone unnoticed by them, the celestial emperors. In contrast to the others, PNYUNGSHN and HODN maintained a rather calm demeanor. After all, they had witnessed T New York NZNSHN's extraordinary capabilities years ago. Fortunately, he was an ally of Tianyan. Otherwise, had that strike landed here, it could have annihilated the entire heavenly court. PNYUNGSHN silently counted his blessings. After a lengthy pause, HODN respectfully bowed to LCHN. The noble ZNSHN has eliminated the great adversary that has plagued the divine realm for eons. Now that the elite divine beings of the evil spirit realm have mostly perished, only the solitary remains, unable to pose any real threat. LCHN waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. Quickly attend to the aftermath. I have questions for you. Upon hearing this, HODN was momentarily taken aback, then promptly replied, yes, please wait a moment. LCHN nodded, and with a swift motion of his hand, he vanished with UNSHTNZN and Hua Qingying. Not long after he departed, HODN gazed at the already ravaged northern divine domain, sighing deeply, his heart heavy with countless worries. Alas, after this battle, countless stars in the northern divine domain have been reduced to dust. It will take an unfathomable amount of time to restore vitality. In Tianyan, within a cool pavilion, after resolving the battle in the northern divine domain, LCH North arrived at this place, sitting in the pavilion, awaiting HODN's arrival. Behind him, UNSHTNZN struggled feebly. However, bound by LCHN's primordial divine power, his efforts were ultimately futile. My husband, what on earth is happening? Hua Qingying inquired. Gazing at the eerily transformed UNSHTNZN, her phoenix eyes shimmering with confusion as she turned to LCHN. She found it hard to comprehend how the creator of Tianyan, once the leader of all beings in the divine realm, had transformed into such a state of liminality. Indeed, this matter is quite peculiar. I too am uncertain, LCHN mused, closing his eyes and shaking his head. UNSHTNZN is entangled in some secrets, yet I have gathered some clues. We shall verify further upon HODN's return. He then instructed Hua Qingying, Yinger, this issue is profoundly complex. You should return to T New York NSHDN for now. With that, LCHN once more opened Hua Qingying's cultivation panel. Hua Qingying modifiable. Cultivation, God Emperor of Eternal Chaos, modifiable. Sensing yet another alteration in her internal powers, Hua Qingying exhibited no joy. Instead, Her expression became one of concern as she gazed at LCHN. My husband, be cautious. She was well aware that if even LCHN deemed this matter troublesome, it was far beyond the reach of others. Having uttered those words, Hua Qingying stepped forward, her phoenix eyes gently closing, and she leaned down to offer her lips. After a brief moment, she flashed away, opting to return to T New York in SHDN. After a considerable interval, a gentle breeze swept through. HODN, having just completed all the aftermath, hurried back to TNTing. Senior Z and SHN, I apologize for the wait. HODN bowed respectfully to LCHN. No need for such courtesy. Have a seat, LCHN replied with a faint smile, as Hao Yin took his seat directly across from him. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the venerable Yuan Tianzuan behind him. With a heart filled with trepidation, Hao Yin cautiously inquired, might I ask, esteemed elder, if there exists a method for my master to regain his consciousness? Haunted by the weight of his former mentor's profound kindness, Hao Yin could not help but yearn to awaken this beloved teacher. In response to Hao Yin's inquiry, Lu Chen sighed and shook his head, replying, alas. He has long departed this realm, having passed away several millennia prior. His current state is likely tied to the realm of Zhangmi Guishu. At these words, Hao Yin's frame trembled, causing the teacup in his grasp to plummet, his breath momentarily faltering. Struggling against the anguish within, he hastily offered his apologies to Lu Chen, saying, I sincerely apologize for my lapse in composure. Lu Chen dismissed the matter with a calm demeanor. It is of no consequence. Hao Yin then shifted the topic. What you seek to inquire about is likely the realm of Zhangmi Guishu, is it not? Lu Chen nodded affirmatively, indeed. As a Tianzuan, your understanding of that place must surpass that of others, which is precisely why I sought you out. Hao Yin's expression grew complex. After considerable contemplation, he solemnly declared, it is a realm rife with the uncanny and the ominous. This is what my master recounted upon his return. In truth, he brought back not merely the 9 tripods, but another item as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, immediately probing, oh, what might that be? With an air of mystery, Hao Yin gazed at Lu Chen and asked, do you believe in fate, esteemed elder? After a moment of reflection, Lu Chen scoffed at the notion. Fate? Absurd. Even if it exists, it is but a construct imposed by the strong upon the weak. As the creator deity, he held dominion over fate itself, viewing it merely as a plaything to be manipulated at will. In light of this, Hao Yin seemed unfazed, offering a nervous smile. Indeed, with your power, how could you possibly subscribe to such notions? However, I, on the other hand, do believe. Lu Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Hao Yin. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Hao Yin ceased his cryptic demeanor and summoned a seemingly unremarkable tome into his hands. Presenting the book to Lu Chen, he explained, this volume is known as the Book of Destiny. My master ventured into that eerie and foreboding realm and risked his life to retrieve this object. After entrusting it to me, he mysteriously vanished, and I have since concealed it within my inner world. During my quest for his whereabouts, I have perused it multiple times. Yet the pages remained blank until recently. This Book of Destiny is exceedingly peculiar. Despite my attempts to unleash divine power upon it, I could inflict not a single scratch, a testament to its extraordinary nature. However, despite its name suggesting it contains knowledge of fate, how many would truly believe in such an intangible concept? Especially someone like me, Hao Yin, a Tianzuan revered by countless others. Yet, one fateful day years ago, while perusing the Book of Destiny inadvertently, Hao Yin found the previously blank pages suddenly filled with a dense array of runes. These runes, ancient and cryptic, were deciphered only after extensive research into countless texts. However, this revelation left him in a cold sweat, for it foretold Hao Yin's ultimate fate. At this juncture, Hao Yin hesitated, leaving Lu Chen furrowing his brow in frustration. And then? What did it say? Faced with Lu Chen's pressing inquiry, Hao Yin, filled with trepidation, stammered, it foretold that I would ultimately perish at your hands. Trembling, he opened the Book of Destiny, revealing a multitude of incomprehensible runes, which translated to, Hao Yin, Supreme Tianzuan of the Realm of the Gods. Fate, to die at the hands of the Tianyan Tianzuan. Information, Tianyan Tianzuan, the respected deity of the Tianyan realm, originally named Lu Chen. Initially, Hao Yin dismissed this revelation with skepticism, for at that time, Lu Chen had yet to be born, rendering the latter's name unfamiliar to him. As for the Tianyan realm, he had never heard of such a place. However, in recent years, following Lu Chen's ascension to divinity after the battle across the 3,000 Dao provinces, and the subsequent renaming of those provinces as the Tianyan realm, Hao Yin began to perceive the uncanny alignment between the predictions of the Book of Destiny and reality. Upon concluding Hao Yin's narrative, Lu Chen's smile faded, and he stated, Let me take a look. With that, he took the Book of Destiny from Hua Qingying and summoned a collection of ancient texts. After a brief scan of the divine consciousness, he swiftly comprehended the runes, confirming Hua Qingying's account. Humph, this does not imply much. You need not be so anxious. If I truly wish to eliminate you, it would be nothing more than a fleeting thought. As Lu Chun's gaze fell upon the visibly anxious Hua Qingying, he spoke with a tone that startled Hua Qingying. Esteemed elder, please do not jest. There may be deeper implications at play. Reflecting on the past, it was no wonder Hua Qingying had felt restless before the primordial ancient god upon learning of the Tianyan's fate. Even after the destruction of the Shifeng Canglan realm and the demise of heavenly deities at Lu Chen's hands, Hua Qingying, the Tianzuan, dared not show his face, subsequently solemnly declaring that no one should provoke the Tianyan realm. It appeared that Hua Qingying was not the only one intimidated by Lu Chen's formidable prowess. He was equally apprehensive of the possibility of being annihilated. Hua Qingying continued, "This Book of Destiny seems to reveal the future of whoever possesses it." At this, he could not resist glancing at the contents within. Strangely, however, as Lu Chen held the tome, the text regarding Hua Qingying's fate swiftly dissipated, leaving only a void. Ha ha ha. It seems this so-called Book of Destiny is rather unreliable, Lu Chen remarked with a chuckle. Nonetheless, it was retrieved by the Yuanshi Tianzuan from the realm of Zhangmi, so it must possess some significance. The item he risked his life to bring back could not merely be a trinket for idle entertainment. Originally seeking Hua Qingying's insights regarding the realm of Zhangmi, the inquiries had only deepened the mystery surrounding it. Very well, I shall keep this tome for now. In due course, I shall personally venture into the realm of Zhangmi to unravel its enigmatic secrets. With that, Lu Chen stowed the Book of Destiny. However, amidst their discourse, neither noticed the subtle shift in the demeanor of the Yuanshi Tianzuan behind them, where a glimmer of icy light flickered within his murky gaze. Hua Qingying, upon observing Lu Chen's intent to venture to the realm of Zhangmi, felt compelled to speak. Esteemed elder, do you intend to journey to that realm? If so, might you allow me to accompany you? Hua Qingying harbored a persistent curiosity about that unknown land. For both the 9 ancient progenitors and the Yuanshi Tianzuan had resolutely chosen to explore it, suggesting secrets best left unspoken. Lu Chen, taken aback, inquired, "Oh, you wish to join me?" You have departed, leaving the vast heavenly court in uncertainty. Hua Qingying spoke with unwavering candor. Thanks to the intervention of our esteemed predecessor in this recent conflict, the currently beleaguered evil spirit realm no longer poses a threat to the heavenly court. Faced with Hua Qingying's obstinacy, Lu Chen refrained from further persuasion. Very well. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. However, the entrance's emergence remains uncertain. With his formidable divine consciousness as the creator god, he would instantly perceive the brief appearance of the passage. Meanwhile, in a distant, enigmatic realm, a shadowy figure suddenly opened its eyes wide, emanating a chilling gaze that seemed to transcend countless dimensions. The power of the law of light surged around him, infused with a righteous aura far surpassing even Hua Qingying by thousands of times. The scene shifted back to the heavenly court. In that case, I shall take my leave. As for the Yuanshi Tianzuan, let him remain within the heavenly court for now, Lu Chen remarked as he rose slowly, his voice contemplative. He had initially intended to glean some insights from the Yuanshi Tianzuan, but it seemed a futile endeavor. It was perhaps wiser to leave a minter-mentee sentiment for Hua Qingying instead. I bid you farewell, esteemed deity, Hua Qingying responded promptly. Just as Lu Chen was about to depart, he suddenly halted, casting a glance laden with doubt towards the Yuanshi Tianzuan. He then turned to Hua Qingying and spoke in an oddly inquisitive tone. If I am not mistaken, you too are a descendant of the Yuanshi Xianzu, are you not? The Yuanshi Xianzu, renowned for their mastery over the path of light, were considered the sovereigns of the law of light. Their lineage was exceedingly rare, nearly extinct since the ancient times, only surviving due to the rise of the Yuanshi Tianzuan. Hua Qingying, taken aback, quickly replied, "Indeed. The righteous path I wield originates from the Yuanshi Xianzu. What concerns do you have, esteemed deity?" After receiving a confirmation, Lu Chen pondered momentarily. I have perused numerous texts regarding the Yuanshi Xianzu. Apart from you and the Yuanshi Tianzuan, it seems there was another formidable figure among your kin. Hua Qingying, puzzled, nodded. Are you referring to the Yuanzu? The Yuanzu, one of the 9 primordial ancestors from ancient times, was the first master of the 9 tripod and had ventured to the realm of oblivion. As Lu Chen's eyes narrowed in contemplation, an abrupt anomaly unfolded. A mysterious force from beyond the heavens surged forth, causing Hua Qingying to contort in agony, striking his head against the ground in desperation. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Lu Chen's countenance darkened considerably. The Yuanshi Tianzuan, endowed with a power that spanned the heavens, broke free from his restraints. Roar! The Yuanshi Tianzuan unleashed 12 fate gates behind him, directing an overwhelming force toward Lu Chen. Huh, I knew this was far from over. Surprised by the Yuanshi Tianzuan's escape, Lu Chen stomped his foot, enveloping himself in the Creator God's order. The collision of the Fate Divine Power and the Creator God's order unleashed a violent energy wave, overturning the entire heavenly palace. The very cosmos trembled as the deities within the heavenly court sensed the disturbance. What has transpired? The nearest deities, including those from the Space Temple and Time Temple, had no chance to flee, reduced to mere dust in the aftermath. That direction leads to the heavenly palace. The 9 great celestial beings, such as Shumi Dazuan and Panyuan Gusen, turned their gazes toward the heart of the heavenly court, the abode of the Tianzuan. Now engulfed in chaos, amidst the thunderous upheaval, another wave of annihilation surged forth. Witnessing their imminent demise, the 9 great celestial beings quickly banded together to form a defense. After a grueling confrontation, they sustained severe injuries, spewing blood in the process. What on earth is happening? Panyuan Gusen pondered, unable to fathom how. With Hua Qingying's presence and the Tianyan Zuanshan as a guest, anyone would dare to launch an assault. At that moment, amidst the chaos, a frantic message erupted, reporting to the celestial beings, the Yuan Xianzu have inexplicably gone mad, wreaking havoc throughout the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, Shumi Dazuan felt a shiver run down his spine, furiously exclaiming, "What? How can this be?" In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Yuan Xianzu, their eyes filled with chaotic hues, surged forth, infused with the power of light and destiny, unleashing slaughter within the heavenly court. The Yuan Xianzu, a revered lineage among the deities, had always commanded great respect. With no choice left, Panyuan Gusen and the others hastened to quell the uprising. The scene shifted again, revealing Lu Chen with his hands clasped behind him, the Creator God's order enveloping him like an invisible wall. This power weighed heavily upon him as he regarded the Yuan Tianzuan, who was relentlessly assaulting him, and Hua Qingying, whose demeanor had transformed, his divine power surging to nearly exceed the realm of the divine emperor. The overwhelming righteous energy coalesced in his hands, relentlessly bombarding Lu Chen. Yet, each onslaught was thwarted by the Creator God's order. Confounded, Lu Chen opened the identity panels of both individuals before him to delve deeper. Hua Qingying, modifiable. Identity, Tianzuan of the heavenly court. Yuan Xianzu, modifiable. Cultivation, half-ancestor, empowered by the light ancestor, modifiable. Yuan Tianzuan, modifiable. Identity, Yuan Xianzu, modifiable. Cultivation, half-ancestor, empowered by the fate divine power, modifiable. The mention of the light ancestor and fate divine power left Lu Chen pensive. What is this half-ancestor cultivation all about? A profound mystery began to unveil itself. In their relentless assault on the Creator God's order, the Yuan Tianzuan and Hua Qingying appeared tireless. This fate divine power is indeed peculiar. It can even create ripples in my order. Lu Chen had never been so grave. Under the influence of the fate divine power, the Yuan Tianzuan had indeed left a barely perceptible ripple within Lu Chen's order, something that had remained unaffected by all prior attempts. With a slight stomp, Lu Chen unleashed a torrent of Creator God energy. In an instant, the Yuan Tianzuan and Hua Qingying were violently propelled away, their forms soaring like arrows released from a bow, cast thousands of light years away, their physical forms obliterating in the process. Had Lu Chen not held back, harboring doubts, they would have perished countless times before they even struck. From their dialogue, Lu Chen had keenly sensed the anomaly emanating from the Yuan Tianzuan. The surge of fate divine power could not escape his discerning gaze. Regrettably, he still could not discern the source of this force. It appeared that external troubles were far from resolved. With that, Lu Chen swiftly approached Panyuan Gusen and Shumi Dazuan. I pay my respects to the Tianyan Zuanshan. Upon Lu Chen's arrival, the deities of the heavenly court immediately bowed in reverence. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As far as the eye could see, the members of the Yuan Xianzu appeared indistinguishable from Hua Qingying and Yuan Tianzuan, as if they had lost their wits. Some even resorted to self-detonation in their fervor to annihilate one another. Upon witnessing the emergence of Lu Chen, their gazes converged upon him. Faced with the onslaught, Lu Chen's eyes flickered as he activated his will, instantly freezing time and space. Without exception, the figures of the Yuan Xianzu stood motionless. Observing this scene, Panyuan Gusen and Shumi Dazuan collectively sighed in relief. Considering that the Tianzuan also hailed from the Yuan Xianzu, their previous actions had been exceedingly cautious, leaving them in a state of disarray and distress. After expressing their gratitude to Lu Chen for his assistance, Zhenwu Dadi and others promptly inquired about Hua Qingying's whereabouts. Might I ask where the Tianzuan is? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen forced a smile, gesturing nonchalantly into the distance. Behold, your Tianzuan is over there. Panyuan Gusen, Zhenwu Dadi, and the others followed his The next moment, the deities of the heavenly court were overtaken by expressions of horror, rendered speechless. They beheld Hua Qingying, whose physical form had been shattered by a single blow, charging once more at Lu Chen, a colossal meteor forged from divine light descending upon them. Radiating an exceedingly terrifying heat, aimed squarely at the heavenly court. The overwhelming wave of heat bore down upon them, and this strike was more than sufficient to obliterate the entire heavenly court. Is that really the Tianzuan? Could it be? What has happened to the Tianzuan? All the deities wore incredulous expressions as they beheld this spectacle, including Panyuan Gusen, who had placed his utmost trust in the Tianzuan. They found it hard to believe that Hua Qingying, long regarded as the leader of the heavenly court, would ever act in such a manner. Meanwhile, Yuanshi Tianzuan had also arrived, 12 portals materializing behind him, pulsating with a terrifying divine force of fate. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, Lu Chen unleashed his order field once more. In an instant, a violent tremor reverberated through the air. Enough. Unable to endure further disturbances, Lu Chen's gaze hardened, his inner fury igniting as he prepared to unleash the full might of the Creator God. Yet, he suddenly recalled the contents inscribed in the Book of Fate and swiftly suppressed his impatience and anger. If he were to act rashly and slay Hua Qingying and Yuanshi Tianzuan in a fit of rage, would that not fulfill the so-called fate? I cannot kill. Instead, I shall capture you first. With that, an icy crystal coalesced at Lu Chen's fingertip. In the next moment, an unparalleled chill emanated from within him. The power of the ultimate cold ice law could even freeze time and space. In the blink of an eye, the chilling aura spread forth, encasing both Hua Qingying and Yuanshi Tianzuan in ice, transforming them into two magnificent ice sculptures. After accomplishing this, Lu Chen cast his gaze toward the distant starry expanse, his expression growing increasingly frigid as he murmured, "Do not let me discover the mastermind behind all this, or else." The series of bizarre occurrences pierced his heart like a sharp thorn. As the Creator God, Lu Chen detested the sensation of events spiraling beyond his control. Might I inquire about the Tianyan Tianzuan and the Yuanshi Shinzu? What exactly is going on? Panyuan Gusen, deeply perplexed, stepped forward, mustering his courage to ask cautiously. To this, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, "Bring them to me." Upon uttering these words, Lu Chen vanished from sight. Panyuan Gusen, Shumi Dazuan, and the others exchanged glances. Understanding the secrets involved were beyond their purview. Thus they refrained from further comment. The scene shifted. Hua Qingying was brought into a grand hall, while Lu Chen sat cross-legged upon the ground, his brow furrowed. Faced with this scenario, even the Creator God found himself at a loss. "Oh, my lack of experience is truly regrettable. If only the system could bestow upon me the corresponding experiences alongside this cultivation, we would not find ourselves in this predicament." Frustrated, Lu Chen muttered to himself. In his state of uncertainty, he decided to infuse some of his Creator God power into Hua Qingying. Unexpectedly, this haphazard action prompted a flicker of consciousness in Hua Qingying. The once frozen Hua Qingying's chaotic eyes regained a glimmer of clarity, and he pressed his lips together, whispering faintly, "Guanghan Realm. Moon Goddess." However, after uttering those few words, his gaze once again clouded over. Guanghan Realm? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Is there something unique about this Guanghan Realm? Immediately, the enchanting image of the Moon Goddess, gracefully gliding like a swan over water, surfaced in his mind. Lu Chen was well aware of her reputation as the most beautiful deity among the divine realm and had even glimpsed her likeness in the famed Qifeng Qixin painting. It must be said that even for one who had seen countless beauties, Lu Chen found himself captivated by her unparalleled elegance. Yet, how was the Moon Goddess connected to this matter? Chapter 177, Lianxi. It seems I must venture to Guanghan Realm. Lu Chen's gaze drifted toward the direction of the southern divine domain. In the southern divine domain, the Guanghan Realm, a celestial moon emitted a soft, ethereal glow. Within this elegant palace, cool and tranquil both inside and out, two exquisite figures were seated beneath a tea pavilion. One of them, with a visage reflecting the moonlight, skin as pure as snow, and eyes containing the brilliance of the stars, exuded an air of majesty. Clad in a gossamer ice-blue celestial gown that perfectly enveloped her graceful form, she cradled a translucent jade rabbit in her arms. This individual was none other than the ruler of Guanghan Realm, one of the 7 fairies of Qifeng, widely recognized as the most beautiful goddess in the celestial realm, the Moon Goddess. Sister Moon Goddess, I just learned from my father that the Nightmare Demon Lord and the Hongming Demon Dragon God have perished, and the evil gods have all been vanquished. This battle marks a great victory for the heavenly court. The other maiden seated beside the Moon Goddess, named Lianxi, wore an expression of uncontainable joy as she spoke. Like the Moon Goddess, her skin was as white as ice and snow, her eyes akin to 2 radiant golden stars. Her lips were cherry red, and her petite figure was clothed in a gown of golden threads that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Especially her stunning face, every smile and frown capable of captivating hearts, radiated an aura of sanctity. In terms of figure and beauty, she was only slightly inferior to the moon goddess before her. Oh, just a few days ago. The situation was quite dire. How has such a swift victory been declared now? Upon hearing this, the moon goddess lifted her downcast eyes, a ripple of surprise reflecting in their depths. Pausing her gentle caress of the jade rabbit, she turned her gaze toward Lianxi, her tone soft as she inquired. In response to the moon goddess's question, Lianxi adopted a mischievous expression, leaning in closer with an air of gossip. Gazing at the moon goddess's enchanting face within arm's reach, she whispered, "If Sister Moon Goddess were to share the details of your relationship with Father, Lianxi would certainly have something to say." The two maidens, seated across from one another in the tea pavilion, formed a breathtaking tableau. However, upon hearing this, the moon goddess wrinkled her delicate nose, turning away with her jade rabbit and languidly remarked, "Humph, Lianxi, when the Tianzuan next visits, I may not be able to keep quiet about your negligence in cultivation." At these words, Lianxi's face fell, and she grabbed the moon goddess's arm, shaking it as she pleaded, all right, Sister Moon Goddess, I was wrong. If Father finds out that I have been slacking off in my studies under your guidance, and have yet to break through to the Divine King, he will surely confine me once more." Lianxi was none other than the daughter of Hua Qingying. Not only that, she was also ranked alongside the moon goddess as one of the 7 fairies of Linfeng. As the daughter of the current heavenly sovereign, Hua Qingying has always been exceedingly severe with her, demanding that she break through to the Divine King realm within a century. Fearing punishment from Hua Qingying, Lianxi had no choice but to recount the events that transpired in the northern divine realm in their entirety. After listening to Lianxi's account, the moon goddess fell into deep contemplation, her clear phoenix eyes shimmering with profound meaning. It was astonishing that this esteemed figure of the Tianyan realm possessed such unfathomable strength, surpassing even Hua Qingying. Moreover, what of the Yuanshi Tianzuan? Had he not perished in the land of oblivion thousands of years prior? How could he suddenly return and stand with the forces of the evil spirit realm? The moon goddess's lips parted slightly, involuntarily exclaiming in admiration, especially upon hearing that the Tianyan divine had managed to subdue Yuanshi Tianzuan single-handedly, annihilating the nightmarish demon lord and countless evil gods. Had it not been for the fact that these words came from the daughter of the current divine sovereign, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. Lianxi, is this truly the case? After a long silence, the moon goddess suspected that Lianxi was jesting with her and sought confirmation once more. Observing the astonished expression on the moon goddess's face, Lianxi pouted her red lips and replied earnestly, "This matter is absolutely true, with no intention to deceive. When my father conveyed this message to me, I was equally shocked, just like you, sister. It is indeed remarkable that a master whom even my father could not contend with was so easily subdued by the Tianyan divine. Furthermore, the annihilation of the nightmarish demon lord and so many evil gods seems utterly incredible." At this moment, the moon goddess wore an expression filled with myriad thoughts. Suddenly, the jade rabbit in her arms transformed into a lively and adorable young girl. The girl's sparkling eyes twinkled like stars. "Wow, truly worthy of the Tianyan divine. How impressive!" the girl exclaimed, her face radiating admiration, resembling a lovesick maiden. Since hearing of the Tianyan divine's deeds years ago, the little jade rabbit had completely transformed into a devoted fan. Now, upon learning that the Tianyan divine had single-handedly battled against countless evil gods, she could no longer contain her excitement. "All right, Yuan, if you do not break through soon, you can forget about leaving the Guanghan realm in the future." Witnessing this scene, the moon goddess smiled helplessly, extending her slender fingers to give Yuan a gentle tap on the forehead. Ouch! The startled Yuan reverted back to her jade rabbit form, pouting her lips and looking at the moon goddess with a pitiful expression. "All right, master." After reprimanding Yuan, the moon goddess turned her gaze back to Lianxi. "Lianxi, you must also strive to enhance your cultivation promptly. Otherwise, when facing that sudden affliction in the future, even with my presence, it may be difficult to suppress it." Upon hearing this, Lianxi nodded, but the mention of cultivation made her head ache, prompting her to curiously inquire, "Sister Moon Goddess, what is the nature of your relationship with Father? Please tell me about it." After speaking, Lianxi tugged at the moon goddess's delicate arm, playfully trying to charm her. The rumors regarding Hua Qingying and the moon goddess had circulated widely in the realm of the gods. On the surface, and in secret, numerous versions of the tale were told. One was hailed as the foremost figure of the age, while the other was renowned as the most beautiful maiden. Together, they were a match made in heaven, captivating the eyes of all. As Hua Qingying's only daughter, Lianxi naturally harbored greater curiosity about their rumored relationship than others. Over the years spent in the Guanghan realm, She and the moon goddess had grown as close as sisters, often sharing laughter and playful banter. "Oh, here we go again." The moon goddess sighed, her phoenix eyes gently closing as she fell silent. As the most beautiful maiden, she emanated an icy demeanor from within. Concerning matters of love, the moon goddess had always been exceedingly indifferent, never seeking a partner. Countless suitors, drawn by her ethereal beauty, had pursued her, their numbers likely stretching from the Eastern Divine Realm to the Western Divine Realm. Even Hua Qingying, the most revered figure of the age, had once bowed beneath her charm. Yet, she resembled a proud and pure swan, capable of captivating all with a mere smile, yet disdained to involve herself in the mundane world. You would do well to focus on your cultivation rather than indulging in idle gossip. Do you not wish to uncover the origins of your affliction? Recently, Xianxia had been persistently pestering her, leading the moon goddess to hastily change the subject. Long ago, Hua Qingying had suddenly descended upon the Guanghan realm, placing Xianxia under the moon goddess's care due to a drastic change in her demeanor, as if her very essence had been seized by another. Even Hua Qingying found himself powerless in the face of this transformation. At that time, he and the moon goddess shared a deep bond and learned of her similar experience, from which she had eventually escaped through certain means. In order to stabilize Xianxia, Hua Qingying sought the moon goddess's assistance. With her help, Xianxia was finally able to recover. To prevent any recurrence, Xianxia had since resided in the Guanghan realm, often by the moon goddess's side. "Sister moon goddess, you must know many secrets about this matter?" Xianxia gazed at the moon goddess with curiosity. Regarding that incident, she had no recollection, feeling as though her body had been controlled by another during that time. The moon goddess spoke slowly. "With your current cultivation, it is best not to delve too deeply into this. The implications are vast, and even your father may not fully grasp them. Xianxia, you must continue to refine your skills, or you may find that affliction reemerges unexpectedly." However, Xianxia scoffed at this, as she had no memory of that past, leading her to sometimes suspect that her father had fabricated the tale to scare her into diligent practice. "Please, it has been over 100 years. If it were to resurface, it would have done so by now." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Xianxia's tone faltered, her delicate form suddenly stiffening. Observing this abrupt change, the moon goddess's expression grew serious, and she set down the jade rabbit, rising slowly. Creak, creak. Xianxia's once clear autumn eyes were now clouded with a chaotic murkiness, and her head twisted in an eerie manner. Boom! The power of the law of light erupted from within her. In the next moment, Xianxia appeared as if transformed, her vacant gaze fixed on the moon goddess, her throat emitting a deep, ominous sound. "Wow, how terrifying. Master, what has happened to her?" The timid jade rabbit quickly hid behind the moon goddess, cautiously peeking out with its fluffy head, clearly frightened by Xianxia's fearsome expression, so starkly different from her former beauty. "The ancestor." The moon goddess furrowed her brow, her fingers clenched into a fist, her delicate face cold as ice. Xianxia's body twisted rigidly, her voice deep and deliberate. Is that traitor?" This scene mirrored the current situation in the heavenly court, where Hua Qingying and Yuan Tianzuan found themselves. As a member of the Yuanshi celestial clan, Xianxia's body was similarly under external control. "Humph." The moon goddess wasted no breath, stepping lightly toward Xianxia. As she approached, her demeanor was as frigid as ice, her ethereal blue gown enveloping her graceful figure, her jade feet gliding over the floor. As she moved, the hem of her gown flowed like azure waves, surrounded by countless ice crystals and frost, the temperature plummeting to absolute zero. "Do you think you can contend with me?" Xianxia's lips pressed together unnaturally, and a heavy sound emanated from her throat. In an instant, the power of the law of light surged forth, and a vast sun descended. The moon goddess showed no sign of fear, her cool voice resonating throughout. "If the true form of the ancestor were to descend, I, as a junior, would naturally not contend with a senior. Yet, relying solely on the mere embodiment of consciousness is insufficient to contend with the younger generation." As the words fell, an icy frost enveloped the entirety of Guanghan, and countless sharp icicles crystallized, colliding with the blazing sun. The impact was thunderous. In the midst of this energy clash, the palace of the moon goddess collapsed instantly. The figures of both combatants vanished from their original positions, weaving through the Nanshinyu at speed surpassing light itself. At this moment, the power unleashed by Xianxia had transcended that of the divine emperor, reaching an exalted dimension of the laws of power. With a mere thought, Xianxia summoned immense divine power, mobilizing myriad stars. Countless stars and black holes surged toward the moon goddess, armed with the ice soul divine sword. The moon goddess had attained the pinnacle of the ice law, freezing and shattering these celestial bodies into a cascade of icy shards. The moon goddess's strength now far exceeded the realm of the divine emperor. The fierce battle soon stirred the entire Nanshinyu. Simultaneously, in the Nanming Xinyu. The Nanming Divine Emperor, having just returned from a great victory in the Bei Xinyu, stood deep in the starry expanse, his gaze heavy as he watched the clash unfold. Before long, the Xianxiao Divine Emperor arrived. What transpired? Is that the moon goddess? Upon glimpsing the moon goddess's breathtaking form, the Xianxiao Divine Emperor was filled with confusion. Historically, the world regarded the moon goddess solely for her unparalleled beauty that could ensnare any heart. Yet, her cultivation was merely that of a divine king. Could it be that she had been concealing her true prowess all along? The Xianxiao Divine Emperor couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. No wonder she harbored such lofty pride. In the past, the charming Xianxiao had fervently pursued the moon goddess, only to be met with indifference. Reflecting on it now, he felt a pang of bitterness. Such terrifying sorcery. The Nanming Divine Emperor exclaimed in awe, at such a vast distance. The residual waves of their battle still send shivers down my spine. This is undoubtedly not a conflict between divine emperors. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the celestial bodies in the Nan Xinyu had been obliterated by their clash. If this trend continued, it wouldn't be long before the entire Nan Xinyu met the same fate as the Bei Xinyu, becoming a desolate land. Just then, a delicate voice called out, "Elder brother, what is happening? What has occurred?" Following the sound, a woman adorned with a phoenix crown and draped in purple silk appeared. This was none other than the Nanming Divine Emperor's sister, the ZY Empress. The ethereal purple silk failed to conceal her striking form, and the ZY Empress radiated an air of regal elegance. Her ruby lips were irresistible, her fair skin barely concealed, and her neck bore an exquisite whiteness surpassing that of freshly fallen snow on Kunlun's peak. Her breathtaking beauty could make the heavens and earth bow in admiration. The ZY Empress was also one of the 7 fairies of the wind, alongside the moon goddess, Lianxi, and Yu Qingli. With the recent victory in the Bei Xinyu, the Nan Xinyu now faced unforeseen turmoil, truly a season of tribulation. The ZY Empress raised her gaze toward the distant battle, unable to hide the worry in her eyes, and urged the Nanming Divine Emperor, "Brother, we must swiftly inform the heavenly sovereign. Such a level of battle could reduce ordinary divine emperors to mere cannon fodder." Chapter 179, Arrival and Intervention. The Nanming Divine Emperor nodded gravely. Indeed, with such a commotion, the heavenly sovereign must have already arrived. No sooner had he spoken than a formidable pressure of the heavenly Tao descended upon them, causing the 3 divine emperors of the Nanming Xinyu to feel an unprecedented suffocation. There stood Lu Chen, hands clasped behind his back, before the 3. Upon recognizing the slender figure, the Nanming Divine Emperor's pupils constricted in fear, and he hurriedly bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to the Tianyan Divine Being. Congratulations on your arrival in the Nanming Xinyu." The Xianxiao Divine Emperor, realizing that the visitor was the Tianyan Divine Being, instantly became flustered. "Congratulations on your arrival." The Xianxiao Divine Emperor struggled to control his trembling arms, bowing deeply to Lu Chen. In the Bei Xinyu battle, the Tianyan Divine Being had displayed overwhelming might, single-handedly turning the tide of the battle. With just a casual strike, he had vanquished countless evil gods, eclipsing the heavenly sovereign and basking in glory. Recalling his previous offense against Hua Qingying in the Jiyuan heaven, the Xianxiao Divine Emperor felt as if he were sitting on needles, a chill coursing through him. Given the Tianyan Divine Being's extraordinary power, should he hold a grudge for the earlier incident, he might well face death today. "I pay my respects to the Tianyan Divine Being," the ZY Empress said, gracefully curtsying, her slender waist delicate as a willow in the breeze, her red lips parting softly. Indeed, Lu Chen paid no heed to the trio, his gaze fixated upon the fierce battle between the moon goddess and Lianxi in the depths of the cosmos. Moon goddess, modifiable. Gender, female, modifiable. Identity, sovereign of Guanghanjia. Daughter of Hongzhu, modifiable. Cultivation, half-ancestor, modifiable. Lu Chen's attention turned to the moon goddess, donned in an ice-blue celestial gown. Indeed, as rumored, she was the most exquisite beauty in the realm of gods. The gossamer gown clung to her delicate form, surrounded by frost and snow, making her beauty seem otherworldly. Upon first sight, many would find their minds blank, her grace reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Even Lu Chen found himself momentarily entranced, unable to articulate the profound beauty before him. Yet, it was not only the moon goddess's stunning visage that astonished him, her cultivation was also noteworthy. Half-ancestor? Was there truly no higher realm beyond the divine emperor? What could this half-ancestor signify? A look of puzzlement crossed Lu Chen's face. After struggling for a moment, he shifted his gaze to the other figure. Lianxi, embodiment of the primordial ancestor, modifiable. Gender, female, modifiable. Identity, primordial immortal clan, daughter of Haoyan, modifiable. Cultivation, upper-level true god, half-ancestor, modifiable. Oh, She is indeed the daughter of Haoyan. This is intriguing. Lu Chun observed Lianxi, her cascading golden locks flowing down to her waist. Adorned in a gown of golden threads, a phoenix crown atop her head. Her bosom was as prominent as a lotus leaf, exuding an aura of purity and sanctity. Yet, an air of peculiarity surrounded her at this moment, truly reminiscent of Haoyan. Lu Chun furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. At this moment, the Nanming Divine Emperor spoke up. We implore the esteemed elder to intervene. Otherwise, the entire Nenshinyu will be engulfed in flames, and all beings shall perish. In response, Lu Chun replied indifferently. That is only natural. No sooner had he spoken than he traversed time and space, arriving between the moon goddess and Lianxi in the blink of an eye. With a resonant clang, the very fabric of time and space echoed with a hum as he arrived. An unfathomable force repelled the two women. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's arrival, Lianxi's countenance shifted to one of profound fear, sensing a formidable aura of danger emanating from him. Without uttering a word, she turned and fled into the distance. Yet, Lu Chen chose not to pursue. Instead, he observed quietly. Just as Lianxi had escaped millions of light years away, she inexplicably found herself back at her original position. WN. Qiying. W. Xing. Lianxi exclaimed in disbelief. This was a feat achievable only by one who had attained the utmost in spatial laws, embodying the dominion of space. Hence referred to as the Tao ancestor of space. The realm of the Tao ancestor is not a specific cultivation level, but rather a pinnacle divine emperor, who, after comprehending the power of the laws, becomes a master of a singular domain. The half-ancestor occupies a middle ground, having become a master of a domain. Just a step away from reaching the Tao ancestor, it can be said that Daozu represents the pinnacle of cultivation achievable by all beings across the myriad realms. Beyond this point lies a domain unattainable by the creatures of the universe. Seeing no hope of escape, Lianxi resolutely abandoned her resistance and roared at Lu Chun, foolish beings. How could your insignificant strength ever contend with the greatness of fate? One day, you shall all be reduced to ashes beneath its power. With that, Lianxi concentrated her thoughts, emanating an immense force of destiny, preparing for self-detonation. However, Lu Chun would not allow her to succeed. He clenched his hand, and the primordial power of creation transformed into an invisible cage, firmly binding Lianxi within. Under the suppression of this divine force, Lianxi found herself immobilized, as if her very essence had been siphoned away. How is this possible? How can the great power of destiny be constrained by your divine strength? Lianxi exclaimed in astonishment. After securing her, Lu Chun swiftly approached, his tone icy as he demanded, Speak. Where's that place? Yet, Lianxi adamantly refused to divulge the information, instantly withdrawing from her possessed state. This entire scene was closely observed by the moon goddess behind her. At this moment, the moon goddess gracefully floated forward, her voice as enchanting as a hidden spring, inviting Lu Chun. Thank you, venerable deity, for your assistance. I understand you must have many questions. Please accompany me to the Guanghan realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun nodded and waved his hand, carrying the slumbering Lianxi away. Meanwhile, the observing Nanming Shindi, Zynd, and Xiaoyao Shindi collectively exhaled in relief as the battle finally came to a halt. It seems the heavens of the divine realm are about to change. A storm is brewing, yet another tumultuous autumn, Nanming Shindi lamented, sensing an impending shift. Zynd, confused, replied, Brother, what makes you say so? The evil spirit realm has been utterly annihilated, leaving only remnants struggling to survive. With the likes of Tianyan Zuanshan safeguarding the divine realm, who would dare to invade? At the mention of Tianyan Zuanshan, Zynd's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she slightly tightened her long, graceful legs. Witnessing her infatuation, Nanming Shindi could only shake his head helplessly and admonish, Sister, you are now a deity, yet you still behave like a child. Though the surface of the myriad realms appears tranquil, beneath it lies tumultuous waves. Do not forget why the original Tianzuan and the 9 great ancestors departed. With that, Nanming Shindi vanished with a melancholic expression. In the Guanghan realm, a pair of lustrous feet lightly touched the void, layers of frost crystallizing around them. The moon goddess, cloaked in a veil of ethereal moonlight, gracefully descended. Master, you have finally returned. Are you unhurt? As soon as she arrived, a sweet voice rang out, and the jade rabbit, with its ears flopping, eagerly leaped into the moon goddess's embrace, expressing concern. The moon goddess smiled gently, stroking the soft fur of the jade rabbit. I am fine. Come, let us greet the venerable deity. This tender smile was enough to bewitch all, exuding a cold and transcendent aura, untouched by worldly affairs. Following her gesture, Lu Chen's figure suddenly appeared behind her. What? Tianyan Zuanshan? Upon seeing Lu Chun, the jade rabbit quickly transformed into human form, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she danced around him. You are truly the revered deity. The jade rabbit blinked her starry eyes in admiration, her short tail wagging happily. Observing the adorable girl before him, Lu Chen smiled lightly. The jade rabbit, a spirit pet of the moon goddess, is indeed quite enthusiastic. The moon goddess, hearing this, pursed her lips and admonished the jade rabbit. You do not be disrespectful. Please lead the revered deity to my humble abode. The scene shifted, and Lu Chen and the moon goddess sat facing each other in her chamber. This was the first time a man had entered the moon goddess's quarters. Are you indeed a descendant of Hongzhu? Lu Chen inquired. In response, the moon goddess softly replied, Truly, you are the Tianyan Zuanshan. Your mental acuity is unparalleled. Yes, as you have surmised, I am indeed a descendant of Hongzhu. Should you have any inquiries, I shall answer without reservation. Lu Chen then directly questioned her about the Zhangmi Guishu and the 9 great ancestors. After a moment of contemplation, the moon goddess began to narrate. This tale begins long ago. As the daughter of Hongzhu, it seemed he foresaw something before his departure and sealed me within an ice coffin. It was not until several epochs later that I awakened. Shortly after my awakening, I encountered a fate similar to that of Hua Qingying and Lianxi, as my body was inexplicably controlled. However, upon awakening, I sensed a certain calling, a calling that I am certain originates from my bloodline. Moreover, I felt the possibility that my father may still be alive, having returned from Zhangmi Guishu. It was from that moment that I discovered a place known as Lihuanshan, an exceptionally unique secret realm within the divine realm, forged from the combined power of the 9 great ancestors before their departure. In Lihuanshan, I found my returning father. From him, I learned of some hidden truths and the extensive connections between the power of destiny and Zhangmi Guishu. Unfortunately, my father seems to be under some form of constraint, only able to impart these secrets and the methods to resist being controlled again before sealing himself within Lihuanshan. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately stood, urgently asking, Where is Lihuanshan? Take me there. The moon goddess gently responded, My father's current condition is quite unstable, and he instructed that only when one possesses sufficient strength to break the seal can they seek him. Even I, with my half-ancestor cultivation, was unable to break the restriction. In my quest to uncover the secrets, I sought out Hua Qingying, who is revered as the strongest of this era. Unfortunately, even together, we could not breach the seal. The rumors surrounding us began to circulate from that point onward. I have no desire to clarify these matters, as they were merely Hua Qingying's unrequited feelings. However, before proceeding, may I ask the revered deity to first assist in freeing Lianxi from the ancestral possession? This possession contains the laws of destiny, which I cannot contend with at my current cultivation level. Observing the previous battle, it is evident that you possess the strength to suppress the ancestral self-detonation, and even the laws of destiny seem to be subtly restrained. Your cultivation must be formidable, perhaps akin to that of my father, having reached the Daozu realm. The moon goddess tenderly caressed the jade rabbit in her arms and began to speak. With a wave of her hand, an ancient tome fell before Lu Chen. He smiled gently. Very well, let us first resolve the troubles at hand. Upon hearing Lu Chen's agreement, the moon goddess slightly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance. With her words, the moon goddess took the jade rabbit and left the chamber, leaving Lu Chen alone with Lianxi. Subsequently, Lu Chen scanned the essence of the method, immediately grasping the crucial points. The next moment, he turned his gaze towards Lianxi, leaning forward to closely observe her breathtakingly beautiful visage. Amidst the cascading golden locks resembling a curtain of pearls, the exquisite visage, with skin as smooth as jade and fairer than frost, appeared almost ethereal. Her delicate willow-like brows arched elegantly, exuding an innate majesty, while her high-bridged nose and graceful figure added to her allure. Her lips, red as cherries, were small and inviting, complemented by a gown of golden silk that accentuated her flawless beauty, imbuing her presence with an air of noble sanctity. Lianxi lay quietly, her gentle breath releasing a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of a precious jade radiating brilliance. Truly, she was the daughter of Hua Qingying. Among the women Lu Chen had encountered, few could rival her splendor. After a moment of admiration, Lu Chen followed the teachings of his method, channeling a trace of creation divine power into his fingertips. He then began to traverse the acupoints across Lianxi's body through the delicate veil of her golden gown. The warmth of her fragrant aura enveloped him as he worked. At that moment, Lianxi, lying on the jade bed, seemed to respond, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. A blush blossomed on her fair face, and she gently bit her jade finger. Chapter 181. The Law of Fate. Departure from Lihuanshan. The Law of Fate is indeed tyrannical. Lu Chen concentrated the creation divine power at his fingertips, expelling the remnants of the Law of Fate from Lianxi's body. He had previously sensed the formidable nature of this so-called power of fate, which could momentarily resist his divine strength. As his fingers danced across Lianxi's gown, the law of fate gradually diminished. A soft murmur escaped Lianxi's lips, and her mouth parted slightly, releasing a gentle fragrance as her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, akin to a bloom on white rice paper. Even her earlobes glimmered with a coral-like sheen. Once liberated from the control of the law of fate, Lianxi gradually awakened. Her deep-set eyes, reminiscent of a pool adorned with flecks of gold, slowly opened. "Ah, you shameless rogue." Yet, she had awakened at an inopportune moment, discovering Lu Chen's hand firmly grasping her heart's pulse. Instantly, her pupils constricted, and a hint of anger colored her cheeks, causing her to grit her teeth in frustration. She attempted to rise and push Lu Chen away, only to find herself utterly powerless to move. Lu Chen, taken aback by her swift awakening, was equally astonished. In the ensuing chaos, he inadvertently pressed 2 fingers together, causing a wave of delightful pain to surge through Lianxi. Her mind blanked as their eyes locked, the atmosphere thickening with an eerie silence until shattered by her sharp cry, "Rogue." Lianxi trembled with indignation, her status as the daughter of a celestial sovereign rendering her unaccustomed to such impertinence. The commotion soon attracted the moon goddess from outside. "What has transpired?" The moon goddess, concerned for Lianxi, hurriedly entered, only to be met with a scene that left her astonished. "What are you two doing?" she gasped, her mouth slightly agape, staring at the pair on the ground. The jade rabbit in her arms bounced with indignation, wishing to exchange places with Lianxi. Faced with this awkwardness, Lu Chen felt equally embarrassed. Though separated by a gossamer veil, the soft and delicate sensation made it difficult for him to resist. After a lengthy explanation, the misunderstanding was finally resolved. "Lianxi, you were under the control of the Yuan ancestor, but fortunately, the Tianyan divine sovereign arrived in time to assist you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." The moon goddess moved gracefully, her breathtaking beauty gracing Lianxi's hand with a gentle touch. The 2 celestial maidens stood together, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty, as if all the mountains and seas paled in comparison. Witnessing this, even Lu Chen could not suppress the urge to whisk them away to a secluded life, lost in a realm of tenderness. "Ah, I see. Thank you, Tianyan divine sovereign." Lianxi replied, her head bowed, her hands lifting the hem of her gown as she blushed, unable to meet Lu Chen's gaze. Her voice was barely a whisper. "I apologize for my earlier offenses." Reflecting on the previous moments, she felt a profound embarrassment, having never experienced such close contact with any man before. A mere trifle, Lu Chen coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his own discomfort. At the mention of Hua Qingying, Lianxi's expression tightened, and she inquired with concern, "May I ask, esteemed sovereign, about my father's condition? Is he also under the control of the Yuan ancestor?" Lu Chen smiled knowingly and replied, "As long as I am stationed in the heavenly court, your father is safe, though he is temporarily restrained." Upon hearing that her father was unharmed, Lianxi sighed in relief. However, when she lifted her gaze to meet Lu Chen's crystal-clear eyes, she quickly lowered her head again. Her heart racing, she brushed a stray golden lock behind her ear, her eyes shyly glancing at him. The moon goddess, observing Lianxi's bashful demeanor, could not help but smile knowingly. It was understandable. Lu Chen, at such a young age, had surpassed the current celestial sovereign and demonstrated unparalleled prowess in the battle against the dark gods, single-handedly quelling the evil forces. Such a remarkable youth had never been seen throughout history, making it difficult for anyone not to feel a stir of admiration. Even the proud daughter of the celestial sovereign, Lianxi, had tempered her usual nonchalance. "Moon goddess, please take me to Lihuanshan." After freeing Lianxi from the law of fate, Lu Chen was eager to visit Lihuanshan to confront the Yuan ancestor and unveil the secrets therein. "Yes, please follow me, esteemed sovereign," the moon goddess nodded. Lihuanshan lay concealed within the Guanghan realm, and under the moon goddess's guidance, they soon arrived at the barrier. Considering Lianxi's limited strength, the moon goddess refrained from bringing her along. Before them stood a chaotic barrier. The moon goddess moved gracefully, her slender waist swaying like a willow, her long legs partially visible beneath her skirt, captivating the eye. Approaching the barrier, she explained softly, "My father specializes in the path of chaos, revered as the Chaos Tao ancestor. This barrier was established by him to confine himself. Given your abilities, breaking it should pose no challenge." From the earlier battle against the Yuan ancestor, the moon goddess surmised Lu Chen had mastered the space path, reaching the level of a space Tao ancestor. "Indeed," Lu Chen replied calmly. "Moon goddess, step back." As soon as he spoke, Lu Chen remained stationary, and with a mere thought, the creation divine power forcefully shattered the chaotic barrier before him. Boom! A gust of wind surged forth, lifting the moon goddess's skirt and exposing her long legs to the air. The energy released from their collision was enough to send even her, a half-ancestor, flying back, inadvertently landing in Lu Chen's embrace. As the fragrant breeze enveloped him, Lu Chen instinctively reached out and steadied her delicate arm. His fingers accidentally brushed against something soft. The moon goddess's face flushed crimson, as if electrified, and she quickly sprang away from Lu Chen's hold. Are you all right, moon goddess? Lu Chen feigned concern. The moon goddess shook her head, while her thoughts turned inward, pondering. This Tianyan divine sovereign is indeed as indulgent as the rumors suggest. Was his earlier action truly unintentional? Chapter 182. The Ancestral Dragon, Pillar of Creation, Wheel of Destiny. After the seal of Lihuanshan was broken, the two entered one after the other. Upon stepping into Lihuanshan, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. The air was thick with chaotic mist, and numerous grotesque, withered trees loomed in their sight. With a sudden stomp of his foot, Lu Chen unleashed a torrent of primordial divine power from within, conjuring a fierce wind that swiftly refined the chaotic fog. Once the mist was dispelled, Lu Chen's divine sense quickly enveloped the entirety of Lihuanshan. He had found it. In a matter of moments, he pinpointed the fluctuations of Hongzu's aura. Without hesitation, he darted in that direction, closely followed by the moon goddess. The scene shifted to a dilapidated cave within Lihuanshan. An elderly man, resembling a dying tree, kept his eyes tightly shut, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. He was enshrouded by the power of the laws of fate, which incessantly eroded his form. At that moment, the space ahead rippled, and the figures of Lu Chen and the moon goddess materialized before him. Father. Upon seeing Hongzu, the moon goddess could no longer contain the yearning that had built up within her heart and rushed forward. Stop. Lu Chen intervened just in time. The laws of fate surrounding Hongzu were extraordinarily dense, having completely eroded his divine essence. Even Lu Chen felt apprehensive in the face of this divine power, wary of making any rash moves. At that moment, Hongzu slightly opened his eyes, which had long been sealed in this place. He had evaded fate's grasp, concealed by the aura of Lihuanshan. However, when Lu Chen shattered the chaotic barrier and entered Lihuanshan, fate once again ensnared Hongzu. At long last, this day has arrived. Hongzu's voice was faint as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Chen and handed over an ancient tome. Young friend. But just as he was about to continue, an unexpected event occurred. The fate tome, which had been concealed by Lu Chen, suddenly radiated a brilliant light. An invisible force of fate surged forth. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Lu Chen quickly cast the fate tome away. The tome erupted with an unparalleled and terrifying power. Hongzu seemed to have anticipated this. He immediately closed his eyes and was engulfed by the light of fate. This power was the primordial divine force. Lu Chen's heart trembled, realizing that the power unleashed by the fate tome had indeed reached the level of the primordial deity. Father. Witnessing Hongzu's impending demise, the moon goddess was overwhelmed with sorrow, a single tear cascading down her cheek. Yet, the fate tome seemed unwilling to relent. As another surge of divine light approached, the 12 aspects of fate, representing life, death, calamity, fortune, malevolence, auspiciousness, joy, anger, illusion, reality, the past, and the future, unfolded before them. The 12 gates of fate exuded a terrifying celestial might, and a voice, seemingly from the primordial deity, echoed, "All things in the world cannot escape fate. Those who dare to defy it shall perish." With a tremendous roar, Lihuanshan could no longer bear the weight, as the power of the 12 aspects of fate relentlessly devastated the surroundings. Fate. Ridiculous. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen's long-suppressed fury erupted. He waved his hand, sending the moon goddess away. Moon goddess, you cannot intervene here. Leave at once. With that, Lu Chen stepped forward alone, unleashing the order of primordial divine power, which clashed violently with the gates of fate. This was the first time he fully exhibited his strength since attaining his primordial divine cultivation. With a thunderous crash, Lihuanshan was instantly overwhelmed and shattered. The moon goddess escaped without hesitation, taking the bewildered Lianxi with her. Does fate even have the right to govern me? An ethereal divine form coalesced, and Lu Chen swiftly retrieved a sword named Xianxiaaudiobooks from the system store. The primordial divine power converged within the sword, and with a single stroke, he unleashed the pinnacle of primordial force, causing the very fabric of space and time to distort and collapse around him. As the sword fell, the gates of fate were reduced to dust, along with the fate tome. After a long while, what lay before him was a void of chaotic nothingness. The Guanghan realm, which once existed, had long since transformed into cosmic dust, the power of the primordial deity too fearsome to comprehend. In the aftermath of Lu Chen's full-force strike, the fabric of time and space shattered, transporting him to another dimensional space. With the fate tome destroyed, a colossal shadow, resembling a towering pillar, appeared before Lu Chen. The system panel displayed an array of question marks, an unprecedented occurrence. Holding the sword in one hand, Lu Chen hovered in the void, his brow furrowed. His gaze fixed ahead as he spoke in a deep voice. "Who are you?" The vast shadow also gazed down at Lu Chen, and after a lengthy silence, it emitted a peculiar voice, neither distinctly male nor female. "You should have walked the same path as us. Yet, how foolish you are to stand alongside mere ants defying fate." Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen was struck with a mix of amusement and anger. "I apologize, but I have never been one to look up when conversing with others. Since you refuse to disclose your origins." His tone shifted abruptly as a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, and the primordial divine power transformed into a tempest. The terrifying and boundless force forcibly subdued the shadow before him. However, the shadow showed no sign of anger, and just before it dissipated, it uttered words that were both intriguing and foreboding. The progenitor dragon, before its demise, transformed its blood, flesh, and scales into 36 pillars of creation. These pillars, through the path of fate, opened the heavens, birthed all beings, and maintained the order of the cosmos. Yet, the dragon's horn fell to the mortal realm, severing its ties with fate. Fate cannot be defied. Should you persist in your rebellion, only annihilation awaits you. As the shadow vanished, its words resonated within Lu Chen's heart. His expression grew grave, and he murmured, "Pillars of creation, fate." From the shadow's words, he had begun to grasp something significant. His gaze then fell upon the ancient tome that Hongzhu had given him before his demise. Opening the tome, he discovered records detailing the secrets learned by the 9 primordial ancestors in the realm of obliteration. All beings in the world are ensnared by fate. The 36 pillars of creation govern all things. In 30 million years, they will unleash the heavenly calamity of fate to reap the souls and restart the eternal cycle of the cosmos. Chapter 183, The Secret of Creation, Primordial Deities. Heavenly calamity of fate, the truth of the world. All beings of the myriad realms are bound by a predetermined fate. Even the mightiest among the 9 primordial ancestors, Hongzhu, Yuanzhu, and Huangzhu, could not escape the inevitable. Having reached the zenith of their powers, the 9 primordial ancestors, after countless eons, finally glimpsed a sliver of fate. Realizing that all beings could not escape predetermined fate, they refused to be subjugated. Thus, they gathered the gods of their realm and crafted the 9 tripods, venturing into the ominous and mysterious realm of obliteration. However, upon entering this realm, the 9 primordial ancestors uncovered an even more astonishing secret of creation. It turned out that all things in this world, the laws of the Tao, and the rules of nature were forged by the 36 pillars of creation. These pillars were birthed from the blood, flesh, and scales of the progenitor dragon, crafted by the primordial deities that had emerged from its essence. Having existed for countless ages, the 36 primordial deities were not without flaws and had not truly attained eternity. Perhaps countless billions of yuan might allow them to persist in this world. Yet after countless billions of such periods, they would inevitably dissipate into the cosmos to achieve eternal existence and reach the realm of the ancestral dragon. The 36 primordial deities forged 36 pillars of creation, establishing the myriad realms of the heavens. The beings that emerged within these realms were referred to as the post-heavenly beings. In truth, these post-heavenly beings were merely potent elixirs nurtured by the primordial deities. Thus, every 30 million billion cycles, the 36 primordial deities would launch a comprehensive harvest of the myriad realms. At that time, whether they were the human or beast races from the realm of the gods, or the malevolent gods from the realm of evil spirits, or the wood spirits from the wood spirit realm, they would all be transformed into nourishment for the 36 primordial deities. Consequently, the myriad realms would collapse, turning into cosmic dust, returning utterly to the void. This harvest of the myriad realms was known as the fated celestial calamity. The creation of the myriad realms, teeming with countless beings, saw the 36 primordial deities rise from the ancestral dragon, yet also meet their downfall through it. Before the full-scale execution of the fated celestial calamity, they would succumb to prolonged slumber, unable to monitor the myriad realms constantly. As creators, they were naturally unwilling to witness the rise of post-heavenly beings that could disrupt their eternal existence. Therefore, to restrain these beings, they employed the pillars of creation, wielding their immense powers. Thus, the concepts of fate and destiny were born. With fate, they could entirely suppress the post-heavenly beings and perfectly harvest the elixirs. Upon learning of all this, the 9 primordial ancestors who entered the land of oblivion were utterly astounded. They had not anticipated such a staggering secret hidden within the world. Each of the 9 was a remarkable figure, having emerged after countless cycles, knowing they were ensnared by fate. How could these 9 primordial ancestors resign themselves to becoming mere elixirs for the primordial deities? Consequently, they traversed the land of oblivion, seeking to destroy the pillars of creation and obliterate fate itself. However, despite their celestial powers, how could they contend with the primordial deities? The 36 primordial deities, asleep within the pillars of creation, were awakened. The outcome was inevitable. 8 of the 9 ancestors fell under control, becoming puppets. Only Hongzhu, amidst the combined efforts of the other 8 ancestors, managed to break free from the bindings using the power of the 9 cauldrons, escaping the land of oblivion. Yet, at that moment, Hongzhu was gravely injured, his essence eroded by the force of destiny, leaving him on the brink of death. To avoid becoming a puppet, Hongzhu had no choice but to utilize the power of the 9 cauldrons once more to forge the Li Huan Tian, sealing himself within. The primordial deities, still in slumber, could not leave the land of oblivion, their strength reduced to a mere fraction of their former glory. This allowed Hongzhu to survive until today. During this time, the puppets, Yuanzhu, Yuzhu, Dizhu, and Zhou, also emerged from the land of oblivion, continuously searching for Hongzhu across the myriad realms. Naturally, Hongzhu was aware of this, and to conceal his whereabouts, he immediately abandoned the Li Huan Tian after its creation. The 9 cauldrons fell into the hands of the other 8 ancestors, until a millennium later, the appearance of Yuan Shi Tianzun, who established the heavenly court, marked a turning point. By then, Yuan Shi Tianzun had reached the half-ancestor realm. To uncover the truth, he resolutely ventured into the land of oblivion. Upon entering, he encountered the puppet Yuanzhu. As a fellow member of the Yuan Shi celestial lineage, Yuan Shi Tianzun's arrival momentarily restored Yuanzhu's consciousness due to the slumber of the 36 primordial deities. Under Yuanzhu's guidance, Yuan Shi Tianzun reclaimed the 9 cauldrons and the Book of Destiny. However, Yuanzhu was soon recontrolled, and under the influence of the bloodline, Yuan Shi Tianzun ultimately could not escape doom, meeting a tragic end in the land of oblivion, becoming yet another puppet. Thus, the truth behind this convoluted mystery revealed itself, and upon perusing the ancient texts left by Hongzhu, Lu Chen's expression grew grave as he murmured, "It seems that the earlier ethereal figure was indeed one of the 36 primordial deities. No wonder he did not resist. He was in slumber." He then recalled the ancestral dragon mentioned in the ancient texts, leading him to ponder, these 36 primordial deities, birthed from the blood and flesh of the ancestral dragon, should possess power equivalent to my own, all at the level of a creator deity. Their ultimate goal behind this fate is to harvest the myriad realms into an eternal elixir. But what of the lost horn of the ancestral dragon? Could it be that this horn? At this point, Lu Chen's heart jolted. The post-heavenly beings constrained by fate could not transcend their realms. Thus, the only explanation for Lu Chen's current prowess lay here. In essence, Lu Chen's emergence represented their sole obstacle to harvesting the elixir and achieving eternal existence. Facing all 36 creator deities simultaneously filled Lu Chen with immense pressure. Fortunately, their powers were incomplete, not constituting the full essence of a creator deity. Otherwise, the situation would be far more unpredictable. Lu Chen shook his head, softly muttering, "Well, we shall take it step by step, at least for now. They will not awaken soon. As for the land of oblivion, since the 9 primordial ancestors and Yuan Shi Tianzun, its entrance has been sealed by the pillars of creation. The 36 primordial deities remain in slumber, making it impossible for Lu Chen to enter. Otherwise, with his strength, he could likely wipe them out in one fell swoop." With this thought, Lu Chen smiled wryly and quickly departed the void. Meanwhile, in a certain mysterious space, a colossal pillar stood tall, magnificent, and exuding an unparalleled aura of creation. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that there were indeed 36 such pillars. At this moment, a gaunt figure draped in a cloak knelt before the 36 pillars of creation, reporting, "Master, the individual unbound by fate has appeared. Previously, he interrupted the possession of my subordinates in the realm of the gods." Within one of the pillars of creation, a chaotic, ethereal figure sat in meditation. "I am aware. For the next few epochs, refrain from making excessive noise. The cycle of 30 million billion is approaching. Await my awakening and do not act recklessly." A peculiar voice resonated, neither distinctly male nor female, imbued with a terrifying divine power. Upon hearing this, Yuanzhu promptly responded with respect, "Yes, I will obey." After delivering his report, Yuanzhu reluctantly departed. Shortly thereafter, the other dormant presences within the pillars of creation began to awaken. One of the pillars spoke, "For previously you forcibly awakened yourself to confront this individual. What did you discover about him?" The 4, who had faced Lu Chen, pondered for a moment before replying. "If I am not mistaken, This individual is most likely the manifestation of the ancestral dragon's horn. Moreover, his cultivation is nearly flawless, unbound by fate and outside the realm of destiny. Upon hearing this, the other primordial deities erupted in laughter. Among them, the Tianyan Emperor boldly declared, "We have waited countless years and finally located the horn of the dragon. Once we awaken completely, this individual's perfect cultivation will pose no challenge to us." The 36 primordial deities, birthed from the blood and flesh of the ancestral dragon, were incomplete in their powers. If they could obtain and fully refine the ancestral dragon's horn, they would no longer need to harvest the myriad realms for elixirs, truly stepping into eternal existence. Enough of the disturbances. Return to slumber swiftly. I can hardly wait any longer. As the voice fell silent, the pillar of creation returned to its tranquil state, and the 36 innate deities once again succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the Yuan Zhu hastily conveyed messages, summoning the other progenitors to quietly await the arrival of that destined day in the realm of burial oblivion. The scene shifted to the southern divine domain, the remnants of the Guanghan realm. The celestial expanse where Guanghan once resided had now been rent asunder, revealing a gaping abyss that resembled a voracious behemoth, mercilessly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy and the laws of the universe. At this moment, the moon goddess and Lianxi stood nearby, their expressions grave as they beheld this sight. Thankfully, the venerable deity had sent me away, otherwise, both of us might have perished within. The moon goddess gently caressed the jade rabbit in her arms, her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, rippling with emotions. Remembering her father's death before her eyes weighed heavily upon her heart, causing her to clench her delicate fists. Beside her, Lianxi gazed blankly at the unfolding scene, her pupils suddenly constricting as she raised a hand to cover her lips, asking, "Will the venerable deity be all right?" She had never encountered such a terrifying spectacle before. The sheer force ravaging the environment was enough to intimidate even the half-ancestor moon goddess, who dared not step into the fray. Caught in the previous aftermath, Lianxi, adorned in a golden gown, appeared somewhat disheveled, with several tattered sections of fabric and her 3,000 golden strands cascading chaotically over her shoulders. At that moment, the South Ming Divine Emperor, the Zy Empress, and the Xiao Divine Emperor hastily approached, alarmed. What has transpired? Where is the Tianyan Venerable? Upon witnessing the desolation before them, the South Ming Divine Emperor's heart sank, and he quickly inquired about Lu Chen. Currently, the Celestial Lord lay in a coma, his mind clouded. Recognized as the paramount figure in both strength and status, the Tianyan Venerable was indispensable for maintaining order in the heavenly court and among the realms of gods. All could falter, but the Tianyan Venerable must not. "I do not know," the moon goddess replied calmly, her form unmoving. Before departing, she cast a glance back, catching a glimpse of the four symbols Saint's phantom. Even from a distance, the intangible pressure it exuded instilled profound dread within her, a half-ancestor. Should she linger any longer, she feared being torn apart by that oppressive force, leading to her demise. The Xiao Divine Emperor, witnessing the grim scene and the breathtaking beauty before him, found himself momentarily entranced. After a brief hesitation, he cautiously approached and asked, "Moon Goddess, are you injured? I possess a newly concocted healing potion." However, before he could finish, the Moon Goddess did not even cast him a cold glance. She merely responded with indifference, "I am unscathed." There is no need for the Xiao Divine Emperor to concern himself. Stunned by her words, the Xiao Divine Emperor fell silent, his face clouded with sorrow as he hurriedly stepped back, his usual dignified demeanor vanishing entirely. Faced with the moon goddess's ethereal presence, even the most resolute would be compelled to bow before her. Sister Moon Goddess, what truly transpired within? Who did the venerable deity battle against? Lianxi's golden eyes, sparkling like stars, reflected her boundless worry. In response, the moon goddess began to recount the events she had experienced within Li Huantian. Upon concluding her account, the gathered crowd could hardly conceal their astonishment and disbelief. Particularly, the venerable South Ming Divine Emperor gasped, "Hongzhu. Hongzhu is still alive?" To everyone's surprise, the moon goddess's lineage was profoundly significant, being the daughter of Hongzhu, one of the 9 primordial ancestors. Even Lianxi, her closest companion, had been unaware. No wonder she was Hongzhu's daughter. The Xiao Divine Emperor felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. I hope the venerable deity remains safe. Otherwise, the realms of gods may descend into chaos once more. The Zy Empress, who had remained silent, furrowed her brow in deep thought. Just as the group was engaged in earnest discussion, the abyss stirred with unusual activity. Suddenly, Lu Chen emerged from within, appearing before the assembly. Venerable deity. Lianxi was the first to step forward, her face filled with concern. "It is truly a relief to see you unharmed." Lu Chen met her gaze with a smile, replying, "Indeed, How could anything befall me? He was somewhat surprised by Lianqi's reaction, which prompted a smirk within him as he thought, "Ah, my irresistible charm." Soon, Lianqi seemed to realize her lapse as the daughter of the celestial lord, her cheeks flushing as she stammered, "As long as the venerable deity is well, then there is hope for my father's rescue." Chapter 185, Requesting Orders. 1 year later, Lianqi's explanation appeared feeble to the others. Venerable deity. Who was the person that appeared so suddenly? At this moment, the moon goddess narrowed her eyes, her brow furrowed as she gently inquired of Lu Chen. The sense of pressure she felt upon the four symbols saint's arrival was beyond what the Tao ancestor could compare. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen produced the ancient tome gifted by Hongzhu, stating, "This book holds the secrets of this world. As beings of myriad realms, they possess the right to know the hidden truths within." As the content of the ancient tome was revealed, the expressions of the moon goddess, Lianqi, and the South Ming divine emperor turned grave. Each face bore the weight of profound concern. The realization that they were akin to livestock, raised merely as nourishment for the innate deities, left the South Ming divine emperor and others feeling deeply conflicted. The truth was so alarming that had it been spoken by anyone other than the Tianyan venerable, they would have been deemed madmen. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy as the South Ming divine emperor, brow furrowed, hesitated before asking, "Might I inquire, venerable deity, how much time remains until the next 30 million yuan gathering and the impending fateful tribulation?" In response, Lu Chen slowly shook his head. "I am not entirely certain. You may disseminate this information." The ZY Empress clenched her hands tightly, her ambitious spirit causing her chest to rise and fall dramatically. With a solemn tone, she bowed to Lu Chen, stating, "The 36 pillars of creation ensnare beings in their fate, regarding them as mere harvest. How could we wish to become sheep for slaughter? In this vast expanse of realms, only you possess the capability to contend with those innate deities. We implore you to lead us in the struggle against the pillars of creation." Earlier, within Lihuantian, Lu Chen had encountered the four-symbol saint and had directly vanquished its projection. The Xiao divine emperor, South Ming divine emperor, moon goddess, and Lianqi quickly followed suit, respectfully requesting Lu Chen to take command. Lu Chen nodded, responding with a calm demeanor, "This need not be reiterated. Their focus is primarily on me. Their cultivation is incomplete, and should they attempt to harvest beings as nourishment, I shall not stand idly by." Upon hearing this, the moon goddess and South Ming divine emperor promptly echoed, "The venerable deity upholds righteousness." Subsequently, the South Ming divine emperor articulated his perspective, stating solemnly, as mentioned in the ancient tome, "The 36 innate deities remain in an endless slumber. Is this not the perfect opportunity to eradicate them? The venerable deity should issue a command, rallying the realm of gods to locate the entrance to the burial oblivion and eradicate their stronghold." The Xiao divine emperor, standing nearby, wholeheartedly agreed, shaking his folding fan as he added, "Indeed, the 36 innate deities, empowered by the ancestral dragon's physique, scorn all beings. How can we cultivators simply await our demise?" However, Lu Chen sighed, responding slowly, "Following this upheaval, my existence has been fully exposed to their gaze. Finding that place now is indeed no easy task. The vast expanse of the myriad realms is boundless, and the primordial deities are certain to conceal their entrance with divine power. Even if I, the deity, were to seek it personally, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Upon hearing these words, those present fell into a profound silence. The 36 primordial deities are ancient beings whose years are beyond reckoning. Their schemes and methods are undoubtedly extraordinary, not to mention their unparalleled and terrifying might. Yet, you need not lose heart. The fateful calamity that will engulf the myriad realms may be merely a few hundred or even several thousand cycles away. Until then, as long as I remain here, they will not dare to act recklessly, and the myriad beings still have ample time to prepare. Observing the despondency of the Nanming Shindi and the Yushan, Lu Chen promptly offered words of comfort. "Very well, if there are no further matters, you may all disperse." In the next moment, the Nanming Shindi, Ziwei Nd, and Xiaoyao Shindi all took their leave from Lu Chen with heavy hearts. In a shift of scenes, the heavenly court, the heavenly palace. A year has passed since the battle in Guanghan realm. The realm of the gods is now rife with unseen currents. With the secrets of the pillar of creation and the abyss of oblivion fully unveiled, the existence of the primordial deities has been exposed to the world. Upon learning that these primordial deities are exceedingly fearsome and intend to unleash a fateful calamity upon the myriad realms to harvest souls, the four divine domains each reacted differently. Some were filled with righteous indignation, choosing to diligently cultivate and enhance their powers to confront the impending catastrophe alongside the heavenly court. Others scoffed at the notion, dismissing it as mere hearsay. After all, such an absurdity is difficult to believe. There were even some unscrupulous individuals who, seizing the opportunity before the calamity struck, began to pillage recklessly, seeking to enact their final frenzied acts before destruction descended. Sigh. I had initially thought that after defeating the evil god in the northern divine domain, the realm of the gods could enjoy a period of tranquility. Little did I know that the secrets of the abyss of oblivion would be unearthed by the Tianyan Holy Land. Now, the realm of the gods is fraught with anxiety, as the threat of the primordial deities harvesting souls looms overhead. The Panyuan Gushen stood before the heavenly palace, gazing up at the myriad stars, his murky eyes filled with concern. Beside him, the Shumi Dazuan chided him with a laugh. You old fool. Why lament in such a sorrowful manner? Even if the sky were truly to fall, would we not have the Tianyan Holy and the Tianzuan to rely upon? As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall counter, and when water rises, we shall cover it with earth. Even if that day does come, what can we do to prevent it? It would be wiser to take each step as it comes. Hearing this, the Panyuan Gushen nodded in agreement, then turned to the heavenly palace. The Tianyan Holy is currently discussing this matter with the Tianzuan. I wonder what strategies they have devised. In the heavenly palace, beneath a pavilion, Lu Chen sat facing Hua Qingying. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Lu Chen personally intervened, erasing the remnants of fate from Hua Qingying and the members of the Yuan Shirzhu, with his creative divine power as a barrier. The Yuan Shirzhu will no longer be controlled by the ancestral bloodline. I am immensely grateful for the assistance of the esteemed deity. Without your presence, the heavenly court would have surely been reduced to ashes, and the consequences would be unimaginable, Hua Qingying said solemnly, bowing to Lu Chen. Sitting beside them, Lianxi quickly expressed her gratitude. Thanks to the esteemed deity, such great kindness shall be repaid, and should you ever require assistance, you need only summon me. Lianxi, adorned in a gown of golden threads and with cascading golden hair like a pure waterfall, stood gracefully, her hair falling between her curvaceous waist. Oh, it is but a trifling matter, no need for such formalities, Lu Chen replied with a smile, nearly losing his composure at the mention of repaying kindness. After a few pleasantries, Hua Qingying furrowed his brow and asked straightforwardly, given the circumstances, I implore you to speak candidly. What are your thoughts on the 36 pillars of creation? As the Tianzuan of the heavenly court, he had only just awakened to such an astonishing secret and was still engulfed in shock. Faced with the 36 primordial gods that slumbered in the abyss of oblivion, Hua Qingying felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he was merely a postnatal being, born under the shadow of fate, unable to escape its constraints. Lu Chen took a slow sip of tea, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied. They are born from the blood and flesh of the ancestral dragon, yet their true power as primordial gods is imperfect due to the absence of their dragon horns. Previously, their origins were shrouded in mystery, but now the fog has lifted. If we were to confront them, it is not certain that they would be my match. With an expression of tranquility, Lu Chen exhibited no fear of the primordial deity's existence. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation and fighting spirit in his demeanor. Though they were all primordial gods, and there were 36 of them, on the surface, Lu Chen appeared to be at a disadvantage. However, their incomplete powers as primordial gods rendered them incapable of contending with him. Their only advantage lay in their mastery of the laws of fate. From his earlier brief encounter with the four symbols Sacred Venerable, Lu Chen had already deduced that if they could unite to defeat him, they could easily awaken from their slumber, so why wait any longer? What Lu Chen truly feared was the existence of the power of fate, which he was certain was deeply connected to the ancestral dragon. It was highly probable that it was a remnant of the ancestral dragon's power left in the world. Both Lu Chen and the primordial deities drew their strength from the ancestral dragon, whose might was indisputable. Observing Lu Chen's confidence in the face of the impending calamity that the primordial deities might unleash, Hua Qingying cast aside his doubts and heavy heart. Truly, you are the Tianyan Holy. With your esteemed presence, I find solace. He continued, what guidance do you have for the heavenly court? Please, speak freely. Under your command, all the gods of the heavenly court shall obey your orders without question. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen slowly replied, although I can handle the 36 primordial deities, you need not worry. However, it is prudent to prepare thoroughly before the fateful calamity strikes. As for the specifics, you may deliberate on your own. There is no need to consult with me. Additionally, if you have the capacity, seek out the entrance to the abyss of oblivion, though it is likely to yield no results. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen set down his cup and vanished from the spot. Once Lu Chen departed, Lianxi, her starry eyes still fixated on his retreating figure, found herself momentarily entranced. Reflecting on Lu Chen's earlier demeanor, which seemed dismissive of all fears, a subtle smile crept onto her lips. This dreamy expression did not escape Hua Qingying's notice. Clearing his throat, he quickly interjected, he has already left. Why do you still gaze after him? At these words, Lianqi snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Never before had Hua Qingying witnessed his daughter so captivated by a man, and he shook his head with a wry smile. Oh, it seems a daughter cannot remain at home forever. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable, with Lu Chen's youth and remarkable achievements. Those once hailed as unparalleled prodigies were mere shadows in his presence. Were he a woman, perhaps even she would find it hard to resist such a lure. In response to Hua Qingying's teasing, Lianqi's ears turned crimson as her heart raced, and she hastily defended herself. Father, what are you saying? I merely harbor gratitude for the esteemed elder. Last time, he saved me in Guanghan realm. The mention of their first encounter in Guanghan realm brought back memories of Lu Chen plucking grapes upon their initial meeting. Lianqi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the ground to hide herself. As the daughter of the celestial sovereign, her status was extraordinarily noble. Adorned in a gown of golden silk, her cascading golden hair radiating an aura of sanctity and prestige. Yet, at this moment, every mention of the name of the Tianyan Zuanshan elicited this childish demeanor from her. Seeing his beloved daughter's heart already swayed, Hua Qingying, although reluctant to witness the little cabbage he had nurtured being taken by another, dared not voice any objections. After much contemplation, he spoke. You must think this through, for I have heard that there are many beauties surrounding the esteemed Zuanshan, many of whom are not at all inferior to you. Having been raised in the heavenly court, where you have basked in the adoration of countless, can you endure the jealousy and competition with other women, sharing a husband? Upon hearing this, Lianqi's smile faltered, and the rosy hue on her cheeks faded somewhat. The rumors surrounding Tianyan Zuanshan were numerous, particularly regarding his formidable powers and his notorious indulgence in pleasures, which was almost common knowledge. Even Xianxia, who was her equal, had been taken into Lu Chen's palace, reveling in nightly festivities. Contemplating this, Lianqi felt a flicker of inner turmoil. As the daughter of the celestial sovereign, she had always been cherished by her elders, and her pride made it difficult for her to accept the notion of sharing a husband with other women. The hesitation and struggle evident on her face did not escape Hua Qingying's notice. He spoke again, advising her, consider this carefully, lest you tarnish the esteem that Zuanshan has for you. With that, he rose to depart, leaving Lianqi in contemplative silence. With formidable foes looming and the impending cosmic tribulation hanging overhead, he could not afford to dwell on matters of romantic entanglements. Celestial Sovereign, Pan Yuan Gusheng and Sumi Dazuan, who were waiting outside, quickly bowed to Hua Qingying. He nodded in acknowledgement and solemnly declared, I have conferred with the esteemed Zuanshan. The revelation of the secrets surrounding the burial ground of annihilation will inevitably incite chaos in the realm of the gods. Henceforth, instruct the celestial beings to exert all efforts to eradicate these tumultuous elements. As his words echoed, Pan Yuan Gusheng and Sumi Dazuan promptly accepted their orders. Chapter 187, Kunlun Realm, the Plan of the Rebellious Disciple. In the illusory star sea of Kunlun Realm, the bustling Tianxing market served as a nexus for countless cultivators engaging in trade. A colossal statue loomed majestically against the sky, unmistakably that of the Tianyan Zuanshan. A year had passed since the great battle in the northern divine region, and the name of Tianyan Zuanshan resonated throughout the cosmos. The prestige of the Tianyan temple overshadowed even the current radiance of the heavenly court. Within the illusory star sea, all forces tacitly acknowledged their allegiance to the Tianyan temple. Under the divine might of the Tianyan Zuanshan, the illusory star sea had swiftly become the epicenter of the realm of gods. Numerous deities flocked here, in the Kunlun realm. Being centrally located within the illusory star sea, was teeming with life, as powerful figures from all directions converged. At this moment, two enchanting figures navigated through the crowd and entered an auction house. Sister Lingshan, let us go? Mu Xiaoyuan pulled Mu Lingshan along as they strolled nearby. Ever since taking Lu Chen as her master, Mu Xiaoyuan's cultivation had advanced remarkably. In just a year, she had reached the pinnacle of true godhood, merely a step away from the God King realm. The talent of her 10 absolute body was indeed terrifying. Beside Mu Xiaoyuan, the petite Mu Lingshan donned a delicate green dress, exuding an ethereal aura. Especially with her elfin ears adorned with translucent coral hues, she was a vision of beauty. Her innocent demeanor evoking a sense of affection. With her finely chiseled features flushed, Mu Lingshan gazed at her companion with wide, shimmering eyes. Sister Xiaoyuan, is it really wise for us to sneak out again? If we are discovered by Ancestor Bingyun, we may face severe repercussions. Mu Lingshan's gentle tone was laced with concern. The two had grown inseparable since Lu Chen's departure, becoming the closest of confidants. Understanding Mu Lingshan's underlying worries, Mu Xiaoyuan furrowed her delicate nose and quickly reassured her. It has been so dull being cooped up in the Yinxua realm. Fear not, Ancestor will not find out. During Lu Chen's absence, Mu Bingyun had been particularly strict with her. As the only direct disciple of the Tianyan Zuanshan, she could not afford to tarnish his name. Thus, she often sneaked out. However, Mu Lingshan pursed her lips, her fair and exquisite face displaying a complex array of emotions. A year had passed, yet she had not forgotten her family's plight. The Mu Ling realm remained under the control of the evil god. She could have returned to her clan long ago. But too many significant events had transpired. The Northern Divine Region battle, the unveiling of the secrets of the burial ground of annihilation, and the ambitions of the 36 pillars of creation seeking to harvest the myriad realms. Mu Xiaoyuan, perceiving her thoughts, hastily assured her, Sister Lingshan, do not worry. When Master returns, I will personally plead with him to help you go back. But the evil god is merely a defeated foe of Master. After speaking, a proud and admiring expression crossed her face. The two continued to wander, acquiring a myriad of trinkets and spiritual items. Soon, they arrived at a spiritual herbal pavilion. In front of the counter, Mu Xiaoyuan, her cheeks flushed, whispered to the shopkeeper, Do you have? The shopkeeper, taken aback by the stunning beauty before him, quickly donned a knowing smile. Ah, indeed, fair lady, we have just the item. As he spoke, he produced a vial of peculiar elixir and introduced it with great ceremony. This is our shop's unique secret medicine, just one pill. And not only a person, but even an elephant would be excited for 3 days and nights. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoyuan's face turned crimson. She took the pill, paid with spirit stones, and swiftly pulled Mu Lingshan away as if fleeing. The shopkeeper, watching their retreating figures, could not help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. Oh my. This girl appears to be a genuine beauty. Who would have thought she would be so audacious? I wonder who the lucky fellow will be. After exiting the herbal pavilion, Mu Xiaoyuan clutched the vial tightly, secretly plotting a grand scheme in her heart. Meanwhile, Mu Lingshan wore a puzzled expression, her large, watery eyes filled with curiosity as she inquired, What kind of elixir is this? Clearly, she had not comprehended the shopkeeper's earlier explanation. The Mu Ling clan was known for their innocence and kindness, their thoughts as pure as a crystal-clear spring. Despite having cultivated for over 1,000 years, Mu Lingshan remained as naive in spirit as a child. Seeing her untainted purity, Mu Xiaoyuan hesitated to shatter her innocence. However, unable to withstand Mu Lingshan's relentless questioning, she leaned in and whispered her daring plan of vengeance against the evil god. Oh! Mu Lingshan's pupils dilated in shock, her mouth slightly agape, her delicate hand covering her lips, her beautifully sculpted face aflame with heat. As if she had stumbled upon a new world. Is it truly possible? That esteemed Tianyan Zuanshan is your master. How could you? The innocent Mu Lingshan struggled to accept such a notion. The Mu Ling clan was not only pure in body, but also in spirit. Untouched by the stains of the world, Mu Xiaoyuan smiled sweetly, her charming face flushing as she replied, Sister Lingshan, you don't understand this, do you? By then, the rice will have been cooked into a meal, and with Master's temperament, he will surely accept me. At that moment, I will also be the revered lady of the deity. Ever since the moment she became a disciple, the young girl had begun to contemplate her grand scheme to win over her master, especially upon hearing that Lu Chun was surrounded by many beautiful companions. After all, the reputation of the Tianyan Zuanshan for indulging in pleasures had been well established, and he had a penchant for gathering enchanting fairies around him. In the past year alone, countless powerful factions had sent many remarkably beautiful female cultivators to the Tianyan Divine Palace, hoping to win his favor and climb the ranks. Those exquisite female cultivators also secretly admired the Tianyan Zuanshan for a long time, naturally harboring no grievances. If it is like this, Master probably has no reason to refuse, right? Mu Xiaoyuan's mind was filled with thoughts of that day, her face seemingly dripping with blood, embodying the innocence of a girl in love. Observing this, Mu Lingshan could only shake her head helplessly and sigh, Alas, I do not comprehend your world. As the two ladies strolled about, little did they know that numerous eyes were watching them from the shadows. Let us go, Sister Lingshan, let us explore the other side, Mu Xiaoyuan said, once again taking Mu Lingshan's hand as they wandered leisurely near a bustling street corner. Meanwhile, beneath the towering statue of the Tianyan deity in the Tianxing market, a grand mansion loomed majestically. Reporting to the ancestor, We have discovered a Mu Ling female cultivator in the city. A shadow darted past, kneeling in the center of the hall to deliver the report. Above, a man with graying temples and a solemn countenance sat in the main seat. The Kunlun realm had long been dominated by the Shang clan, and the man before them was none other than the clan's patriarch, Xianxia. Prior to submitting to the Tianyan Divine Palace, he was the ruler of the Kunlun realm. Oh, a Mu Ling female cultivator? Upon hearing that a female cultivator from the Mu Ling clan had appeared in the city, Xianxia's eyes lit up with urgency. As a former ruler of the Kunlun realm, Xianxia had secretly practiced a nefarious technique that involved devouring female cultivators' essence to enhance his powers. He was obsessed with beauty, insisting that each female cultivator he selected must possess exceptional looks. The number of women he had secretly captured was in the thousands, and none had survived after serving his dark cultivation. What a stunning beauty, truly a gem from the Muling clan. I have yet to savor such delights. Xianxia mused, immediately extending his divine sense throughout the city to lock onto Mu Lingshan. Mu Lingshan's delicate beauty, clad in a light green celestial dress, showcased her graceful figure, drawing forth an ethereal charm that was impossible to resist. Even Xianxia, who had seen countless women, felt his heart stir, licking his lips with a sickly pale and sinister smile. Hee, I've heard that women of the Muling clan are fiercely loyal and value their purity greatly. The thought of them resisting like sheep is simply tantalizing, he chuckled. And there is another girl, equally as beautiful. I shall capture her as well. The shadow below promptly echoed, Congratulations, ancestor. Xianxia nodded yes. Depart now, and do not alert the prey. These two female cultivators are remarkable. Moreover, their extravagant display suggests they hold unusual status. This time, I shall act personally. Once the subordinate left, Xianxia's cold smile quickly transformed into a frown. Alas, this cursed world. I hope that when the fateful calamity arrives, the Tianyan Zuanshan can withstand the onslaught of the primordial deities. Otherwise, all will turn to dust. Xianxia, who resided in the Kunlun realm, had not intended to submit to the Tianyan divine palace. However, the secret of the burial of the void had spread, and the 36 pillars of creation sought to reap souls and initiate the fateful calamity. Initially, Xianxia harbored doubts, but not long ago, the Heavenly Lord personally confirmed the truth of this matter. Upon learning that the calamity capable of engulfing countless realms could arrive at any moment, he chose to align himself with the Tianyan divine palace. Now, with the Tianyan Zuanshan's unparalleled cultivation surpassing even that of the Heavenly Lord, if he could not withstand the calamity, it was likely that all realms would face annihilation. Xianxia mused to himself. Thus, he had increasingly captured female cultivators, aiming to enhance his powers as much as possible before the calamity struck, ensuring a greater chance of survival. Enough of this. Pondering too much is futile. First, let us capture these two female cultivators. With that, Xianxia vanished from sight. Sister Xiaoyuan, we should return swiftly, otherwise, we may truly be discovered by the Ice Cloud ancestor. After being dragged around for quite some time, Mu Lingshan frowned and gently advised. Mu Xiaoyuan realized it was indeed time to leave, nodding in agreement. Yes, it is time to go back. Just as the two arrived in an uninhabited alley, preparing to leave the Kunlun realm, an eerie wind suddenly whipped around them. A formidable pressure bore down upon them, and their surroundings began to transform rapidly. Not good. Mu Xiaoyuan quickly discerned that they were ensnared in an illusion. What is happening? The sinister chill caused Mu Lingshan's delicate body to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed. Hee, one at the pinnacle of true divinity, and another at the upper echelons of true divinity. And both are of the 10 absolute bodies. It seems today we have been served a grand feast. Upon realizing that the two girls possessed 10 absolute bodies, Xianxia was taken aback. In the realm of deities, 10 absolute bodies were renowned for being exceedingly rare. And now, before him stood two such individuals. This pressure, the other party must be at least a divine king. Mu Lingshan's face was filled with fear, her expression betraying her trepidation, rendering her utterly adorable. Concealed and lurking. Witnessing this, Mu Xiaoyuan promptly summoned the 9 tripod and boldly declared, I am the direct disciple of the Tianyan Zuanshan. How dare you threaten me? Beware, for my master may return and eliminate you with a single strike. In the face of this situation, the young girl remained unfazed. With the Tianyan Zuanshan as her master, Mu Xiaoyuan felt a great sense of confidence. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was startled. A direct disciple of the Tianyan Zuanshan? But upon further reflection, he sneered. I almost fell for your trick. I have not heard of the ruler having a direct disciple. Do you think you can deceive me? You are still too naive. Over the years, Xianxia had captured numerous female cultivators who claimed to have ties with the Tianyan Zuanshan. He had long since dismissed such excuses. Now, he had no reason to believe Mu Xiaoyuan's words. Enough. Submit and become my furnace. With that, Xianxia transformed into a wisp of ghostly mist, charging toward Mu Xiaoyuan and Mu Lingshan. The overwhelming pressure from the divine king bore down upon them. The gap between a divine king and a true deity was insurmountable. And even with the 10 absolute bodies and the 9 tripod at her side, Mu Xiaoyuan could not bridge that divide. Old fool, you brought this upon yourself. In an instant, Mu Xiaoyuan summoned a lotus platform, which swiftly morphed into a flower child. Immediately, a tremendous pressure, akin to that of a divine emperor, erupted from the flower child. Yuqing Xuanlan was a gift bestowed upon Mu Xiaoyuan by Lu Chen as a token of apprenticeship. The small flower spirit, as the vessel of the Xuanlan, possessed strength comparable to that of the Qian Kuan Wu Liang Xindi. What? A Xindi powerhouse. Xianxia was utterly astounded, immediately subdued by the overwhelming might of the Xindi. It was astonishing that a mere young girl in the true god realm had a Xindi protector by her side. Could it be that this girl was truly a direct disciple of the Tianyan Zunshin? At this thought, Xianxia felt his heart tremble in fear. Such grandiosity could only belong to the Tianyan Zunshin, one of the few in the realm of gods. Just then, a boundless chill of profound ice enveloped the entire Kunlun realm. A piercing cry of an ice phoenix echoed throughout the universe. Mu Bingyun, situated in the Yinshui realm, sensed Mu Xiaoyuan was in peril and instantly arrived at the scene from afar. Dressed in a shimmering fairy gown, her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall. Beneath her exquisite jade visage radiated an aura that repelled all, with a hint of icy blue makeup at the corners of her eyes. Her enchanting curves were tightly wrapped in the celestial gown, and where the gown split, her long, elegant legs adorned in icy blue stockings were revealed. The people in the Kunlun realm could not help but gaze in awe, awestruck by the noble bearing of Mu Bingyun, the Ice Phoenix. Salutations, Ancestor Ice Phoenix. Observing the scene, various cultivators in the Kunlun realm bowed respectfully. Ever since Lu Chen's grand visit to the Yinshui realm, everyone in the realm of gods was aware of the close ties between the stunningly cold Ancestor Ice Phoenix and the Tianyan Zunshin. Anyone associated with the Tianyan Zunshin was not to be trifled with by any faction. Mu Bingyun cast a cold glance downward. Then in the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Mu Xiaoyuan. I have met Ancestor Bingyun. Mu Lingshan blinked innocently, bowing to Mu Bingyun. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoyuan stood frozen in place, caught off guard, and feeling somewhat embarrassed. The Ice Phoenix ancestor, gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful and cold woman before him. Xianxia was drenched in cold sweat. Mu Bingyun's graceful steps were accompanied by the delicate touch of her fair feet upon the air, the chilling ice crystals forming around her. Daring to act against the direct disciple of my master, you have quite the audacity. Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt his body weaken and tremble uncontrollably, pleading in a quivering voice, "Forgive me, esteemed senior. I truly did not know this girl as the direct disciple of the realm's esteemed lord." However, Mu Bingyun offered him no chance for explanation, with a mere glance. Xianxia was instantly reduced to countless shards of ice and dust, obliterated on the spot. Even at this juncture, there are still cultivators with such reckless thoughts. Mu Bingyun shook her head, letting out a weary sigh. The fate's tribulation could arrive at any moment, yet the cultivators below could hardly contain themselves, eager to seize the opportunity to plunder the world. Mu Bingyun then turned her gaze toward Mu Xiaoyuan, her brows furrowing as she reprimanded, "Son, why aren't you diligently cultivating in the Yinshui realm? Instead, you sneak out to attract trouble." Hearing this, the little girl pouted, wearing a look of pitiful grievance. Just then, a clear, hearty laugh emerged. "Ha, Xiaoyuan, have you missed your master?" The figure of Lu Chen silently appeared behind a crowd. After dealing with the chaos in the heavenly court and the Guanghan realm, he returned to the illusory Star Sea. "Master." Upon recognizing the familiar figure, Mu Xiaoyuan excitedly rushed forward, leaping into Lu Chen's embrace like a human pendant. Xiaoyuan has been waiting for master to return every day. With her chubby little hands affectionately rubbing Lu Chen's neck, she spoke in a sweet, clingy tone. Lu Chen, too, was fond of this affectionate little girl. "I pay my respects, esteemed master." Mu Bingyun and Mu Lingshan quickly bowed to Lu Chen. "Let us return to the Yinshui realm first." After saying so, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the surrounding space shifted, whisking the three women away. The scene shifted to the Yinshui realm. After indulging in sweet moments with Mu Xiaoyuan for a while, Lu Chen finally managed to extricate himself. At this moment, in Mu Bingyun's palace, "Master, are you injured?" Mu Bingyun carefully closed the door, her steps light as she inquired about Lu Chen's well-being with genuine concern. As her delicate feet lightly touched the ground, her legs, wrapped in icy silk stockings, extended from the slit of her gown. The sight was akin to a breathtaking landscape painting, captivating to behold. Recently, news had spread of the 36 pillars of creation hidden within the land of obliteration, intent on unleashing a fateful tribulation to destroy the world. Mu Bingyun could not help but fret for Lu Chen. In response to her worried inquiry, Lu Chen chuckled lightly. "How could I possibly be harmed? The 36 primordial divine beings' cultivation is not yet complete. They are no match for me. If he could discover the entrance to the land of obliteration, exterminating them would pose no challenge for him. As a descendant of the ancestral dragon, Lu Chen could not be chosen by fate, remaining free from its control and thus unafraid. Your master possesses immense power. I am in awe," Mu Bingyun remarked, her brows curving into a smile as her icy beauty softened. Her admiration for Lu Chen seemed to overflow as she gazed at him with a captivating demeanor. Master, for the sake of all living beings, you bravely stand against the pillars of creation alone. It must be exhausting. With that, Mu Bingyun stepped forward, offering to knead Lu Chen's shoulders and back to ease his weariness. This natural allure stood in stark contrast to her previous aloof and cold demeanor in the Kunlun realm. Before others, the enchanting ice phoenix fairy exuded an air of solitary elegance, while before Lu Chen, she appeared as a charming young woman, allowing him to savor her beauty at will. Soon, the atmosphere within the room became filled with warmth, as Mu Bingyun willingly loosened her attire, letting her shimmering gown and silk stockings glide down. Meanwhile, a petite figure hid outside the room. Hearing the sounds of dragon and phoenix mingling, Mu Xiaoyuan felt her cheeks flush, muttering, ancestor is truly shameless. With that, she produced a bottle of potent elixir she had purchased from the spirit medicine pavilion and stealthily returned to her cave abode. This potion was highly potent, likely challenging even for a god king to refine. Master, you cannot escape my grasp. Mu Xiaoyuan prepared a cup of tea, grinding the elixir into powder and mixing it into the tea. All was ready. As she gazed at the tea in her hand, Mu Xiaoyuan's mind wandered to the scene of Lu Chen drinking it. Everything was in place, just waiting for Master. Thus, she remained in her cave, quietly awaiting Lu Chen's arrival. Chapter 190, Discipline. Time passed, and 3 days and nights went by. However, Mu Xiaoyuan did not receive any sign of Lu Chen. Ancestor is so wicked, monopolizing Master for this long. It is truly excessive. Mu Xiaoyuan sat on the jade bed, pouting in annoyance. Meanwhile, in Mu Bingyun's palace, the room was in disarray, with gowns scattered everywhere and remnants of stockings strewn about the jade bed. Mu Bingyun's face was flushed, her body limp like a puddle of mud in Lu Chen's embrace. After the earth was nourished by spring rain, it was evident that life blossomed anew all around. Lu Chen, however, wore a look of lingering desire but was halted by Mu Bingyun's gentle hand. I beg you, Master, have mercy. Mu Bingyun, appearing fatigued, repeatedly declined. At that moment, she could hardly bear the strain, her jade legs feeling weak. All right. Lu Chen had no choice but to relent. Upon witnessing this, Mu Bingyun finally breathed a sigh of relief, her delicate lips slightly parted as she exhaled softly. Master, of late, Xiao Yuan has been quite mischievous. Since your departure, she often neglects her training, even entertaining thoughts that are quite unseemly. This girl has become so wild. She requires your guidance. Mu Bingyun buried her flushed face in Lu Chen's embrace, her crimson lips parting gently. Over the past year, with her divine emperor-level consciousness, how could she not have noticed Mu Xiaoyuan sneaking out? To prevent any unforeseen incidents, she had been quietly safeguarding her, naturally keeping a close watch on the girl's every move, especially regarding her audacious plan to ride against the ancestral deity. Upon hearing Mu Bingyun's grievances, Lu Chen felt a twinge of surprise and couldn't help but smile wryly. This little girl harbors so many schemes in her heart. What is your perspective on this matter? In response to Lu Chen's inquiry, Mu Bingyun obediently replied, How could I presume to question your decisions, Master? If it pleases you, I shall comply with your wishes. With that, Mu Bingyun lightly bit her red lip, exuding an air of innocent allure that seemed entirely natural. Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression turned awkward as he hastily defended himself. Ahem, what are you thinking? I have always regarded Xiao Yuan as my own daughter. How could I entertain such base thoughts? However, I cannot address this matter directly. You may gently remind her. Mu Bingyun nodded in surprise. After a tender moment of intimacy, she gathered her scattered garments from the floor and unsteadily departed. Xiao Yuan, there are important matters to discuss. Come with me. Just as Mu Xiaoyuan was anxiously waiting, she unexpectedly received a summons from Mu Bingyun instead of Lu Chen. Oh, coming. Thus, she reluctantly lowered her little head and left the cave. Hours later, a petite and delicate figure appeared at the entrance of Xiao Yuan's cave, dressed in a light green fairy gown with her hair tied up in high twin ponytails. Mu Lingshan stood nervously at the entrance. The ethereal aura unique to the Mu Ling clan permeated the air, her pointed ears twitching with life. Xiao Yuan, are you there? Mu Lingshan peered inside cautiously, calling out with a gentle voice. Upon closer inspection, she wore green leggings that snugly wrapped around her delicate legs, resembling a dainty fairy. Finding Xiao Yuan absent, Mu Lingshan tiptoed into the cave. The two girls shared a close bond and were inseparable confidants, with all barriers within the cave lifted for her. This must be the spiritual liquid that Xiao Yuan prepared for me, Mu Lingshan mused, blinking her clear autumn-like eyes as she lifted the cup of tea from the table. Earlier, Mu Xiaoyuan had promised to concoct a liquid to help her overcome her cultivation bottleneck, and had even sent her a message about it. Now, with Xiao Yuan absent. And seeing the abundant spiritual energy in the cup, Mu Lingshan mistakenly assumed it was the spiritual liquid. Without hesitation, she drank it all. However, before she could sit down and refine it, a wave of unbearable heat surged through her body. What is happening? Why is it suddenly so hot? At this moment, Mu Lingshan's eyes glazed over, a rosy hue blossoming on her fair cheeks. Could this be a side effect of the spiritual liquid? But as time passed, she felt increasingly uneasy. The inexplicable heat made her gasp, releasing puffs of warm air as she gently bit her jade-like fingers. Unable to endure, she collapsed onto the jade bed, tossing and turning. Her toes curled inward beneath her leggings, her complexion flushed, resembling a ripe, luscious fruit. The spiritual medicine Mu Xiao Yuan had procured was potent enough that even a divine king could not easily refine it, let alone Mu Lingshan, a true deity. If the effects were not managed within a short time, she might perish. An hour passed, and just then, Lu Chun happened to pass by. His consciousness swept over, and he instantly arrived before the jade bed. Having endured an hour of torment, Mu Lingshan had lost her clarity, her mind clouded by desire. At that moment, she sensed Lu Chen's presence and immediately sprang up to him. In the next instant, Mu Lingshan leapt into Lu Chen's embrace, her flushed face gazing affectionately at him. As she offered her soft, rosy lips, a faint fragrance of the Mu Ling clan enveloped him. It was a scent unique to the young women of her clan. Staring at her exquisite beauty so close, Lu Chun felt an irresistible urge. Meanwhile, Mu Lingshan had completely succumbed, her body twisting in need. Faced with this intoxicating scene, Lu Chen could not let the opportunity slip by. Soon, her garment slipped from her fragrant shoulders, and the cave was filled with a vibrant spring atmosphere. On the other hand, Mu Xiao Yuan, who had been sent away by Mu Bingyun, remained blissfully unaware. Had she known that Lu Chun had been claimed by another, she would surely have pouted in discontent. Unfortunately, under Lu Chen's orders, Mu Bingyun had confined her, declaring that she could go nowhere until she broke through to the divine king level. Woo. Mu Xiao Yuan sat in the quiet room prepared by Mu Bingyun, pouting her red lips, looking utterly aggrieved. The next day, Mu Lingshan awoke with a rosy complexion, lying gracefully on the jade bed. At that moment, she was bare, resembling a delicate little lamb of white jade. Feeling a wave of soreness wash over her, Mu Lingshan frowned, her lips parting to emit a soft sound. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself staring at Lu Chen's handsome, lean face. Instantly, the heat rushed to her cheeks as she sat up with a start. The previous day's embarrassing passion flashed through her mind. You're awake? Lu Chen spoke softly. Sitting up, Mu Lingshan surveyed the chaos around her. Her garments and fairy dress were strewn across the floor. Overwhelmed by a wave of discomfort, she felt as if struck by lightning, finally realizing what had transpired. Quickly, she grabbed a nearby blanket to cover herself and looked at Lu Chun with her crystalline eyes. In the next moment, tears began to roll down her cheeks. Her delicate red lips quivered, and her petite frame began to tremble, exuding an air of vulnerability that made one feel an overwhelming urge to embrace and comfort her. Seeing the adorable girl crying like a rain-soaked flower, Lu Chun found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had been unable to resist when he had stumbled upon their earlier encounter. After a moment of sobbing, Mu Lingshan spoke in a soft voice, "Senior, you have saved my life. I cannot blame you." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately began to channel her divine power, preparing to destroy her divine source. The Mu Ling clan, regardless of age or gender, valued their chastity above all else. It was said that while bamboo could be destroyed, its integrity could not be compromised. Mu Lingshan was no exception. Feeling her chastity violated, and knowing Lu Chun had saved her life, she resolved to take her own life on the spot. Fortunately, Lu Chun acted swiftly, using his will to bind Mu Lingshan in place. With her only being a true deity, if she destroyed her divine source, there would be no turning back. Both her spirit and form would perish. Why must you do this? Even Chen never anticipated that the seemingly delicate girl before him possessed a fiery spirit. A mere disagreement could prompt her to declare her intent to die. Is it true that all members of the Mling tribe are inherently so resolute? Chen could only manage a wry smile. The restrained Chen was immobilized, yet tears continued to cascade from the corners of her eyes. Biting her crimson lip, she spoke in a sorrowful tone. My identity is humble. I am unworthy of your greatness. Now that my innocence is shattered, I find myself without the face to continue living. Death seems a better option. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him, exclaiming, the world speaks of the Mling tribe as pure and virtuous, especially in their loyalty to their partners. It appears these tales hold a kernel of truth. However, why must you take such drastic measures? I am not the sort to turn my back on someone who has fallen into misfortune. Moreover, your MLing realm is still under the dominion of the evil god. Do you not wish to return? At this, MLing SHN's ethereal autumn eyes rippled with surprise as she inquired, What do you mean, esteemed senior? Do you truly wish to accept me? Embarrassed, she lowered her head, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. LCHN nodded, immediately lifting the restraints and pulling her into his embrace, gently grasping her delicate chin. Of course, MLing SHN's otherworldly grace set her apart from the other women LCHN had encountered. The MLing tribe naturally resonates with life, blessed by the heavens from birth, each member graced with exquisite beauty. Her flawless visage resembled that of a jade sculpture, her eyes shimmering like tranquil waters, each smile enveloped in a gentle warmth. MLing SHN's delicate nose was petite yet regal, her arched brows resembling crescent moons, and her luscious red lips were temptingly alluring. Her ears, slender and pointed like those of a fairy, radiated a coral-like luminescence, as if she had emerged from a mystical dream. Esteemed senior, the two locked eyes, and the bashful MLing SHN instantly blushed, quickly turning her head away. The proximity sent her heart racing in a flurry. In a few days, I shall personally escort you back to the MLing realm, LCHN declared, gazing at the exquisite girl in his arms. Upon hearing this, MLing SHN, her cheeks aflame, nodded slightly. The rapid progression of their relationship left her, a typically reserved and innocent MLing, somewhat bewildered. Yet, since LCHN had rescued her from the clutches of the SHP Lu SH, a flicker of affection had ignited in her heart. At least now, she would no longer contemplate despair. However, just as MLing SHN was lost in dreams of a bright future, LCHN's gaze, filled with fervor, locked onto her. In the next moment, he leaned down and captured her rosy lips. Yesterday, MLing SHN had been in a daze, but now she was acutely aware and feeling shy. She hurriedly pushed him away. Esteemed senior, I am not ready yet. The exertion from the previous day had left her somewhat overwhelmed, and she had yet to fully recover. Seeing her reaction, LCHN relented. A day had swiftly passed, and he returned with MLing SHN to the TNYN realm, while the beleaguered MXiaoun remained confined, laboring arduously in her secluded chamber. Unbeknownst to her, the meticulously crafted plan she had devised had been preempted by MLing SHN, who seized the victory. If she were to discover this, the little girl would surely be infuriated. Greetings, Lord of the Realm. Upon their arrival in the TNYN realm, the Seeing Su NSHNWing and LNUNZHNSHN awaited their return, eager to welcome LCHN back. Congratulations, Lord of the Realm, for gaining renown in the Northern Divine region and shaking the world. Seeing Su NSHNWing seized the opportunity to flatter, stepping forward with obsequiousness. Now, all factions within the illusory Star Sea have pledged allegiance to the TNYN realm. I have also been dispatching our subordinate sects to search for the entrance to the place of annihilation, but regrettably, we have yet to yield any results. I am incompetent and have failed to alleviate your concerns. LCHN merely nodded in acknowledgement. Well done, it shows initiative. His gaze then shifted to LNUNZHNSHN, the Grand Elder of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, and the TIXZHNSHN. You have all been diligent in assisting me in governing the forces under my command. However, your current cultivation levels are rather lacking. With that, LCHN promptly adjusted their cultivation panels. LNUNSHND, modifiable. Cultivation, SHNDCHNK and WLing, modifiable. Seeing Su NSHND, modifiable. Cultivation, SHNDHNDNYing Hing, modifiable. TIXSHND, modifiable. Cultivation, SHNDCHNK and WLing, modifiable. In an instant, LCHN elevated the cultivation levels of all his old subordinates from the founding days of the TNYN Divine Palace to that of SHND. The next moment, Seeing Su NSHND, LNUNSHND, and the others radiated divine light, their formidable powers surging forth, rippling through the depths of the starry sky, as they felt the overwhelming divine energy coursing through them. The faces of Seeing Su NSHND and the others were alight with uncontainable joy, and they hurriedly knelt in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Lord of the Realm. LCHN waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. Rewards and punishments must be clear. Over the years, due to his growing reputation, more and more factions had chosen to submit to the TNYN realm. Seeing Su NSHND and LNUNSHND had exerted tremendous effort, allowing LCHN to enjoy a life of ease. With the expansion of their influence, it was only natural that the strength of these loyal subordinates must be elevated. Beside LCHN, MLing gazed on in astonishment. She covered her mouth with her jade hand, her eyes shimmering like clear waters, creating ripples of awe. To witness someone single-handedly create multiple SHND was beyond her imagination. Esteemed senior, you are truly remarkable. Unbeknownst to her, admiration filled MLingSHN's gaze towards LCHN, her eyes almost shimmering with reverence. Just then, a soft voice called out, "Husband." Upon learning of LCHN's return, Hua Qingying swiftly approached him, clad in a white phoenix gown with a phoenix crown atop her head. Her lips as vibrant as cherry blossoms, she exuded an ethereal and cool demeanor, her noble aura radiating from within, her flawless visage filled with concern. "I heard that the pillar of creation at the place of annihilation has appeared in the Guanghan realm. Did you encounter any injuries in your confrontation?" In response to Hua Qingying's concern, LCHN shook his head and replied, "Who is your husband? A mere 4 elements sacred sovereign with flawed cultivation could hardly pose a threat to me." Before long, HAQing YQing GINGUCHN, SHU MIYN, MFI Su, and MWN all arrived upon hearing the commotion. MLingSHN was utterly astounded by the scene before her. Prior to their arrival, she had already learned from MBingYN about the numerous sisters. However, witnessing the gathering of so many enchanting maidens was beyond her expectations. Each sister, whether in beauty or grace, appeared to be a rare, celestial beauty. "Oh, this younger sister is remarkably lovely. Come here, dear." HAQing smiled brightly, quickly noticing the petite and refined MLingSHN standing beside LCHN. She hurried over, her demeanor warm as she gently took MLingSHN's delicate hand. "Greetings, elder sister." MLingSHN blinked her watery eyes, finding it hard to resist HAQing's warm welcome, appearing somewhat adorably clumsy. With the enthusiasm of HAQing, GINGUCHN, and the others, MLingSHN quickly bonded with them, growing increasingly intimate. As the woman accompanying LCHN, they possess a profound understanding of his temperament. LCHN is exceedingly intolerant of the discord that arises from jealousy in the backyard. The scene shifts to the New York NSH where LCHN reclines in the main seat at the center of the grand hall. Behind him, the sisters Hua Qingying and Hua Qingying provide a soothing neck and shoulder massage. Meanwhile, GINGUCHN and SHU MIN bring forth a platter of celestial fruits, dutifully feeding them to LCHN, YOQ and Su NN, LNGX Su NN, and Hu F Ing Xin Z sit gracefully before the guzheng, their delicate hands plucking the strings, producing melodies that resonate like celestial music. Below in the hall, a group led by Hua Qingying, including MW Nqing, Ling H and WI, MFIXI, YQNGL, and SHIORU, adorn themselves in ethereal silk skirts, dancing gracefully to the enchanting music, filling the air with a subtle and captivating fragrance. Home is indeed a place of comfort. Returning to the New York NSH LCH squints his eyes slightly, embodying a visage of utmost enjoyment. Were it not for necessity, he would wish to remain in this blissful state indefinitely, unaware of the outside world. Such familial joy is truly a heavenly delight. Immersed in this exquisite realm, LCH cannot help but reflect. With this thought, he begins to silently curse the 36 primordial deities who created the myriad worlds, controlling fate to harvest great elixirs, seeking eternal existence. What is the point of living for so long? It is far better to indulge in the joys of life. Husband, regarding the place of annihilation and the impending calamity of fate, what preparations should we undertake? At this moment, Hua Qingying gently opens her lips, affectionately caressing LCHN's cheek, and inquires softly. In response, LCHN merely replies, "Let us observe how that brat HODN acts." The entrance to the place of annihilation is most likely concealed by them. Finding it amidst the vast myriad worlds is no trivial task. When the time comes, I shall handle them myself. Hua Qingying falls silent, seemingly burdened with countless words yet unable to voice them. After all, the adversaries LCHN must confront in the future are the 36 creators, and her current cultivation cannot contribute. Upon further reflection, as LCHN suggests, if they cannot prevent it, they can only proceed step by step. Beside her, Hua Qingying smiles sweetly, her eyes like crescent willows, eagerly affirming, "Indeed, brother-in-law possesses great powers. I wager that any primordial deity would dare not confront him, for he could easily subdue them." Her words brim with admiration for LCHN. "Now, I must take LNSHN to the MLNG. I shall take this opportunity to explore the myriad worlds and attempt to locate the entrance to the place of annihilation. As he finishes speaking, LCHN slowly rises. Hua Qingying and the others cease their movements and approach with concern, saying, "Husband, please be cautious in all matters." LCHN nods, "Yes. You shall remain in the T New York NSH Dian and await my return." The scene shifts again. LCHN retrieves a magnificent celestial vessel from the system marketplace. At this moment, he is seated within the cabin, racing toward the spatial barrier of the realm of gods with LNSHN. Chapter 193, The Myriad Worlds. The Night of 100 Ghosts. The myriad worlds encompass everything, with a spatial realm that is boundless and infinite. The vast realm of gods is but one among many. The boundary of the realm of gods is protected by an immensely strong chaotic barrier, impenetrable unless one has attained the level of a divine emperor. For LCHN, however, this is merely a thought away. With a thunderous roar, the chaotic barrier shatters, and the colossal celestial vessel bearing LCHN transforms into a streak of white light, departing the realm of gods. Before his eyes lies an expansive sea of stars. Countless brilliant star rivers twinkling. World planes resembling glass orbs appear before him. The myriad cosmic realms seem to string together like pearls, rendering the realm of gods behind him exceedingly diminutive. LCHN's destination, the MLNG, lies several 100 trillion kilometers beyond the realm of gods. Such a great distance would require even a divine emperor a year or more to traverse by physical means. Moreover, unlike the stable space within the realm of gods, the chaotic starry sky here is quite unstable. Various disordered spatial disasters frequently occur, such as ghostly mists and chaotic burial winds. Even divine emperors refrain from crossing it in physical form, for should they encounter spatial upheaval, they would likely face dire consequences. Senior, this chaotic space is not as stable as the realm of gods. Please be careful. LNSHN stands beside him, her autumn-like eyes glimmering with concern, reminding him softly. After being abducted by SHP Lu and Lu Yuan, she had encountered one such disaster, the Night of 100 Ghosts. While traversing the chaotic space, hundreds of vengeful spirits tore through the void, summoning numerous chaotic burial winds. At that time, SHP Lu and Lu Yuan nearly perished there. Hearing this, LCHN is slightly taken aback. Oh, such a perilous disaster exists? The combined might of SHP Lu and Lu Yuan is formidable enough to rival the eternal chaos. To think that such strength could nearly lead to their demise due to a spatial disaster? LNSHN nods, her delicate hands clasped before her chest, a flicker of fear passing through her gaze. Indeed, Senior, this should be your first time in chaotic space. The Night of 100 Ghosts is truly terrifying. I once chanced upon it in my clan's records. The records state that these spirits were once divine emperors who reached the pinnacle of the universe. In their final moments, their lingering resentment transformed them into vengeful spirits upon falling into chaotic space. The hundreds of malevolent spirits encountered by SHP Lu and his companions were exceedingly fierce. They faced multiple deaths before finally escaping with the aid of a particularly unique artifact. LNSHN recalls hearing about a figure known as the Y Lu SHNGZ from their accounts. At the mention of this, LCHN's eyes sharpen, a glimmer of interest igniting within him upon hearing the name Y Lu SHNGZ. Could it be that the YLNG is indeed connected to them? According to LNSHN's words, the Night of 100 Ghosts is composed of vengeful spirits formed by divine emperors who perished in chaotic space, constantly feeding on the chaotic malevolence of this realm. Each spirit likely stands on the threshold of eternal chaos, and for SHP Lu and his companions to escape, they must have utilized powers surpassing that of a divine emperor. This makes perfect sense. Once he resolves matters in the MLNG, he shall venture to the YLNG. With that thought, LCHN focuses his mind, channeling his divine power to navigate the celestial vessel through the chaotic space. In the next moment, the vessel zips through the chaos at an astonishing speed, rapidly transitioning through space. In mere moments, they traverse millions of kilometers. Wow, Senior, you are remarkably swift. With the space around them constantly shifting, countless cosmic realms streaking past like shooting stars, LNSHN expresses her excitement, her porcelain-like face flushing with a rosy hue, adorned in an ethereal green skirt. She perfectly accentuates her delicate form. The girl's spirit-like aura is utterly captivating. At this speed, they will likely reach the MLNG in less than an hour. Hearing this, LCHN raises an eyebrow and smiles lightly at LNSHN. Still calling me Senior? Hold on tight. With that, LCHN reaches out, and with a startled gasp from the girl, pulls her into his embrace. feeling her fragrant presence. A gentle breeze wafts past as LCHN gazes down at LNSHN's blushing face, saying softly, "Let me hear you call me husband." LNSHN's ears flush crimson. Faced with their proximity, her gaze flits about, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, unable to withstand LCHN's insistence, she shyly murmurs, "Husband." After speaking these words, it seemed as though she had expended all her strength, her eyes becoming misty as she shyly buried her face into Lu Chen's embrace. The delicate young girl resembled a charmingly Navi kitten, resting peacefully in his arms. Ha! Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen found it immensely amusing to tease this bashful maiden, and casually inquired, "Are all members of the Muling clan like you? Please, enlighten me about your clan's circumstances." Upon hearing this, Muling Shan realized that Lu Chen was deliberately provoking her. She attempted to rise, but he held her tightly. Reluctantly, after a token struggle, she spoke to Lu Chen. "Currently, the Muling clan is governed by Her Majesty the Queen. She possesses formidable strength, wielding the power of the primordial god Emperor. If it were not for her concern for our people, she would not endure this humiliation. If it were not for the evil spirit realm's covetousness towards our Muling sacred spring, our clan would have long been annihilated. Yet even so, there are still clan members who mysteriously vanish." As she spoke, Muling Shan's rosy cheeks faded, replaced by a pallor. Her delicate hands instinctively clenched into fists, her gaze filled with hatred for the evil deity. The missing clan members had never returned, most of whom were female Muling. One could only imagine their fate. Reduced to mere playthings for some cultivator. Given the Muling's indomitable spirit, they would likely choose to end their lives the moment they learned of their defilement. Muling Shan was acutely aware of this, and anger surged within her. Possessing the Sunhai's sacred spirit body, her cultivation potential was unparalleled. The powers of the 10 absolute bodies were extraordinarily potent, making Muling Shan a beacon of hope for the Muling clan's resurgence. Yet, unexpectedly, shortly after her coronation as the clan's saintess, she was forcibly abducted by Shuo Sha and Yamaluo Di. "Fear not, for I am here. The Muling clan shall no longer be subject to anyone's whims." Seeing this, Lu Chen gently patted the soft, fair skin of the young girl's back, soothing her with tender words. Upon hearing Lu Chen's comforting voice, Muling Shan's furrowed brow relaxed, and she lay quietly in his embrace, her eyes gently closing, exuding a sense of complete reliance. Once a Muling girl has chosen her partner, she shall remain faithful for life. Clearly, in this moment, Muling Shan had entrusted her entire being to Lu Chen. The scene shifted to a vast, dark expanse. Within the Hall of Fallen Tribulations, the Fallen Tribulation Celestial Lord sat upon the throne of the evil Emperor, his pale, blood-stained visage creating an unsettling atmosphere. Following the battle in the Northern Divine Domain, he had narrowly escaped under Lu Chen's deliberate leniency. Upon returning to the evil spirit realm, his first act was to enter a profound seclusion, severing all ties with the outside world. Damn, damn, damn. The Fallen Tribulation Celestial Lord furiously struck the ground, a grotesque expression twisting his face. His chilling, resonant roars echoed through the eerie silence of the hall. Recalling the events of the Northern Divine Domain battle, he had laid all his cards on the table against Hua Qingying, even revealing the most forbidden technique by unleashing the primordial Celestial Lord. However, just as Hua Qingying was on the verge of falling and the heavenly gods faced annihilation, the New York and Divine God had descended with overwhelming force. Not only did he imprison the primordial Celestial Lord, but with a mere gesture, he obliterated all of the fallen Celestial Lord's elite minions. How could such a being have appeared? The Fallen Tribulation Celestial Lord never expected that there existed someone even more formidable than Hua Qingying. Could this individual be connected to the Holy Lord? A flicker of realization crossed the Fallen Tribulation Celestial Lord's eyes as he mused. Indeed, such power transcended the realm of the Divine Emperor, and even the half-ancestor level primordial Celestial Lord was no match for him. The only plausible explanation pointed to that ominous place. As he pondered, a complex expression emerged on his face. He had inadvertently come across the corpse of the primordial Celestial Lord and later encountered one known as the evil Luo Saint Lord. This individual claimed to be the progenitor of the evil gods, the one who created the evil spirit clan. Initially, the Fallen Tribulation Celestial Lord dismissed this notion, believing the evil spirit realm had existed since the dawn of creation, far older than the divine realm, and thus questioned the idea of a progenitor. However, upon witnessing the terrifying power of the evil Luo Saint Lord, he had no choice but to relent. In return, the evil Luo Saint Lord personally reanimated the corpse of the primordial Celestial Lord and entrusted it to him for manipulation. Having spent considerable time with the evil Luo Saint Lord, The fallen tribulation celestial lord gradually uncovered secrets regarding the burial land of annihilation and learned of the existence of the 36 innate deities, as well as the destined heavenly tribulation that would annihilate the world and restart the universe. Sighing, the fallen tribulation celestial lord sat despondently on the ground, realizing that the 36 innate deities, born of the ancestral dragon, possessed powers far beyond those of later beings. The New York and divine god of the divine realm was likely one of them. Contemplating this, the fallen tribulation celestial lord felt utterly devoid of the will to continue opposing the divine realm. Yet, after deep reflection, he could not quell the indignation boiling within him. Furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself, "No, he must have deliberately let me go that day. With the terrifying power of an innate deity, he could have effortlessly killed me in the northern divine domain. How could I possibly escape from an innate deity?" The only explanation was that the other party had intentionally allowed him to escape, realizing that the New York and divine god could come seeking him at any moment. The fallen tribulation celestial lord felt an urgent panic. This won't do. With resolve, he made up his mind. In the next moment, he vanished, arriving before a hidden palace of great profundity. The entrance was adorned with a massive skull, surrounded by powerful prohibitions exuding an overwhelming aura, likely lethal even to divine emperors, far surpassing their level. "Holy Lord Progenitor, I, the fallen tribulation, have come to pay my respects." The fallen tribulation celestial lord reverently knelt before the door, prostrating himself on the ground. As time passed, the surrounding area remained silent, yet he dared not rise. Hours slipped by until a voice, deep and resonant as if from the depths of hell, echoed, "What matter compels you to disturb my slumber? You had best provide me with an explanation." Boom. A monstrous entity, formed from countless blood mists of malevolence, materialized above the fallen tribulation celestial lord. An unparalleled pressure of demonic energy shattered the very fabric of space, as if even the heavens and earth could not bear such power. As the eternal chaos divine emperor, the fallen tribulation celestial lord felt unable to breathe, firmly pinned to the ground by this force. Even the unintentional aura radiating from the evil Luo Saint Lord caused him to tremble instinctively, fissures forming within his divine source. "I apologize for disturbing the slumber of the Holy Lord Progenitor. I deserve death. However, there are urgent matters I must report." The fallen tribulation celestial lord trembled uncontrollably, struggling to articulate his words. The evil Luo Saint Lord immediately demanded, "At this moment, should you not be waging war against the divine realm? How is it that I sense not a trace of bloodshed?" Faced with the relentless inquiries of the evil Luo Saint Lord, the fallen tribulation celestial lord dared not hesitate and promptly divulged everything that had transpired in the northern divine domain. After hearing the account from the fallen tribulation celestial lord, a wild laughter erupted within the palace. In an instant, the surrounding space became chaotic, and the laws of the Tao shattered into nothingness. Then, with a mere thought, the evil Luo Saint Lord began to probe the fallen tribulation celestial lord's soul. Once the soul-searching concluded, he laughed uncontrollably. Excellent. The ancestral dragon's horn has finally appeared. I fear that my siblings are already aware of the situation and are undoubtedly eager to act. Excellent. Let them clash, for I shall reap the benefits. Whether it be the ancestral dragon's horn or the flesh and blood of the ancestral dragon, I shall claim them all. The Saint of Evil, originally one of the 36 innate deities, found himself at odds with his counterparts, born from the same ancestral dragon. Before the last fated tribulation, the other 35 innate deities conspired to divide the flesh and blood of the ancestral dragon from the Saint of Evil, but he discovered their plan in time. Thus, the Saint of Evil fought fiercely against them, sustaining severe injuries as he fled from the realm of annihilation, seeking refuge among the myriad worlds. The clan of evil spirits was a contingency prepared by the Saint of Evil himself. The innate deities were already riddled with discord, presenting a facade of brotherhood while secretly plotting to devour one another's ancestral dragon flesh. Chapter 195. The Plan of the Sacred Ancestor, the Oncoming Ghostly Fog. Each, born from the ancestral dragon's body, possessed inherent flaws in their cultivation. However, by consuming the ancestral dragon flesh held by the other innate deities, he could achieve a perfection in his divine creation, much like Lu Chen, who attained the true essence of a creator god, free from any restraints. The esteemed ancestor must be aware that the divine of heaven's transformation will soon arrive. Do you wish to take action? The trembling voice of the fallen calamity sovereign inquired from below. Back in the northern divine realm, he deliberately allowed his subordinates to escape, surely with ulterior motives. Hearing this, the Saint of Evil let out a deep, rumbling laugh. What action shall I take? I remain in the shadows. The target of this individual is likely those scoundrels hiding within the pillar of creation. How delightful it is to observe their strife from the sidelines. I surmise that the next 30 million years will pass in mere moments. That scoundrel will surely initiate the fated tribulation. When they are locked in battle with the divine of heaven's transformation, I shall capture them all. At that time, the ancestral dragon's horn and flesh shall belong to me, and I shall become the true ancestral dragon. The saint of evil plotted aloud, as if foreseeing the moment he would become the sole ruler of this realm. Currently, with his flawed cultivation, he dared not confront the divine of heaven's transformation, the only being of complete divine creation in existence. Should he face them, his demise would be certain. Upon hearing of the terrifying prowess of the divine of heaven's transformation, the fallen calamity sovereign trembled with fear. How formidable is the divine of heaven's transformation? What shall we do? In response, the saint of evil coldly remarked, though this individual has attained perfection in cultivation, I am not their match. However, if it comes to escaping, they cannot hold me. Even the saint of evil, in the presence of the divine of heaven's transformation, was reduced to mere flight. He then fixed his icy gaze on the fallen calamity sovereign, his tone chilling as he commanded, from this moment forth, mobilize all remaining evil gods in the realm of evil spirits, annihilating every last star and world under our dominion. Upon hearing these words, the fallen calamity sovereign stiffened, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Do you mean to say? The purpose behind the creation of the evil spirit clan by the saint of evil was to sustain himself with their blood essence. The evil gods viewed all living beings as sustenance, with much of their blood essence serving as nourishment for the saint of evil. By absorbing the blood essence of myriad beings, he sought to awaken from his slumber before the other innate deities. The tribulation they initiated also aimed to draw upon the essence of all beings to achieve eternal existence. Since falling out with the other innate deities, the saint of evil secretly consumed the remaining blood essence of the myriad beings in the realm of evil spirits, elevating his cultivation far beyond that of the other innate deities. Indeed, I must awaken before those scoundrels do. The saint of evil immediately painted a grand vision for the fallen calamity sovereign. Fear not. Once our plan comes to fruition and the fated tribulation descends, I shall ensure your survival into the next epoch. In that next era, you shall be the second creator god, second only to me. You will truly be above all beings. The words of the saint of evil were filled with allure. As anticipated, upon hearing this, the fallen calamity sovereign appeared invigorated, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, completely enchanted by his deceitful words. At your command, I shall do my utmost to fulfill the sacred ancestor's will. The fallen calamity sovereign, flushed with excitement, knelt devoutly before the saint of evil. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, let these evil gods remain under your control. As soon as the words left his mouth, dozens of extraordinary figures emerged from the shadows of the dimly lit hall. Each of these evil gods had attained the level of chaotic eternity. Moreover, a blood-refining divine light suddenly descended, enveloping the fallen calamity sovereign. In an instant, his aura surged, and he reached the level of Tao Ancestor. Thank you, sacred ancestor. The fallen calamity sovereign was overwhelmed with emotion. Go forth. With that, the terrifying aura surrounding them dissipated, and the saint of evil fell back into slumber. The scene shifted to the chaotic starry sky. Half an hour had passed in the blink of an eye, and a colossal celestial vessel leaped through space like a white steed, approaching the wood spirit realm. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Countless ghostly mists appeared before them without warning, surrounding the celestial vessel. Lying on the long bench, Chen squinted his eyes and slowly rose. Beside him, Mu Lingshan was taken aback, her complexion paling as she exclaimed, "This ghostly mist is a chaotic calamity, the night of 100 ghosts." This scene was all too familiar to her. Oh, what a remarkable coincidence that we should encounter this. It is indeed intriguing. Chen raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. In the next moment, chilling, ghastly wails echoed from within the ghostly mist. Hundreds of malevolent spirits blocked the celestial vessel's path, each bearing a fierce expression, their strength equivalent to chaotic eternity. Such a calamity would spell doom for any divine emperor who chanced upon it. Yet before me, it is but a trifle. With that, Chen focused his mind and slightly activated the divine power within him. An overwhelming, invisible pressure surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings like a tidal wave. The malevolent spirits wielding scythes shrieked in agony, their cries piercing the air. Before long, under Chen's divine might, these vengeful spirits were reduced to nothingness. The elder truly is formidable. Observing this, Mu Lingshan gazed at Chen with adoring eyes, her voice filled with admiration. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but smile, softly murmuring to himself, how peculiar it is that such a terrifying chaotic calamity has formed. Any cultivator who ventured forth, even the 9 original ancestors at their peak, would likely not escape unscathed. However, just then, the dissipating ghostly mist began to coalesce once more, and from deep within the mist came a faint sound of weeping. Brother, 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 you have finally returned to see little Jitao. The plaintive cries stirred a sense of compassion within. What is this? Faced with this sudden turn of events, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he used his unmatched divine sense to penetrate the thick veil of ghostly mist. Through it, he beheld a diminutive figure emerging. Chapter 196, Little Jitao, A Past Life? Moments later, a small silhouette emerged from the ghostly mist. Little Jitao modifiable. Gender, female modifiable. Identity, Gui Zhu modifiable. Cultivation, Dao Zhu modifiable. Karma, in a previous life, left here by my brother. I have been awaiting his return through the long years. At the moment of my death, due to my obsession, I did not enter reincarnation and transformed into a ghostly cultivator, solely to await my brother's return. Suddenly, a system panel appeared before Lu Chen, leaving him quite perplexed. Previously, no matter whose panel he opened, the line regarding karma had never appeared. Before him, Xiao Jitao, adorned in a colorful dress with two small buns atop her head, had a rosy, cherubic face that was utterly adorable. Her large, round eyes were now clouded with tears, droplets glistening at the corners. Could this little girl possibly be the legendary Gui Zhu? Beside him, Mu Lingshan was equally bewildered. It was said that the first malevolent spirit born from the chaos and calamity was Gui Zhu. According to the legends recounted by many cultivators, anyone who encountered Gui Zhu in the chaotic realm met an untimely death. Thus, the fearsome reputation of Gui Zhu has spread across countless realms. Yet, to think that such a fearsome entity would take the form of a sweet and innocent little girl? In the next moment, to their astonishment, Xiao Jitao leaped toward Lu Chen. Taken aback, Lu Chen quickly extended his hands to catch the little one, feeling a deep confusion in his heart. Brother? Could she be calling for me? But upon reflection, Lu Chen realized he had never met this little girl. Brother, I missed you so much. You finally returned. I've been waiting for you. Xiao Jitao gazed at Lu Chen with tear-filled eyes and reached out her chubby little hand to tightly grasp his thumb. Before Lu Chen could comprehend the situation, he noticed that Xiao Jitao's petite frame began to gradually turn transparent. It seemed she was about to dissipate into the void. Lu Chen furrowed his brow and swiftly summoned his divine power to counteract the forces of the universe, striving to maintain Xiao Jitao's spirit. Although he did not recognize the little girl, the peculiarities on the system panel indicated that she was undoubtedly intertwined with his fate. For Xiao Jitao, merely seeing her brother again was a fulfillment of her longing. At that moment, her cherubic face displayed signs of fatigue, her eyes filled with Lu Chen's reflection. As she leaned against his hand, whispering softly, "Brother's hand is so warm." As soon as she spoke, Xiao Jitao reluctantly closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Witnessing this scene, Mu Lingshan gazed at Xiao Jitao in a trance. The vengeful spirits wandering in the chaotic realm are born from the profound obsessions they held in life. Unwilling to tread the path of reincarnation, they exist solely through the manifestation of that obsession, and once it fades, they will dissipate like autumn leaves. Perhaps you truly share a significant connection with her. Perhaps she is a remnant of your past life? Hearing this, Lu Chen shook his head. He was merely an ordinary college student from Blue Star who accidentally traversed into this world. How could he possibly have a past life here? Furthermore, as the creator god, he had long since mastered the ability to perceive the cycle of reincarnation. To him, the so-called heavenly path of reincarnation was merely a plaything. How could he be unaware of his own previous existence? Even the already deceased Luo Qing, Zhu, could be resurrected by Lu Chen through his divine powers. Retrieved from the river of time, Lu Chen had also sought to investigate his past life, but it was a void. This suggested either a deliberate concealment or simply the absence of a past life. Lu Chen confidently concluded that it was the latter. After all, with his perfected creator god cultivation, even the 36 innate deities could not obscure the truth of his reincarnation. If one were to claim the strongest in this world, it would undoubtedly be Lu Chen. Unless the ancestral dragon were to be reborn, no one could conceal his cycle of reincarnation. He chuckled softly, shaking his head to dispel the absurd speculation in his mind. Yet, could it be that this little girl truly had no connection to me? Could it be she has mistaken me for someone else? Gazing down at the sleeping Xiao Jitao, who was on the verge of dissipating, Lu Chen was filled with questions. His divine power was sufficient to reverse the laws of the universe, but maintaining it in this manner was not a sustainable solution. With this thought, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and focused his will, conjuring a drop of divine blood. This drop of blood belonged to the creator god. Its immense energy could annihilate an entire universe in the blink of an eye. After diluting it millions of times, the drop of divine blood slowly entered Xiao Jitao's body. Nourished by this divine blood, she would be able to sustain her existence. As the divine blood flowed in, Xiao Jitao's spirit gradually solidified, her dissipating soul reassembling. However, at that moment, a surge of ancient memories from the primordial era flooded into Lu Chen's mind. A vision appeared before him, a man traversing the chaotic realm, seemingly searching for something, cradling a little girl in his arms. Suddenly, a passageway emerged before him. Ancestral Dragon's secret realm. At last, I have found it. Upon closer inspection, the man's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Chen. The little girl he held was none other than Xiao Jitao. Brother, don't leave Xiao Jitao behind. Xiao Jitao's small face tightened, her chubby hands reaching out from her sleeves, desperately clutching the man's arm. Her round, dark eyes brimmed with tears, pleading with him. Witnessing this, the man felt his heart soften at the sight of his sister. Yet, he gritted his teeth, waving his hand to conjure a teleportation array from the forces of time and space, enveloping Xiao Jitao within. Be good, Xiao Jitao. This teleportation array will protect you for now. Once I conquer the Ancestral Dragon's secret realm and retrieve that item, I will return. If I do not come back, then you must leave through the teleportation array. After saying this, the man steeled himself, determination in his eyes as he stepped into the Ancestral Dragon's secret realm. Brother. Xiao Jitao lunged forward, but was thwarted by the teleportation array, her head colliding painfully against the barrier. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at the direction her brother had departed, her vision blurring with tears as his figure gradually faded away. In the years that followed, Xiao Jitao remained, patiently awaiting her brother's return. Yet, as the years rolled on, her brother remained elusive. Eventually, the teleportation array was damaged, and Xiao Jitao, who refused to leave, succumbed to the chaotic realm's laws. In her moment of peril, she transformed into a vengeful spirit, eternally waiting for her brother's return. Chapter 197, The Origin of the System? Mu Lingjia. The memories began to fade. It seemed that this little girl concealed significant secrets. Lu Chen looked down at Xiao Jitao in his hands, murmuring to himself, the item her brother sought in the Ancestral Dragon's secret realm, could it be? With this realization, he began to speculate. The Ancestral Dragon's secret realm must harbor profound mysteries. Perhaps Xiao Jitao's brother was indeed seeking the Ancestral Dragon's horn. Yet ultimately, this Ancestral Dragon's horn had ended up in Lu Chen's possession. In light of this, it seemed plausible that Xiao Jitao's brother could be the remnant of Lu Chen's past life. Could it be that the Ancestral Dragon's horn was, in fact, the system? Lu Chen pondered. Since his arrival in this world, he had never encountered the Ancestral Dragon's horn. His cultivation was entirely a gift from the system. Moreover, this system was fully unlocked, capable of disregarding the laws and principles of the universe, forcibly altering the destinies of others. The primordial deities nurture all beings through fate. Yet Lu Chen's system possesses the extraordinary ability to transcend the shackles of destiny. This implies that the myriad beings of the realms, upon their birth, are fated to encounter whatever events lie ahead. However, those altered by the system have shattered their predestined paths, escaping the control of the primordial divinities. This seems to be the only plausible explanation. At this moment, the little Jitao, cradled in Lu Chen's palm, opened her eyes and gradually awakened. The familiar visage of Lu Chen came into view. Brother, she murmured, her rosy lips pouting as she nuzzled her delicate, fair face against Lu Chen's palm, exuding an aura of affection and dependence. Oh, how moving this is. Meanwhile, Mu Lingshan sniffled, her eyes reddening as glistening tears rolled down her charming face. Upon learning that little Jitao had waited alone in this dark and chaotic space for countless years, yearning for her brother's return, the usually gentle and pure-hearted Mu Lingshan was profoundly touched, her body trembling slightly. Faced with the sight of little Jitao, Lu Chen could not help but feel a surge of compassion, thus embracing this new identity. Jitao, your brother has returned. Lu Chen gently ruffled Jitao's hair with his large hand, soothing her in a tender voice. Although he still could not recall the events of his past life, the fact that the Zulong's horn had fallen into his hands signified an undeniable connection between the two. Brother, I missed you so much, Jitao said, her eyes narrowing in bliss as she leaned her head against him, expressing years of deep longing. Having endured such profound solitude in this endless abyss for so long, Jitao's loneliness was beyond what a typical person could bear. Thankfully, her long wait had finally culminated in Lu Chen's arrival. Brother, please do not leave Jitao all alone again, will you? She implored, tugging at Lu Chen's arm with her chubby little hand, her large, round eyes gazing earnestly at him. The glistening depths of her eyes conveyed a poignant yearning. The sight of such an adorable Jitao in this pitiful state utterly softened Lu Chen's heart. All right, I swear I will never leave you alone again. Lu Chen, compelled by affection, vowed with a resigned smile. Upon hearing this, Jitao's furrowed brow finally relaxed, her tears giving way to a long-lost smile. However, the little girl still clung tightly to Lu Chen's arm, resembling an octopus that could not be shaken off. Jitao had no desire to part from her brother even for a moment. She held on to Lu Chen's arm, greedily inhaling the comforting aura that emanated from him. "Oh, what can I do with this little troublemaker?" Lu Chen mused, ultimately deciding to indulge her. After all, she was just a little girl who had waited alone in this chaotic space for so long, and their reunion was nothing short of miraculous. Following a series of events, Lu Chen set forth once more towards the Muling realm. Half an hour later, a verdant planet came into view. On this vibrant world, a rich essence of life surged forth. Truly, it was the dwelling place of the Muling tribe, exuding an unparalleled vitality. Even Lu Chen could not help but marvel at its splendor. "Senior, ahead lies the Muling realm," Muling Shan exclaimed with palpable excitement as she stood in the ship's cabin. The sensation of returning to her homeland was exquisite, as the pointed tips of the lotus leaves before her seemed to bloom, radiating an aura of youthful purity. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded, though his brow furrowed in concern as he solemnly remarked, "However, it seems that our return comes at an inopportune time. What has provoked these malevolent deities?" Through his spiritual awareness, he perceived a scene of utter devastation unfolding within the Muling realm. Countless young Muling individuals were fleeing in terror, all becoming prey to the insatiable hunger of the evil deities. Logically, after suffering considerable losses in the northern divine domain, the evil spirit realm should have retreated into obscurity for several centuries. Why then did they dare to rampage so brazenly, slaughtering within the very confines of the Muling realm? Upon hearing this, Muling Shan also sensed the dire situation within her homeland, her complexion instantly paling. "I implore you, senior, please lend your assistance. Ling Shan will repay you with utmost gratitude." Muling Shan hurriedly knelt before Lu Chen, her tone earnest and pleading. In response, Lu Chen utilized his divine power to gently assist her to her feet, calmly stating, "I had already promised you assistance before coming here. There is no need for such formality. Furthermore, have you not already repaid me once?" At this teasing remark, Muling Shan's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Recollecting the mortifying moments they had shared during their journey, particularly within the Tianyan Divine Palace, she felt utterly ashamed and wished to find a place to hide. She never anticipated encountering such unseemly behaviors and emotions. For the innocent Muling girl, this was akin to discovering a new continent. "Brother, do you need Jitao's help? I am quite formidable now and can protect you," she offered, her soft voice filled with eagerness. Yet, Lu Chen would not permit such a young girl to engage in battle. No need. Meanwhile, in the Muling realm, a towering ancient tree stood proud. This tree was known as the Shengling Xianmu, the source of the Muling sacred spring. The Muling people, naturally attuned to the laws of life, primarily dwelled among the trees. Even the royal palace of the Muling queen was situated within this sacred tree. However, the once vibrant Muling realm was now marred by the scars of war, riddled with devastation. A thick stench of blood permeated the air, and the lifeless bodies of Muling people lay piled high. Some young Muling women appeared disheveled, their vitality drained, having undoubtedly suffered the vile depredations of the evil deities. The great elder of the Muling tribe stood resolutely, fiercely protecting the tribe behind him. His eyes filled with wrath as he glared at the encroaching evil deities. Countless malevolent beings had surrounded their sanctuary, rendering the entire Muling palace a veritable prison. The leading evil deities exuded an overwhelming presence, each one a god emperor of the highest caliber. The evil spirit realm's resources were immensely profound. Even though many of their elite had perished in the northern divine domain conflict, they still boasted an abundance of god emperors scattered across the myriad realms. Oh, the evil emperors cast their lecherous gazes upon the young Muling women, their lust and greed starkly evident. Indeed, the women of the Muling tribe are exceptionally beautiful, utterly irresistible. Faced with the predatory stares of the evil deities, the Muling women turned pale, huddling closely behind the elders, their voluptuous forms trembling in fear. Should their striking beauty fall into the hands of these evil beings, the consequences would be unimaginable. Stepping forward, an elderly Muling elder, his hair as white as snow, glared with fiery eyes. "You demons dare to lay a finger on them? You must first step over my dead body," he bellowed. "I vow to protect the Muling sacred tribe with my life. I will not allow you to tarnish them." This elder was the great elder of the Muling tribe, one of only 2 god emperors in the tribe aside from the Muling queen. However, at the brink of death, he was merely a god emperor of the initial stage. Faced with such overwhelming numbers of evil deities, he was powerless to resist. "Humph, old fool, just based on you?" The evil deities exchanged knowing glances, deciding to eliminate this nuisance first. In the next moment, they unleashed a thunderous assault. The oppressive aura of the evil deities surged mightily. However, just as they made their move, an even more astonishing force of creation swept across the realm. In an instant, the divine power of creation enveloped the entirety of the Mu Ling realm. In an instant, all the malevolent deities within the Mu Ling realm were obliterated to dust beneath an incomprehensible force, leaving only one surviving evil emperor, whose cultivation had reached the realm of Tian Shi. What on earth was happening? The members of the Mu Ling tribe exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Who dared to oppose the realm of evil spirits? The lone surviving evil emperor was firmly suppressed to the ground. Is the realm of evil spirits truly formidable? A whisper, akin to that of the Grim Reaper, echoed in the air as Lu Chen's imposing figure materialized before them, gazing down with an air of supreme disdain. It is you, Tianyan Holy. Upon recognizing Lu Chen's appearance, the evil emperor's pupils dilated and shrank in terror, his entire being trembling uncontrollably, as if encountering a harbinger of death. Although he had not fought in the northern divine domain, ever since the fall of the heavenly venerable returned from the realm of the gods, Lu Chen's likeness had been disseminated, accompanied by strict orders to report upon encountering him. The unusual behavior of the heavenly venerable upon his return had quickly aroused suspicion, and soon after, news of the northern divine domain's defeat spread. From that moment onward, Tianyan Holy became an inescapable nightmare for all malevolent deities within the realm of evil spirits. Even the youngest malevolent spirit infants dared not wail loudly upon hearing his name. Now, with Tianyan Holy standing before him, the evil emperor was paralyzed with fear. How could they dare act so brazenly after suffering such a recent defeat? Let this god see who issued the orders. Lu Chen grasped the evil emperor's neck from afar and proceeded to employ the soul-searching and refining technique. Initially, Lu Chen suspected that the evil Luo Shengzun was the true puppet master behind the realm of evil spirits. However, this individual was far too weak to possess knowledge of the true identity of the fallen heavenly venerable, and was even unaware of the existence of evil Luo Shengzun. The divine consciousness of the creator god was overwhelmingly powerful, and after this soul-searching ordeal, the evil emperor's spirit was utterly extinguished. Thank you, noble benefactor, for your timely rescue. I, on behalf of the entire Mu Ling tribe, express our profound gratitude. Witnessing Lu Chen's overwhelming slaughter of so many malevolent deities, the great elder of the Mu Ling and the others were left in sheer shock at his terrifying prowess. In response, Lu Chen merely inclined his head slightly without uttering a word. Great elder, are you all unharmed? The arriving Mu Ling Shan approached the group, her expression filled with concern as she surveyed the remnants of battle. Holy Maiden, upon seeing Mu Ling Shan, the great elder and others were taken aback. Were you not taken away by those ruffians? How? In response to the great elder's inquiry, Mu Ling Shan pointed towards Lu Chen behind her. This is all thanks to this esteemed senior. He rescued Ling Shan from the clutches of those evil deities. Upon hearing this, the great elder deeply bowed to Lu Chen once more. This benefactor has rendered such great service to the Mu Ling tribe. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Should the benefactor require anything in the future, the Mu Ling tribe will undoubtedly respond without hesitation. The remaining members of the Mu Ling tribe also bowed in gratitude towards Lu Chen. There is no need for such formalities. It was merely a trivial matter. Moreover, it was a promise I made to Ling Shan previously, so there is no need for such courtesy. The great elder instantly grasped the implication of Lu Chen's words. Esteemed senior, with your unfathomable cultivation and such a great favor bestowed upon our Mu Ling tribe, it is indeed a blessing for Ling Shan to accompany you. He then cast a meaningful glance at Mu Ling Shan, earnestly advising, Ling Shan, you must serve this esteemed senior well and never lose your sense of propriety. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling Shan nodded shyly, lowering her head, and quickly changed the subject. Where is Her Majesty the Queen? Is she not sheltering the remaining tribespeople in the Holy Spring? After surveying the surroundings, Mu Ling Shan found no sign of the Mu Ling Queen. In response to her inquiry, the great elder and the others wore expressions of sorrow. Alas, Holy Maiden, you are unaware that just a few days ago, for reasons unknown, these malevolent deities suddenly drained our Holy Spring dry, and afterward, they took Her Majesty the Queen away. The incident occurred so abruptly that fearing the wrath of these malevolent deities, Her Majesty chose to leave with them. Little did we expect that mere days after her departure, these malevolent deities would indiscriminately launch a massacre against us. Now, Her Majesty is missing, and we are left with so few of our people. The great elder closed his eyes in anguish, his voice tinged with anger towards the malevolent deities. It is all my fault for being powerless and not able to protect them. Chapter 199, The Arrival of the Mu Ling Queen. Under the rampant slaughter of the malevolent deities, the Mu Ling tribe suffered near total annihilation, with scarcely 1 in 10 surviving. Tears filled Mu Ling Shan's eyes as she bit her lip in distress. Moreover, the holy spring, produced by the sacred spirit tree, had been completely taken by the malevolent deities. Upholding the principle of helping others to the end, Lu Chen extended his expressionless hand. The power of the Creator God surged forth from his being. As the Creator God, he possessed the ability to reverse any laws of the world, including past and future, time and space. The power of the Creator God enveloped the Mu Ling realm, and Mu Ling Shan along with the Great Elder gazed at Lu Chen in bewilderment. In the next moment, to their astonishment, all the Mu Ling tribespeople who had perished were miraculously revived. The Great Elder was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Mu Ling Shan was equally shocked. For those Mu Ling had suffered brutal torment at the hands of the malevolent deities before their deaths. Considering this, Lu Chen employed the power of the Creator God to reconstruct their physical forms, erasing all memories of their suffering before death. Without such measures, the innocent and persistent nature of the Mu Ling tribespeople would likely lead them to choose self-destruction upon revival, rendering all efforts in vain. Having resolved the matters concerning the Mu Ling tribe, Lu Chen brushed off his robes and stated in a calm tone, "Now, this god must venture into the realm of evil spirits to investigate." The peculiar actions of the malevolent deities had aroused Lu Chen's suspicions. The audacity of the fallen heavenly venerable must surely indicate that a power far greater was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Moments ago, Lu Chen had used his divine consciousness to probe the situation, covering billions of realms within the cosmos. He discovered that the various realms under the dominion of the malevolent deities were undergoing a horrific massacre. Thank you, esteemed senior. Ling Shan will forever remember this great kindness, and I will repay you countless times without hesitation. Witnessing Lu Chen's extraordinary might, resurrecting all the affected tribespeople in the blink of an eye, Mu Ling Shan immediately knelt in profound gratitude. Well then, during this time, I shall entrust little Ji Tao to your care. Lu Chen nodded and then glanced at the little Ji Tao, who was entwined around his arm. Upon hearing that he would leave, Ji Tao quickly shook her head like a rattle drum, her red lips pouting as she looked at Lu Chen with a pitiful expression. No, Ji Tao does not want to part from brother. Saying this, Ji Tao tightened her embrace around Lu Chen's arm. Seeing this, Lu Chen helplessly endured and said, "Little Ji Tao, be good, brother will return soon." After a series of coaxing, Ji Tao reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Chen as he departed. After leaving the Mu Ling realm, Lu Chen gazed towards the realm of evil spirits. These vile fiends. To consume the blood essence of countless beings at such a cost. Could it be that the evil spirit race is indeed nurtured by some primordial divine entity? Countless realms across the cosmos were suffering under the frenzied slaughter of the malevolent deities, and the heavy stench of blood permeated the air. With this, a sliver of doubt took root in Lu Chen's heart. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the divine consciousness of the Creator God erupted, instantly penetrating time and space, a terrifying and unparalleled intention sweeping forth. In an instant, the malevolent deities committing these heinous acts were obliterated by Lu Chen's divine awareness. After completing all of this, Lu Chen's figure flickered, and he swiftly traversed through the space towards the direction of the xianxiaaudiobooks. The stronghold of the Xianxian is situated an immense distance from the Mu Ling Jia, spanning billions of kilometers. Relying on the immortal ship would be far too slow. However, Lu Chen crossed this vast expanse using only his physical form, arriving in less than 3 breaths. Indeed, there are issues. At this moment, within the Xianxiaaudiobooks, there are no fewer than 10 Chaos Eternal Divine Emperors stationed. With such formidable power, the fallen Jie Tianzun probably could have long since penetrated the realm of the myriad gods. Why wait until now? Why has there suddenly been such a significant reduction in the vitality within me? Simultaneously, the Xia Luo Shengzun, who slumbers in the Xianxiaaudiobooks, sensed Lu Chen's arrival. Bad. It is him. The blood essence of the Mu Ling clan has been forcibly reversed by Lu Chen using the laws of the Creator God. Meanwhile, within the Demon Palace, the fallen Jie Tianzun remains oblivious to this. I report to you, Tianzun, the person you desired has been brought forth. As the words fell, a tall and exquisitely beautiful woman was presented. This woman, like Mu Ling Shan, possessed a pair of translucent, elf-like pointed ears. Her clear autumn eyes sparkled like gemstones, her nose was delicately high, and her luscious red lips were exceedingly alluring. Her untouched beauty emanated an ethereal quality, making her appear as if she were a celestial being. Among all the women Lu Chen had encountered, only the moon goddess could be her equal. This woman is none other than the queen of the Mu Ling clan. The Mu Ling queen, indeed, is as ravishing as the rumors suggest. The fallen Jie Tianzun waved his hand, signaling others to withdraw. and then his gaze unabashedly fell upon the Mu Ling Queen's graceful figure. Dressed in a flowing green celestial gown, her voluptuous form, enveloped in the soft fabric, exuded an irresistible allure that no male cultivator could resist. As his gaze traveled downward, between the slits of her gown, a pair of exceptionally long jade legs peeked through. The Mu Ling Queen walked barefoot, her delicate feet lightly kissing the ground as she gracefully moved, holding a scepter that symbolized the Mu Ling clan. Her flowing long hair cascaded down to her waist, perfectly embodying the image of a mature and alluring woman. Tianzun, you have summoned me for what purpose? The Mu Ling Queen furrowed her brow, her red lips parting as her cool and regal voice resonated throughout the hall. Faced with the fallen Jie Tianzun's intense and suggestive gaze, the Mu Ling Queen felt immense disdain internally, yet due to the overwhelming power of the Xie Ling Jie, she could only suppress her anger. In response, the fallen Jie Tianzun let out a cold laugh, his fiery gaze scrutinizing the Mu Ling Queen. Not long ago, I ordered a comprehensive purge of my subordinate forces. Upon hearing this, the Mu Ling Queen's pupils constricted, her delicate frame trembled, and the jade hand gripping the scepter tightened involuntarily. The fallen Jie Tianzun, seeing her reaction, grinned, presenting a condition. If you wish for the Mu Ling clan to escape this bloodbath, it all depends on how the queen performs. In the next moment, the fallen Jie Tianzun secretly transmitted his voice, exuding the demeanor of a victor. As long as you are willing to cooperate, the Mu Ling clan shall continue to thrive. After hearing his demands, the Mu Ling Queen trembled with rage, her bosom rising and falling violently, and she immediately exclaimed, "Scoundrel! How shameless you are!" The fallen Jie Tianzun's shameful proposition incited her outrage. Nevertheless, he persisted. The more you are like a high and aloof flower, the more delightful it is to pluck you. Originally, the holy ancestor desired the Lu Mu Xian within you, but to dispose of such a stunning mortal beauty would be a grave waste. My dear queen, you must consider carefully. Sacrificing yourself to secure the future of the entire Mu Ling clan is a most worthwhile transaction. Chapter 200, Conditions, Humiliation, King Meets King. The Mu Ling Queen's body trembled, her heart in turmoil. As the queen of the Mu Ling clan, she had absorbed the essence of the Holy Spirit celestial wood over the years, nurturing within her a Lu Mu Xian. This Lu Mu Xian holds significant importance for the awakening of the Xie Luo Shengzun, and the Holy Spirit celestial wood is one of the three great celestial woods, only able to be nurtured by the Mu Ling Queen maintaining her purity, acting under the instructions of the Xie Luo Shengzun. The fallen Jie Tianzun had specifically brought the Mu Ling Queen here. If the Lu Mu Xian were to be extracted, the Mu Ling Queen would perish in an instant. Yet, if she were to merely relinquish the Lu Mu Xian, sacrificing herself to protect her clan, the Mu Ling Queen could easily acquiesce. However, the other condition required her to willingly open her mind, allowing the fallen Jie Tianzun to implant a soul mark. Should that occur, even if the Mu Ling Queen surrendered the Lu Mu Xian, she would still likely be refined into a cauldron. The remaining fragment of her soul and the exquisite form of the Mu Ling Queen would become mere playthings for the fallen Jie Tianzun. The crucial point is that her lingering awareness would remain, enabling her to perceive any external contact. What? Is the queen not in agreement? Noticing the Mu Ling Queen's prolonged silence, the fallen Jie Tianzun began to lose patience. Do not be ungrateful. Do not forget. I have countless ways to make you comply. You are destined to be mine. With a sly grin, he scanned the Mu Ling Queen's enchanting figure, his gaze filled with desire. Faced with the fallen Jie Tianzun's coercive advances, the Mu Ling Queen found herself in a dilemma. Very well, I agree to your terms. After a moment's hesitation, the Mu Ling Queen pursed her lips and spoke each word with clarity. As her words fell, a pallor washed over her face, and she collapsed to the ground in despair, even dropping the scepter from her hand. As the queen of the Mu Ling clan, her status was immensely noble, and she upheld the loyalty and purity that her lineage embodied, refusing humiliation unto death. Yet, to ensure the survival of her race, the Mu Ling Queen had no choice but to endure this humiliation, becoming a plaything beneath another. Excellent. Upon hearing the Mu Ling Queen's reluctant agreement, the fallen Jie Tianzun felt his twisted desires satisfied and eagerly urged, "Quickly, now open your mind. Let me implant the soul mark." The prospect of personally plucking the high and aloof flower filled the fallen Jie Tianzun with elation. However, just as he prepared to mark the Mu Ling Queen, a chilling whisper echoed through the air. "It has been a long time since we last met. It seems leaving you a remnant of life to linger on has truly been a grave mistake on my part." When this voice, resonating deeply within the bones, rang out, the fallen Jie Tianzun's body stiffened in place. The wicked grin on his face vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fear. "It is you." As he raised his head, Lu Chen's imposing figure appeared above him. The fallen Jie Tianzun had long anticipated this day. However, the very moment the Tianyan Shun descended upon this realm filled him with immense terror and despair. He understood all too well that with the terrifying power of the Tianyan Shun, no matter where he hid across the myriad realms, he would surely be found. Faced with Lu Chen, the fallen Jie Tianzun hesitated for a brief moment before decisively choosing to project his soul and make a swift escape. Even the Holy Ancestor was no match for him. Despite his recent breakthrough to the Tao Ancestor realm, he was but a slightly larger insect before the Tianyan Shun. Humph, you think you can flee? Lu Chen let out a cold snort, his figure remaining motionless. Yet a mere glance from him instantly suppressed the fallen GTNZN to the ground. He then gestured with one hand, grasping the fallen GTNZN's soul within his grasp. Please do not kill me. I still have my uses. I can divulge information about the Holy Ancestor. My lord, pleaded the tightly restrained fallen GTNZN in desperation. In a bid for survival, he decisively chose to betray the Xie Luo Shengzun. At this juncture, he fully comprehended why the TNYNZNSHN had deliberately spared his life. It was to unearth the malevolent Xie Luo Shengzun lurking in the shadows. It turned out that Lu Chen had already anticipated this when he encountered the UNSHTNZN. However, before the fallen GTNZN could finish his words, Lu Chen crushed his soul with a decisive grip. You are now of no use to me, he declared coldly after forcefully annihilating the fallen GTNZN. Will you crawl out on your own, or shall I force you out? No sooner had he spoken than a chilling, sinister laughter echoed ominously. He, the illustrious TNYNZNSH, graces the Xieling realm. And I have failed to welcome you properly. My apologies. Lu Chen raised his gaze toward the front, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. From the moment he descended into the Xieling realm, he had sensed the presence of the Xie Luo Shengzun. Before him stood the true form of the Xie Luo Shengzun, clad in pitch-black demonic armor, with every strand of his pale hair imbued with boundless divine power. Enveloped in an enigmatic shroud of black mist that obscured his true visage. Faced with the manifestation of the Xie Luo Shengzun, Lu Chen spoke with an indifferent tone. I must admit, I am rather surprised. I had expected you to appear when I dealt with this individual. In response, the Xie Luo Shengzun chuckled. This wretched slave is hardly worth lamenting. I fear he may have dampened your spirits, my lord. If you wish to slay him, do so. Why would I intervene? It is a privilege to witness the only fully realized powerhouse in the world. Meanwhile, the Muling Nu Wang found herself in a state of utter turmoil upon witnessing this series of events. The sudden appearance of the Xie Luo Shengzun, with the sheer pressure emanating from him, rendered even this divine emperor nearly incapable of bearing it. She had never anticipated that the mastermind behind the Xieling realm would be such a terrifying entity. Who, indeed, was this formidable elder? The sheer magnitude of his power left her utterly astonished. Just moments ago, even the seemingly invincible fallen GTNZN had been vanquished in an instant by Lu Chen.